Chapter 376 Gatling. The working principle of an electric shock device is to connect the positive and negative poles to the human body at the same time, so that the electric shock device and the human body form an electrified closed loop, allowing current to flow in the human body, causing the human body to get an electric shock. An extremely high voltage for a short period of time can temporarily cause the human body to become dysfunctional. If it is severe, it may cause shock. If it is higher, it can be sliced and served. Zhang Tuohai's ship-cutting sword is made entirely of metal. 99% of his steam-powered exoskeleton is also made of metal. It is a huge electrical conductor when it is put on his body. The resistance to this kind of electric shock device can be calculated by using negative numbers. Of course, Zhang Tuohai can also use electric shock gloves to shock the opponent back. However, the electric shock glove in Zhang Tuohai's hand was worth 100,000 Ford. Once he hit it, the opponent would be stunned. He still wanted to ask something, but it would be useless if he died. Zhang Tuohai put back the ship-cutting knife in his hand and ran quickly to his car. The woman was about to follow him when she saw Zhang Tuohai running out again. In his hand, he clearly held an explosion-proof fork transformed from a hunting spear. "Stand here honestly." Zhang Tuohai used an explosion-proof fork to push the woman against the cliff. The spikes of the explosion-proof fork penetrated 3 inches into the cliff, and the long pole made the distance between the two people reach 3 meters. "It should be okay now." "Right," Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. "Little brother, what are you doing?" The woman's upper body was trapped by the explosion-proof fork, and she could not move. In fact, if she had Suchi's figure, she could easily break free from the restraints of the explosion-proof fork if her body was slightly shorter. But the figure of the woman in front of her was too foul, and her huge mind became the biggest obstacle to her breaking free. She couldn't move up or down. "Brother, do you like this feeling of coercion? Tell me earlier. I have a special rope in my car. If you put me down, I promise to cooperate with you. My acting skills are very good." "Shut up." Zhang Tuohai took out an apple banana and stuffed it into her mouth. "You stay here quietly for a while. Wait for someone with me. And keep quiet until now. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your personal safety." After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he called for a steam self-propelled machine and put a hunting spear into its hand. Then he pointed at the woman and said, "Keep an eye on her. If she dares to move, use this to poke her." The steam self-propelled machine faithfully executed Zhang Tuohai's order, standing 3 meters away from the woman with a spear, staring at her closely. Steam self-propelled machines do not have high intelligence and can only do things according to the rules. All women's methods are of no use to it. Zhang Tuohai took a photo of the woman and the motorcycle and sent it to Su Qi. "Is this what you are looking for?" Su Qi never dreamed that Zhang Tuohai would find the other party so quickly. "It's this car." "Yes. I'll never forget what it looks like in my life." "Where did you catch it?" "Those who rushed up behind me." "I guess you are also behind me." "Right. If there is nothing wrong, you can probably see it if you drive some distance away," Zhang Tuohai said. "Really? Just wait. I'll be there soon." Su Qi looked very excited. "Little brother, please let me go." "What do you want to do? Tie a weak woman like me here? Just say whatever you want. Even I am at your disposal. As long as just don't leave me here." The woman's voice sounded again. When Zhang Tuohai turned around, he found that at some point, she had finished eating all the apples and bananas in her mouth, and she was looking at him pitifully, looking like a white lotus in the wind. If the prompt system hadn't reminded him several times, he would have been fooled by the other party's acting skills. "Why can't you eat if you have such acting skills?" Zhang Tuohai shook his head, stopped talking to the other party, leaned on the infantry fighting vehicle, and waited for Su Qi to come. At this time, 001 had finished processing the fragments of the Hummer and extracted a drawing from the wreckage. "Oh, are there really blueprints?" Zhang Tuohai was very excited and slowly unfolded the blueprints. Enhanced Gatling gun manufacturing drawings, specially improved Gatling gun, vehicle-mounted version, motor barrel, 15mm caliber, maximum rate of fire of 1,000 rounds per minute. Special armor-piercing bullets can break 50mm homogeneous steel armor. Equipped with an ammunition box with 2,000 rounds of ammunition. Manufacturing materials: high-grade metal ingots, 3 units. Intermediate metal ingots, 2 units. Intermediate electronic components *1. Note: comes with manufacturing drawings of 15mm special armor-piercing bullets and special ammunition boxes. "Looks pretty good." Zhang Tuohai looked at the drawings and felt quite satisfied. Although this Gatling gun is a vehicle-mounted version, If it wears a steam-powered exoskeleton, it can be used as a personal weapon. The individual weapon can also break through 50 millimeters of homogeneous steel armor, which can deal with almost most of the current player vehicles. Although it's not the engine technology he wants most, it's still pretty good. With this thing, his personal weapons will not need to be updated for a long time. At this moment, the sound of an engine came from the distance. Zhang Tuohai looked up and saw a car covered in rivet armor driving over from a distance. They are the sisters of the Su family. This kind of costume can only be obtained by the nearly 100 people who have experienced the world of Steam Wasteland with him. However, Zhang Tuohai still asked Xiao Ai to be prepared. 2 honeycomb rocket launchers were ready. If the opponent made any changes, they would be blown to pieces. The car stopped slowly, and Su Qi jumped out of the car and ran out eagerly. Brother Zhang, you are so powerful. You caught this shameful robber in one go. What did she steal from you? Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. He really couldn't imagine why Su Qi was robbed to be so anxious. Could it be the upgrade drawings of the vehicle? Or maybe an important auto accessory? Zhang Tuohai was full of curiosity. Just don't ask. Su Qi's face turned red. Then she got into the car and rummaged around. After a while, Su Qi walked out of it satisfied. Zhang Tuohai was very curious as to what Su Qi had taken inside. At this time, the woman trapped by the explosion-proof fork recognized Su Qi. It turns out it's you. I didn't expect you to be so generous. Just for a little vest. As for that, the woman restrained by the explosion-proof fork said helplessly. If she had known that she would have been caught because of a small vest, she would not have made this deal. It was just a few oversized ones. She would not die if she did not wear them. After so many days, it would not matter if she did not wear them. As a result, not to mention losing everything, now even my life is under the control of others, which is like a loss to my grandma's family. Chapter 377. There's always something wrong. As for it, Su Qi jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Why not? Do you know how many supply boxes I opened to find it? Do you know how uncomfortable it feels to be hollow? No, you don't mind at all. I worked hard and traveled across 4 worlds. It was so easy to find such a thing. But you snatched it away before I could warm it up. Do you know how I felt at that time? In the end, you came up with just one sentence. Right. You made all my efforts worthless. You simply don't deserve to be forgiven. After Su Qi finished speaking, she hurried back to the car. Let's go! Su Qi said to her sister Su Mu. The reward will be given to you later in the evening. Su Qi quietly sent a private message to Zhang Tuohai. Su Mu also didn't expect that her sister would actually contact Zhang Tuohai, and that such a big fight would be just for a small vest. This made her not know what to say. What conditions did you promise him to make him take action? Su Mu asked Su Qi curiously. From her understanding, Zhang Tuohai is a man who wants money and will never work for nothing. What kind of reward did her sister promise to get Zhang Tuohai's help? It's nothing. It's just a small vest. What's the cost of it? Su Qi said with evasive eyes. Seeing that Su Mu didn't believe it, she continued. Didn't I leave everything else behind? Moreover, I introduced a robber to him, and he still owes me an intelligence fee. In fact, it's settled. Su Mu would not believe that Zhang Tuohai would be fooled by her sister so easily. She asked with a solemn face. Did you sell those drawings to him? Su Mu suddenly remembered something and asked worriedly. How is it possible? Su Qi said quickly. I'm not a person who doesn't know the importance of things. How can I sell something that I can live in? And you can't even put it here properly? Su Qi took out a small box from under the seat, which contained more than 10 important drawings. Su Mu flipped through it and found that there was indeed no shortage of those important drawings. The drawings haven't been moved, and she's staying right under her nose, so there shouldn't be any problems. Maybe she's been under too much pressure recently, causing her to become nervous? Su Mu shook his head mockingly, feeling that he was too suspicious. She lowered the window, waved to Zhang Tuohai, and threw a can of functional drink to Zhang Tuohai. This time it's my roommate who's causing trouble for you. We still have some things to do, so we'll take the first step. Zhang Tuohai looked at the car driving away, and then at Su Qi's private message. He didn't quite understand what kind of thank you gift he needed to give at night. However, he had done transactions with Su Qi many times, and there had never been any defaults. Zhang Tuohai was not in a hurry anymore. He was going to wait until night to see what kind of reward Su Qi had prepared for him. But now there is a technical problem. That is, what to do with the woman in front of me. It would be easy to kill her directly, but the key problem is that the other party robbed Su Qi of a small vest. If you calculate it carefully, It is a crime that does not lead to death. However, he was a little unwilling to just let it go. After all, this guy had removed 2.5 of his own screws and blocked the muzzle of a steam machine gun, causing actual damage to him. In order to catch her, he even spent hundreds of rounds of high-explosive tracer ammunition. At least the ammunition cost must be reimbursed by someone. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said to the woman, "Let's do this. I'll give you a chance. You pay a price for your life. If the price is right, I will let you go. If the price is not right, I don't mind. Use you to test the power of the new gun. And don't try to put on that pitiful look again. This set is of no use to me. I'll give you 30 seconds to think about it." Zhang Tuohai said and glanced at the time. Then made a Gatling. Although this Gatling is a vehicle-mounted version, it would still be quite suitable if Zhang Tuohai is wearing a steam-powered exoskeleton. Zhang Tuohai pointed the Gatling gun at the cliff and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. Blazing blue flames emerged from the muzzle of the gun, and large swaths of mountain rock fragments collapsed, quickly creating a deep depression. Many rocks also fell onto the woman's body. The woman was hurt by the flying rocks, and patches of blue-purple appeared on her snow-white skin. Seeing the dents on the cliff next to her, the woman's face became as white as a piece of paper. She felt that if she were swept by Gatling, she would be turned into mincemeat. She knew that Zhang Tuohai might be serious about this, and if she couldn't satisfy him, she might really be beaten to pieces. Damn it! Why are you so out of touch? Can't you pay with your body? Isn't it possible? The woman thought secretly angrily. After emptying an ammunition box, Zhang Tuohai was satisfied and changed a new ammunition chain to hang on the gun. Okay, 30 seconds have come. What did you think about it? I can't wait any longer, Zhang Tuohai said. Okay, you win. I admit defeat. The woman looked sad and angry. I will give you all the profits I made recently and leave me 3 days of food rations. Is this okay? Isn't this bad? Zhang Tuohai rubbed his hands excitedly. His face almost burst into laughter. But he said humbly, "You?" The woman was so angry that she couldn't speak because of Zhang Tuohai's appearance. My things are all in the trunk. Get them quickly and leave. After hearing this, Zhang Tuohai walked to the trunk of the motorcycle. After waiting for a while, he found that there was indeed no danger warning. And then he gently opened the trunk. This trunk has obviously been modified, and the volume inside is much larger than a normal trunk. There are many things in it, and they are also very complicated. Most of them are all kinds of clothes. And there are all kinds of high heels, which take up a lot of space. Most of the remaining space is filled with various cosmetics, including a lot of lipsticks and perfumes. Only in the corner, Zhang Tuohai found 2 boxes of mineral water, 3 sandwiches and 2 boxes of sushi. It's so poor that it makes people cry. Why are there all these things? Zhang Tuohai looked at the things in the trunk with disgust. He has no use for so many women's clothes and cosmetics. There seems to be no other use for them other than throwing them into the fertilizer-making machine to make fertilizer. Do you think I want to? The woman said with a look of grief and anger. Am I willing to rob other people's things? But I feel like I have been cursed when I entered this world. In addition to the basic daily maintenance supplies, there are no supplies. What comes out of the box is all this garbage. As long as I can get good things out of it, I won't go down this road. I am also forced to have no choice. The woman said and started to cry. Although the woman showed sincere affection, Zhang Tuohai always felt that things were not that simple, and that something was not quite right. Chapter 378 Weird Sun Feifei. Zhang Tuohai looked a little confused when he looked at the woman. There really wasn't much money to scavenge in the car. If he went by what the woman said, he might have to leave some food for the other party to eat normally for 3 days. Who the hell robbed whom? Zhang Tuohai walked around the car 3 times and rummaged through the car. Indeed, there was nothing valuable. Nothing but women's clothes and cosmetics. What the hell? Zhang Tuohai smacked his teeth, feeling that his plan to reimburse ammunition expenses was ruined. Nothing is more disturbing than robbing a poor man who is poorer than yourself. However, Zhang Tuohai still did not give up. He took out a communicator from his pocket and let the steam self-propelled machine be installed quietly at the bottom of the car. He originally planned to use this thing as a communication tool with Wankai, but it never came into use. Now it can be used to monitor this woman. He always felt that things were a little weird. This woman was not as simple as she described. After Zhang Tuohai pretended to check it out, he pretended to be angry and said angrily, "What a poor guy. It's bad luck for me to meet you. I'll leave first later, and you'll do it after I leave. For yourself, After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he took the steam self-propelled machine and left. The car disappeared in a flash. After the woman saw that the car was gone, she waited for a while. After seeing that there was no one on the left and right, she pulled out her 2 arms from the explosion-proof fork like a fish. And then the whole person slipped out of the explosion-proof fork without any trace of anything. Obstacle appearance. After breaking away from the shackles of the explosion-proof fork, the woman tried to pull the explosion-proof fork off the cliff. But she tried twice and failed to pull out the explosion-proof fork. After trying several times to no avail, the woman gave up. The woman quickly slipped back into her car and opened the regional channel. I want to buy a car repair kit. Or a wheel repair tool of equivalent value. Exchangeable items. Level 2 auto parts drawings, optional, or Michelin level food 3. Share. The woman hung up all her tradable items. At this time, Zhang Tuohai was diving in the regional channel. When he looked at the transaction information on the regional channel, his nose became angry. This bitch actually has so many things to exchange for a car repair kit. Where did she just put these things? Are you lying? Or are you really hiding so much? Zhang Tuohai decided to give it a try. Zhang Tuohai took a look at the woman's name Sun Feifei. A very common name. Zhang Tuohai thought for a moment and sent a private message. I have a car repair kit. Do you think I can trade it? Zhang Tuohai said as he took a screenshot of a car repair kit and sent it. Because he was wearing a mask equipped with a steam-powered exoskeleton when he met Sun Feifei. There was no need to worry that Sun Feifei would recognize him. Okay. What kind of thing do you choose to exchange for? Sun Feifei quickly replied. Auto parts. But are there more? I have replacements for these. Zhang Tuohai said tentatively. Yes. Sun Feifei quickly sent Zhang Tuohai a long list of pictures, all of which were drawings she owned. Zhang Tuohai was dazzled by the long list of things such as electric ovens, microwave ovens, fans, air conditioners, massage chairs, water beds, constant temperature bathtubs, etc. Why are there so many? Could it be a lie? Zhang Tuohai asked. How could it be fake? Let's do a one-on-one exchange. You will know if you try it. I can't deceive you anyway. Sun Feifei said. Then choose a massage chair. Zhang Tuohai randomly selected one. Okay. Let's trade directly. Sun Feifei placed the drawing of the massage chair in the transaction box. And Zhang Tuohai also placed a car repair kit in the transaction box. After the two confirmed that the items were correct, they clicked OK respectively. Transaction complete. It's really a drawing of a massage chair. Zhang Tuohai looked at the massage chair drawing in his hand and fell into deep thought. He felt that this woman must have a large amount of property hidden in her hands. But she hid it in a secret place, so that he searched the entire car but couldn't find it. Isn't it possible that there is a secret room in the car? Zhang Tuohai thought secretly in his heart. No. I have to find a way to get back everything she owes me. Classmate Xiai, go back and find her. Zhang Tuohai said. The infantry fighting vehicle began to turn around and run in the direction it came from. The distance he drove was not far, and he believed that he would hit Sun Feifei very quickly if he turned back. Moreover, the communicator was equipped with a positioning device. He could use the display to monitor the other party's position in real time. He did not believe that the other party could escape his grasp like this. However, he was shocked to find that when he turned to chase Sun Feifei also turned around and ran away faster than him. The communicator showed that the opponent's speed had exceeded 300 miles, and the speed was still accelerating, almost escaping from the edge of the monitor. This guy. Looking at Sun Feifei running further and further away, Zhang Tuohai cursed secretly. This guy was too fast. Faster than his limit speed. If he continued to chase like this, he would definitely not be able to catch up with him. And it would only be a waste of time. Damn it! You're lucky! Zhang Tuohai cursed in a low voice and turned around to return. His ultimate goal was to climb the Spiral Mountains within 7 days. It was not worth wasting too much time for some supplies. Something magical happened. When Zhang Tuohai turned around and returned, Sun Feifei also started to turn around and chased him in the direction of Zhang Tuohai. Huh? Zhang Tuohai frowned as he looked at the situation on the monitor. Classmate Xiai, change direction and chase back. The infantry fighting vehicle turned around and chased for more than 20 meters. And Sun Feifei also started to turn and run back. Hey, this girl is born in the year of the dog. Right. Her nose is so sharp. Zhang Tuohai turned the car around unbelievingly and drove up the mountain. Sure enough, after a while, Sun Feifei chased him back. Zhang Tuohai found that Sun Feifei seemed to be aware of his movements. As long as he turned around and chased after him, she would turn around and run away. When he turned back, Sun Feifei would chase after him again. Moreover, he always kept the distance between the two at about 10 kilometers. Even if he stopped the car at the same place, Sun Feifei would always stay at the same place and never take another step forward. Interesting. Looking at the light spot representing Sun Feifei on the monitor, Zhang Tuohai became interested. He had just asked Xiao Ai to check it by himself. There was absolutely nothing installed by Sun Feifei on the car. So Sun Feifei must have some kind of device that could detect the information of the vehicle in front. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Sun Feifei's behavior was so accurate. I must get this thing. Looking at the light spots on the screen, Zhang Tuohai secretly made up his mind. Chapter 379 Crazy Sun Feifei Update. Zhang Tuohai made up his mind to find out how Sun Feifei could clearly determine his position and direction. If possible, he must get it. Once he has this method, he can monitor what is happening on the road ahead, which is of great benefit to him. He can even arrange tactics in advance based on the road conditions ahead to deal with various situations that may arise. However, how to get things into hands became a problem. Sun Feifei was extremely cunning, always keeping a distance of 10 kilometers from her, neither far nor close, so that he could not reach her at all. If you want to catch Sun Feifei, you probably have to find a way to make her throw herself into a trap. However, now that Sun Feifei has just escaped from the trap, she must be very wary. It will be very difficult to lure her into the trap at this time. If she is not careful, she will alert the other party and allow her to escape. If this is the case, it will be even harder to catch her in the future. Humph. Let's let you relax outside for a while, and we'll take our time and see. Zhang Tuohai looked at the light spots on the screen and snorted coldly, letting Xiao Ai continue to drive forward, seemingly giving up the idea of chasing Sun Feifei. Sun Feifei was still very alert and kept a distance of 10 kilometers, neither too far nor too close. This section of the winding mountain road soon came to an end, and the road ahead was divided into two roads, one going left and one going right. The one to the left winds upwards, and the one to the right winds downwards, seemingly like a road going down a mountain. What kind of situation is this? Why is there still a way down the mountain? Zhang Tuohai was a little curious. Just as he was about to turn to the left road, the sound of the prompt system suddenly rang. The road on the left is winding, but there will be road collapse on the road, so you can only choose to turn back. The road on the right is a real road, but it is further along, and there is a blue supply box at the end of the road. Pavement collapse? Zhang Tuohai looked at the prompts in the prompt system and couldn't help but be eager to try. If it were him, he might choose the path on the left. Others could only choose to return the same way when facing the collapsed road. But he estimated that he could use a hot air balloon to fly over. But the problem is that there is Sun Feifei behind him. He can fly over, but Sun Feifei can't. If he chooses the left, Sun Feifei might be lost. He wouldn't be able to catch the other party. Humph. I'm giving you an advantage. I hope you can choose the right direction. Zhang Tuohai drove towards the road on the right. Zhang Tuohai was afraid that Sun Feifei would lose him, so he drove slowly just to wait for the other party. But Sun Feifei soon also slowed down and kept a distance of 10 kilometers. After waiting for Sun Feifei to arrive at the fork in the road, Zhang Tuohai stared at Sun Feifei nervously. See which direction she is prepared to choose. If Sun Feifei chose the left path, he might turn back and catch a turtle in a jar. However, Sun Feifei didn't seem to hesitate at all, but turned directly to the right road. Huh? Did you choose it randomly? Or did you specifically want to catch up? Zhang Tuohai wanted to test it out and asked classmate Xiao Ai to speed up. After he increased his speed, Sun Feifei also increased her speed simultaneously, and maintained the same speed as him, always maintaining a distance of 10 kilometers. Oh, you are really here for me. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this. He was sure that Sun Feifei was definitely here for him. It seems that the lesson learned last time was not enough. This time I have to teach you a lesson you will never forget. Knowing that there was nothing ahead, Zhang Tuohai simply speeded up and drove forward, trying to reach the end of the road before dark. At the same time, when Sun Feifei saw Zhang Tuohai speeding up, she couldn't help complaining in a low voice. Damn it! Why do you keep increasing the speed when you have nothing to do? I don't know if speeding up will also increase fuel consumption? Sun Feifei looked at the index of the fuel tank and couldn't help but feel anxious secretly, hoping that the fuel in the tank would last until dark. As she thought, she glanced at a fist-sized crystal ball on the driver's seat. A crystal ball is placed on a brass base and looks like an ordinary arts and crafts ornament. However, the crystal ball clearly showed the figure of an infantry fighting vehicle, with the driving speed and direction marked next to it. This is a special sculpture ornament she got in the previous world. It can detect vehicles within 10 kilometers and can be locked. Unfortunately, the displayed range and information are limited, and no more information can be obtained. However, it is good for tracking. How dare you rob me? I will teach you a lesson tonight. Sun Feifei followed in the car. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. And Sun Feifei couldn't hold on any longer. She drove for several hours without taking a break. And now she was physically unable to hold on. Moreover, she also wanted to use the bathroom. However, Zhang Tuohai had no intention of stopping to rest, and just kept driving forward. You should stop and rest. Sun Feifei was a little crazy. She very much hoped that Zhang Tuohai could stop the car and rest for a while, so that she could stop the car and solve her personal problems. However, she didn't dare to stop until Zhang Tuohai stopped. She was afraid that she would lose Zhang Tuohai's whereabouts as soon as she parked the car. She was also afraid that Zhang Tuohai would turn around and come back to chase her as soon as she stopped the car. This is something she can't bear. She could only endure it, and gritted her teeth and kept following. It's been 2 hours. We'll have a rest soon. Right now. We'll have a rest soon. Sun Feifei has been comforting herself like this. However, another 2 hours passed. The infantry fighting vehicle still had no intention of stopping, and continued to move forward. Sun Feifei went a little crazy, clutching the steering wheel with both hands, and sweating constantly on her forehead. Hurry up and stop and take a rest. Traffic regulations stipulate that you must take a 40-minute break after driving for 4 consecutive hours. You are driving while fatigued. Is there anyone to take care of it? Traffic police. Sun Feifei, will report this bastard for fatigue driving with my real name. Sun Feifei cursed secretly in her heart. However, at this time, Zhang Tuohai was sitting on the toilet, holding a novel-style book and admiring it carefully. This style of painting is quite novel. I don't know if Li Feiyu has seen it. I'll share my experiences if I have the opportunity in the future. Zhang Tuohai looked at the notebook and thought. After reading a book, Zhang Tuohai walked out of the bathroom leisurely. Commander, we have reached the end of this section of the road and found a blue resource box. Classmate Xiao Yi said. Really? I'll go take a look. Hearing this, Zhang Tuohai began to wear a steam-powered exoskeleton. Thanks to the ancestor, we finally stopped the car. Sun Feifei, whose face had turned dark, bent over and moved out of the car step by step. Make up for yesterday's missed update. Chapter 380 Accident. Zhang Tuohai naturally didn't know how uncomfortable Sun Feifei was, but he calmly opened the blue supply box in the middle of the road with a crowbar. Gulyalu. A round thing rolled out. Zhang Tuohai took a closer look and saw that it was actually a durian. What do I need this for? Zhang Tuohai looked at the durian on the ground and scratched his head. He wondered whether he liked eating this thing. If earlier, he could use it as a throwing weapon. But now it takes up too much space to put it there. Forget it. Just hang up on the trading channel when you have time and see if you like it. Zhang Tuohai picked up the durian back. He looked at the sky. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. It was getting late. The sun had already set behind the mountains, and it was going to be dark soon. Let's stop here today. Zhang Tuohai parked the car on the side of the road and prepared to camp here. In addition, he will also trap Sun Feifei tonight. How dare you lie to him is unforgivable. Dinner was very simple. Zhang Tuohai took out 2 braised lion heads brought from the previous world, heated them up, and steamed a pot of rice for dinner. While eating dinner, Zhang Tuohai checked the regional channels as usual. Perhaps it was because of the first day. There were not many players, and the death rate was also low. Only more than 40 people died in the whole day. Maybe he could become someone outside. Earth-shattering news. But simply too peaceful for this world of road survival. Only over 40 people died in one day. If they were encountered by players from other worlds, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. Many players show off their gains online. Vladimir even listed 6 ostriches for sale online. Zhang Tuohai looked at the ostrich and finally gave up. Although ostrich meat looks larger, it has an earthy smell and is not as delicious as pullet meat. He now has more fresh ingredients than he can finish, so there is no need to embarrass his appetite. The most important thing is that these are all divided. If they are alive, he doesn't mind buying one and raising it to enrich the species diversity of the ecological park. Sharon Base continued to trade gasoline for various supplies online. Zhang Tuohai suspected that he must have a channel to steadily produce gasoline. It's like your own charcoal tree plus gasoline conversion machine. Otherwise, There is no way to explain why the other party released such a large amount of gasoline. Zhang Tuohai rummaged around and found nothing he liked. So he laid down quietly to rest. He was still waiting for Sun Feifei to take the bait tonight. The night is getting darker, and the regional channels have gradually become quieter. After being baptized in several worlds, the vast majority of players have adapted to this kind of life of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. A few night owls are also busy with their own affairs, and few chatting on regional channels. Sister, you go take a shower, Su Qi suddenly said. Su Mu, _ She always felt that Su Qi was acting strange tonight. Starting from dinner time, he had urged her to take a shower 3 times in a row. She had never been like this before. What's the matter? Su Mu asked seriously. No. How could anything happen to me? Su Qi quickly explained. I just think that you have been driving all day today, and you are too tired. It is best to take a shower and rest early. Otherwise your body will not be able to bear it. If you want to help me share the burden, you should learn to drive as soon as possible, Su Mu said helplessly. If Su Qi's driving skills were not so bad, and she failed to obtain a driver's license after taking the exam for 3 consecutive years, she would not have taken on all the driving tasks by herself. However, Su Qi's performance today was indeed a bit strange, which made her feel a little strange. She took out the box where the drawings were stored and checked them carefully to see that there were quite a few, and then looked at Su Qi. The drawings and Su Qi were both under his nose, so there shouldn't be any problems. Maybe he was overthinking it. I've been really tired lately. Su Mu rubbed his head and walked into the bathroom. Seeing this, Su Qi quietly adjusted the camera mode and started taking pictures. Unconsciously, she also developed a kind of path dependence. If there is a situation where the debt cannot be paid, I will try to use my sister's artistic photos to compensate. The results have been proven time and time again. At least Zhang Tuohai accepted it happily several times without showing any intention of rejecting it. She also tried other methods, but they didn't work well, and she eventually returned to this path. Sister, I don't want to do this either. This is the last time. Really the last time. I will make it up to you twice as much in the future. Su Qi swore secretly. Click. Click. Su Qi took hundreds of photos and recorded several videos. After picking and choosing, I spent another 2 hours editing pictures, and finally picked out 3 and sent them to Zhang Tuohai. How about it? I risked my life to do this. I'm interested in you, Su Qi said. Zhang Tuohai was already asleep, but he immediately stopped feeling sleepy after seeing these photos. After carefully admiring it for a moment, Zhang Tuohai discovered a problem. There is such a big difference in stature between Su Mu and Su Qi. If you have to compare, at least it is the difference between Mount Fuji and the Kanto Plain. Are these two really sisters? Zhang Tuohai's thinking began to wander. Just when Zhang Tuohai was thinking wildly, classmate Xiao Ai suddenly spoke. Commander, that person has moved. What? Zhang Tuohai jumped up and threw himself in front of the monitor. The light representing Sun Feifei moved and was heading towards him. Don't make any noise. Make it look like I'm sleeping, Zhang Tuohai said. The car became quiet. Zhang Tuohai even turned off the waiting system in the car. He wore an exoskeleton and stared at the light spots on the screen. The light spot stopped 1 kilometer away from Zhang Tuohai. What is she doing? Zhang Tuohai stared at the monitor quietly. The light spot did not move for a long time. This distance was enough for Xiao Ai to monitor her through the monitor. If classmate Xiao Ai hadn't told Zhang Tuohai that Sun Feifei never got out of the car, he would have thought that the communicator he installed had been discovered. After a while, Sun Feifei's car started again, moved forward 300 meters, and then stopped again. Are you observing me? You're really careful. Zhang Tuohai snorted coldly. If Sun Feifei wasn't driving too fast, and he was afraid that if he moved, he would scare the other person away, he would have taken action long ago. Humph. Let you be proud for a while longer. I'll wait and see you come over. I'll deal with you no matter what. Zhang Tuohai looked at the monitor and thought. Sun Feifei's car moved forward from time to time. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Zhang Tuohai muttered softly. Get closer! Get closer! Just when Zhang Tuohai was sharpening his knife and preparing to take action, the roar of an engine suddenly sounded in the distance. What's going on? Zhang Tuohai quickly turned the monitor and looked into the distance. Whoosh! A bazooka rocket pierced the night sky and struck in his direction. What's going on? Did Sun Feifei find someone to attack her secretly? Zhang Tuohai quickly asked Xiao Ai to set up a 23mm quadruple anti-aircraft cannon and prepare to shoot down the bazooka. However, The bazooka rocket landed directly on Sun Feifei's car. Boom! An orange-red fireball rose. Chapter 381: The Empty Driver's Seat. What's the situation? Zhang Tuohai became vigilant and immediately put classmate Xiao Ai on alert. The 105mm cannon, rotary pursuit cannon, 23mm cannon, and honeycomb rockets were all ready for live ammunition firing, ready to deal with invading enemies at any time. He didn't know whether the other person was here specifically to deal with Sun Feifei, or whether he was a professional player who took advantage of the night to kill people and steal goods. Classmate Xiao Ai immediately prepared herself and was ready to fight back at any time. The car in the distance slowly approached, and Zhang Tuohai always felt familiar looking at the car. When the car drove in front of him, Zhang Tuohai slapped his thigh fiercely. Isn't this Song Shukong's car? One feature of Song Shukong's car is that there is a lightning bolt, sloth, from Zootopia painted on the hood. When Zhang Tuohai had nothing to do, he casually asked why he was drawing this thing. Song Xiaokong said that the sloth was the copyright of Disney, and she wanted to see if Disney could let a lawyer fly a helicopter to pick her up and take her to court. However, judging from the fact that she is still stuck in this world, copyright gangsters like Disney cannot break through the barrier of survival games. However, that sloth has become Song Shukong's car logo. Why is she here? Out of curiosity, Zhang Tuohai turned on the speaker and asked tentatively, Song Xiaokong? Boss? Song Xiaokong rolled down the window. That's right. Zhang Tuohai asked classmate Xiao Ai to continue to be on guard. And at the same time, he walked out of the car. And Song Xiaokong also walked out of the car. With long straight black hair, black jeans and a white t-shirt, she looked like an urban beauty. It was difficult to connect her with a female devil who had just killed a player with a bazooka rocket. Do you know her? Zhang Tuohai asked, pointing to the wreckage of Sun Feifei's car. A despicable thief and cunning liar, Song Xiaokong said through gritted teeth. Oh, what's going on? Tell me. Zhang Tuohai moved out 2 small horses, took out the melon seeds and prepared to eat them. She and I met in this world, and we got along very well. Then, she defrauded me of 6 hamburgers. Later, we met on the road again, and she snatched a purple hamburger from me. Supplies box. I kept chasing after her, but this guy was so cunning that he almost threw me away several times. If I hadn't installed a tracker on her car, she would have really run away, Song Xiao said breathlessly. Is there such a coincidence? Zhang Tuohai was shocked. He didn't expect that Song Xiaokong and Sun Feifei had such a bad relationship. A woman as cunning as Song Xiaokong was deceived by Sun Feifei. No wonder she was pursued with a bazooka. Sun Feifei had her own fault. Then look around here and see if you can find something to make up for your loss, Zhang Tuohai said. Song Xiaokong lowered his head and looked at the pile of smashed cars, and couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. Any good things have probably been blown to pieces, so there's no need to waste this effort. If you have this time, you might as well catch up. Where's the road? Song Xiaokong said, and waved goodbye to Zhang Tuohai. After Song Xiaokong left, Zhang Tuohai rolled up his sleeves. Just because Song Xiaokong couldn't dig something out didn't mean he couldn't dig it out. 001 comes out to work. Zhang Tuohai called the steam self-propelled machine out to help with the work. More than a dozen self-propelled steam machines began to dismantle the remains of Sun Feifei's car. Even the corpses were not spared. Soon, Feifei Sun's car was dismantled, and some metal ingots and metal parts were obtained. Unfortunately, no drawings were taken apart. Several self-propelled steam machines found some things that were not damaged by the bazooka. Unfortunately, they were all women's clothes and cosmetics, which were garbage that could only be decomposed into fertilizer. Sun Feifei's body was also dragged out. Sun Feifei's upper body was basically blown to pieces, and the lower half was scorched and could only be decomposed into fertilizer. Is there really nothing to gain? Zhang Tuohai frowned and felt something tripped under his feet. He looked down and saw a piece of underwear appearing at his feet. The model was obviously Sun Feifei's. It was stained with blood and soil and looked extremely dirty. Zhang Tuohai kicked him in disgust and was about to kick him aside. However, it seemed that the power of the explosion just now was too great and exceeded the limit of the underwear. The underwear was kicked to pieces by Zhang Tuohai. With a soft popping sound, a large amount of stuff poured out of the underwear. Lollipops, Snickers bars, energy bars, fairy bars, electric shockers, master keys, various bottles and jars containing unknown powder, knives, boxes of mineral water and cans, 20 barrels of gasoline, half a portion of chopped pepper fish head, half-eaten roasted corn, and an unloaded Glock pistol. Grass. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. Unexpectedly, Sun Feifei actually hid everything here. It's actually an underwear-type space equipment. Zhang Tuohai didn't know how to evaluate this genius designer. If it hadn't been a coincidence, no one would have discovered where Sun Feifei had done it. Zhang Tuohai started rummaging through the supplies. Naturally, he had to take away the unopened food and water and sell them. Who knows if Sun Feifei put any medicine in it? But it would be safer to eat what she brought herself. Only those leftovers can only be used to decompose into fertilizer. The same fate applies to bottles and cans whose purpose is unknown. Who knows what weird things are inside? As for the electric shock device and the master key, Zhang Tuohai focused on putting them away. These things may work wonders on some special occasions. Looking at the remains of Sun Feifei's body, Zhang Tuohai hesitated and let the steam self-propelled machine throw it into the super fertilizer making machine to break it down into fertilizer. This guy is really a master of deception. Although the game system proves that he is dead. What if there is some kind of prop that resurrects him? Have to guard against it. It was better to completely crush his body and turn it into fertilizer to make Zhang Tuohai feel at ease. Soon, all traces of Sun Feifei's existence in this world were wiped clean. Zhang Tuohai also completely lost his sleepiness and decided to drive on the road. Zhang Tuohai continued to drive forward, and there was a fork not far ahead. However, this fork branched into 3 roads leading to different directions. Under the prompts of the prompt system, Zhang Tuohai chose the path to the mountain. His first goal is to reach the top of the mountain on time, and everything else is secondary. Zhang Tuohai drove forward. The sky gradually brightened, and he could vaguely see some conditions on the road. Not far away, he spotted a wrangler driving slowly on the road. Player or native? Zhang Tuohai stepped on the accelerator and accelerated up to see what happened. Soon, Zhang Tuohai caught up with the car. When he looked in through the window, he was shocked. It turned out that the driver's seat of the car was empty. Not even a person. Chapter 382 Hagrid. Zhang Tuohai was shocked by the empty driving seat. Now, Zhang Tuohai doesn't care even if a monster appears in the driver's seat. No matter how powerful the monster is, it is still mortal and can always be defeated with bullets. Even if bullets can't solve the problem, it's just not powerful enough. However, an empty driver's seat is scary. The driver's seat is empty, but the car can still run normally. Is it a ghost driving the car? Is this article going to shift from soft science fiction to supernatural? Zhang Tuohai's heart was pounding. He had ways to deal with monsters and players. But how to deal with ghosts? Black dog blood? Holy water? Or the 5 thunder dharma? Zhang Tuohai's heart kept racing. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. That is, although there is no one on the seat, there seems to be a pair of hands on the steering wheel. It's just that these hands are a bit strange, as if they are grasping the steering wheel from below. Under the seat, a metal pipe protrudes, and there is a 90-degree bend in front, which is a periscope. Why is there still a periscope? Zhang Tuohai adjusted the camera and looked under the seat. Zhang Tuohai suddenly discovered that there was a mess of hair spinning around under the chair, which seemed to be a human head. At this time, the ball of hair also discovered that someone was observing it, and immediately turned around, revealing a face with a mustache. Hey! Hello! Nice to see you on the journey. My name is Hagrid. What's your name? Zhang Tuohai was startled and stepped on the brake, causing the car to stop. The wrangler also slowly stopped on the side of the road. As soon as the door opened, a dwarf jumped out of the car and walked slowly towards the infantry fighting vehicle with short legs. Seeing that it was a dwarf, Zhang Tuohai breathed a sigh of relief. It would be easier to handle if he was a human. At the same time, he also understood the reason why there was no one in the driver's seat. It was simply that this guy was too short and couldn't see outside when he stepped on the pedals. So he got a periscope and looked like he was driving without a driver. However, a dwarf is actually named Hagrid, which feels oddly inconsistent. Zhang Tuohai secretly complained as he jumped out of the car wearing a steam-powered exoskeleton. Hello! My name is Zhang Tuohai, and I am also a player. Zhang Tuohai bent down and stretched out his hand. Hello! My name is Hagrid. I have dwarfism. Not a monster. Oh my god! You are such a big guy! Hagrid grabbed his hair, stretched out his hand, and seemed to feel something was wrong. He wiped it on his clothes twice, and then stretched out his hand again to hold Zhang Tuohai's hand. The beard and hair on his face are not too inconsistent. Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. By the way, I give you this as a meeting gift. I hope you like it. As he spoke, Hagrid took out a Nanma box from his overalls, opened it carefully, took out 2 cigars from it with a painful look on his face, and handed one of them to Zhang Tuohai. Valley cigar, a special variety in a certain world. After smoking, it can greatly restore mental power and increase mental activity. Mood value plus 15. Doubles the effect on heavy smokers. The game system popped up a prompt. Good stuff. Although Zhang Tuohai does not smoke, he can tell that this is good stuff just by looking at the prompts. Thank you. So be it. Since you gave me a gift, let this be a return gift. Zhang Tuohai took a bottle of gin and handed it to Hagrid. Oh, it's gin. My favorite. I really like this gift, Hagrid said as he rubbed the wine bottle with his unshaven face, with a happy expression on his face. By the way, which world are you from? This car is not bad. Zhang Tuohai took out 2 more cans of beer from the car, threw one of them to Hagrid, and then asked, pretending to be casual. He found that although Hagrid's car was similar to a level 3 6-wheeled off-road vehicle, it seemed to be different. He didn't know if it was due to the world or that it had undergone special modifications. Hee hee. Not bad. This is my treasure. Hearing Zhang Tuohai praise his car, Hagrid's face was full of smiles, and he patted his car vigorously. This is specially modified by me, although it is smaller than ordinary cars. The off-road vehicle has 2 fewer wheels, but it is 50% faster and can save 30% of gasoline. How about it? I'm awesome, Hagrid said as he patted his car. Wow, that's quite impressive. You can actually modify the car yourself? Zhang Tuohai caught the key point in Hagrid's words and asked curiously. It can be changed, but it can only be changed a little bit. There are many restrictions. Hagrid's face was slightly red. However, because his skin color was dark, it couldn't be seen, but the tip of his nose was obviously red. I can understand a little bit of the drawings and can make some changes according to the above. But there are many restrictions. If there were no restrictions, I would have modified this damn seat and cab. The power of this car is good, but it is right we dwarfs are so unfriendly. Hagrid took a depressed sip of beer and said. Zhang Tuohai nodded after hearing this and agreed with Hagrid's statement. If he were a dwarf, he would definitely improve the cab first. Driving with a periscope would be too hellish. From this, it can be seen that what Hagrid said should be true. Even if he can change the drawings, the restrictions will be very high and he can only make limited modifications. However, this is pretty good, as it can actually modify the drawings produced by the game system. To a certain extent, she is a simple and youthful version of Lilith. Which world do you come from? I come from a doomsday wasteland. It's really bad there. There's exhaust gas everywhere in the sky, and you can't even see the sun clearly. Zhang Tuohai took a sip of beer and said, Oh, that's such a bad world. Hagrid nodded empathetically. My last world was an ice field. Although it was very cold, I could hunt a wolf for food every day, and I could still see the sun. Although I can't feel much heat, it's still much better than the wasteland. By the way, I'll give you some wolf meat to try. Hagrid took 2 sips of beer and looked very excited. He pulled out a piece of meat that was larger than his body from the car and handed it to Zhang Tuohai. After drinking a bottle of beer, Hagrid seemed very excited and even began to call Zhang Tuohai brothers. Moreover, Hagrid was very talkative, and it seemed that he was suffocated by not talking to anyone for so long. Zhang Tuohai didn't even give much guidance. He just told him everything about his situation. Judging from the information Hagrid told himself, Hagrid is a person from Zhang Tuohai's original world. He seems to be an actor. He repairs various machines in his spare time. After arriving in this world, he slowly upgraded his car to this level through modifications. And also living through 3 worlds smoothly can be described as smooth sailing. Chapter 383 123 Wooden Man. Seeing Hagrid falling asleep due to alcohol, Zhang Tuohai felt helpless. According to Hagrid's own description, the 3 worlds he had experienced before were actually all about surviving on the ice. He had been fighting various natural disasters. He dealt with all kinds of ice creatures every day, the most common of which were dire wolves. Almost all players in the same area, I've never seen it before. If it weren't for the regional channel, Hagrid even thought that he was the only one entering this survival world. Of course, it's possible that other players saw him, but were scared away by the driverless car. Zhang Tuohai was the first player he saw in this world. No wonder I don't have any precautions. Zhang Tuohai dragged the sleeping Hagrid to his car and closed the door. If what Hagrid said was true, then all his actions would be explained. Of course, it doesn't rule out that Hagrid's acting is superb. and it's all made up. However, since there was no prompt in the prompt system, it meant that Hagrid posed no threat to him, and he could ignore it. Zhang Tuohai didn't bother to care too much about people who didn't pose a threat. Anyway, there won't be any trouble. However, Zhang Tuohai still hopes that Hagrid can live longer. After all, this is the second player he has seen who can change the manufacturing diagram. Maybe there will be something that can help him in the future. Before leaving, Zhang Tuohai left a box of fine cigars for Hagrid. He found this from some unlucky guy's car. A large box full of it. He didn't like smoking, so he kept throwing it there, occasionally taking some out and selling them as luxury goods, since Hagrid likes it very much. Just give him a box. He had seen before that Hagrid probably liked cigars very much. His cigar box was well protected. He would not do this unless he really liked it. I believe this can bring a lot of closer relationships. After dealing with Hagrid, Zhang Tuohai continued to drive on the road. After driving 3 kilometers forward, there was a fork in the road again. But at the fork, a road sign was actually erected. The sign on the road leading to the left says, "Lead to game, 123 wooden man." The sign leading to the road on the right says, "Lead to game, extreme coaster." Seeing the 2 road signs on the highway, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but think deeply. This was obviously an option. To enter a highway, you had to complete a project in order to pass. But which one is better to choose? Zhang Tuohai hesitated between the 2 projects. He has played both of these games in real life, but he just doesn't know how they will be transformed in this survival world. From a literal perspective, the extreme roller coaster should be a test of driving skills and courage. Regarding driving skills, Zhang Tuohai has full confidence in Xiaoyai. If classmate Xiaoyai couldn't handle it, he was sure that 90% of the players here couldn't handle it either. Although this game system is full of holes and traps. So far, it has never released an impossible task. I think Xiaoyai, this extreme roller coaster, can successfully pass the level. As for the 123 wooden man, it is completely unimaginable what it will look like after being transformed by the game system. There are too many variables. It's better to choose the extreme roller coaster. At least it's safe, Zhang Tuohai thought. The winner who chooses the extreme roller coaster will be rewarded with a Whirlpool 2 engine. And the winner who chooses the 123 wooden man will get a vehicle-mounted intelligent control system expansion plugin. The prompt system popped up a prompt. Wait, an expansion plugin for the intelligent control system? Zhang Tuohai pushed back the joystick. He is not unfamiliar with the Whirlpool engine. It has been installed on his car for a long time. Moreover, it is an improved version of Lilith. Even better than the original one. However, the expansion plugin of this intelligent control system is different. It is equivalent to the expansion pack of Xiaoyai, which can add many other functions and expand the database. He has experienced so many worlds, and he only got an extension plugin for music classification, which make the cow listens to every day. There are also ditties from the Wonkai Society. However, when he thought of One Size Broken Voice, Zhang Tuohai suddenly felt that the music expansion plugin was not a good thing. Just when Zhang Tuohai was hesitating, classmate Xiaoyai was excited. Commander, you just said about the expansion plugin. Where is it? Where is it? Seeing classmate Xiaoyai like this, Zhang Tuohai was also a little helpless. Classmate Xiaoyai is good at everything. He is obedient, considerate, and not too troublesome. He obeys Zhang Tuohai's advice. But he gets excited when he hears about extensions and cannot stop him. Go to the 123 wooden man side, and the winner will get an expansion plugin, Zhang Tuohai said. Really? Is it okay? Xiaoyai? Classmate Xiaoyai asked excitedly. Since it's what you need. Of course you can. However, you have to work hard in this competition. Only the winner can get the reward. Understood. Classmate Xiaoyai hit the accelerator twice, making a loud noise. The infantry fighting vehicle drove towards the road marked 123 wooden man. After entering the highway, the game system immediately popped up a prompt. Enter the game 123 wooden man game field. Players can choose to join the game or exit the game. Choose to join the game and eventually win, and you will get an intelligent control system extension plugin. Opting out of the game requires a penalty of 500 units of gas. Would you like to join the game? Certainly. Zhang Tuohai came here just for this plugin, so he naturally refused to give up and clicked to agree. The player has chosen to join the game and is waiting for its players to load. Please wait. Current number of players 10/100. Now introduce the rules of the game. 1. When the game system reads 123 wooden man, all players can move freely. 2. When the sound of the game system stops, all players must stop taking action. 3. Players will be warned by the game system when they violate the rules for the first time. 4. Players will be killed by rockets when they violate the rules for the second time. 5. The length of the road in the game is 10 kilometers, and only the first person to successfully reach the finish line will receive the reward. 6. When the first player successfully reaches the end point, the game ends. 7. Unspecified details are subject to the discretion of the game system. 8. The final right of interpretation is owned by the game system. It seems to be similar to what I've played before. Zhang Tuohai touched his chin and looked at the rules. It doesn't seem too difficult. But the distance is a little long. It's 10 kilometers. Zhang Tuohai looked at the rules in the game and started thinking. However, he did not dare to take it lightly. He has experienced the disgusting aspects of this game system many times. He often digs holes in the details. If he is not careful, he is very likely to be tricked to death. You just have to be more careful. Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. Chapter 384 Harsh Conditions. After Zhang Tuohai chose to participate in the game, the car was restricted from moving and shrouded in a white light, waiting for the players to join the game. Damn. You still have to wait in line. If you can't gather all the players in one day, wouldn't it be a wasted day? Zhang Tuohai complained as he looked at the number of participating players. He has been waiting here for more than half an hour, and the number of people has only reached 35, far away from 100 players. However, he also knew that it was not yet 6 o'clock in the morning, and many players were probably still sleeping. It was already good to gather so many people in half an hour. The situation would probably be better after 6 o'clock in the morning. The time came to 6 o'clock in the morning, and the game system promptly popped up today's reminder. Congratulations to all players for surviving to the second day of this world. This world has prepared some mini games for players. Winners will receive special prizes. You are welcome to participate. Special prize? If you tell me this, I won't be sleepy. Many players' eyes became bright when they saw the prompt from the game system. It's better to say goodbye. After staying in this world for so long, the deepest impression I have is that the richer the prize, the greater the danger. In the last world, the game system rewarded a drone. But more than 700 people died because of this mission. Player, I don't dare to touch it anyway. I really want to give it a try. The game can't be too difficult. I haven't seen what it's like to play a game while driving. There was a lot of noise and debate on the regional channels. However, most players are still upright. The most obvious thing is that the number of players participating in the game continues to increase. The number of participants in Zhang Tuohai's game soon increased to more than 80, and they were almost ready. How come you still have to deduct 500 units of gas when you quit? I take back my favor. It's still that dog system that wants money. That's great. The battle royale I played requires 1,000 units of gas to exit. I only have 300 units in the car. I suddenly feel a little panicked. What should I do? Haha. My super rally only requires 200 units of gas. Why is the amount of gasoline deducted for withdrawing from the race different? Is it related to the difficulty? The more difficult the game, the more gas will be deducted if you want to exit. I don't think that the difficulty is so high. And then designing such a high exit fee is not to force players to death? I feel that the game system is not that bad. Contrary to what you said, the higher the difficulty of the game, the lower the exit fee. That's right. Regional channels are once again embroiled in a row. Looking at the quarrels in the regional channel, Zhang Tuohai shook his head helplessly. These people quarreled in the regional channel every day, but there was no result. As a result, they were very interested every time, and he didn't know where they got such a big addiction. At this moment, classmate Xiao Ai suddenly said, Commander, there seems to be someone outside. Is there anyone there? Zhang Tuohai turned the camera and looked to the side. His car has been shrouded in a white light. But this white light does not completely block the line of sight, and some scenes outside can be vaguely seen. At this time, outside, there seemed to be a figure walking past, seemingly carrying a backpack. Someone walked over just now. Zhang Tuohai asked classmate Xiao Ai curiously. Based on the silhouette of the shadow cast by the opponent, the possibility is as high as 92%. Classmate Xiao Ai said. Why would a person walk over? Shouldn't he be driving? Could it be that there was something wrong with his car, and he came down to explore the road by himself? Zhang Tuohai guessed curiously. However, the number of players participating in the game was already full at this time, and the game system popped up a prompt. The number of players in the game is full and teleportation begins. The white light flickered, And after the white light dissipated, the surrounding scenery changed dramatically. The originally narrow winding mountain road turned into a broad lane hundreds of meters wide. A full 100 lanes. Every car participating in the game has its own track, neatly lined up in a row, with a white starting line just 3 meters away. In the sky not far away, there is a large group of drones hovering in the sky. The most frightening thing is that there is a rocket hanging under each drone. What's going on? Could it be? Zhang Tuohai was shocked. At this moment, the drones dispersed and flew directly above a car. The game will start immediately in 3 seconds. All players please be ready. 3, 2, 1, start. 1, 2, 3 wood, head, person. The sound of mechanical synthesis echoed throughout the road. However, none of the surrounding vehicles started. Everyone was confused by the sudden start of the game and were completely unprepared. After you hear the game sound starting, you must let the car move. Otherwise it will be considered a violation. 1, 2, 3. The mechanical synthesized sound sounded again. Zhang Tuohai reacted the fastest and immediately asked Xiao Ai to start the car. If he violates the rules twice, he will be punished with rockets. He does not dare to challenge the rules of the game system. Boom! Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle roared and rushed forward. When the surrounding vehicles saw Zhang Tuohai rushing out, they also reacted and rushed over together. Blockhead! The mechanical synthesized sound stopped abruptly. Stop quickly! Zhang Tuohai shouted. The infantry fighting vehicle immediately braked. Most of the players also stepped on the brakes. But a few people didn't pay attention and kept driving forward. Warning to violators. The game system's cold synthesized sound rang out. The drones that had been hovering over the heads of several illegal players made a buzzing sound, and at the same time cast infrared rays. A red light enveloped the vehicles. Anyone who was not a fool would have noticed that something was wrong. The rockets mounted under these drones have also been released from insurance and entered the state of being activated. At this time, those players woke up and stepped on the brakes. During the silent period, players are also prohibited from moving in the car. Otherwise it will be regarded as a violation. Along with the sound of the game system, several more drones dropped infrared rays, proving that several more players had violated the rules. Hack! The dog system is really insidious. Zhang Tuohai cursed secretly. Fortunately, he was afraid of something going wrong and stayed in the driving position. Otherwise, if he had been greedy and went to get a cup of coffee, he might have been sentenced to violation now. The game system paused for a few seconds, and all the players did not dare to express their anger. They waited quietly for fear of being judged as a violation by the game system, which would be terrible. The game system stopped for nearly a minute, and no player dared to move. Even if there was sweat on their forehead, they didn't dare to wipe it. Chapter 385: The Consequence of a Foul. Many players were frightened and trembling. This quiet state lasted for a minute before the synthetic mechanical sound of the game system sounded again. 1, 2. The game system chanted and played a long tone. Buzz! As soon as many players heard the sound of the game system, they stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward, hoping to leave here as quickly as possible. If the game system reads at this speed, they can rush out several hundred meters. A car rushed forward crazily. Several players whose engines had been modified many times took the lead and rushed to the front, their speed soaring to hundreds of miles within 1 second. 3 Wooden Man. The game system suddenly read the next few words at an extremely fast speed. Players secretly cursed the game system for not respecting martial ethics and actually resorting to such despicable tricks. However, they did not dare to neglect their movements and stepped on the brakes firmly. However, they rushed too fast at the beginning. Even if many people stepped on the brakes, they could not completely stop the car's momentum. The car still slid forward for a certain distance, leaving 2 tracks on the concrete floor. Black traces. Still moving forward after the sound stops. A foul will be determined and a penalty will be imposed. The game system's emotionless voice sounded. Several drones flew towards the car sliding forward. I didn't move. The car couldn't stop and slid out on its own. It had nothing to do with me. There's something wrong with this rule, and I want to protest. One player saw a drone flying towards him and immediately screamed. If you still talk in the car after the sound stops, it will be a foul. If the total number of fouls reaches 2, it will be cleared. Along with the sound of the game system, a drone released the safety of the rocket and aimed at the player. Upon seeing this, the player immediately stepped on the accelerator and tried to escape. However, no matter how fast the car is, it can't be faster than rockets. Before he had driven 20 meters, a roaring rocket hit him. Boom! The player's car exploded. It turned into a burning fireball. This scene made all the players present feel cold in their hearts. Although the game system has already mentioned the punishment for 2 fouls before, no words can compare to the shock of the scene in front of me. Seeing the car turning into a fireball, the players around them were silent and felt chills in their hearts. Many people began to regret why they participated in the game just for rewards. Wouldn't it be better to just pay the fine and quit? What a cruel attack! Some players muttered in a low voice. If you are still talking in the car after the sound stops, it will be a foul. If the total number of fouls reaches 2, you will be cleared. Another drone flew towards the player, who was muttering secretly. No! I don't want to die! That player had just witnessed the tragic death of other players. When he saw the drone flying, he immediately screamed, took out a light machine gun and fired at the drone, trying to shoot down the drone. However, by this time, the drone had already launched a rocket. Boom! The rocket hit the player's car. Without any accident, the player and the car turned into a fireball. Hiss! Several players couldn't help but gasp when they saw this. Judgment of foul. Accumulate once and issue a warning. Several drones flew over the cars and turned on infrared illumination. Seeing this, several female players couldn't help but subconsciously cover their mouths with their hands. However, their actions were also judged as fouls by the game system, and several drones flew over and turned on the illumination. Seeing this, the other players tightly grasped the steering wheel with both hands, not daring to make the slightest move. The game system stayed for 2 minutes. After seeing that no player had violated any rules, it started reading the lines again. 1, 2, 3. The game system continued to chant in long tones. This time, those players learned their lesson and did not dare to drive fast again, for fear that they would not be able to stop and would be judged as a foul by the game system. They controlled the speed of the car at 3 miles and slowly moved forward on the road. This speed ensured that when they stepped on the brakes, the car would stop immediately without sliding forward at all. However, Zhang Tuohai didn't care about that and ran forward at a speed of 40 miles. Since Xiao Ai was there, he could stop immediately when the game system finished reading. There were also a few players who were more confident in their driving skills. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's appearance, they became more courageous and increased their speed to around 25 miles. Blockhead. The game system finished reading the words at normal speed. Many players have stepped on the brakes. Some players even stepped on the brakes when the game system was halfway through the sentence. This time, no player was called foul for sliding forward. However, circles rose up under the feet of several players in the front row. Among them is Zhang Tuohai. Seeing the halo of light rising under their feet, many players wondered what was going on. One player even cried out. Halfway through the call, the player suddenly remembered the rules and couldn't help but trembled, with a look of horror in his eyes. However, strangely, the game system did not call him a foul. The other players also looked at this scene in shock, wondering what was going on. However, they did not dare to ask. Seemingly seeing the doubts of many players, the game system gave a rare explanation. Each time it stops, 5 players will be randomly selected among the top 10 players, and a safety halo will be raised for them. Within the safety halo, players can move and speak freely, and will not be judged as a foul. Is there such a good thing? After hearing this, many players showed excitement and looked at the 5 lucky players who had gained the halo of safety with envy. They can actually move around freely without being punished. Real? Several players who had obtained a halo of safety were in disbelief. One player tentatively raised his little finger, and he was shocked to find that nothing happened. Ha! I can move! I can move freely! The player cheered, seeing that everything was fine. The remaining players couldn't help but relax one by one, moving their joints that had become a little stiff due to long-term tight postures. Even Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but stretch. It has to be said that although some things may seem inconspicuous, their value will only be discovered once they are lost. Zhang Tuohai stretched, picked up the cup and took a sip of water, then found a comfortable position, and laid down on the command chair so that he could be more comfortable when he was still for a while. When the remaining players saw how comfortable these 5 players were, their eyes were filled with jealousy, and they wished they could take their place. Chapter 386 Bombardment and Counterattack. Zhang Tuohai drank water while adjusting the camera to check the status of the surrounding players. The expressions of other players naturally fell into his eyes. What is the purpose of the game system? To stir up conflicts among players? But, is this useful? Zhang Tuohai didn't know what the purpose of the game system was for doing this. But with his understanding of the game system, he knew that the game system was definitely not holding back anything good. If it could design this rule, it must have a purpose. If it can't be done well, you will be tricked by the opponent for a while. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai became cautious and alert to possible traps. The game system did not remain deadlocked for too long. After seeing that no player committed another foul, a new round started. 1, 2, 3. The emotionless mechanical synthesized sound sounded again. Buzz! All players stepped on the accelerator again and drove forward. But this time some players were bolder and increased their speed to 10 miles. However, a few players who were confident in their driving skills or their vehicles increased their speed, starting at least 30 miles. What shocked Zhang Tuohai the most was that one player actually pushed the accelerator to 100, rushed over with a Qi Juechen, and surpassed Zhang Tuohai in the blink of an eye. What is this guy going to do? Be first? Zhang Tuohai looked curiously. Who would have known that the player started to slam on the brakes after passing Zhang Tuohai, and only stopped when the game system read, people. Many players also stopped their cars. Several halos of light rose from the cars of the first few players. A halo of light rose from under the player's car. Success! The player was overjoyed when he saw this and immediately pressed a button. The rear door of the car slowly opened, and a black cannon protruded from the muzzle. What the hell are you doing? A player who was parked behind him asked in a panic. Of course I will kill you. As long as I kill you all, I will be the first and I can get the reward, the player said and pressed the switch. Boom! A ball of flame spurted out from the muzzle, and the player's car that had been following him was directly blown into pieces by the artillery. Hack! This is a lunatic! Zhang Tuohai cursed in his heart. He didn't expect that a player would come up with such an idea and actually want to take advantage of the free time to kill other players and get rewards. The other players were restricted from moving and could only watch him do it, unable to resist or even curse. Ha! Who will you choose next? The player laughed crazily and aimed the cannon at the next player. Dare to hit me! I will drag you to death with me! The targeted player cursed, set up his machine gun, and prepared to fight back. Continuous violations of the rules will be cleared. A drone targeted the vehicle and fired rockets. After a loud boom, the player and the car were blown into a fireball. What an idiot! I didn't even need to do anything! The previous player sneered when he saw this and continued to look for the target. Soon, he set his target on Zhang Tuohai. There was no way. Zhang Tuohai had always been in the first rank, not far away from him, and the car was so eye-catching that it was difficult not to notice. The most important thing is that in this round, Zhang Tuohai's car has no safety halo and cannot fight back. The player licked his lips, with a fierce look in his eyes. Oh! If I usually dare not provoke you, but now you can't move, then don't blame me for taking action. Only by taking this opportunity to get rid of you can I get the prize. The player sneered in his heart and pressed the button. Boom! A shell directly hit the armor of Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle. The player licked his lips excitedly. He even thought about the infantry fighting vehicle being blown to pieces. It's a pity that such a good car doesn't belong to me. The player had a look of regret on his face. But it doesn't matter. As long as I get the reward, I can improve the car to this level. Or even better. The player twitched his lips, seeming to think of his future life of driving a top-notch tank, holding a beautiful woman in his arms, and drinking fine wine. However, I woke up from the next sweet dream. When the smoke cleared, Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle was actually unscathed. It can't be said that it was unscathed. The outer armor was dented inward, but it was not penetrated. How is this possible? The player's eyes widened. He looked at Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle in disbelief. It's obviously just an infantry fighting vehicle, not a main battle tank. And it doesn't have reactive armor. How can it withstand direct fire from my artillery? This is a 105mm rifle gun. If you do it again, I don't believe you can resist, the player said fiercely and continued to load the shells, preparing to continue attacking. 1, 2, 3. The game system made a sound, and the next round began. You're lucky, but you can't outrun me. I'll still be first next time. And I'll definitely get a safety halo. If it doesn't work once, try a few more times, and you can always break through the armor. The player retracted his hand angrily and prepared to continue rushing forward. However, he saw a horrifying scene in the rearview mirror. Zhang Tuohai was driving while adjusting the muzzle, and the huge 105 muzzle was already aimed at him. Hack. Is he crazy? He actually dares to drive a car and hit a moving target? You used to be a tank driver? The player was shocked and turned the steering wheel rapidly, shaking left and right in front of him. trying to interfere with Zhang Tuohai's aim. I have some ideas, but it would be too naive to think that you can get rid of my attack this way. Zhang Tuohai sneered and pressed a button. Whoosh whoosh. There was a whistling sound. A honeycomb rocket in the launch slot was directly emptied. More than a dozen rockets completely covered hundreds of square meters in front. No matter how flexible the player's position was, he could not avoid this large-scale AoE damage. Boom boom! There were explosions one after another. A burst of thick smoke rose. After the smoke cleared, a large area ahead was completely turned into scorched earth, leaving only huge craters and pieces of metal scattered among them. Blockhead! The sound of the game system also stopped at the right time. Zhang Tuohai stopped the infantry fighting vehicle. When the other players saw Zhang Tuohai actually launching rockets, they were afraid of being accidentally injured and stopped long ago. The whole playground was silent. A halo of security rose from beneath the infantry fighting vehicle. Chapter 387 Winning. Looking at the halo of safety rising under his feet, Zhang Tuohai showed a smile. This time is just right. Zhang Tuohai rotated the turret 180 degrees towards the players behind him. The players immediately became frightened when they saw this. The smoke from Zhang Tuohai's thunderous strike just now has not cleared up yet. If Zhang Tuohai does this to them again, I am afraid no one will survive. Are we going to die in this game? Such a thought appeared in everyone's mind, and they couldn't help but panic. Through the camera, Zhang Tuohai had a panoramic view of everyone's expressions. This was exactly the effect he wanted. I am not a murderer. Zhang Tuohai turned on the loudspeaker. I have only one goal, and that is to win the championship and get the prize. So, please cooperate with me, and don't come within 200 meters of me. Otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen. So thank you all. Zhang Tuohai is not the virgin. But killing these players here will not do him any good. Not to mention the waste of ammunition and the inability to collect the remains of the car. It was a complete loss-making business. In this case, it is better to use force to intimidate everyone so that they dare not approach, so that he can easily pocket the things. These players can also make their due contributions to him in the future, such as being leaks or something. In comparison, killing is just a bad idea. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that Zhang Tuohai did not intend to go on a killing spree. As long as Zhang Tuohai doesn't intend to kill them, then why not give him the game prize? Looking at the road that had been reduced to scorched earth by rocket bombs, no one dared to say even a word. No. A transaction was confirmed silently. The next thing was simple. Zhang Tuohai led the way, and everyone behind them drove forward slowly, lowering their speed to 3 miles per hour for fear of catching up with Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai didn't completely believe them, so he kept pointing the turret at the players behind him. A few players still weren't too determined to give up, and kept wandering around, looking for opportunities to rush over. Unfortunately, Zhang Tuohai directly designated the 200 meters behind him as a restricted area. Any player who comes even slightly close will be warned by the cannon, giving them no chance at all. Upon seeing this, several players immediately slowed down and rejoined the group of players. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai drove forward, maintaining a stable balance with the players. Seeing that there were only 300 meters away from the finish line, just when Zhang Tuohai was about to cross the finish line in one go, there was a sudden roar among the players, and a car rushed through the crowd. He came out and even turned on the nitrogen acceleration, obviously hoping to rush over and snatch the championship. Court death. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai fired the 6-round pursuit cannon in the direction of the car. Boom! Boom! The dense projectiles completely blocked the entire space. It was too late for the car to brake, and it crashed into the metal storm. When the metal storm swept over, the car overturned like a honeycomb on the side of the road. The tragic situation of this player was like a bucket of cold water poured on the heads of many players, completely extinguishing their illusions. Humph. If it weren't for the fact that car wreckage cannot be collected here, and it's all a loss-making business. Do you think you can survive until now? Zhang Tuohai snorted coldly and drove steadily across the finish line. Player Zhang Tuohai won the victory with 123 wooden figures and won the championship prize. The game ended, and the teleportation started after 1 minute. Following the prompts from the game system, the drones hovering in the sky flew into the distance one after another. Teleporting in 1 minute? You're actually playing a trick here. Zhang Tuohai sneered. The game system can completely teleport everyone away after the game is over, but it leaves a minute in between, which is a bit intriguing. This is clearly intended to encourage many players to grab the prizes. In the end, no matter who wins or loses, there must be casualties. This is the ultimate goal of the game system. Many players also thought of this level, and their originally silent thoughts became active again. Before, I was bound by the rules of the game, but now, the restraints are gone. Moreover, there were a large number of them, nearly 100 of them, and Zhang Tuohai only had one person. In terms of absolute strength, they had an absolute advantage. Perhaps, we can use our advantage to force the prize over. A player's heart moved. He opened the car door and said to Zhang Tuohai, "My friend, you were a little too unreasonable just now. You actually used unfair competition methods." Before the player could finish speaking, Zhang Tuohai's quadruple 23mm cannon fired. In the blink of an eye, a single cannonball with a firing rate of 1,000 rounds/minute tore the player into pieces. Zhang Tuohai didn't bother to listen to their nonsense. If they dared to talk nonsense, he would directly suppress them with thunderous means. At this time, the competition is about who is more ruthless. Otherwise, they will regard them as weak and can be bullied. Although the strength of the players on the opposite side is not as good as his, there are so many of them that if they cannot control them immediately, things may develop in an unpredictable direction. Sure enough, when they saw Zhang Tuohai raising his hand to kill Zhang Tuohai without letting him finish his words, those players suddenly fell silent. If they attack in groups, Zhang Tuohai may have to scramble. However, no one wants to stand out at this time. Everyone knows that whoever stands out first will die. No one is willing to use his life to make a wedding dress for others. It became eerily quiet. Time passed slowly, minute by minute. In the minds of many players, 1 minute has never felt so long. Finally, the minute is up. White light enveloped everyone. Many players breathed a sigh of relief. If they had a choice, they would definitely not want to get it done. With Zhang Tuohai, the pressure would be too great. Zhang Tuohai returned to his original place and looked around. It was still the same as before he set off. It is finally over. Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. Although the game just didn't last long, Zhang Tuohai felt more tired than before after driving for a day, mainly due to mental stress. Although he looked arrogant in front of the players just now, he was also beating a drum in his heart. If those players collectively resisted him, he would really be in a hurry. Fortunately, things went smoothly. Zhang Tuohai had something like a USB flash drive in his hand, which was an expansion plugin. Vehicle Intelligent Control System Extension Plugin, Game Expansion Pack. "Commander, hurry up. I want it," Xiaoyai said, opening a cover and revealing the interface inside. Chapter 388 Strange Scrapped Car. "You guys, aren't you just a game expansion pack? Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhang Tuohai reluctantly inserted the expansion plugin in his hand into the interface. "Although it is just a game expansion pack, it has indeed increased the database. As long as I see the database being enriched, I will be happy," Xiaoyai said. "Fine." Zhang Tuohai also doesn't understand the logical model of AI. As long as Xiaoyai feels happy, that's enough. What's more, with the game expansion pack, he will have more ways to entertain himself in the future. For example, if you have nothing to do, play a game of Stardew Valley or Civilization or something. It is estimated that when he finished the game, he looked up and saw that he had reached the end of the world. Wouldn't that be wonderful? If he could go back to his original world, he could even write a book about this experience. He had already thought of the title of the book, and it was called "About the Time I Arrived in the Road Survival World." Had a prompt system, and had nothing to do in the game world except to kill time by playing games. It should be a big hit. Right? Zhang Tuohai guessed. Forget it. Let's wait until we return to the original world. The short-term goal is to climb to the top of Spiral Mountain. Zhang Tuohai collected his thoughts and ordered Xiaoyai to continue driving forward. The infantry fighting vehicle slowly started and drove forward. The road is still a winding mountain road with cliffs on the left and cliffs on the right. There are rocks everywhere where you look, and you can't see any green at all, as if you are coming to a bare stone mountain. However, this has nothing to do with Zhang Tuohai. He is playing a great casual simulator with a mouse. Hack! 1800 days of everlasting night. You are hacking kidding me. Zhang Tuohai angrily deleted the file. "Commander, a scrapped car was found ahead," classmate Xiaoyai suddenly said. "What?" Zhang Tuohai immediately quit the game and switched the monitor to the camera. Sure enough, not far ahead, there was a scrapped car parked on the roadside. This is a level 3 six-wheeled off-road vehicle that has been modified several times. It is covered with anti-collision grills and has headlights and machine guns on the roof. However, at this time, the glass of the vehicle was broken. The door fell to the ground, and various items in the vehicle were scattered on the floor. The hood was lifted, and smoke was rising from inside. There was a fight! Zhang Tuohai became nervous when he saw this, and quickly put on his steam-powered exoskeleton. Commander, there are no other living creatures found around, Xiao Ai said. The prompt system did not issue a warning. Zhang Tuohai then got out of the infantry fighting vehicle and began to check the details. After careful inspection, Zhang Tuohai suddenly realized that the damage to the car was not as serious as imagined. There were two really violent damages to the car. One was the door that was torn off, and the other was the hood. The car door was thrown to the ground, and looking at the broken part, it seemed that someone had torn it off with great force. The hood was lifted, and it seemed that it was opened too hard, causing some damage to the rotating shaft. But most of the things inside were intact, at least according to Zhang Tuohai's level. It is complete, although the car looked very messy. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that it was just the result of rough rummaging, and there was no substantial damage. Zhang Tuohai checked the things scattered on the ground. There are many things, including fresh meat, canned food, chocolate, lollipops, cigarettes, mineral water, tea, scattered bullets, pistol magazines, body armor, water collectors, engineer shovels, and survival knives. The types were very diverse, covering almost all the main resources needed for outdoor survival. Was he attacked by a wild beast? Zhang Tuohai guessed. If it is attacked by players or other similar players, there is no reason why these supplies will not be taken away. Even if the indigenous people don't know the food produced by modern industry, they should know the fresh meat and survival knives. There is no reason to throw these things here. Could it be a wild animal attack? This isn't right. Wild animals also know fresh meat, so they wouldn't just throw it away casually. Right. The meat is still very fresh and has not spoiled. Zhang Tuohai felt a little headache looking at the messy things on the ground. Before he came to this world, he had been obsessed with mystery and detective novels for a while. He also imagined that he could become a detective and solve various mysterious cases to find the murderer. But looking at this chaotic scene, Zhang Tuohai felt a deep sense of powerlessness. There were so many threads, but no suitable entry point. Look for the car owner nearby to see if this guy is still alive. If he is still alive, maybe it will be clearer just by asking, Zhang Tuohai said. Commander, a body was found on the roadside 20 meters ahead. If I guess correctly, it should be the body of the car owner. Classmate Xiao Ai suddenly said. Huh? Take me to see it. Zhang Tuohai heard this and walked over immediately. 20 meters in front of the car, a male body was lying on the roadside. The man was wearing a jacket and jeans, with a look of horror on his face. His fatal injury was a logging axe nailed to his back. The logging axe was inserted into half of his body, and his heart was chopped into pieces. Dark red blood flowed from the wound and accumulated in a small pool on the ground. The method is really fierce. This strength is not small. Zhang Tuohai picked up the logging axe. It weighed more than 20 kilograms and was definitely not something that ordinary people could use. Moreover, it penetrated so deeply into the body of the deceased, indicating that the other party must be quite strong. Finally, being able to use a logging axe to kill someone means that the murderer is probably a human being or a humanoid creature. Normal beasts cannot use tools such as lumber axes that are suitable for humans. Zhang Tuohai checked beside the body for a long time, but did not come to any valid conclusion. Just when he was frowning, he suddenly froze. Why the hell do I have to try to find out who killed this guy? I'm here to survive. What does the murder case have to do with me? I'm just looking for some supplies that I can use. Zhang Tuohai slapped himself on the head and asked 001 to come out with several steam self-propelled machines to clean up the mess. The steam self-propelled machines began to clean the scene, and soon the car was dismantled into metal ingots. He also generously contributed a drawing to Zhang Tuohai. Microwave oven manufacturing drawings. It's a pity that Zhang Tuohai already has it, so he can only find opportunities to sell this extra blueprint to other players. As for the various dropped materials, Zhang Tuohai did not waste them. He asked 001 to sort them and throw them into the warehouse, waiting for an opportunity to sell them to players. After cleaning up all this, Zhang Tuohai got back into the infantry fighting vehicle and continued on the road. In the car, Zhang Tuohai always felt that the scene was a bit strange, but he couldn't pinpoint what was strange. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Let's play games for a while. Zhang Tuohai just picked up the mouse and prepared to open a new archive. Commander, another scrapped car was found ahead, Xiao Ai suddenly said. Chapter 389 Natsuki. What? Another one? Jong Tuohai was surprised when he heard this. If there is only one car, it may be a sudden accident. But if it happens continuously, it is not a good sign. Let's go over and have a look. Jong Tuohai quickly drove the car to the scene of the incident. Sure enough, not far ahead, a car was parked on the side of the road. It was similar to the previous car. The door was torn off, and a lot of things were scattered on the ground. Alert! Jong Tuohai walked down wearing a steam exoskeleton and inspected the car carefully. The damage to the car was similar to that of the previous car. The door was torn off. The hood was lifted. And many items were scattered on the ground. 2 bodies, 1 man and 1 woman, were lying on the roadside dozens of meters away. The fatal injuries were all on the back. One had a crowbar stuck in his back, and the other was cut in half by a chainsaw. The chainsaw was thrown aside. TSK! TSK! It's so miserable! Jong Tuohai smacked his lips and turned the body over, ready to see the situation from the front. When the female body was turned over, Jong Tuohai was stunned. Natsuki! He knew the woman as his ex-girlfriend. They dated her for a few years before entering the survival world. They were planning to get married right after graduation. However, Jong Tuohai wanted to go home and inherit his family's soy products shop, while Xiaoshu yearned more for the feasting life in first-tier cities. And the two eventually broke up. Later I heard that a local executive was hired less than 2 months after the breakup. After hearing about it, Jong Tuohai got very drunk. After that, he deleted all contact information of Natsuki, originally thinking that the two would never have the chance to meet again in this life. Unexpectedly, we met again in this survival world. And in this way, Natsuki's face is a little pale, and her skin is a little dry and rough. But her delicate appearance from back then can still be vaguely seen. She was wearing a sportswear from the original world, with a lot of dirt on it. Unlike her who had to wash clothes every day, Jong Tuohai raised her hand and looked at it. The nails were filled with black dirt. Huh? If it were before, she would never be like this. Jong Tuohai slowly stood up, took out a barrel of gasoline from the car, poured it on Xiaoshu's body, lit a windproof lighter, and threw it on the body. Call! A raging fire broke out. After all, Natsuki was his ex-girlfriend, and her death was like a lamp being extinguished. This last fire was the last bit of love from the past, so that her body would not be destroyed by wild beasts. As for the junior next to him, who was split in half by a chainsaw, Jong Tuohai didn't even have the mood to take a look. Who are you? 001. Dismantle all these things for me and transport them back to the warehouse. When a person dies, things naturally become ownerless, and he can naturally take them all. Just think of it as gas money. After packing up the things, Jong Tuohai continued to drive forward in the infantry fighting vehicle. His mood became so bad that he was no longer in the mood to play games. It's not Natsuki's problem. In fact, Xiaoshu had long been forgotten in his heart. If he hadn't seen Xiaoshu's body today, he might not have taken the initiative to think of this person. This was also one of the reasons why Xiaoshu and he were assigned to the same area. But he didn't find each other. What really bothers Jong Tuohai is that there is danger hidden on this road. It should be some kind of creature. It is very powerful. It can easily swing a 20-pound logging axe and pierce a crowbar through a person's spine. It's definitely not something an ordinary person can do. What could it be? Jong Tuohai held his chin and thought about the various monsters he encountered in this world. In terms of strength, only the Yeti seems to be able to match it. But the Wendigo attacks with its claws and does not know how to use weapons, especially human chainsaws. The Black Knights are consistent in terms of means, but their power is not that great. Is it some new type of clone? Jong Tuohai thought secretly in his heart. However, there were too few clues, and he couldn't figure out the reason. Xiao Ai can only be alerted to suspicious humanoid creatures around her. After walking forward for another 20 minutes, Jong Tuohai came to an intersection. This intersection was the intersection of 2 winding mountain roads, and then divided into 2 other roads. However, one needed to cross a suspension bridge, and the other the road needs to pass through a huge tunnel. After passing the suspension bridge and walking 10 kilometers forward, you can find a purple supply box. When passing through the tunnel, you will encounter a large number of bat attacks. At the same time, you need to pass through a 10-kilometer long lightless tunnel. There is a large amount of sewage accumulated in the tunnel. The car requires a certain amount of water wading ability, and a 200-kilometer detour through the mountain road. Enter the normal highway. The game system prompted. Is there any other choice? Only a fool would choose to pass through the tunnel. Right. It's laborious and thankless. Zhang Tuohai drove the infantry fighting vehicle to the suspension bridge. Looking at the swinging suspension bridge, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Can this rope hold up my infantry fighting vehicle? Zhang Tuohai had some doubts in his heart. He looked back at the tunnel not far away. If the warning system hadn't prompted him, he might have gone through the tunnel. Mainly because this suspension bridge is really unsettling. Forget it. Let's give it a try. Since the prompt system has prompted it, it shouldn't be a problem. However, should we raise the hot air balloon so that even if the suspension bridge breaks, the car will not fall? Zhang Tuohai was preparing to raise the hot air balloon when the prompt system suddenly rang. Please be sure not to open the hot air balloon. When the car passes through the suspension bridge, strong winds will blow by. The hot air balloon will rise, and the reduced gravity will cause the car to lose weight or even be blown off the bridge. There is a lot of turbulence in the canyon, and it is easy to hit the mountain wall. If you don't raise the hot air balloon, you will be in danger. Is there such a thing? Zhang Tuohai was shocked. Although what the prompt system said was a bit mysterious, Zhang Tuohai still chose to believe it. If it weren't for the reminder system, he would have died long ago. He is still alive and well now. It was all cultivated by the system. He has no reason not to believe it. Classmate Xiao Ai, walk onto the bridge and see what is different about this bridge, Zhang Tuohai ordered. Understood. Classmate Xiao Ai drove the car onto the suspension bridge. Sure enough, as soon as the infantry fighting vehicle stepped on the suspension bridge, strong winds started blowing, causing the suspension bridge to sway continuously, and even made a squeaking sound, making people doubt that the bridge would be damaged next moment. Will break. If it were an ordinary player, he would probably be scared by the appearance of the suspension bridge and turn around and go through the tunnel. But Zhang Tuohai is different. He is a man with system prompts. Keep going! Zhang Tuohai ordered. Chapter 390 The Chaotic Laboratory. Strong gusts of wind kept blowing the bridge deck, causing the suspension bridge to sway. Moreover, the shaking is getting bigger and bigger. Don't stop. Keep driving forward. It's no big deal, Zhang Tuohai said. Understood. Xiao Ai held the accelerator steady and continued to drive forward. Creaking, creaking. The rope made an overwhelming sound, and the bridge deck shook more and more. Looking at the rapids below the canyon made people dizzy. Even an experienced driver would be frightened when driving on a bridge like this. However, Zhang Tuohai was different. He even made himself a cup of coffee. It wasn't that his driving skills were great, but that he completely handed over the control of the car to classmate Xiao Ai, while he turned off the monitor and went to do other things. Even if he experienced that scene through the monitor, he could feel his blood pressure rising uncontrollably. It's too difficult. So let's leave it to classmate Xiao Ai. As for Zhang Tuohai himself, he wandered to the kitchen and made himself a cup of milk tea to soothe his mood. Buzz! As soon as Zhang Tuohai walked to the kitchen, the engine roared. Wu Chao! Xiao Ai! What do you want to do? Zhang Tuohai's legs went weak, and he almost sat on the ground. The location they are currently on is a squeaking suspension bridge. How dare classmate Xiao Ai speed up here? Moreover, it seems that the turbo engine supercharging mode is also turned on. The turbo engine supercharged mode accelerates very quickly, and the only disadvantage is that the vibration is relatively large. If you are on the road normally, this small flaw is nothing. But the problem is that this is a suspension bridge that is constantly shaking and may disintegrate at any time. Xiao Ai actually turned on the boost mode. Is this going crazy? Zhang Tuohai stumbled towards the command chair. My feet slipped on the road and I almost tripped. When he stumbled to the command position, the car had accelerated to the extreme. There was a cracking sound outside. The ropes of sections of the suspension bridge began to break, and a large number of planks fell into the rushing water below the canyon, disappearing without a trace. It's over. I'm going to die. Zhang Tuohai felt cold in his heart. Buzz! The infantry fighting vehicle rushed towards the other side of the cliff, and even flew directly in midair. Zhang Tuohai closed his eyes tightly. Bang! The infantry fighting vehicle hit the shore opposite the cliff heavily, and its two wheels were still hanging outside the cliff. Commander, it's past, classmate Xiao Ai said. Call! Zhang Tuohai let out a long breath and leaned on the command chair. He felt his heart pounding. He adjusted the camera. Only two steel cables of the suspension bridge behind him were still barely supporting the cliff, and the rest were broken. The wooden planks on the bridge also fell into the river of the canyon and disappeared. If the speed had been slower just now, the car might have fallen into the cliff. What happened just now? Why did you suddenly use supercharger? You can pass by driving slowly normally? Zhang Tuohai asked. Hey, I played GTA for a while before and found it quite interesting. So I used it. Xiao Ai said sheepishly. Of course. Before using it, I have made precise calculations to ensure that it can be passed before executing it. Command officer, aren't you angry? If you don't like it, I won't use this method of passing in the future. Asterisk. GTA? Zhang Tuohai was very angry after hearing this. Xiao Ai was a model of safe driving before, but after playing GTA for a while, he turned into a road killer. It would have been better if he had played GTA for a while. No, you can't play games without my permission from now on, Zhang Tuohai said angrily. Seeing classmate Xiao Ai's aggrieved look, Zhang Tuohai's heart softened. Okay, you can still play, but you are only allowed to play every Friday and Saturday at 8 o'clock in the evening, for 1 hour each time. That's okay. Bar? Okay. A smile bloomed on classmate Xiao Ai's face again. There is really no way. Zhang Tuohai scratched his head and then warned. Be careful when driving in the future. Unless necessary, don't use such a dangerous method. Clear. As soon as Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he felt someone tugging at his trousers. Zhang Tuohai lowered his head and saw that it was actually a fortune. Why are you pulling me? Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. You kicked me just now, and I'm in pain now. Wang Kai pointed to his waist and said, I haven't left any heirs yet. If I die, you will be responsible. I said that I seemed to have tripped just now. It turned out to be you. Why did you get under my feet without any problems? Zhang Tuohai immediately beat him up. Why do you mean I'm crawling under your feet? Wang Caiqi's nose was crooked. I went to cook, but I got kicked by you innocently. You paid for my waist. Wang Kai started rolling on the ground to show off. I'm not a girl. Who can see how cute she is? Zhang Tuohai rubbed Wang Cai's belly with his feet. Okay, I'll give you an extra lunch. A roasted kidney. That's okay. No, at least 2, Wang Kai said, licking the saliva from the corner of his mouth. 2 or just 2? How about this? You take out the barbecue grill at noon. Grill a few more skewers of grilled leeks. Make some vermicelli. And get some oysters. By the way, I remember there seems to be a geoduck in the freezer. You can arrange it as well, Zhang Tuohai said. His several freezers were filled with various seafood caught by Zhao Wanwan from the ice and snow world, and he had only eaten a fraction of it until now. Okay, I'll get ready right now. When Wang Kai heard this, his waist and back no longer hurt, and he quickly got into the kitchen to tinker. This guy. Zhang Tuohai shook his head helplessly. He stood up from his seat, ready to see how Lilina was progressing. Zhang Tuohai walked into Lilina's laboratory. A mechanical arm is crawling around on the huge desk. Half of the plate armor is spinning around on the ground. 2 eyeballs are rolling around on the ground. A steam self-propelled machine is chasing behind. Lilina is holding half of the arm. I put a gear on a head, and the head was still shouting. It's not this gear. This one is too big. It can't be inserted in. Please change it to a smaller one. Don't force it in. Put some engine oil in it. Can any kind-hearted person help me? Give me the engine oil. Looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, Zhang Tuohai felt that the way he entered was not right. He exited and entered again, and the scene was still the same. Did I not sleep well last night and hallucinated? Zhang Tuohai rubbed his temples painfully. At this time, Lilina looked up and saw Zhang Tuohai pushing in the door. She was very happy. You're here. Great. Come help me quickly and hold her down. She's a little disobedient. By the way, on the table over there, there is an oil can that can help me get it. And there are 2 eyeballs on the ground that can be picked up for me. Thank you. Chapter 391 Concept of Unit 1. What are you doing? Why are you so messed up? Zhang Tuohai stepped on an eyeball that rolled past his eyes and picked it up. Zhang Tuohai was shocked to find that the eyeball was actually made of glass and filled with precision mechanical parts. He accidentally picked up the oil can from the table, walked to Lilina, and helped her hold down half of the head that kept yelling. After the 2 of them worked together, Lilina finally installed a set of gears. Phew, I'm so exhausted. Lilith took the eyeball from Zhang Tuohai's hand and stuffed it into the eye socket of half of his head. Ah, I'm blind. I can't see anything. Half of his head shouted loudly. The direction of your eyes is wrong. You idiot. Lilina said helplessly. Really? Don't lie to me. Half of the head began to adjust its eyeballs, and the metal eyeballs began to move around in the sockets. Ah, it turns out it's true. I finally saw it. Ha ha ha. I am the god of Gulana hidden deep in the darkness. All realms. Shut up. Lilina casually stuck a screwdriver into the gap of a set of gears. The gears could not rotate, and the half of her head could not speak. She could only keep changing the shape of her mouth. But no sound came out. What are you doing here? Zhang Tuohai pulled up a stool and sat down and asked. He clearly remembered that Lilina was researching ways to recover the body. So why did she come up with so many mechanical creations? What are all the messy things in this house? You are talking about this. But you are not my sister. I feel that the body made of ordinary meat is too fragile. It can neither resist flames nor blades. It relies too much on constant temperature. Even the quality of the air. Even if it's a little bit close. There will be an existential crisis. In the end, I still feel that it is better to mix the body and the machine. However, it is still in the experimental stage. And there is something wrong with this guy's character setting. So it became like this. However, these are all minor problems, and will be solved soon. You have to believe in my sister, and my strength. Lilina added that she was afraid that Zhang Tuohai would terminate the funding if he felt that the prospects of the experiment were not optimistic. If you like pure flesh, you can also conduct corresponding research. However, it will be difficult to improve the strike resistance of the physical trunk. And the input and output are not proportional. Lilina tilted her head towards the brooch on her chest and continued. It doesn't matter. According to your research, the stronger the anti-strike ability, the better. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and agreed with Lilina's research direction. What he needs are obedient servants and helpers. Of course, the stronger the ability to withstand strikes, the better. As long as the strength is strong enough. Even if they are not humanoid, it will not be a problem. Fully corporeal servants have no advantages at all except that they can warm the bed. Really? It's great that you agreed. I thought you would choose the one with a lot of excess fat. Lilina gestured. If yes, it's best. If not, that's fine. Performance will be given priority. Thank you. Zhang Tuohai took the water glass handed over by the steam self-propelled machine. Actually, if we have to add it, I have an idea. We can install ultra-miniature rockets inside. If we put it there, it will definitely not attract anyone's attention. Lilina explained her idea. If you think it's too troublesome, you can also install caltrops inside. As long as someone dares to touch it, their hands will be filled with holes. In order to increase the power, I can also quench the poison on the caltrops. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Tuohai almost choked to death with a mouthful of water. He was stunned by Lilina's idea. If he hadn't had cerebral thrombosis for 20 years, he would never have been able to come up with such a transformation plan. Rockets and caltrops are extremely poisonous. You don't do anything about co-writing and having anything to do with people. Do you? Why don't you put a mousetrap in your mouth? Forget it. Forget it. Just follow your original design idea. I also think the excess fat is too much of an obstacle. So just remove it. Zhang Tuohai said quickly. Really? I know you have the same idea as me. And I don't know why those guys like such cumbersome things. If you like heavy things, you can hang 2 anvils. Lilina explained her point of view. If you follow your current ideas, how long will it take to complete the production of Unit 1? Because there are ready-made design ideas and design manuscripts. The only thing that needs to be roughly considered is the power source. According to current estimates, it will probably take a few days to complete the assembly of the number 1 unit. Lilina tilted her head and responded. That's it. Zhang Tuohai felt that it took a long time. So he said, by the way, I suddenly had an idea. Can you help me refer to it? After hearing this, Lilina immediately sat up straight and took out her notebook to record. I have an idea. Since it is a combination of a mechanical body and a human body, can it not be constrained by the shape of the human body? Can some accessories be added, such as a robotic arm or something? Look, there are always many things that cannot be taken care of when doing things with 2 hands. For example, before, you needed me to help you get the oil can and hold down half of the head of Unit 1. However, if you have 6 with only 2 hands, the problem becomes simpler. You can use 2 hands to hold your head, 2 hands to hold the gear, 1 hand to hold the oil can, and 1 hand to pass the tools. The efficiency is immediately improved. Moreover, if you think the robotic arm does not look good, you can completely modify it to a plug-in type. When needed, install it and remove it when not needed. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, the brooch on Lilina's chest shone. Zhang Tuohai's words opened a door for her. Yes, since you have given up the fully human body, why are you still bound to the human appearance? If you add 1,000 robotic arms to the new body, will the efficiency of the experiment be greatly increased? The 2 legs are too easy to be injured. The track wheels of the steam self-propelled machine are good. There will be some problems when walking up the steps. However, you can add a few more mechanical legs to assist, which will solve the problem. In addition, we can consider expanding the shape, which will make the problem of miniaturization of the power system much easier. Moreover, I can also install a difference engine in it, which may improve the computing efficiency. Lilith suddenly had a lot of thoughts, and even the brooch possessed by her was flashing. By the way, the steering of the robotic arm is limited after all. Can we study some mechanical tentacles imitating the tentacles of the octopus, so that the robotic arm will be more flexible? These can also be made into plug-in types and placed behind the back. If necessary, add them, put it on. Zhang Tuohai thought of Dr. Octopus he had seen in the movie and elaborated on some of his ideas. Chapter 392 Full Vehicle Monitoring System. With Zhang Tuohai's words, Lilith became more and more excited. She felt that Zhang Tuohai had opened a door to a new world for her, giving her a lot of new ideas. She suddenly felt that she was restricted by too many rules. Yes, since we have given up completely using the human body and transformed it into a hybrid of flesh and machinery, why does it have to be limited to human appearance? For arms are more efficient than 2 arms. For legs can run faster than 2 legs. 2 heads can think about problems faster. And 2 mouths can quarrel with each other. Well, the last one can be crossed out. In addition to increasing efficiency, many technical difficulties can also be solved. For example, the problem of energy miniaturization. Previously, due to the limited size of the human body, a large number of gears and transmission devices were used to control the movement of the body, so that there was not much space left for loading the power source. When there was the Origin Stone, this problem wasn't a big deal. Now that the Origin Stone was given to Zhang Tuohai as a trade item, he could only replace it with other power sources. But the problem is that shrinking the power source cannot be accomplished overnight. Now that the body size limit is gone, the problem no longer exists. Power source too big? It's simple. Just build a bigger body and that's it. The larger the body, the more things that can be installed, and the greater the efficiency. Lilith became excited about her bright future, and the brooch attached to her kept flashing. She couldn't wait to test out her new idea. What's wrong with you? Why does that thing keep lighting up? Zhang Tuohai looked curiously at the brooch on Lilina's chest. Oh, this. It seems to be malfunctioning. I'll study it later. Are you okay? If everything is okay, I'm going to start studying it, Lilina said, and pushed Zhang Tuohai out of the room. It always feels a little weird. Zhang Tuohai stood at the door and touched his chin. He always felt that Lilina's last behavior was a bit strange, as if she was in a panic. Commander, a purple supply box was found ahead, and a fork in the road was found ahead. Huh? Did you find the purple supply box? Zhang Tuohai rubbed his hands excitedly and jumped out of the car. In the middle of the road, a purple supply box was placed in the middle of the road. Zhang Tuohai used a crowbar to pry open the supply box, and a blueprint and a short knife rolled out of the box. Zhang Tuohai took the lead in picking up the drawings and slowly opened them. Full vehicle monitoring system, level 4 special auto accessories, equipped with hidden cameras and sensors inside and outside the vehicle, allowing you to fully understand the specific conditions inside and outside the vehicle in 1 second. Equipped with a panoramic perception system and a dedicated control cab. Manufacturing materials, high-grade metal ingots, 100 units. Metal parts, 500 units. Rubber, 100 units. High-grade plastics, 200 units. High-grade glass, 250 units. High-grade electronic components *1. Intermediate electronic components *5. Low-grade electronic components *35. So expensive! This was Zhang Tuohai's first thought. However, Zhang Tuohai soon made up his mind to build this thing. With this gadget, he can immediately sense the specific situation in the car and is no longer limited to 2 cameras. Although this does not directly improve the combat effectiveness, it has an immeasurable effect on increasing the soft power of the entire vehicle. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhang Tuohai always feels that Lilina is a little abnormal, especially when she pushed him out of the laboratory just now. He always felt that Lilina was studying something weird behind his back. He needs to tighten up his monitoring methods. It's not that he wanted to peep. It was just a precaution against danger. If Lilina brings out a big Ivan one day and accidentally tests its power in the car, then he will be in trouble. Zhang Tuohai rolled up the drawing and decided to make this thing after entering the car. Zhang Tuohai picked up the short knife again. The entire short sword is less than a foot long, and the pure silver scabbard is covered with various complicated patterns, dotted with shining gems. Even a layman like Zhang Tuohai can feel that the price of this short knife is definitely not low. Zhang Tuohai took out the short knife. The blade was 2 inches wide and full of irregular lines. It looked like clouds in the sky. Very beautiful. Damascus scimitar, forged from Uzi steel ingots. It has a blown blade and can effortlessly cut through 3-inch thick hardwood. This is a Damascus scimitar. It looks really good, Zhang Tuohai said, taking it into his hand and slashing at the steam-powered exoskeleton on his arm. When, with a crisp sound, the famous Damascus scimitar at home and abroad was unable to do anything to the steam-powered exoskeleton. It turns out it's just a flashy thing. Zhang Tuohai showed disdain on his face. The Damascus scimitar was not as useful as his own ship-cutting knife. However, if you think about it, letting a short knife deal with the exoskeleton is really embarrassing for it. This thing is just a toy to Zhang Tuohai. But if it is taken out, it will be uncertain. Someone will definitely spend a lot of money to buy it. For example, a pink-haired girl who likes machetes. Zhang Tuohai took a photo of the Damascus scimitar to Li Feiyu. Didn't you ask me to help you collect knives? Let's see what this thing looks like. Do you want it? If you don't want it, I will show it to other customers. Yes, I want it. When Li Feiyu saw it was a knife, she was like an ordinary little girl walking to the cosmetics counter, unable to move her feet at all. You know the old rules, Zhang Tuohai said in a modicum of counting money. What do you think about this? Li Feiyu said 20 pieces of high-grade glass. So much. Deal. Zhang Tuohai didn't expect Li Feiyu to take out 20 pieces of high-grade glass so quickly. This is a genuine level 3 material. If you buy 10 daggers, you will be rich. After all, everyone has basically entered the age of firearms. Even the worst players have pistols. People like Zhang Tuohai have used artillery, machine guns and rockets as their main weapons. The role of cold weapons has been greatly weakened. Unless they really like it, almost no one will pay such a price to buy a short knife, even if it is a Damascus scimitar. Transaction complete. Li Feiyu touched the scimitar in her hand, her eyes smiling like a crescent moon. Miss, I have dedicated all my assets to you. Can you let me go? A man dressed in black robes with strange tattoos on his face knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I remember you just said that you wanted me to dedicate my property, body and mind, to that bullshit ancient god of yours. Right. Li Feiyu smiled and stepped on the black-robed man's back, and asked in a low voice. I. The man in black robe couldn't even speak clearly. Then you go down and ask that bullshit ancient god of yours if I dare to give it to you. Does it dare to ask for it? Brush. A bright sword flashed, and the man in black robe's head rolled to the ground. Chapter 393 Stickman and Hiker. Zhang Tuohai produced the entire vehicle monitoring system, although there are many materials required. With Zhang Tuohai's material reserves, there is no problem at all. A white light flashed inside the infantry fighting vehicle. Zhang Tuohai felt that something had changed inside the vehicle, but nothing seemed to have changed. It seemed like an illusion. Of course, the biggest change is the driving position. The original driving position is a command chair, plus a monitor with 2 cameras. Now it has completely changed its appearance. The driver's seat has become a semi-independent space. There is a special glass cover on the outside. It is now semi-open. When needed, it can be completely closed to block gas, sound, and even light sources. There is also an emergency ejection device underneath. In case of crisis, always eject the driver. Inside the glass cover is a seat without any monitors or buttons in front. How does this work? Zhang Tuohai tried to sit on the seat. Not to mention, it was more comfortable than the command chair. As soon as Zhang Tuohai sat down, the originally transparent glass cover in front of him instantly turned into a huge spherical screen. Through this spherical screen, Zhang Tuohai could see the 360-degree implementation situation around the infantry fighting vehicle in a timely manner. Even the roof and bottom of the car are unobstructed, with no blind spots at all. There is also a paging bar next to it. Every room in the car is monitored by at least 6 sets of monitors, which can monitor every corner of the car in real time. There is also the real-time status of the vehicle in the sidebar, which allows users to clearly understand the real situation of the vehicle at this time. Wow! Is this the new interface? It looks pretty good. A shadow of a stick figure appeared on the screen, looking around, and curiously poking at the data bar, with a curious look on his face. What is this? Zhang Tuohai looked at the stickman curiously, and dragged it a little. The stick figure actually moved with Zhang Tuohai's fingers. Zhang Tuohai moved the stick figure into the air and put away his fingers. The stick figure actually fell from midair. Ouch! The stick figure fell to the ground, stood up, rubbed his butt, and patted the dust on his body. What the hell are you? Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. I am Xiao Ai's classmate, said the stickman. This is my avatar. How about it? Isn't it good? Classmate Xiao Ai said. Zhang Tuohai. By the way, I also have night mode. Do you want to take a look? As Xiao Ai spoke, the entire screen went dark. The text turned white, and the pure black stickman also turned white. Zhang Tuohai _ TCH. You actually disliked my new appearance and left. A little bit. There was a flash of light, and the stick figure disappeared. The screen also returned to its original appearance. It's quite interesting. Zhang Tuohai feels like he has returned to the era of keeping desktop pets. It would be nice if I could change my image. Zhang Tuohai thought with some regret. Next time, I will study it with classmate Xiao Ai to see if he can change his image. If he doesn't have a high profile, he can look like a few beautiful girls, such as the eldest wife Rim, the second wife Shauna, and the third wife a certain girl in safety pants, etc. It would be best to change one every day to ensure that the same thing does not happen for a week. By the way, monitor Lilina's laboratory. It's okay for research. Don't cross the line. If there are any dangerous goods that exceed the yield, please notify me immediately, Zhang Tuohai said. Understood. Classmate Xiao Ai responded immediately. Normally, it's just a joke. But when it comes to serious business, Xiao Ai always completes it to the letter. After experiencing it for a while, Zhang Tuohai felt that this new type of control room was quite good, with a large spherical screen and surround sound. The experience was much better than the previous 17-inch monitor. It must be fun to play games. If I add a motion simulator, maybe I can experience the feeling of those game helmets in online novels in this game world, Zhang Tuohai thought. Commander, we found a fork in the road ahead. The stickman poked his head out from the edge of the screen and said. Really? Turn the screen, Zhang Tuohai said. The screen immediately switched perspectives. The spherical screen showed the first perspective, and Zhang Tuohai felt as if he was sitting on the barrel of a gun, looking at the surrounding scene. In front of the mountain road, there is a fork in the road. To the left is a deep and dark tunnel, and to the right is a winding mountain road. You can get a white supply box from the tunnel, and you can also get a white supply box from the winding mountain road. There is no difference between the two roads. A prompt pops up from the system. Are they all the same? It's really a rare option. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but stretch. Since it's the same no matter which option you choose, just choose whatever you want. Wait, what is that? Zhang Tuohai suddenly saw a figure on the winding mountain road not far away. Zoom the camera closer to me. Zhang Tuohai clicked on the screen. The picture on the screen was instantly zoomed in, and it turned out to be a human figure. The man wore a brown suit, black trousers, a pair of black leather shoes, and a yellow straw hat on his head. He dragged a huge trolley suitcase behind him and walked forward step by step. In a blink of an eye, he turned the corner of the mountain road and disappeared from sight. Why is there a player here? Where does he come from? Zhang Tuohai began to speculate in his mind. From the time he came out of the game to here, there was only one fork in the road, so the other party had two possibilities. One was that the vehicle broke down for some reason, and he finally had to walk on foot with his things. By coincidence, he took the same route. If this is the case, it's not a big problem. However, there is another situation. That is, this person may be the murderer of the previous two-car tragedy, or the player who escaped with his life. If this is the case, this guy is somewhat dangerous. There is no doubt about the terror of the murderer. He tore the car door apart with his bare hands. This strength alone was enough to make Zhang Tuohai wary. What about the players who escaped with their lives? Even more vigilance is needed. If you can escape from such a terrible murderer, you can imagine how strong this player is. Facing such a player, Zhang Tuohai did not dare to take it lightly. Sun Feifei, who looks so weak, has the ability to be a master thief. Who knows what special abilities this guy has? What the other party needs urgently now is a car, and Zhang Tuohai is his best target. It is definitely not a good idea to just drive over like this. Maybe this guy has laid a trap somewhere out of sight, and is planning to steal a car. Chapter 394 The Weird Man in Black Robe. Forget it. The rewards for both paths are the same anyway, so just switch to another path. Zhang Tuohai turned the car towards the tunnel. The identity of the hiker was unknown, and the degree of danger was unknown. Zhang Tuohai did not dare to take risks easily. Although the prompt system does not warn you. What if something goes wrong and your boat capsizes? Still give priority to safety. The infantry fighting vehicle drove toward the inside of the tunnel. This tunnel looks very eerie and dilapidated, with moisture leaking out from inside. Zhang Tuohai from the first-person perspective always feels like he is walking to a haunted house alone. And the surrounding atmosphere makes people feel a little scared. It's too real, and sometimes it's not good. Zhang Tuohai exited the first-person perspective mode and divided the spherical screen into several monitors. Each monitor displayed the surrounding implementation status. This perspective was much better. At least there's no immersive sense of oppression. The tunnel is deep and long. But after turning on the headlights, walking through it becomes boring after a while. Except for the modeled walls. There are no other pictures around. This is not even as good as the winding mountain road. Zhang Tuohai felt bored after watching it for a while. Just when he was about to find a game to play. Suddenly, a prompt sounded. It was Hagrid who sent him a private message. Hey, man, your wine is really strong. I was so drunk that I just woke up now. I saw the gift you left. It really suits my taste. Just by smelling it, I can tell it is a high-quality cigar. This pistol is. I gave it to you as a thank you gift. Along with a private message, Hagrid also sent a wooden box. Good guy. Hagrid can't drink enough. How drunk are you after one bottle of beer? Zhang Tuohai looked at the time. It was already noon, and Hagrid slept for most of the day. Zhang Tuohai took out the wooden box. The walnut box has gilded writing on it. To my best friend Hagrid. Zhang Tuohai opened the wooden box. Inside was a strange-looking pistol with a thick muzzle, and the outside was filled with various gears and hydraulic levers, full of steampunk style. The aesthetic style is very close to Lilith. If Lilith were still alive, the two of them would have a lot of topics to talk about. Wait, what the hell is this? Zhang Tuohai looked at the bullets in the box with shock on his face. Yes, shocked. Since coming to this world, he has seen a lot of various types of bullets. From 9mm pistol bullets, to 23mm machine gun bullets, even 105mm artillery shells, various special shrapnel shells, and great bullets. He had seen a lot of them, but he had never seen this type of bullet. It has a sharp warhead, a pure copper body, for stabilizing fins on the back, and a corrected propeller. This is not a bullet at all. It can be said to be an ultra-miniature missile. Zhang Tuohai looked at this palm-sized ultra-miniature missile, and didn't know what to say. What's the use of such a big missile? If the power is small, it is not as effective as bullets. If the power is high, it will easily affect yourself. It's a completely useless thing. However, this is Hagrid's intention after all. Send it to Lilina and see if it can be cracked and reused. Zhang Tuohai called 001 and sent the pistol and bullets to Lilina. This thing is of little use to humans. But if it is equipped with a mechanical body, it may have some effect. If it is transformed into a machine gun, the effect will be greatly enhanced. At least you don't have to worry about hurting yourself. Boss, it's time to eat. Wonkai greeted outside. Coming. Coming. Zhang Tuohai washed his hands and sat at the dining table. Wonkai brought up a large iron plate, which was full of roasted kidneys, leeks, oysters, etc. And of course Zhang Tuohai's favorite roasted eggplant with garlic was indispensable. By the way, pick the time to marinate the remaining loaches with salt and braise them in braised sauce for dinner, Zhang Tuohai said. Don't worry. I've already packed it up. If I hadn't been hungry for kidneys at noon, I would have eaten them at noon. Wonkai picked up a bunch of kidneys, and his mouth was full of oil. Huh? Zhang Tuohai narrowed his eyes. What did you just say? Ha! It's nothing. I'm going to see how the loach is doing. Knowing that he had said something wrong, Wonkai caught 3 bunches of kidneys, 2 bunches of leeks, and ran away with 8 oysters in his hand. This guy. Zhang Tuohai shook his head. He had long known that Wonkai was greedy, so he excused himself because of his back pain and made a meal of roasted kidneys. I don't know why he eats so many big kidneys. There is no female fox here. Zhang Tuohai was eating happily when an alarm suddenly sounded in the car. Commander, we found a fork in the road ahead, and a car is parked in front. Classmate Xiaoyai said loudly. You won't even let me eat for a while. Let me see. Zhang Tuohai hurried to the command room. Sure enough, in front of the car, a car parked in place. The car was modified very advanced. A bit like Batman's tank. There was a man in a black cloak painted on the hood of the car. Next to the car, there was also a man in a black cloak standing in the middle of the road. What does this guy mean? Zhang Tuohai frowned and looked at the man in a black cloak. He felt that he was not very lucky today and always encountered strange things. First I met the dwarf Hagrid. Then I encountered 2 weird murders and found the body of my ex-girlfriend. Then I met a strange player walking on foot. Here again. A guy in a black robe stopped the car. It feels like all kinds of monsters have gathered together today. Who are you? Why are you blocking the road? Zhang Tuohai turned on the loudspeaker and asked. This friend. Why should you refuse me thousands of miles away? We are destined to be together. So why not come down and talk? The man in black robe's voice was hoarse. Like a crow's call. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and decided to go down and have a look before talking. Mainly because he encountered too many strange things today, and he wanted to understand the other party's purpose. However, before getting out of the car, he still made various protective preparations. Zhang Tuohai warned while wearing a steam-powered exoskeleton. Classmate Xiao Ai, prepare your weapons. If there is any problem, kill him. Understood? A stick figure emerged from outside the screen and made an okay gesture to Zhang Tuohai. All weapons on the infantry fighting vehicle have their safety unlocked and are activated. Okay, now you can tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Zhang Tuohai wore a steam-powered exoskeleton and walked up to the man in black robe. Don't be so repulsive to others. We are all lost lambs. We need to help each other in this world. I have a gift for you. Just treat it as a gift between friends. As the man in black robe spoke, he stretched out a bony hand from his sleeve, holding a cup of black-covered books. Chapter 395 Mysterious Shadow Statue. What is this? Zhang Tuohai frowned and looked at the black book in front of him, but did not reach out to pick it up. It's a good thing. You'll know just by looking at it. The man in black robe handed the black book forward again. Be careful. The book contains a lot of psychedelic substances, which can confuse your mind and guide your thinking. Although the mask of the steam-powered exoskeleton has its own air purification system, you can still inhale a small amount, causing dizziness and slowed down reactions. A prompt pops up from the system. Zhang Tuohai was shocked, and immediately took off the Gatling gun hanging on the weapons rack behind him, and pointed it at the man in black. Put the things down. Raise your hands. And say, your real purpose as to what to do? What are you doing? I just want to give you a book. Seeing this, the man in black robe stepped in front of Zhang Tuohai, held up the book, and slapped Zhang Tuohai on the face. Go to hell. Zhang Tuohai moved his hands, and the Gatling gun in his hand hit the man in black robe hard on the chest like a baseball bat. Boom! The man in black robe groaned and flew out after being hit. Ahem. The man in black robe lay on the ground, breathing heavily. You must know that Zhang Tuohai was wearing an exoskeleton just now, and his strength was increased astonishingly. He could break open monuments and crack rocks with one fist, let alone with weapons. At this time, the man in black robe felt as if someone had hit his chest with a mace. His sternum had been cracked, and at least 2 ribs were broken. He was lying on the ground, struggling to get up. However, the injury on his chest made him grin in pain, and he struggled several times without success. Instead, the injury worsened, and the broken ribs penetrated into his lungs, making the injury more critical. Stop struggling! Zhang Tuohai came to the guy with a Gatling gun and pointed the Gatling at the head of the man in black robe. All you can do now is tell me your true purpose. Otherwise, I won't mind blowing your head off, Zhang Tuohai said coldly. The almighty ancient god society. The man in black robe coughed blood and whispered, his eyes full of determination. Kill him. He will explode the explosives on him. The sound of the prompt system became urgent. Zhang Tuohai also saw it at this time. The man in black robe retracted his hands into his wide sleeves, not knowing what he was tinkering with. Duh. Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger. The Gatling gun roared. Within 2 or 3 seconds, the head of the man in black robe was beaten into pieces. Camus dies. The danger is over. The system prompt sounded again. Huh? Zhang Tuohai let out a long breath and tore Camus' loose black robe. Underneath the outer robe, there was actually a circle of detonators wrapped around it. Madman! Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say to this guy. You cheat and rob. And you actually have explosives wrapped around your body. What kind of tricks are you doing? After removing the detonator from Camus' body, Zhang Tuohai put it away. This thing might be useful in the future. In addition to the detonator under Camus' black robe, there was actually a bag of lime and a bag of ecstasy in his sleeve. There were several poisonous needles coated with powerful anesthetics in the belt on the inside of his left leg, and hanging on the outside of his right leg. A powerful magnum pistol, The bullets are all dummy bullets. Even a poison dagger is inserted in the boot tube. And the whole body is covered with these insidious things. You are so shameless, carrying so many hidden weapons. Zhang Tuohai pointed his middle finger at Camus's corpse. He originally thought that he was shameless enough. But now compared with Camus, he is simply a pure little white flower. This damn guy. Zhang Tuohai spat at Camus's body again in frustration. After killing Camus, Zhang Tuohai aimed at Camus' car. Naturally, this little thing about Camus couldn't satisfy Zhang Tuohai's ambition. So Zhang Tuohai got into Camus' car and started searching. Camus' car has also been significantly modified. The space inside the car is relatively large. After entering through the door, it is something similar to a study. There are bookshelves on both sides, filled with various books. Zhang Tuohai glanced around and found that the books were all about religion and mysticism. At the end of the car is a small shrine, which also enshrines a statue wearing a black cloak. Mysterious Shadow statue, a movable statue. A statue of Mysterious Shadow. After equipping it, you will randomly gain 3 points of occult knowledge and a 30% faith bonus. If your faith in Mysterious Shadow exceeds 50%, various rewards will increase by 50%. If the belief in Mysterious Shadow exceeds 80%, various rewards will increase by 100%. If the belief in Mysterious Shadow exceeds 100%, various rewards will increase by 200%. Transfer the Mystic Shadow statue to your car? No! Zhang Tuohai decisively nodded. Although he was very envious of the increased rewards provided by the Mysterious Shadow statue, this statue actually required people to devote their faith. There is a problem. According to Zhang Tuohai's guess after reading novels for many years, this is probably an evil god. Otherwise, he would not have gained faith in this way. If you really believe in this thing, I'm afraid you will lose even more. Throwing the Mysterious Shadow statue aside, Zhang Tuohai continued to search the car. He found that the things in the car were really rich. Take food as an example. There are more than 50 pieces of high-quality plastic-wrapped steaks, a whole box of pasta, 20 barrels of mineral water, a basket of tomatoes, half a box of avocados, 20 pounds of black truffles, half a box of cherry tomatoes, and pineapples, 6 lemons, 3 bottles of pepper. Overall, the food level is much better than that of ordinary players. In addition to food, Zhang Tuohai also found a bathroom with a jacuzzi, shower, sauna, and even an ultraviolet light machine. Next to the bathroom, Zhang Tuohai also found a luxuriously decorated bedroom with velvet carpets, duck-down quilts, and even a high-end doll on the bed. In the corner of the bedroom, Zhang Tuohai also discovered a secret room, which contained many things that Camus considered precious. Several luxury watches, a bag of gems, a few luxuriously decorated scimitars and long swords, a few gold vessels, more than 50 units of level 3 materials, and several manufacturing blueprints. How much faith does Camus have? Is this at least 80? Zhang Tuohai was shocked when he looked at the car full of various things. He had worked hard as a profiteer for so long to accumulate so much wealth. As a result, this Camus was only slightly different from him in terms of enjoyment. For a moment, Zhang Tuohai felt like believing in the Mysterious Shadow. However, Zhang Tuohai soon gave up. As long as he believes in the Mysterious Shadow, he can get so many things. So what will he pay? Just thinking about it makes me shudder. Chapter 396: The Lingering Ghost and Unexpected Gains. Those gifts given by fate have already marked their prices behind them. This is a sentence that Zhang Tuohai likes very much. This statement also applies in the survival world. You can get materials by devoting your faith, which doesn't look like something a normal god would do in any way. From what Zhang Tuohai has seen, 99% of the gods only accept offerings but do nothing. As long as you devote a little faith, you can obtain such rich materials. This exchange feels a bit like fishing bait. Moreover, looking at Camus' mental state and the teaching smeared with psychedelic drugs, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but feel good about this Mysterious Shadow. What's more, a so-called god doesn't even show his face, giving people the feeling of hiding his head and showing his tail. Somehow, Zhang Tuohai had a feeling that if he believed in this bullshit Mysterious Shadow, there might be some problems. 001. Dismantle this car for me. Zhang Tuohai ordered 001 to dismantle the car, since no more benefits can be obtained from the statue. Then dismantle the car and fill the gap elsewhere. Jam. Jam. 001 brought a large number of steam self-propelled machines and began to dismantle Camus' car. Taking advantage of the opportunity of working in 001, Zhang Tuohai also opened the regional channel, preparing to check Camus' background. This guy is actually from the secret order? Zhang Tuohai looked at the symbol of the secret order behind Camus's name and looked thoughtful. The most eye-catching thing is that the symbol of the secret order is also a man wearing a black cloak with a face hidden in the shadows, which is the same as the mysterious shadow statue. Zhang Tuohai remembered that after the merger, there were only 2 teams in the area. One was called Wrench and Gear, and the other was called the Secret Order. They were all small convoys of more than 20 people, and Zhang Tuohai didn't pay much attention to them. However, now it seems that there is something wrong with this convoy called the Secret Order. Could it be that all the people in this convoy believe in this mysterious shadow? Zhang Tuohai became alert. He found the people of the Secret Order one by one in the regional channel and memorized the faces of these people one by one. If he saw these guys in the future, he must be careful. While recording, Zhang Tuohai turned up and down, and found that 2 people from the Secret Order had died. How did that guy die? With doubts in mind, Zhang Tuohai began to read up on the cause of this guy's death. Grant, a member of the Secret Order, died. Cause of death, decapitation with a hatchet. Zhang Tuohai looked at the obituary and pondered for a long time. Li Feiyu is probably the only one who can do this. Right. He quickly said the confirmation message to Li Feiyu. Did you kill this person? I didn't pay attention to what the guy looked like at the time. What impressed me most was the black robe. However, the nose looked a bit like the one with rosacea. It should be him. He was clamoring for me to donate things to some old god. I didn't like it. Just cut it off. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Li Feiyu quickly replied. There should be a statue in his car. There may be a problem with that statue. Zhang Tuohai said his analysis. Li Feiyu is a fellow who came out of the first world with him, and he doesn't want the other party to make any mistakes. I see. I didn't pay attention. Wait and see. Li Feiyu turned around. Xiao Hei, what are you doing? The black octopus burped and swallowed what was in its mouth. There were some black fragments at the corners of its mouth. Question mark. The black octopus turned its head and looked at Li Feiyu curiously, wondering what Li Feiyu asked it to do. Behind it is an empty shrine. Didn't I tell you not to eat randomly? Li Feiyu gave the black octopus a knife blow. The black octopus looked aggrieved. Before, it was clearly Li Feiyu who made it eat everything it didn't need to improve its strength. But now she blames it for eating randomly. Is there any more heavenly justice? You still dare to glare at me? Li Feiyu saw the black octopus's head with another blow. Tell me, are you wrong? The black octopus spread out 2 tentacles to cover its head, its big eyes full of sadness. It's just a broken statue. There should be no problem eating it. Right. Li Feiyu touched her chin and thought deeply. Zhang Tuohai sent the message to a few familiar friends, reminding them that as for what they decided, that was beyond his control. After sending the private message, 001 had already dismantled Camus' car. In addition to a lot of materials, there was also a drawing. This Camus is really interesting. He actually contributed a drawing. If it is useful, then... When Zhang Tuohai looked at the drawings, his nose almost became angry. It turns out that this is a blueprint for the production of a mysterious shadow statue. The ghost is still here, isn't it? Zhang Tuohai looked at the drawings with anger on his face. He clearly didn't want these things. But the statue ended up getting on him like bullshit plaster. After the statue was dismantled, another drawing came out. Of course Zhang Tuohai couldn't bear his bad temper. I will tear up this manufacturing drawing immediately. Etc. A flash of light suddenly flashed through Zhang Tuohai's mind. Although I disdain to use this thing, it doesn't mean that others don't care. There are still a lot of people struggling below the level in the regional channels. I'll sell this thing. And then when he makes a fortune out of the statue, wouldn't it be great if I cut the leaks back? Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai put away the manufacturing drawings of the statue, directing 001 to carry the remaining supplies into the car. Zhang Tuohai returned to the car and prepared to continue having lunch. Where's my big waist? Zhang Tuohai looked at the empty baking pan with anger on his face. Where are my grilled leeks? Where are the oysters? And the garlic eggplant? Where did they go? Did they all grow legs and run away? First, I won't make you worry. Second, I won't make you sad. Third, I won't make you wear the wrong little sister's flour bag. Wakai hummed a tune, holding a toothpick in his mouth, and walked leisurely. Walked out of the kitchen. There is still a piece of leek leaf stuck to the front tooth. Zhang Tuohai was so angry when he saw it. He ate it secretly and deliberately left evidence on his front teeth. He was just showing off his power in front of me. Zhang Tuohai grabbed Wang Kai by the back of his neck and lifted it in front of him. Boss! Boss! What are you doing? Wang Kai asked tremblingly. Are you still asking me? Don't you know what you did? Zhang Tuohai asked angrily. I really didn't do anything. Wan Cai's eyes dodged. Seeing Wan Cai's appearance, Zhang Tuohai became more certain of his guess. Humph. You don't have to quibble. I've installed surveillance cameras on the whole car. I know everything you did. Now I'll give you a chance to confess. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing what Zhang Tuohai said, Wan Cai's face turned pale. He rolled his eyes and finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, Boss, Lu Hua and I are consensual, although our species are different. But I believe that the true love between us can cross any gap, and no one can separate us. If you want to punish me, then punish me. It's none of Lu Hua's business. Zhang Tuohai, Chapter 397 Prosperous Love Story. Zhang Tuohai never expected that he would be able to get unexpected results from the trial. It was originally meant to teach me a lesson about stealing food. But I found a big melon. Who is Lu Hua? Zhang Tuohai asked with curiosity on his face. Humph. Don't you know everything? Why do you still ask questions knowingly? Wang Kai also risked his life, turned his head and said proudly, Stop being pretentious with me. Just say whatever I ask you, or I'll hit you with a rubber band. Zhang Tuohai said and sent a private message to Zhao Wanwan, asking to borrow some rubber bands. Zhao Wanwan didn't know what Zhang Tuohai was going to do, so she thought it would be useful. So she specially handed over the thickest rubber band she used to tie her hair. In addition, he also specially found more than 10 various rubber bands from his cosmetics box for Zhang Tuohai to choose from. See, there are so many colors. You can choose the one you like. Zhang Tuohai showed Wang Kai one by one the rubber bands sent by Zhao Wanwan. I think this pink one is good. It has enough elasticity. Zhang Tuohai put the rubber band on his wrist and tried it. A red mark suddenly appeared on his wrist. Wan Cai's face turned green. That rubber band is thicker than a pen refill, and its elasticity is enough to be used as a slingshot. If it happens, someone will die. Boss, I was wrong. Lu Hua is that hen. Wang Kai said quickly. We have several hens. Which one are you talking about? Zhang Tuohai was curious. It's the one that followed us first. The one that laid 4 yolk eggs. Wang Kai said. When Wang Kai said this, Zhang Tuohai was impressed. Why do you like it? You two are not the same species. Can it match your aesthetic taste? Zhang Tuohai was curious. Greedy. Wang Kai looked shy. Wait a minute. You can explain clearly. What exactly are you greedy for? Zhang Tuohai asked. I was really greedy at first, but you didn't let me eat it. I didn't dare to eat it either, but I couldn't eat it. It's good to smell it every day. I would smell it every day when I had nothing to do. It wouldn't let me get close. I just catch the earthworms and deliver them to them, and they will be cooked as soon as you pick them up. Didn't a few new hens come later? Those later hens formed gangs and bullied Lu Hua. I couldn't stand it. I helped it out a few times, and even had its hind legs pecked open by those guys. Lu Hua was very touched. Helped me heal my injuries, and even gave me her favorite earthworms. When I think about it, I probably won't be able to go back. I don't have any relatives here alone. Lu Hua is so virtuous. So we two will be fine. That's the situation anyway. You just have to deal with it. After Wang Kai finished speaking, he completely let go, as if he was letting himself be dealt with. After Zhang Tuohai heard this, he was astonished. What is this all about? My fox actually got together with my hens. You are so affectionate as a concubine. How can you explain this? However, there seems to be no reason for him to interfere. At the same time, he also understood a little bit why Wang Kai had to eat a lot of kidneys. It turned out that the government food could not be paid. I didn't expect this reed flour to be quite powerful. Zhang Tuohai pondered for a moment, and finally said, Well, it's a safe idea. Don't kill anyone. Zhang Tuohai really couldn't imagine what a fox and a chicken could produce. Do you understand what it means to cause human life and reproductive isolation? Wang Kai argued loudly. I am a fox and Lu Hua is a chicken. We can't give birth to anything at all. Do you think you are still a fox? Zhang Tuohai suddenly asked. Why am I not one? When Wang Kai said this, he suddenly paused. It can talk, cook, shake milk tea, and make coffee. It has excellent craftsmanship, can farm, is also good at milking cows, and has excellent shearing skills. These are not things that a fox should be able to do. Am I still a fox? Wang Kai had doubts about his own species. Look, you are not sure now, Zhang Tuohai said. According to our original world, from a fantasy perspective, you are a monster. From a biological perspective, you are called a mutation. No matter from which perspective explain, you are different from a normal fox. And Lu Hua is probably in the same situation. Demons and demons can give birth to demons when they are together. And it's hard to say what species will mutate. So it's still necessary to pay attention. Zhang Tuohai said. It makes sense. Wang Kai felt that he was persuaded. Right. So listen to me and be careful. Zhang Tuohai said. Oh. Wang Kai nodded. In addition, young people should exercise moderation. If that doesn't work, I'll tell Lu Hua. Look at you. You've already eaten 6 big kidneys. It's not going to work like this. Zhang Tuohai patted Wang Kai on the shoulder and said, Who is not? Okay. My body is strong and I often fight until dawn. Also, I just ate 2 big kidneys. Wang Kai looked proud. No wonder I keep hearing hens crow in the middle of the night and in the morning recently. So that's what happened. Zhang Tuohai touched his chin with a look of understanding. Didn't you steal those kidneys and roasted leeks? Zhang Tuohai asked. I admit, I went to the kitchen to make another meal of scrambled eggs with leeks. But the big kidneys in the baking pan were really not stolen by me. Wang Kai said. Who stole the big kidney in the baking pan? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. Is there a ghost in the car? Boss, don't scare me. Upon hearing the ghost, Wang Kai's body couldn't help but tremble, and he jumped into Zhang Tuohai's arms. His big eyes wandered around, looking around him warily. You coward! Useless thing! Zhang Tuohai masturbated in disgust and went back to the control room. Classmate Xiao Ai, turn on the whole car surveillance and adjust the previous video to see who took the big waste. Okay, Commander. The black stickman came out from next to the screen again and made an okay gesture. Then, the picture on the spherical screen began to quickly move backwards and search forward. Stop! Right here! Zhang Tuohai stopped the flipped image. On the screen, Lilina walked out of the laboratory, stretching as she walked, muttering, I'm really exhausted. I can finally take a rest. Then she saw the baking pan on the table. What is this? Lilina picked up a bunch of kidneys and sniffed them curiously, and a scent flew into her nose. A kind of food from the outside world should be reserved for you. It was also prepared for me when I came here last time. A voice rang out. Is this actually food? Can food be so fragrant? Lilina asked curiously. Actually, it's not all. But the food this guy makes is really delicious. You can try it. The voice continued. Really? Lilina returned to the laboratory with a lot of food. The scene ends here. Where did that voice come from? Why does it sound familiar to me? Zhang Tuohai asked with a frown. Chapter 398 Too Young. Commander, according to the voice print comparison, the matching rate of this voice and Miss Lilith's voice is more than 95%. And it can almost be determined that they are the same person. On the spherical screen, the stickman pulled out 2 audio tracks from the corner, namely Lilith's voice and that mysterious voice. From the timbre to the pronunciation habits, they were almost the same. Lilith? Didn't she jump into Mount Doom? Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. But it's true, Stickman said, leaning against the track. Can you determine the source of the sound? Zhang Tuohai asked. Through observation, we found that the source of the sound was the brooch on Miss Lilina's chest. Classmate Xiao Ai said. Brooch. Zhang Tuohai thought of the brooch that would flash from time to time. It seems that the brooch is something special. Sealing Lilith's soul? He remembered that when he first saw Lilith, 90% of Lilith's body structure was made up of machinery. This could almost be described as black technology. Therefore, using a brooch to store souls seemed technically feasible. After all, this is a world with a crooked technological tree. Who knows what weird things will develop? However, Zhang Tuohai just thought about it and decisively gave up this speculation. The main reason was that the time did not match up. When Lilith jumped into the apocalyptic volcano, Lilina was still in the tower thousands of miles away. There is no reason for Lilina to get the brooch that seals Lilith's soul. Could it be the soul backup left behind? Zhang Tuohai was puzzled. However, Lilina has not shown hostility yet anyway. The stronger she is, the more beneficial it will be to Zhang Tuohai. Strengthen monitoring of Lilina and investigate the source of the sound. Zhang Tuohai issued an order to monitor classmate Xiao Ai. He didn't like the existence of uncertain factors, especially around him. By the way, I remember Lilith said in the letter she left behind that she likes to eat beef noodles. It seems that this is the way to start. I can try the beef noodles in the evening. Zhang Tuohai thought secretly. Zhang Tuohai was thinking about countermeasures when he suddenly felt something moving in his arms. When he lowered his head, He saw that Wonkai was trembling. It held a pair of big ears with its 2 paws and closed its eyes tightly, as if holding its head and squatting in defense. You're a useless thing. It's not like you're really a ghost. Look at how scared you are. How can you protect me if something really happens to you like this? There are really no ghosts. Wonkai opened his big eyes, full of energy. Of course not. After receiving Zhang Tuohai's affirmative reply, Wonkai stood up with a loud sound. His 2 big ears stood up. His tail waggled, and he returned to his lively appearance. Bear-like. Zhang Tuohai threw Wonkai to the ground and kicked it gently. Go and catch more earthworms for Lu Hua. Boss, are you really going to attack Lu Hua? Upon hearing this, Wonkai knelt down with a thud. Why do you think so? Zhang Tuohai was stunned. The storytelling I heard yesterday said that the last meal of the prisoner will be delicious. You asked me to catch more earthworms for Lu Hua. This is not to make Lu Hua full so that she can go on the road. Little AI, don't let it hear these messy things in the future. Zhang Tuohai said helplessly. Okay. The stickman made an okay gesture and deleted a series of storytelling and radio dramas from the playlist. We only have a few egg-laying hens. How can I bear to kill them? Don't worry. Even if I eat you first, I won't eat the reed flowers first. Zhang Tuohai patted Wonkai's head and comforted him. By the way, you can have 2 more oysters with every meal from now on. You can't be embarrassed. Do you understand? I understand. Wonkai's eyes sparkled when he heard this, and his tail wagged even more happily. It ran to catch earthworms for the reed catkins. Zhang Tuohai turned back to classmate Xiao Ai and said, From now on, the Haiyan Ecological Park will be closed at night and soundproofed. Received. Xiao Ai controlled the robotic arm to transform the gate of the Haiyan Ecological Park. Finally done. Zhang Tuohai stretched himself long. I went to the warehouse to find a small hot pot and cooked it myself. He had been busy doing all these messy things all noon, and had only eaten half a kidney. And now he was still hungry. After eating, the car continued to move forward in the dark tunnel. The tunnel was quiet, with only the sound of wheels echoing. Driving in this environment all the time will put a lot of stress on the driver's spirit. However, Zhang Tuohai didn't care. He was sitting in front of the spherical screen and playing the Life Restart Simulator. When you were 5 years old, your family took you on a trip to Asen's house. The epidemic broke out and you died. Amaryllis stuffed. Zhang Tuohai, who once again died midway, slapped the tabletop and his coffee cup was shaken. Trash game. Ruining my youth. Zhang Tuohai, who was unlucky, deleted the game angrily. After driving for another 10 kilometers or so, we spotted a bright light in the distance, and we were finally almost out of the tunnel. Seeing that the tunnel was about to be opened, Zhang Tuohai's bad mood due to the game improved a lot. He was about to leave the tunnel, which meant that he was about to get a new supply box. Although it's only white, it still can't stop Zhang Tuohai's enthusiasm for opening blind boxes. The infantry fighting vehicle drove to the exit of the tunnel. At the exit, a white supply box was placed in the center of the road. Hey! Zhang Tuohai pried open the supply box with force. Boom! The white supply box disappeared. Where's the stuff? Zhang Tuohai's face turned dark when he looked at the empty box. Is your luck so bad today? It's okay to have bad luck in playing games. But how come you have such bad luck in opening boxes? Isn't it a good day to open boxes? Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to leave, the sound of the prompt system rang. There are items in the white supply box, but they are too small and are still in place. Please search carefully. Is there something? Where is the cheating ghost? Zhang Tuohai walked around 3 times where the supply box was originally placed, but still found nothing. Isn't the reminder system broken? It's obvious that there isn't even a hair on it. Zhang Tuohai was a little confused. However, complaints are complaints, and he still has great trust in the prompt system. Since the prompt system says there is, it must be there. As for not finding it, it must be that the posture you are looking for is incorrect. Zhang Tuohai asked classmate Xiao Ai to turn on the headlights and lay on the ground to observe carefully. Finally, he found 3 particles smaller than rice grains on the ground. It can't be this thing. Right. Zhang Tuohai held the particles in his hands. A line of game system prompts popped up. High-quality tobacco seeds. Carefully cultivated tobacco leaves have a mellow taste and are deeply loved by old smokers. After special cultivation, the growth cycle has been greatly shortened. And the growth cycle is 3 days. Chapter 399 Vladimir's Troubles. Good stuff. Looking at the seeds of fine tobacco leaves, Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed. Zhang Tuohai, who has read hundreds of doomsday novels and played dozens of doomsday games, knows that cigarettes and alcohol will always be hard currency in the apocalypse. If done well, this thing might become his new economic growth point. At the worst, you can also get some money from a few acquaintances. He remembered that the dwarf Hagrid liked tobacco, and he might like this fine tobacco leaf. When the relationship improves, maybe he can be asked to help modify the drawings or something. Planted. Zhang Tuohai took all the seeds back and asked Wan Kai to cultivate them. As for the fact that tobacco takes 3 days to mature, it doesn't matter. Sprinkling super fertilizer and adding the buff of the statue can shorten the harvest period to 1 day. If everything goes well, the first batch of tobacco leaves can be harvested tomorrow. However, it seems that the tobacco leaves still need to be dried, and spices need to be added to adjust the taste before they can be made into cigarettes. There is no machine for making cigarettes. It's so troublesome. Zhang Tuohai thought about it carefully and felt that he was still far away from making cigarettes independently. However, the first step has finally been taken. At worst, we can just sell tobacco and let them smoke pipes. Zhang Tuohai thought. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai's private message rang. Zhang Tuohai lowered his head and saw that it was actually Hagrid. Didn't you just post it this morning? What happened? Zhang Tuohai opened the private message. After reading the private message, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Hagrid said in a private message that he joined a team called Wrench and Gear. This team is a group of car enthusiasts who are keen on modifying cars. He likes it here very much. Before entering this world, he was often discriminated against because of his body shape, which made him reluctant to interact with others. Since entering this world, he has rarely interacted with other players and has been driving. As a result, he accidentally stumbled into such a pure organization. No one here discriminated against his body shape. Instead, they were very keen to share their experience in modification, which made him feel like a fish in water. I sent this private message simply to share his joy with Zhang Tuohai. Is there such an organization? Zhang Tuohai couldn't believe that in this doomsday survival world, there was actually such a group of people gathered together. It would be good if it were true. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and handed out a bottle of red wine to express his congratulations. After handing out the red wine, Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of a problem. That is, Vladimir had not bought wine from him for 2 days. This is obviously not normal. If he followed a normal rhythm, Vladimir would come to him every morning to buy some rum. No matter how much he had in stock, it would never stop. However, for 2 whole days yesterday and today, Vladimir did not. It is really abnormal to take the initiative to buy. If Vladimir's profile picture hadn't been still on, he would have even thought that this guy had died. My dear Davari, how have you been lately? Is my wine not to your taste? Zhang Tuohai asked. Don't mention it. My dear Davari, I am under control and will never be able to drink without restriction again. Vladimir looked sad and angry. What happened? Zhang Tuohai was curious. I met my wife on the road. Vladimir looked sad and angry. I am in her car now. Not only did she confiscate all my wine, she also restricted me to 1 drink per meal. Oh my God! I'm dying! Along with a private message was a photo sent by Vladimir. In the photo, Vladimir is sitting together with a hunky-backed woman. The woman's arms are as thick as Vladimir's waist. The two of them are sitting in the car, looking happy. Zhang Tuohai didn't know whether to congratulate Vladimir for finding a wife, or to comfort him for losing his right to drink. Zhang Tuohai looked at the woman's size. With Vladimir's strength, he estimated that the younger brother in the family might not be as high as a dog. I'm afraid he won't be able to buy wine casually in the future. Zhang Tuohai is not too worried about losing Vladimir, a stable customer. Now, the vast majority of players have some wealth, and when they have money, they need to improve their quality of life. The vast market has been opened. The wines they produce can be digested in regional channels, and there is no need to worry about unsaleable prices. However, his friend Vladimir could not drink. Wait! There seems to be a way! Zhang Tuohai thought for a moment, and made a large glass jar. Then he took out the tiger skeleton he had collected and put some in it. After that, Zhang Tuohai gritted his teeth and took out the tiger whip he had collected and put it in 2. Then he lifted the jar to the side of the aged wine pool and filled it with monkey wine. After doing all this, Zhang Tuohai sent a private message to Vladimir. My dear Davari, do you want a drink? What can you do? Vladimir's eyes lit up when he saw these words, and he sat up suddenly. My dear Davari, I know you will not give up on me. Is there any way you can help me? Drink it. But don't taste it too much. Natasha's nose is very sensitive. No. I can find a way to let you drink wine openly. Is there such a way? Vladimir couldn't sit still. This is it. Zhang Tuohai showed Vladimir the medicinal wine he carefully prepared. What is this? What's in it? Why are there still bones? Have you started studying medicine? Vladimir asked. No. This is a kind of medicinal wine in our country. These things are brewed to strengthen your ability in that area. Vladimir understood immediately. But it was a matter of dignity. So he still hesitated. But I am still quite powerful. And I can fight until dawn. Do you want a drink? Zhang Tuohai asked with annoyance. Of course I do. Then you can't. Vladimir sat cross-legged in the back row and was caught in a battle between heaven and man. Two little people appeared in my mind. The little man on the left says, I want to drink. The little man on the right said, Okay. Okay. The little man on the left said, but when you drink, you need to admit that you are not good. The villain on the right said, it's no big deal. As long as I can drink, it'll be fine. It was such a happy decision. Vladimir moved next to Natasha, who was driving. Honey, what happened? Natasha asked softly. There's something wrong with me. Vladimir's face turned red, and he hesitated. This was the first time he had lied to Natasha. Oh, my dear. What happened? How could this happen? Natasha stepped on the brakes, and the huge RV slowly stopped. It's nothing. Just a little injured. But it doesn't matter. I have a friend who has the medicine to treat it. How much do you need? I'll buy it for you right now, Natasha said eagerly. Money is not an issue. It's just that this thing is medicinal wine. I'm afraid you won't agree, Vladimir said. Why are you so rigid? This is medicine. I won't be unreasonable. Buy it quickly. If you need anything, go to the warehouse and get it yourself, Natasha said with a wave of her hand. Done. Vladimir happily completed the transaction with Zhang Tuohai, exchanging 200 kilograms of Russian sausage for 100 kilograms of medicinal wine. Can this thing really cure diseases? Natasha looked at the medicinal wine suspiciously. Don't worry. My friend comes from a family of doctors. He is a miracle doctor passed down from his ancestors. His prescriptions are absolutely effective. Vladimir picked up the glass jar and drank heavily. So happy! Vladimir wiped his mouth with excitement on his face. He had never drank so happily since his wife came. I'm afraid just drinking alcohol isn't enough. Right. Come and be obedient and eat all these things too. Don't waste any more, Natasha said, twisted out a tiger bone and handed it to Vladimir. Vladimir. Chapter 400 Death Racing. Zhang Tuohai received a private message from Vladimir a little later. In the private message, Vladimir hoped that Zhang Tuohai could make the bone softer and crispier in advance the next time he makes medicinal wine. Otherwise it will be too boring. Zhang Tuohai was Spartan at that time. You tiger. You don't need to take medicinal materials for medicinal wine, Zhang Tuohai said helplessly. Do you think I want to eat? Vladimir was very helpless. But Natasha didn't believe it. In that situation, if I didn't eat, I would have exposed my secret on the spot. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and blocked her mouth. And then she believed what I said. Zhang Tuohai. Well, there are ways to make bones crispy. You can use a pressure cooker first, then fry them. And then, but there is no way to soak them in medicinal wine. Zhang Tuohai was a little embarrassed. I'll pay double the price. Make a deal. Zhang Tuohai decided to make a violation of his ancestors' agreement and change the process of brewing medicinal wine. Anyway, this wine is sold to customers, as long as the customers are satisfied. This is called localized improvement to meet customer needs. The two finalized the subsequent sales agreement. The medicinal wine that Zhang Tuohai will sell in the future will first cook the bones until crispy, and then soak them in the wine, so that Vladimir's teeth can be saved. Both people are happy. Only one Kai, a fox, was cursing and cooking bones in the kitchen. The car continued to move forward. After the infantry fighting vehicle exited the tunnel, a huge steel factory appeared not far away, blocking the middle of the road. Outside the factory is a high wall with high-voltage barbed wire attached to it. The high wall stretches all the way to the cliff, leaving no gaps at all. It seems like we can only leave from the factory. Zhang Tuohai looked at the environment around the factory and couldn't help but nodded secretly. Go and see what's going on. Zhang Tuohai drove towards the factory. After a while, the car arrived in front of the factory. The door opened slowly and automatically, and Zhang Tuohai drove in. After entering the gate, Zhang Tuohai seemed to have arrived at a huge track and field competition venue. It's just that there are cars parked on those tracks. There are 10 tracks in total. And at this time, 9 cars have been parked. Zhang Tuohai looked around and saw that among the 9 vehicles, there were 3 Humvees, 2 Predators, a steam tank, 2 vehicles with unknown routes, and even a RV on the far right. All the cars were parked on the starting line, looking ready to go. Players are welcome to enter the death racing arena. You can choose to join or quit. If you quit, you will need to pay 3,000 units of gasoline as a fine. Please join. Hiss! Seeing such a large amount of fine, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but make global warming worse. You know, the fine for the 123 Wooden Man game this morning was only 500 units of gasoline. Looking at the regional channels, the highest penalty is only 1,000 units of gasoline. The fine in this competition is actually as high as 3,000 units. It seems that the risk is definitely much higher. However, high risk means high reward. And he wanted to see what was different about this death racing track. With classmate Xiao Ai, his winning rate is much higher than that of all players. Coupled with these weapons, even if he can't compare with normal ones, he can still flip the table and kill other players. As long as a player is left alone, he is a worthy champion. Join in! Zhang Tuohai chose to join. Player Zhang Tuohai joins the game and now announces the rules of the game. A total of 10 players have joined the Death Racer. The race will only be completed if they complete 2 laps on the field and kill 1 player. Otherwise, they will be judged to have failed. It is prohibited to enter other players' tracks in the first lap of the race, and violators will be punished. On the second lap, you can freely enter other players' tracks. Failed players will be cleared. The first player to complete the game will receive a special prize. When the game starts, all the players' weapon systems will be locked, and the speed of the car will be limited to less than 100 miles. There are some raised buttons on the track. Each button represents an unlocked ability. Players can only unlock weapons or other functions within the specified range. The button will only work if it is pressed when it is raised. Otherwise, it will be considered invalid. All interpretation rights will belong to the game system. The game will start in 10 seconds. Players, please be ready. After the game prompt popped up, a white light enveloped Zhang Tuohai's car, and then quickly dissipated. How is classmate Shirai? Are there any changes? Zhang Tuohai asked nervously. Fortunately, all weapon systems have been blocked, and the vehicle's speed has been limited to a maximum of 200 miles. However, the rest is not affected at all, and the armor is normal. Classmate Xiaoyai said. That's it. This game system is really insidious. It is indeed a game with an exit ticket worth up to 3,000 units of gasoline. It was so big from the beginning. He read the game prompts carefully again. Only after running 2 circles and killing 1 player can the game be considered completed. Even in the best case scenario, only 5 players can complete the game. Once the firing starts, it is difficult to control it. Today's match may result in a river of blood. It is hard to say how many people will be able to persist in completing the match. Maybe none? Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai frowned. Stay for a while. Be sure to strike first and try to kill everyone who poses a threat. Zhang Tuohai made up his mind. And other players also looked at others eagerly. The 3 Humvees seemed to be accomplices. The machine gunners standing in the cargo boxes looked at each other and seemed to have already studied the battle plan. There are 3 seconds left in the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The game begins. As soon as the game prompt flashed, many cars started quickly and rushed forward. The 3 Humvees accelerated the fastest and rushed directly to the front, followed closely by 2 huge Predators, followed by Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle, and behind them were 2 vehicles with no apparent purpose. The huge RV was second to last, and the steam tank was last. The large pipe of the steam tank spewed out a large stream of black smoke, and the gears rotated crazily. However, its start determined that it could run up to 60 miles. Although it has exerted all its efforts, it still inevitably falls to the end among these cars. Seeing this scene, several Humvee drivers showed excitement in their eyes. If this situation continues, they will have an advantage. Several Humvees took the lead and rushed forward. There was a button 300 meters away from them, and there's still one for each track. Chapter 401 each shows his or her special abilities. Be sure to press the first button first to seize the opportunity and unlock some functions. It's best to use weapons to kill a few guys who are chasing after you first. The drivers of several Humvees thought so. So they stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed to the limit. The 2 Predators following immediately saw this and followed immediately. If the Humvee has weapons unlocked, They will definitely be the first to be dealt with. So I followed closely. However, the Predator's off-road capabilities are very good, and its short-distance acceleration is not as good as that of the Hummer. Falling slightly behind by half a step, the other cars also rushed forward, except for the steam tank, which was still chasing behind them. Instead of getting closer, the distance was getting farther and farther. The car quickly rushed to the first button. It's a weapon! A Humvee machine gunner with sharp eyes saw the symbol of a long sword painted on the button on the ground. Hurry over! I'm going to kill these bastards! The machine gunner shouted loudly. Call! The Hummer rushed straight past. However, maybe because he was too excited, the driver of the Hummer shook his hand, and the wheel rubbed the side of the button. A 10-centimeter wide button was barely pressed. Fuck! The machine gunner couldn't help but yelled when he saw this. You piece of shit! I knew you were unreliable. Are you thinking about shit? If you can't press such a big button, your driving instructor should be hung from a street light. I bought my driver's license, the driver said helplessly. I don't have a teacher. I just practice blindly on my own. Monkey thunder. The machine gunner wanted to vent his anger by shooting, but the machine gun had been locked by the game system and could not be used at all. He was so angry that he punched the roof of the Humvee with his fist. When the two Humvees behind them saw the appearance of the first Humvee, their noses were crooked with anger. A good opportunity was just missed. However, they still have two people who still have a chance. The two Hummers pressed down on the buttons on their track. As a result, as soon as the wheel of a Hummer touched the button retracted automatically. The huge wheel pressed against the button and the trigger failed. The Hummer that followed successfully pressed the button, and a white light flashed on the car. The vehicle-mounted machine gun is unlocked. Ha ha ha! My machine gun is finally unlocked. You all go to hell! Finally, the Humvee's machine gunner quickly turned his gun and pulled the trigger on the nearest Predator. Duh. A volley of tracer rounds struck the windshield of the Predator's cab. Although, the Predator's windshield is reinforced and classified as bulletproof glass. However, bulletproof glass is also divided into 3, 6 or 9 grades. Their bulletproof glass shield can be used as a single-shot sniper rifle, but it is a bit weak when faced with a continuous stream of machine guns. Not to mention a special machine gun equipped with armor-piercing bullets. The Predator's windshield was instantly shattered into pieces. The driver hurriedly ducked down to avoid it. But it's too late. The armor-piercing bullets beat his upper body to a pulp like a torrential rain. The entire Predator lost control, rushed out of its own track, and rushed towards a strange-looking car approaching his track. The strange-looking car looks like a slender dagger. The front of the car has a collision angle more than 3 meters long. The body is relatively slender, only less than 2 meters wide. 6 wide wheels are lined up on both sides. And the rear of the car is also there are several nitrogen accelerators. After seeing the Predators rushing towards them, the dagger-like car not only did not dodge, but instead accelerated. Whoosh! Click! The sharp impact angle hit the body of the huge Predator. The solid plunder was actually split in half by the sharp collision. The fragments of the car were flying around, but the dagger-like car was unharmed and continued to rush forward. Good guy! This guy's collision is quite interesting. Zhang Tuohai saw all this before his eyes, and at the same time made up his mind. He must be careful about the opponent's collision. Seeing this scene, other cars also turned their steering wheels, trying to get further away from the dagger car. At this time, the third Humvee was shrouded in a layer of red light, which was a sign that a player had been killed. As long as they complete 2 laps, they can complete the race. After seeing his masterpiece, the machine gunner laughed heartily and pointed his gun at the remaining marauder, preparing to do the same. However, at this time, the second Humvee had pressed against the weapon button. A white light flashed, and the Predator also unlocked a weapon. The driver of the Predator saw the Humvee gunner pointing his gun at him, sneered and pressed a button. A rocket flew out from under the Predator and crashed into the Humvee. Ah! Seeing the incoming rockets, the Humvee's machine gunner was so scared that he pulled the trigger and fired at the rockets, trying to shoot them down. However, the rocket's speed was much faster than his reaction. Before the machine gunner could fire a few bullets, the rocket hit the Humvee solidly. Boom! There was an explosion, and the Humvee was blown directly into the sky, turning into a pile of parts scattered all over the ground. A red light fell on the Predator car, and the Predator completed Mission 1. After the Predator driver blew up a Humvee, a sneer appeared on his face. He pressed the rocket switch twice, and fired a rocket at each of the 2 Humvees running in front. He has already figured out that these 3 cars belong to the same group, and have the same logo painted on them. If they are not killed, they will inevitably be retaliated against, and the consequences will be endless. Just when the predators were about to admire the fireworks that the Humvees turned into, the two Humvees also pressed the second button. This time, the button symbol is a shield, representing a defensive device. This time, nothing happened, and the effect took effect smoothly. Seeing the incoming rockets, the first Humvee urgently raised a bulletproof shield. This is an alloy armor plate that can withstand bullets, and is usually used to defend against enemies behind it. The rocket hit the ballistic armor plate directly. There was a rumble and an explosion. The rocket ultimately failed to penetrate the bulletproof armor plate, but it did blow a hole in the bulletproof armor plate. The machine gunner on the vehicle was hit in the head by flying fragments, but the driver was unharmed. The Humvee continued to run forward. Another Humvee fired a heat decoy bomb, which detonated the rocket in advance, but was unharmed. Count your luck. The Predator snorted coldly when he saw this, and did not fire any more rockets. He doesn't have many rockets. Only 6. So he can't waste them all on these few people. The game has just begun, and this heavy weapon must be used at critical moments. Thinking of this, the Predator pilot wanted to speed up and continue activating the next button. But suddenly, he felt a pain in his chest. When he lowered his head, he saw that a huge drill had penetrated through the side door of the car and pierced his waist. Chapter 402: The Fate of Being Punished. Ah! The pilot of the Predator screamed. He turned the steering wheel desperately, trying to get away from the drill. However, the drill was still desperately extending in the direction of him, and the huge drill completely turned his waist into meat. The Predator driver opened his eyes wide and looked out the window. Outside the window was the car that looked like a long knife. At this time, the long knife car was driving alongside him. A huge drill bit protruded from the side of the long knife car and was drilling into his car. Oh, it's you! The driver tilted his head, and the car lost control and rushed to the side. The direction he was rushing was Zhang Tuohai's lane. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai secretly thought it was bad luck and immediately slowed down to avoid it. However, as soon as he slowed down, the long sword vehicle also slowed down and came to the vicinity of his vehicle. The huge drill was aimed at Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle, apparently intending to repeat the same trick. If Zhang Tuohai's weapon was not locked at this time, Zhang Tuohai had 100 ways to kill this guy. However, Zhang Tuohai had not yet stepped on any weapon button and was unable to fight back. However, the lack of a weapon button does not mean that Zhang Tuohai has no means of counterattack. He directly installed a steam-powered skeleton on the ship. Although the weapons could not be used, the basic function of increasing strength was still available. Zhang Tuohai directly picked up a 105mm artillery shell and smashed it towards the long knife cart. Although the cannonball cannot activate it, being hit by such a heavy cannonball will definitely cause serious injuries. The long sword cart didn't expect Zhang Tuohai to be able to play such a trick. It was already too late to dodge at this time. There was a loud bang, and the heavy 105mm shell hit the large shaft connecting the drill bit. The big shaft was dented directly by the smash, and the drill bit failed immediately. The driver of the long knife truck looked at Zhang Tuohai resentfully. The failure of the drill bit meant that he had lost a lot of help. He wanted to tear Zhang Tuohai into pieces. However, when he saw Zhang Tuohai raising another 105mm artillery shell, he became frightened and quickly controlled the long knife car to slow down and avoid the shells. However, as luck would have it, the 105mm shell hit the protruding axle of his wheel. Originally, his car had poor stability, so the style of camshaft widening, the wheel spacing, was modified. This protruding axle speeds up the distance between the wheels and increases the stability of his car. The original effect is good, but now it has become his reminder. The heavy 105mm shell directly smashed the protruding large axle, and the shell was stuck between the wheel and the car body. The car lost its balance, turned sideways 3 times, left its own track, and entered Zhang Tuohai's track. However, it fell behind Zhang Tuohai. Player Kanan left his own track and violated the rules. Please return to his own track within 10 seconds. Otherwise he will be punished. Countdown. 9, 8, 7. Upon hearing this, Kanan, the driver of the long knife car, quickly stepped on the accelerator and wanted to return to his track. But his wheels were stuck by the cannonballs thrown by Zhang Tuohai. One wheel could not move and could only spin in circles. This made Kanan so anxious that he was sweating. Player Kanan did not return to his track as required, and was sentenced to a foul and punished. Wait! I have something to say! Kanan shouted loudly. trying to defend himself. However, the game system will not give him a chance to defend himself. A drone flew over and hovered over Kanan. A rocket roared down. Boom! There was an explosion, and Kanan's sword cart turned into an orange fireball. The punishment is so severe! Zhang Tuohai was surprised when he saw this. If you don't return for more than 10 seconds, you will be hit by a rocket, which is almost a death sentence. It's just a pity that Kanan was punished for death by the game system, and the kill quota cannot be counted on Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai had to kill another player if he wanted to pass the level. At this moment, the huge RV suddenly caught up from behind and quickly caught up to Zhang Tuohai. What is he going to do? Zhang Tuohai looked at the RV solemnly. However, he soon understood. The side cover of the RV was opened, and what was revealed inside was not a variety of exquisite furniture, but artillery pieces. The calibers of these artillery pieces vary, including 75mm, 88mm, 105mm, and 120mm. There are more than a dozen densely packed gates. Zhang Tuohai was sure that even with his current armor, it would be enough to be fired by these artillery fire once. He accelerated quickly, rushed forward, and avoided the range of the artillery fire. Seeing this, the large RV chased after him while adjusting the angle of its artillery, as if it was about to blow Zhang Tuohai into pieces. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to continue throwing cannonballs to interfere with the opponent, classmate Xiao Ai finally saw a weapon button. Commander, hold on for 3 seconds. Xiao Ai increased her speed to the limit and rushed over like a whirlwind. The moment the wheel pressed the button, Xiao Ai felt that part of the restrictions in her body were lifted. Commander, the pursuit cannon has been unlocked, classmate Xiao Ai said. Zhang Tuohai frowned when he heard this. Although it is not the honeycomb rockets and 105mm artillery that he most hopes for, the rotating pursuit cannon is enough, and it is much better than empty-handed. Turn the turret and give it to the guy behind, Zhang Tuohai shouted loudly. Buzz! The huge turret turned 180 degrees and aimed its muzzle at the large RV on the right rear. The large RV didn't know what weapons Zhang Tuohai had activated, but when he saw the huge gun muzzle and the missiles on the roof, he couldn't help but want to retreat and actively reduced his speed. At the same time, the man picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, Brother, we are all players. You and I should each take a step back. How about not violating the river? Seeing what the man said, Zhang Tuohai sneered. Where was your energy in chasing me just now? You were chasing me so happily. I have to show something, Zhang Tuohai said, and ordered classmate Xiao Ai to activate the rotating pursuit cannon. Boom, boom, boom. Classmate Xiao Ai fired all 6 shells directly. 6 shrapnel bombs exploded in the air, and thousands of steel balls hit the RV like a steel storm. The cab of the RV was directly swept by steel balls, and the driver inside was beaten into a sieve by the steel balls. The huge car body lost control and rolled sideways. Various parts of the artillery were scattered everywhere. A ray of red light enveloped Zhang Tuohai, and he also drew his first blood in this game. I finally solved task 1. Now, I only need to run 2 laps to complete the race, Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw that the 2 Humvees that had escaped before were back. Chapter 403 Waiting for the Rabbit. Commander, they are back again, Xiao Ai said. I know they must have been holding back something good. They must have gotten something good. Be careful with it, Zhang Tuohai said. Understood. Upon hearing this, classmate Xiao Ai accelerated and rushed forward. Seeing classmate Xiao Ai speeding up, the 2 Humvees quickly came to a position parallel to Zhang Tuohai. The machine gunners of the 2 Humvees turned their guns towards Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle and pulled the trigger. Click, click, and a series of tongues of fire swept towards the infantry fighting vehicle. The 2 Humvees escaped just now because their weapons were not unlocked. Their original idea was to run forward first, use their speed to unlock some weapons first, and then come back and kill all these players when they became stronger, especially the predator that was chasing them. However, after they unlocked the vehicle-mounted machine gun, they were shocked to find that there had been a fierce battle behind them, and there were not many vehicles left. There were only 10 cars participating in the race. At this time, a Humvee, a long knife vehicle, 2 predators, and a RV were out. Players lost more than half. However, the 2 of them have yet to kill a single player, and there were only 3 goals left for them. They are Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle, a coffin-like vehicle, and a steam tank emitting black smoke and driving slowly behind. To pass, they must kill 2 of them. and Zhang Tuohai is the closest to them. The two Humvees had no choice but to deal with Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle. In their opinion, their machine guns use steel core armor-piercing bullets, and their infantry fighting vehicles are not tanks that are good at defense. Killing the opponent should not be a problem. It is just a waste of more bullets. However, after those steel core bullets hit the side armor of the infantry fighting vehicle, each one was bounced away. Not even a rivet was knocked out. Brother, what's going on? Isn't this riveted armor? Didn't we kill one yesterday? Why is this so strong? A Humvee gunner panicked. How do I know? Maybe it has been strengthened? It won't be too strong. If you keep fighting, you will definitely be able to defeat it. The player who is called the boss has no choice. At this point, he can only bite the bullet and continue fighting. If they couldn't even penetrate Zhang Tuohai's riveted armor, then they would be even less able to deal with the steam tank behind him. Unless they kill each other, there is no way they can get through. Ping 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 pong. The bullets hit Zhang Tuohai's car like raindrops. His grandma's. It's not over. Right. Classmate Xiai. Find a button and hack them. Zhang Tuohai cursed in a low voice. Commander, please hold on tight. Xiao Ai said and rushed forward. There was a curve in front of him. Xiao Ai drifted around the corner and disappeared from the sight of the two Hummers. Boss, did I read correctly just now? The infantry fighting vehicle drifted around the corner? Stop being so nagging. Hurry up and catch up. The boss cursed. Otherwise, we will all die. The two Humvees accelerated around the corner. However, as soon as they turned the corner, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle was parked halfway waiting for them. 10 mechanical arms stretched out from the side of the vehicle, each armed with a quadruple 23mm cannon. What the hell is this? One of the machine gunners screamed in horror. However, at this time, the 23mm cannon spit out death flames. The 23mm shells directly blew up the two Humvees in the air. The two Humvees were completely turned into pieces, shooting out in all directions, raising everything around them to the ground. Finally done. Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. Although the bullets of these two Humvees could not penetrate his armor, they were very fast, like two flies, which was very annoying. If it is not resolved in time, something may happen. Fortunately, when he drifted around the corner, he unlocked the cannon. Zhang Tuohai had an idea and used the curve to block his field of vision and ambush the opponent. Unexpectedly, he succeeded. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to take a deep breath, a burst of smoke floated over, and there seemed to be some kind of irritating gas, which smelled very unpleasant. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly retracted into the car, closed the roof cover, and started the purifier to purify all the gas entering the car. At the corner, a coffin-like car slowly drove over. A man wearing a beak mask got out of the car. The man looked at the infantry fighting vehicle parked in place, with a disdainful smile on his face. Ha ha. What's the point of fighting for a bunch of reckless people? They were knocked down by my poisonous mist. So what if they ran fast? If they run fast, won't the championship prize fall into my hands? The man wearing the bird's beak mask said, as he put something like a flamethrower on his back, and walked towards Zhang Tuohai's direction. Be careful. He is carrying a strong acid solution, which can corrode metal. Your roof cover cannot resist the erosion of the strong acid solution, and even the side armor can be corroded. A prompt pops up from the system. So smart! Zhang Tuohai was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be players with weapons that could restrain him. If he hadn't seen the opportunity quickly and started the air purifier in time, he would really have been fooled by this combination of punches. It seems that the thick armor can't block anything. However, now that he is awake, that is a different matter. Classmate Xiai, kill him, Zhang Tuohai said. Clear. Classmate Xiao Ai controlled the robotic arm and aimed a quadruple 23mm cannon at the beak mask. What? What's going on? Impossible. No one can survive my poisonous smoke, the beak mask said as he backed away. Click, click, click. The 23mm cannon roared. The beak mask turned into mince meat on the ground. Is everything safe now? Zhang Tuohai counted on his fingers. And now only the steam tank was still walking slowly behind. It was simply wishful thinking to catch up with that guy's speed. Zhang Tuohai has almost sealed the victory in advance. Zhang Tuohai was also very happy at this time. He had even thought about coming over to search for these cars when he could change lanes on the second lap. Zhang Tuohai drove forward with satisfaction, going around in a circle easily. When Zhang Tuohai was about to reach the finish line, He was shocked to find that the steam tank had actually returned to the finish line, and its muzzle was pointing in the direction he came from. Waiting for help. Chapter 404 Leg Hair. Zhang Tuohai was startled when he saw the steam tank parked not far away. He didn't expect this player to be so naughty. After knowing that he couldn't outrun these players with speed, he deliberately stepped on a button, activated the weapon system, and then quietly returned to the starting point and began to wait. Because the starting point is not far from a corner, this steam tank can completely use the corner to cover its existence. In addition, players are not allowed to change the track in the first lap, so the steam tank only needs to aim its muzzle at that track. After calculating the lead time, there is absolutely no possibility of missing. The player who drives the steam tank is also a smart man. He knows that he can't do anything about these players with his speed, so he makes some changes and uses this method to wait and see, squatting at the starting point to take advantage of these leaders. After killing all these players, he drove slowly for 2 more laps and won steadily. I have to say that this player calculated everything perfectly, and he really beat Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai just turned the corner and bumped into the muzzle of his gun. Boom! The steam tank's cannon emitted orange-red fireworks and large plumes of black smoke. Go to hell! Ha! Victory belongs to me! The driver of the steam tank had a look of excitement on his face. However, when the smoke cleared, a horrifying scene appeared in front of him. Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle actually stopped there intact. The front armor was dented, but it was not penetrated and it still stopped there. How is this possible? How can the armor of an infantry fighting vehicle be so thick that it can still block the direct fire of my 100mm artillery? The driver of the steam tank looked in disbelief. He didn't know that Zhang Tuohai's armor could block the direct fire of the 105mm artillery. The dent in the front armor made by the 100mm artillery was entirely due to special artillery shells. Otherwise, even this dent might not be left. The driver of the steam tank felt something was wrong, so he quickly filled the gun chamber with shells and propellant, preparing to fire a follow-up shot. Since one shot can't penetrate the frontal armor, just fire a few more times, and it will always be effective. However, before he even finished loading the propellant, Zhang Tuohai's counterattack arrived. Just now, Zhang Tuohai pressed another button on the road and activated the 105mm artillery. After being hit in the face, Zhang Tuohai snorted coldly. It's disrespectful to come back without reciprocating. If you hit me with a cannonball, I will give you a cannonball in return, Zhang Tuohai said, and asked the automatic loader to change the shells to enhanced armor-piercing shells, and fired 1 round at the steam tank. Boom! The thick enhanced armor-piercing bullets directly penetrated the steam tank, crushing everything in its path into pulp. At this point, all other players participating in the competition were completely killed by Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai was the only player left on the field. Zhang Tuohai drove leisurely past the terminal and started his second lap. This lap, he can change lanes, because there were no other players. Zhang Tuohai completely relaxed and let the steam self-propelled machinery dismantle these cars one by one. They are all ownerless things anyway, and they will be recycled by the game system if they stay for a while. It is better to give yourself an advantage. Zhang Tuohai turned over the supplies left behind by these cars and made a tut-tut sound from the cars of these players. We can see that these players are doing pretty well. They can be considered at least above average among the players. And the supplies they carry in their cars are also good. There was a lot of fresh meat, high-end ingredients, vegetables and fruits. Zhang Tuohai even found a box of blueberry juice in a player's car. Zhang Tuohai found 2 cigarettes, 2 boxes of unknown wine, and a jar of red wine for his 10-year-old daughter. There is even a rack of decorative antlers. If I use this kind of thing to make medicinal wine, will Vladimir come over and hunt me down? Zhang Tuohai dragged his chin and looked at the huge antlers, a twig thicker than his thumb. If this were soaked in wine, Mr. Vladimir would probably go crazy. Zhang Tuohai drove all the way, collecting blueprints along the way. After walking around, he actually successfully decomposed a blueprint for transforming a car into a Predator. Counting the previous unicycle modification drawing, he had accumulated 2 more special modification drawings. This kind of blueprint is of little use to him, but it is very attractive to those players who are not very good at it, or even average at it. If done correctly, you can even make huge profits. After sorting out the supplies he had obtained, Zhang Tuohai drove his car and passed the finish line. Congratulations to player Zhang Tuohai for winning the Death Racing Championship, and will be awarded the special prize luxury product, Havana Fine Handmade Cigar Manufacturing Manual, along with the sound of the prompt system. A book and 2 bags fell into Zhang Tuohai's hands. What the hell is this? Zhang Tuohai started reading. After flipping through this not-so-thick manual, Zhang Tuohai showed a look of understanding. This book tells the story of how to make Havana fine handmade cigars. In addition to being available for smoking, this high-quality Havana handmade cigar can also obtain a buff, which increases mental activity by 25% and inspiration by 20% during the smoking process. Zhang Tuohai rolled his eyes, feeling that if he wanted to promote this thing, it might fall on Hagrid. The wrench and gear team that Hagrid joined was a group of big guys who were used to studying modified cars, so thinking activity and inspiration were what they needed. And this thing would definitely be popular among them. Once you get a stable customer base, won't the money keep rolling in? Havana Boutique cigars carry the word handmade, which means that the process of rolling cigarettes is done by hand and cannot be replaced by machines. However, the drawings of a dryer for drying tobacco leaves were included in the book. Of the other 2 bags, one bag contains seeds, which are special tobacco seeds used to make high-quality cigars. The growth cycle is 2 days. Another bag contains ready-made tobacco leaves. Wong Kai, come and learn this. Try making 2 first. I'll find someone to test the water. Zhang Tuohai called Wong Kai to let him try 2 pieces first. Oh! Wong Kai wiped his paws on his apron, walked out of the kitchen, started to read the production manual, and then rolled 2 tobacco leaves according to the instructions. Not to mention, it's pretty decent. At least Zhang Tuohai didn't find anything different from ordinary cigars. The game system also marks notes, which have the same effect as the instructions. Zhang Tuohai sent Hagrid 2 cigars made by Wong Kai. This is a new product I made. Let's see if there are any flaws. If there are no problems, help me promote it. Hagrid quickly responded. This cigar tastes good, and the effect is very good. But there is just one problem. Why is there leg hair on it? Chapter 405 Competition. Go forward courageously. Zhang Tuohai turned back and stared at Wong Kai. Explain to me. What's going on with the leg hair? Huh? Wong Kai opened his eyes wide while rubbing his cigar on his lap, his face full of confusion. I just followed the steps in this book. Every step is correct. If you don't believe me, take a look, Wong Kai said while holding up the book. Zhang Tuohai took the book over and read it carefully. One good thing about Wong Kai is that he learns things very quickly and can do them properly after just one reading, which is almost the same as in the book. Zhang Tuohai took the book and flipped it back and forth 3 times. He suddenly pointed at a picture in the book and said, Take a good look. Are there any leg hairs on people's legs? Wong Kai opened his mouth involuntarily, and the scene was awkward for a while. In the end, Wong Kai decided to roll the cigar in pig skin so that he could avoid getting his leg hair rolled up. And everything was happy. Hagrid also wrote a private message to Zhang Tuohai praising the advantages of the new cigar. It was very moist, without the dryness of ordinary cigars, and you could even feel the body fragrance of the girl on it. Zhang Tuohai thought over and over again, but did not dare to tell Hagrid that the cigar he believed to be rolled by the girl was actually rolled by a desert fox on pig skin. After some discussion, Hagrid's friends decided to order high-quality handmade cigars from Zhang Tuohai on a long-term basis. Due to the limited tobacco production, Hagrid's friends had no choice but to accept the limit of 1 piece a day, and Hagrid acted as a contact. People can get a quota of 2 per day. With such a good cigar, the production is so small, so the price is naturally high. The factory price from Zhang Tuohai starts with 2 level 3 materials or 20 cans. If you get it on a regional channel, it can fetch 3 times or even more. However, Hagrid and the others don't have enough for themselves. So how could anyone sell it? After dealing with the problem of tobacco leaves, Zhang Tuohai drove the car and continued to move forward. After driving forward for 20 kilometers, Zhang Tuohai finally found a fork in the road. The path on the left leads to the game, Russian roulette. The road to the right leads to the race. Keep going. Choose the one on the right. Zhang Tuohai took a look and immediately chose the path on the right. He doesn't like games that involve gambling, because there is a lot of uncertainty. He doesn't like to leave everything to fate. Zhang Tuohai drove forward for more than 20 kilometers on the road on the right, and saw a wide slope. Dozens of cars were parked at the bottom of the slope, eager to reach the top. As soon as Zhang Tuohai approached the slope, he got a prompt from the game system. Players are welcome to the competition venue where the game is going forward. Please ask if you want to join the game and go forward. If you want to withdraw, please pay a fine of 1,000 units of gasoline. 1,000 units of gasoline? That's not too low. But it should be much easier than a death racer. Right. 3 times the price difference. Zhang Tuohai thought. Death Racer Zhang Tuohai also participated. But the brave man who had 1,000 units of gasoline didn't care anymore and directly chose to join. Player Zhang Tuohai is welcome to join the game and move forward bravely. The game will start in 3 minutes. Players are asked to go to the starting line and be ready. Read the rules of the game below. Every player must choose a track before officially entering the venue. But after entering the venue, they can freely choose a track. The player who successfully reaches the top of the hill is considered successful. The first player to successfully reach the top of the hill will receive a special reward. As players move towards the top of the hillside, some debris will roll down from the top of the hillside. Please be careful to avoid it. Players participating in the game are not allowed to leave the game area. Otherwise it will be regarded as a violation and will be punished. It doesn't seem too difficult. Just rush to the top of the mountain and pay attention to avoid rolling debris. It does seem to be much easier than a death race. Zhang Tuohai thought as he came to the starting line under the hillside. Zhang Tuohai looked to the side. The hillside was several kilometers wide. There were already hundreds of vehicles gathering here. And there were still vehicles gathering here. It seems there are a lot of players around here. Zhang Tuohai thought secretly. At this moment, the beep of the game system rang again. The game is about to start in 10 seconds. All players please be ready. Hearing this sound, the players who had been waiting impatiently became energetic, geared up, and turned on the accelerator one by one, looking eager to try. Let's compete later. A familiar player lowered his car window and shouted after the player next to him. Let's compete. I'm afraid of you. How about betting on 2 roast ducks? Do you dare? Come here. My car has just been modified. It is especially suitable for cross-country climbing. I will definitely win this competition. That's not necessarily the case. I have installed a Luyun Type 2 engine, which doubles the speed. Just wait for it to be ashes later. I will definitely win this competition. 3, 2, 1 time is up and the game begins. Buzz. There was an engine humming sound. And many players' cars began to rush towards the top of the slope. In their opinion, this game is not difficult. That is, it is a competition to see who is faster. Therefore, the starting speed is very important. All the players are rushing up, for fear of falling behind. At this moment, there was a rumble from the top of the hillside, which was louder than the engines of the players below the hillside. What happened? The players looked towards the top of the hillside in horror. At some point at the top of the hillside, a large pile of large rocks appeared. These big rocks rolled down from the top of the hillside one by one, targeting the players, who were working hard to rush up below the hillside. Each of these stones has a diameter of 2 meters, and they have been cut into shapes that are obviously spheres or cylinders and are very easy to roll. At this time, they are rolling down with thunderous momentum. The players who had been rushing forward just now were stunned when they saw this scene. If such a big stone hits the car, shouldn't the car be smashed and scrapped? What a waste of time. Those players turn around and rush towards the finish line. Warning! Warning! It is prohibited to leave the playing area. Otherwise a foul will be determined and penalties will be imposed. Following the game's prompts, drones flew over from a distance and hovered over the player. There was a rocket hanging under each drone, looking ready to go. Those players could not care much at this time, and several players rushed out of the competition area, trying to escape for their lives. However, the drones in the sky had already locked onto them, and several rockets were fired towards the escaping vehicles. Boom! Boom! Several fireballs rose up. Chapter 406 Heavy Casualties. The brazen attack by the drone shocked the players present. It was the first time for many people to participate in a game in this world, and they were frightened by such cruel punishment methods. A few slower runners immediately stopped their cars and stepped back one after another. What's going on? Can't we just stop playing? Why do we use rockets as soon as we get started? Hack! Come back! You guys squeeze me out. I have to go back. Hurry up. The drone is coming. Help! There is nothing we can do. The boulder on the mountain is about to roll down, and we will have to face the boulder directly from now on. There are boulders in front of us and rockets in the back. Is the game system going to kill us here? If I had known it was so dangerous, I shouldn't have worried about those 1,000 units of gasoline. I have gas. Can I quit now? Even if I pay double the fine. Many players were noisy. Zhang Tuohai looked intently at the hillside and observed the rolling boulders. He knew that the game system would not produce a game that was absolutely impossible to complete. Although the scene of the boulder rolling down was dangerous, there must be a way to pass it. Zhang Tuohai scanned the hillside carefully. Suddenly, he discovered that although these boulders were very powerful and gave people a feeling of being overwhelming and invincible. In fact, there were very wide gaps between these boulders. The distance between the two boulders is at least about 3 meters, and the width is as high as 5 or 6 meters. As long as you observe carefully and control the direction, there will be no problem. Zhang Tuohai glanced around and selected the gap closest to him, which was about 4 meters wide, enough for his infantry fighting vehicle to pass through. "Let's go! Slip through that gap," Zhang Tuohai said. "As you command." Classmate Xiao Ai started the car and rushed towards the gap between the two boulders. Zhang Tuohai's movements were unusually conspicuous among the chaotic group of players. "Is this guy crazy? He actually rushed towards the boulder. Is he planning to die? I guess you don't want to live anymore." "Right. I guess they want to resist forcefully. But even an infantry fighting vehicle can't withstand such a huge stone impact." "Right. I don't think a main battle tank can withstand it. If you ask me, it is more reliable for everyone to rush out together. The number of drones is limited, and it is impossible to kill all the escaping players. If everyone rushes out together, the drones will definitely not be able to deal with so many players at the same time. Life and death matter. What do you think? Wait a minute. This guy is not looking for death. Look, he is trying to slip through the gap." Some sharp-eyed players quickly discovered Zhang Tuohai's intentions. "No, that gap is so small, and a car so big can't possibly get through it. If he can get through it, I will. Damn it!" Before the player finished speaking, Zhang Tuohai slipped between the two boulders. The car rushed past the edge of a boulder. If it had been any worse, the car would have crashed and everyone would have died. "It's really over. Is it fake?" One player muttered to himself in disbelief. "Is this cheating? Can this pass? It would be great if I also had this driving skill." Different from the envy and jealousy of ordinary players, some more discerning players saw Zhang Tuohai's actions and thought, "Since he can do it, so can I." Buzz. Several players immediately started their engines and rushed toward the gap in the boulder, instead of squatting at the starting line and waiting for death. It is better to fight to the death and maybe survive. The first car didn't grasp the direction well and veered slightly when rushing towards the gap. As a result, a corner of the car was crushed by a huge rolling stone. The boulder weighed several tons, and as it rolled down a high slope, the impact was not something that a mere off-road vehicle could withstand. One of the wheels of the off-road vehicle was crushed to pieces. The huge impact caused the car to roll sideways. Before the player could react, he was crushed into pieces by the ensuing boulders. Some players were frightened by this tragic scene, while others simply ignored it and continued to rush towards the gap. Brush. A player driving a Wrangler slipped through the gap between the boulders. He became the first player, after Zhang Tuohai, to successfully cross the gap. Afterwards, one player after another rushed towards the gap. Some succeeded, some failed and were crushed into pulp. There were more than 20 players in the first batch of attacks. More than 10 of them succeeded, and only 5 or 6 unlucky players failed to attack. The other 2 people were more unlucky because the boulder was affected and temporarily changed its direction, causing the impact to fail. Their actions gave other players hope. It turns out that not all roads on this hillside are dead ends, and there is still hope of survival, since there is a possibility of life. Who would want to die? A large number of players drove their cars and rushed towards the gap. The originally empty hillside was crowded with players, and those relatively wide gaps even attracted the attention of 7 or 8 players at the same time. For a while, many players accelerated and bumped into each other, just to grab a gap that could pass. "How dare you bump into me? Look how awesome I am!" A player was hit by a player next to him with a car and suffered a slight loss. He immediately became furious and took out an RPG-7 from under the seat and pointed it at the player. The trigger was pulled. Boom! The player's car turned into a fireball. "Bah! How dare a stinky out-of-towner dare to cross our road? Didn't you see our license plate? It's clear A." This player's actions were like opening Pandora's box, and the conflict between players escalated. Originally they were just hitting each other with vehicles, but now they see someone using weapons. Everyone has imitated them and started using weapons against each other, from vehicle-mounted machine guns to RPGs, from recoilless guns to anti-tank grenades. Various weapons appear frequently, and various explosions occur one after another. Rivers of blood flowed across the entire hillside, and players suffered heavy casualties. The number of people who died at the hands of players was even more than the number of people who died from boulders. I don't know if this was an irony or not. Zhang Tuohai was unaware of the status of these players. He was rushing towards the hillside at this time. After crossing the first gap, The next situation was much more complicated than before. The first row of boulders at least go hand in hand, allowing Zhang Tuohai to more easily see the width between each boulder and make a choice. But after rushing through the first row of boulders, the boulders behind became confusing. It is inconsistent and very messy, making it impossible to judge the width between two boulders at first glance. Moreover, these boulders are of different sizes and at different speeds. Some of them were behind a boulder just now, but after a few seconds, they rushed up and moved in front of the boulder. If Zhang Tuohai hadn't seen the opportunity quickly, a drift dodged past, probably being overshadowed by these boulders. Chapter 407 Competition Rewards. Damn it! That idiot designed this genius competition? Infantry fighting vehicles shuttled back and forth between large and small rocks on the hillside. Although Zhang Tuohai was not driving, he desperately opened the first-person perspective and watched the rocks bigger than millstones rolling past him. Cold sweat was pouring from Zhang Tuohai's head, and he felt for his little love in his heart. The classmate was sweating. If Xiao Ai made a mistake, only Lilina, a nanorobot comparable to the T-1000, would survive in this car, and the rest would die. Classmate Xiao Ai, you must hold still. Zhang Tuohai clenched his fists to cheer up classmate Xiao Ai. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's cheers, Xiao Ai became even more excited. It suddenly increased its speed and shuttled through the rocks at a faster speed. The huge rocks whizzed past it, like whizzing by train. Zhang Tuohai decisively turned off the first-person perspective. If he continued to watch like this, he would have a heart attack. That's all. When the car drove halfway up the hillside, the road suddenly became rugged, and what kept rolling down were no longer large and small boulders, but mines made of fine steel. Car. Although the size of these minecarts is not as scary as those boulders, they are faster. Moreover, the uneven road surface has a greater impact on them, making it more difficult to judge the direction of travel of these minecarts. The most annoying thing is that every minecart is filled with gunpowder barrels. Zhang Tuohai was sure that as long as he dared to bump into them, they would dare to give him a fireworks feast at close range. I'm really screwed, Zhang Tuohai said angrily to classmate Xiao Ai. Kill them quickly, and don't let them get close. Understood, Commander. Xiao Ai showed off 20 robotic arms, each holding a quadruple 23mm cannon, and pulled the trigger on the surrounding minecarts. Click, click, click. Dense bullets swept towards the surrounding minecarts. Boom, boom. There were bursts of explosions, and clouds of black smoke rose up. The smoke continues to spread, blocking the player's view, making the situation worse. However, fortunately, Zhang Tuohai strengthened the frontal firepower, and even the 105mm cannon and rotating assault gun joined the battle, and a safe passage was opened in front of the car. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge roar from the front. However, the thick black smoke blocked the view, making it impossible for Zhang Tuohai to judge what was happening ahead. No matter what, use rocket shells to cover it. Don't stop the machine guns and artillery. Keep rushing over and go straight up the hillside. Zhang Tuohai had estimated the distance. It was about 500 meters away from the top of the hillside, and he could reach it in one sprint. You must not stay on the hillside any longer. The longer you stay, the more danger you will face. Classmate Xiao Ai resolutely executed Zhang Tuohai's order. Rockets were fired one after another and hit the black mist ahead. Boom! Boom! Bursts of explosions came alive from the black fog. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound sounded from the black fog, and a ball of fire emerged from the black fog, and even the black fog was illuminated by the fire. Good guy! What did it explode? Such a big movement? Zhang Tuohai stared at the black mist in shock. A moment later, a thick wheel with a diameter of 3 meters flew into the sky from the black mist. Such a big wheel? How big is this minecart? Zhang Tuohai looked at the huge wheel in horror. You know, the diameter of the wheels of his infantry fighting vehicle is only 1 meter. The diameter of the wheel has exceeded 3 meters. You can imagine how big the car is. Good guy. Such a big thing. It's lucky to blow it up in advance. Otherwise it will definitely be a trouble. Zhang Tuohai was thankful in his heart. But the fire coverage did not stop. As the car moved forward, it covered it with fire, blasting every inch of land it moved forward. Although this may be a waste of ammunition, it is safer. Boom! Boom! Explosions are heard endlessly. Good guy! What happened up there? A world war. Isn't this level about avoiding rocks? Why did it become a battlefield? The players below heard the explosion above, and couldn't help but tremble in fear. Two players even slipped due to the sudden explosion, which eventually led to their car being crushed and killed by rocks. Is it attacking the stone with heavy firepower? Some players secretly guessed, and tried to use vehicle-mounted weapons to attack the huge rocks. However, apart from knocking off some fragments, it is of no use at all. Instead, the car was in danger because he was distracted from controlling the weapon. When these players saw this, they also stopped attacking and concentrated on avoiding the falling rocks rolling down the mountain. Zhang Tuohai safely climbed to the top of the hillside on the path opened by the rockets. Congratulations to player Zhang Tuohai for winning the game. Go forward and winning this special reward. Please check it out. Along with a ray of white light, a blueprint appeared in Zhang Tuohai's hand. Titanium alloy armor manufacturing diagram. Level 5 automobile general accessories, which require level 5 cars to install. Armor made of high-strength alloy can protect against direct fire from artillery under 150 mm or direct fire from armor-piercing projectiles under 105 mm. Materials: special metal titanium alloy, 200 units. Metal parts, 500 units. Zhang Tuohai was very happy when he saw this drawing, and then showed a look of regret. What makes him happy is naturally how powerful this blueprint is. If this thing can withstand direct fire from a 105 mm armor-piercing bullet, then it can be said that his shield is stronger than a spear for the first time. Even his own 105 mm artillery equipped with armor-piercing projectiles cannot penetrate titanium alloy armor. However, there is also a problem. That is, this armor is actually a universal accessory for level 5 cars. He is still one step away from upgrading to a level 5 car, and he doesn't know when he will get it. What's even worse is that this thing actually requires a special metal titanium alloy, and a full 200 units. This is not a small amount. Zhang Tuohai doesn't know where to get it. I originally thought that with 001, I would have no shortage of metal ingots in the future. But now it seems that I am still young. Zhang Tuohai shook his head. He was still a long way from being self-sufficient in resources. Zhang Tuohai carefully read the blueprint twice, put it away, and waited until he had gathered the supplies. Although Zhang Tuohai successfully passed the competition and won the prize, this does not mean that the competition is over. At least the remaining players still need to successfully climb to the top of the hill to escape. Otherwise, they will have to avoid all kinds of clutter rolling down the mountain. Chapter 408: The Weird Rest Area. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the struggling players below, and then drove away quickly. After all, he was the first to reach the finish line, and some unwilling players would definitely have other thoughts. Although he won't be afraid of those players, it would be better to have less trouble at this time. After driving out of the competition venue, there were 4 forked roads in front of Zhang Tuohai. The first one on the left can get a blue supply box, but the iron bridge on the river is in disrepair, and it is prone to collapse accidents when vehicles exceeding 10 tons drive over it. There is a blue supply box at the end of the second road on the left, but the middle section of the road is relatively narrow. Vehicles with a width of more than 3 meters are recommended to detour. There are 2 purple supply boxes on the first road from the right, but they need to pass through a cave. The height of the cave is limited to 2 meters. If it exceeds the height, it cannot be passed. The second road from the right does not have any supply boxes, but you will encounter a rest area in the middle of the road where you can resupply. This is the prompt given by the prompt system. Zhang Tuohai glanced around the 4 options and found that he seemed to be able to only choose the second path from the right. Needless to say, there are 2 paths on the left. They don't yield much, are risky, and are not cost-effective. He was very interested in the 2 purple supply boxes on the first road from the right. However, the height limit of the cave blocked his idea. The height of his car itself was more than 2 meters, and with the Cornet missiles and honeycomb rockets on the top, it was well over the height, and there was no hope at all. Helpless, Zhang Tuohai could only drive towards the second road from the right. Hopefully there'll be something good in that seating area. With such hope in mind, Zhang Tuohai turned into the second road from the right. The road surface of the second road from the right is relatively smooth and spacious. There are guardrails on the roadside. It looks like an ordinary winding mountain road. After driving forward for about an hour, Zhang Tuohai finally saw a red roof appearing on the roadside in the distance. Is that the rest area? Walk over and have a look, Zhang Tuohai said to classmate Xiao Yai. He looked at the sun in the distance. At this time, the sun was mostly covered by the mountain peaks, and it looked like it was about to set. It seems that we will spend the night in the rest area tonight, Zhang Tuohai thought. The car slowly drove into the rest area, which was a double-story red-roofed wooden house built on the roadside. A large open space was opened in front of the wooden house. which was used as a parking lot. A service road passed through the parking lot and the highway. The seating area seemed no different. There was a notice posted next to the parking lot. Zhang Tuohai parked his car next to the notice and read it carefully. The sign is simple and lists a few rules for the rest area. 1. All players entering the rest area can receive 500 units of gasoline for free per vehicle. No one is allowed to take more. Otherwise they will be punished. 2. All players who enter the rest area can each get a free lunch box. Do not occupy too much. And you must ensure the CD. Otherwise you will be punished. If you choose to stay overnight in the lounge area, you will also receive a free breakfast. 3. All players who enter the rest area can choose a room to rest. 4. Please don't litter anywhere. 5. Please close doors and windows at night. The first 4 items were quite satisfactory. But when Zhang Tuohai saw the 5th item, his heart couldn't help but thump. In an instant, the scenes from the horror movies I had watched before traveling through time came to mind one by one. Lonely highways, remote and uninhabited cabins, isolated worlds, and strange rules almost combined several important elements of horror movies. Okay, this place won't be haunted at night, right? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the surrounding area. A gust of mountain wind blew by, and several locust trees made a rustling sound. I don't know if it was due to psychological factors, but Zhang Tuohai felt a little cold. Zhang Tuohai turned on the weapon safety of the steam-powered exoskeleton. If something unclean really dared to appear in front of him, he would give the opponent a small rocket to try. Go in and take a look first. Don't be intimidated by a few words. At least get the supplies you should get first. Zhang Tuohai slowly walked into the rest area carrying the Great Merciful and Great Compassionate Gatling Bodhisattva. Classmate Xiao Ai also loaded various weapons and monitored the surroundings, ready to provide support at any time. Outside the rest area is an empty parking lot and a sign, but nothing else. Zhang Tuohai walked straight to the second-floor cabin. After entering the cabin, Zhang Tuohai discovered that the cabin was much larger than it looked from the outside. As soon as you enter the cabin, you are faced with a central hall of at least 50 square meters. There is a red vending machine in the central hall. As soon as Zhang Tuohai approached, a red light shot out and scanned Zhang Tuohai. Comply with the collection rules. With a soft ding, the cabinet door under the vending machine opened, and 11 barrels of gasoline rolled out. Each barrel contains 50 units of gasoline. Why are there 11 barrels? Zhang Tuohai's heart moved. Could it be that the machine is broken? However, he immediately rejected the idea, although he still didn't understand the mechanism of this game system. No matter how hard he thought, it was impossible for such a low-level mistake to happen. At the same time, he immediately thought of the notice posted outside. Each car can get 500 units of gasoline for free. If you take more, you will be punished. Is this extra barrel of gasoline a fishing game for the game system? Zhang Tuohai thought about what the game system had done before, and felt that the other party could really do such a thing. To take a step back, even if this is really a BUG, there is no need for him to take advantage of the 50 units of gasoline. He currently produces more than 500 units of gasoline every day, so there is absolutely no need to risk being punished to take advantage of this small advantage. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and called 001 in. He only moved 10 barrels of gasoline. As for the last barrel, he stuffed it back. 001 moved the gasoline away, while Zhang Tuohai wandered around the cabin. There are many rooms on the first floor of the cabin, including a billiards room, a board game room, and a game room. The game room has a full range of game consoles, ranging from FC Red and White consoles to the latest PS5. There are several large display cabinets filled with cassettes and discs of various games. There is also a small home movie room next to the game room. There is a central controller that can choose to play various movies. Zhang Tuohai found that the movies here are also very complete. From the world's first movie, Factory Gate, to his new movies that have just been released before time travel in this world are all included. Zhang Tuohai even discovered hundreds of 18+ movies, all in high-definition Blu-ray quality. There is a small bar next to it, which is filled with various drinks, as well as popcorn, melon seeds, and fried chicken. It looks so cool. If it weren't for the sign outside, I would have enjoyed it here. Zhang Tuohai looked at those dazzling movies and sighed secretly in his heart. Chapter 409 Braised Chicken and Rice. Zhang Tuohai walked out of the movie room and continued to wander around the hall. Next to the movie room is the canteen. The canteen is in the form of a buffet. There are a variety of exquisite foods placed on several long tables, exuding an attractive atmosphere. What is incompatible with this is the long table next to the entrance. with a tall stack of stainless steel metal dinner plates and lunch boxes for packaging. There are also slogans posted on the long table, cherishing every grain of food. Zhang Tuohai took a tour and silently packed up a portion of braised chicken and rice to take away. Anyway, the notice said that each person can pack one to take away for free, and any advantage within the rules will not be taken away. Carrying a lunch box, Zhang Tuohai entered the second floor, which contained dozens of bedrooms. Zhang Tuohai casually pushed open a room and walked in. Although the room is not large, it is decorated similar to an executive suite in an ordinary star hotel. It has a large bedroom, a living room, and a rain bathtub. There is also a wine cabinet and snack cabinet in the room, and there is a fruit plate on the table. Several rooms were arranged in this way. At the end of the corridor, Zhang Tuohai even found several pink-themed couple suites, which were filled with props that Zhang Tuohai had only seen in movies and videos. Seeing this considerate service, Zhang Tuohai felt a sense of fear in his heart for no reason. Just like a person who usually treats you very badly, and suddenly one day greets you with a smile and greets you with greetings. Resistance will arise in your heart. The more considerate the service, the more worried Zhang Tuohai felt. What is the purpose of this game system? What is the purpose of spending such a huge price? Zhang Tuohai felt alert. No! You have to leave quickly. Zhang Tuohai hurriedly walked out of the room carrying his lunch box and walked towards the first floor. As soon as I walked out of the door on the first floor, I met two players wearing leather jackets walking in from the outside. Zhang Tuohai didn't expect to meet someone, and he bumped head-on with him. A player immediately sat on the ground. This is the result of Zhang Tuohai withdrawing his strength in time. Otherwise, this guy would at least have a broken bone. I'm sorry. Zhang Tuohai felt a little impatient, so he said something and hurriedly walked out. The player sitting on the ground was about to say something, but when he saw the steam-powered exoskeleton on Zhang Tuohai, and then looked at the Gatling gun carried by the opponent with one hand, he was forced to say what he wanted to say. Swallowed back, he lowered his head and muttered, "What's the air? Isn't it just that the equipment is better? When I get some good stuff, I won't let you go." "Okay, Brother Ben. Don't be like him. Come and let's go in and take a look." "Damn it, Brother Ben. Come here and take a look." PS5. Holy shit. Harry Potter actually has a movie? Xiao Huang. Stop playing that crappy game. Come and take a look. There's an 82-year-old fight and a roasted whole lamb. The shouts of two young people soon came from the cabin. Zhang Tuohai turned around and took a deep look at the cabin, then hurriedly returned to the infantry fighting vehicle. "Commander, welcome back." "Classmate," Xiao Ai said sweetly, and the stick figure on the screen actually saw a salute. "Boss, you are back." Wang Kai also ran over wagging his tail. This scene made Zhang Tuohai slightly stunned, giving him the illusion that he had returned to his life before time travel. "Well, is the situation in the car okay? Is anyone near the car?" Zhang Tuohai placed the braised chicken and rice on the table and asked while taking off the steam-powered exoskeleton. "Two people tried to get closer before. I turned the cannon to make it look like there was someone in the car, and they ran away," Xiao Ai said. Boss, do you want some tea? Or do you want me to give you a leg kick?" Wang Kai was running around Zhang Tuohai. "If you have anything to say, just say it. No need to use this." Zhang Tuohai glanced sideways at Wang Kai. The saying that being courteous without anything to do is either cheating or stealing. This saying also applies to Wang Kai. For Wang Kai, who has always been lazy, to be so attentive, maybe there is some trouble that Zhang Tuohai needs to help solve. It's like this. I see that Lu Hua is having a hard time laying 2 eggs every day recently, so I want to get something to supplement it. What's in this? It smells so good. Can I see it? Wang Ai asked as he pulled the lunchbox placed by Zhang Tuohai on the table with his hands. How about braised chicken and rice? Do you want to try it? It's delicious. Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. Chicken? Forget it. Wang Kai immediately shook his head upon hearing this. Since I'm with Lu Hua, I can't take action against her tribe members. It's okay if I don't eat the chicken. Wang Kai reluctantly refused. However, my nose couldn't help but twitch twice. No way. The braised chicken rice tastes really good. It's nothing. What you're eating isn't Reed Catkins anyway. So what are you afraid of? Zhang Tuohai opened the lunchbox, picked up a piece of chicken full of soup with chopsticks, and handed it to Wang Kai. Quick, take it away. Don't put it in front of me to tempt me. I won't give in. Wang Kai stretched out 2 small paws to block it, and turned his face away. However, his nose kept breathing in. He couldn't help it. It was so fragrant. After teasing Wonkai for a while, Zhang Tuohai threw the chicken into his mouth and said vaguely, "The 2 eggs of reed and peanut should be the effect of the high-end ecological garden. You can give it a supplement if you want. But if you've never raised a chicken before, give it a portion of everything you have, and see what it likes to eat. When I have time, I'll go to Wanwan's house and ask if there are any books on raising chickens. Thank you, boss." After Wonkai got Zhang Tuohai's approval, he happily ran towards the warehouse to pick things for Luhua. This guy. Zhang Tuohai shook his head and started eating the braised chicken and rice. Although the conscience of the game system was broken, the quality of the food provided was still good. The braised chicken noodles tasted better than anything he had ever tasted. It's a pity that Wonkai doesn't eat chicken anymore. Otherwise, Wonkai must try it and then make a replica. Zhang Tuohai thought with some regret. "Commander, someone is here again," Xiao Ai said, and spread the influence to the spherical screen. On the screen, several cars drove over from a distance and drove onto the service road. The destination was the rest area. Looking at the cars approaching, Zhang Tuohai frowned. He thought for a while and said, "Drive the car farther away and find a roadside parking. I'm afraid if something goes wrong here at night, it will affect us." Zhang Tuohai can't guarantee that those players can stick to their hearts like him. It would be bad if someone crosses the line and is punished by the game system, causing disaster. "As you command, Commander." Classmate Xiao Ai started the infantry fighting vehicle and drove towards the night. The infantry fighting vehicle had just left the rest area when an off-road vehicle covered with riveted armor drove over from a distance. "Sister, don't you think that's Brother Zhang's car? Why isn't he resting in the rest area?" Su Qi asked curiously. Chapter 410 Selling Drawings. Su Mu looked at the brightly lit rest area not far away, where there were bursts of singing and laughter, and then at Zhang Tuohai, who was gradually disappearing into the dark night. He pondered for a moment and finally said, "Let's go forward for a while. Let's talk about the road later." Compared to Su Qi, who is a bit silly and sweet, Su Mu wants to think more. She also dealt with Zhang Tuohai earlier than Su Qi. She knew very well that this guy Zhang Tuohai always took advantage when he could. There was no reason for him to let go of such a big piece of fat in the rest area. Now that Zhang Tuohai has left, that only means that there are 2 possibilities. Either the wool here has been harvested, or it is very dangerous. Even Zhang Tuohai has to retreat early, and does not dare to rest here, no matter which situation it belongs to. This is no longer a place to live, and leaving as soon as possible is the right way. Su Mu restarted the car and drove in the direction Zhang Tuohai left. She is a woman with a bottle of oil. If she wants to survive in this kind of world, she needs to be more cautious. "Oh," Su Qi nodded. Although she missed the brightly lit rest area, her long-term life had made her develop the habit of listening to her sister's words, and she followed her away obediently. Zhang Tuohai continued to drive 10 kilometers, and then stopped on the side of the road. This is a high point on this section of the road, and from here, you can easily see the rest area several kilometers away. This is the area specially selected by Zhang Tuohai. From here, you can see the rest area in the distance, and there is enough distance to avoid being affected by what happens inside. After parking the car, Zhang Tuohai opened the regional channel and began his daily routine of peeking at the screen. Today's regional channel is much bleaker than yesterday, and many players died in the game, not to mention anything else, in that death race. Except for Zhang Tuohai, all other players participating in the race died. As for marching forward, which ended not long ago, the player casualty rate was over 70% to 80%, and red obituaries filled the regional channels. However, not all players encounter games with such high difficulty. There are also many games like 123 Wooden Man. As long as you don't seek death, even if you can't get rewards, there is still no problem in saving your life. In addition, the game system of this world provides a mode of paying fines, giving many players a chance to escape. Therefore, up to now, the number of people existing in the regional channel is 4,680, and the survival rate is much higher than that of the first 3 worlds. In addition, after experiencing the baptism of several worlds, players have a strong ability to accept the death of strangers, and can even be said to be numb, as long as it's not someone you know. No matter how many deaths you have, it has nothing to do with you. Therefore, the regional channel was bustling with activity, with many players showing off their day's gains. "Ha! I was lucky enough to win a championship today. I got a 210mm cannon. However, The system prompted me that the stability of my car is too poor, and it cannot be retrofitted. Is there any boss with a more awesome car that I can buy for a price? Chat. Upstairs, the 210 caliber is considered a naval gun. Apart from trains, I haven't heard of any land vehicle using this level of artillery. I guess you will die in your hands. Who said that? In the last world, I saw a kind of battle fortress with 8 caterpillar tracks and full of large caliber artillery. Each one was 200 millimeters tall. What did I think? That is, now that we are in this world, we should not think according to the way of the original world. As long as our thinking does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Who said that naval guns cannot be mounted on the car? Unfortunately, I have decided to focus on speed. Otherwise, I really want to install one and play with it. I have a box of beer here, in exchange for 20 kilograms of meat or cooked food. If you want, chat privately. I have a baby rock goat here. Is anyone interested? I can consider replacing it with cooked food, canned food, tobacco and alcohol. I want to buy a large number of animal essences, which can be exchanged for cans. Chat privately if interested. Many players share their gains in the regional channel, hoping to exchange for their favorite items. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and also posted the transformation drawings of the giant wheel and the Predator. Both vehicles have certain shortcomings. That is, they are biased towards speed, but their own attack ability and ability to withstand attacks are relatively weak, and Zhang Tuohai no longer likes them. However, this thing is useless to Zhang Tuohai, but it is a rare good thing for other players. Not everyone has enough resources to slowly accumulate various accessories and upgrade their car step by step. Things like transformation drawings are very suitable for them. Being able to directly obtain a car that is not weak is what they want. After Zhang Tuohai hung up the 2 drawings, many players sent private messages to Zhang Tuohai, requesting transactions. Zhang Tuohai looked at the quotations one by one, feeling happy in his heart. In the end, the giant wheel car, a strange-looking car, was replaced by a member of the Wrench and Gear Guild with a set of advanced transmission devices and a set of manufacturing blueprints for a transmission gearbox. Together, these 2 things can increase vehicle speed by 25% and reduce fuel consumption by 15%. Although it seems inconspicuous, if you can live long enough, you will accumulate an astronomical amount of money. In the long run, Zhang Tuohai will make a lot of money, and the longer you make it, the more you will make. As for the Predator, it was bought by a small team of 8 people. The exchange was 123rd level materials, plus 12 boxes of cans, 6 boxes of water, 6 submachine guns, and 3 boxes of matching bullets. It looked like all the money was taken out. Seeing the players' high enthusiasm for trading, Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, took out the manufacturing drawings of the mysterious shadow statue, and hung it on the trading channel. As soon as they saw the introduction of the mysterious shadow statue, many players couldn't sit still. Damn, there is such a perverted thing. As long as you dedicate your faith, you can get more materials? It's not a scam, right? Some players couldn't believe it. The conditions are all stated on the drawing. How can there be any fraud? Anyway, I am planning to buy it. I have seen through it. These days, the materials I get are genuine, and how much faith is worth. Lord, your devout servant is about to abandon his faith. It's not that I'm not firm, but that the mysterious shadows have given him too much. I've put all my worth on it. No one can rob it from me. It doesn't matter if it's all worth it. I've already started taking out loans. If I had known that this statue would appear, I wouldn't have been in a hurry to exchange it. Unfortunately, I don't have any extra supplies. I regret it. Zhang Tuohai's mailbox was filled with private messages with quotations. Zhang Tuohai was very happy as he turned over the pages. Chapter 4:11 Vitamin Potion and Appearance. It has to be said that there are still a few players who are not really trapped by resources. Although, for ordinary players, the living conditions have improved a lot. At least now, they no longer have to chew dry bread every day. However, the resources to upgrade the car are still a huge amount of effort for them. Now that there is a statue that can get double or more resources just by providing faith, players are like crazy. Bidding crazy. Many players directly took photos of all their property. This can be seen from the quotes sent by these players. Zhang Tuohai even saw half a bowl of instant noodles. You can imagine the eagerness of the player. Suchi also saw the drawings of the statue hanging on the trading channel. Sister, that statue looks so awesome. Should we step in and take a picture of this thing? Suchi turned to Su Mu and asked. Su Mu thought for a while and shook his head decisively. This guy is very clever, since he can sell this statue instead of keeping it for himself. It means that this statue must have some drawbacks. And the drawbacks are so big. It got to the point where he ignored such huge long-term interests and wanted to sell it. But aren't the drawing instructions written on it? I don't see any disadvantages. Suchi bit her index finger and read the drawing instructions carefully. After reading for a long time, she didn't find any problems. I don't see any problem. But I'm sure that since he dares to take it out, there must be something wrong with this drawing. We won't wade into this muddy water, Su Mu said. Seeing that Su Mu had made a decision, Suchi nodded and stopped persuading. She knew that her sister was more far-sighted than her, and the two of them had relied on her sister step by step to get to where they are today. Anyway, as long as her sister made a decision, she would just follow it. Zhang Tuohai kept scrolling through private messages, trying to find the highest bidder to sell the statue. Suddenly, Zhang Tuohai found a different private message. It turns out that you, the shameless guy, killed Camus. We will avenge him. Just wait. Sooner or later, we will find you, the shameless guy. Cut your throat with a knife, and use your blood to commemorate Camus, the soul of the dead. Boring guy. Zhang Tuohai casually stuffed the threatening letter into the trash can. Of course, before plugging it, he took a special look at the sender's information. The sender's name was Garrison, and he was the leader of the Order's convoy. I know you people won't give up and threaten me. You can find me first. Zhang Tuohai is now immune to this threat. He also thought clearly. Anyway, every world is so big and there are many forks. Whether you can encounter it or not is a matter of uncertainty. Why should you be angry over a private message that has no real threat? Besides, even if they did meet him, with his current strength, it was hard to say who would kill whom. Maybe he kills the other party first, and then gets a blueprint. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai even became a little eager to try, hoping that the game system would bring the opponent to him. After only being disturbed by the threatening message for a second, Zhang Tuohai continued to look through the private messages, preparing to find the fattest sheep. Finally, after some careful searching, Zhang Tuohai finally found his target. The other party was the leader of a 6-man convoy, and he took out 300 third-level materials and various kinds of food. Zhang Tuohai didn't attach much importance to these materials. What shocked Zhang Tuohai the most was that in order to increase the success rate, the other party actually added a box of potions. Life-sustaining potion, no matter how serious the damage is to the body. After using this potion, the body will recover within 10 minutes. But within 1 hour, the body will fall into a critical stage, which will last for 24 hours. Seeing the introduction of this box of potions, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This is a life-saving potion. Unexpectedly, the other party took it out. He was obviously planning to make a desperate move. Zhang Tuohai kept this private message and continued to browse other quotes. After reading all the private messages, Zhang Tuohai decided to choose the one with the life-sustaining potion. Although his current defense methods are constantly improving, the importance of potions is obvious. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of what happens. Even if he doesn't use it in the end, he can sell it in exchange for other things he needs. That's it, Zhang Tuohai said. Okay. The transaction. After obtaining life-sustaining medicine and a lot of supplies, Zhang Tuohai asked 001 to put all these supplies into the warehouse and put them away in categories. After completing the transaction, Zhang Tuohai continued to peek at the screen to check the current status of the players. But unfortunately, he did not gain much. Eventually, Zhang Tuohai turned off the regional channel. At this moment, Xiao Ai, who had been waiting for a long time, jumped out from the hidden snow area of the screen. Dang dang. Commander, do you think my new clothes are beautiful? The commander couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he looked at classmate Xiao Ai's appearance. The original appearance of Xiao Ai's classmate was a stick figure, but now it has been upgraded and has an extra skirt. However, why did Zhang Tuohai find the image of classmate Xiao Ai familiar? After thinking again and again, Zhang Tuohai suddenly slapped his thigh. Isn't this a sign at the bathroom door? How is it? Does it look good? Xiao Ai turned around in a circle on the screen. The black skirt actually had special effects of fabric calculation, making it silky smooth. Don't use all your computing power in such strange places. Zhang Tuohai was a little crazy. Well, this is indeed very good, but there are still many better costumes. I suggest you try more. If you don't have inspiration, You can go to the game area to find materials, such as The Sims, Miracle Warmer, Warm, Girl Scroll, Naked Body Mod, Sylvie's special effects costume. Why do you still have this thing? Cross it out. After some selection, Zhang Tuohai chose some games that he thought were fairly normal in terms of clothing, and gave them to Xiao Ai's classmate to use as appearance designs. Classmate Xiao Ai happily went to choose the appearance design. Zhang Tuohai wiped the sweat from his forehead and discovered a problem. Whether it was a human or an AI, women seemed to be particularly concerned about their appearance. Fortunately, he still has Lilina. This guy is a standard pragmatist. He never cares about appearance, as long as it is useful. Zhang Tuohai decided to visit Lilina and supervise the progress of the research work. As soon as he pushed open the door to the laboratory, he saw Lilina, covered in tentacles, rushing towards him with her teeth and claws bared. Chapter 412 Colorful Black. What? Zhang Tuohai jumped back with a vigorous step. Ah, be careful. I can't control myself. Lilina danced and rushed towards the door. When he was about to rush to the door, he tripped over a metal ingot and fell to the ground. Just when Zhang Tuohai was worried about the floor of the laboratory, several mechanical tentacles suddenly stretched out from behind Lilina and violently supported the ground. However, the force of Lilina's impact was too great. Although the mechanical arms supported the ground, Lilina's momentum did not decrease. She continued to rush forward with the mechanical arm as support. At this time, more mechanical tentacles stretched out from behind her, supporting her from falling. The situation became so out of control. More and more mechanical tentacles stretched out from Lilina's back. Eventually, the whole person became like a pufferfish full of spikes, round and rolling towards the door. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai turned slightly sideways and let the door open. Ah! With Lilina's scream, Lilina Pufferfish successfully rolled out of the laboratory door, rushed into the large bath, and fell directly into the constant temperature swimming pool. Wow! The splash is comparable to that of the Philippine fish fry. Are you okay? Zhang Tuohai squatted next to the constant temperature swimming pool and asked with a slight pain in his balls. Huh dash! Lilina struggled to stand up from the water. However, her movement was so big that it caused a small tsunami in the swimming pool. A wave came over and clearly arranged for Zhang Tuohai, who was squatting on the shore. Why are you wet? Lilina wiped the water stains on her face and looked at Zhang Tuohai in confusion. At this time, Zhang Tuohai looked like a chicken just lifted out of the water, with large water droplets dripping from the tips of his hair and corners of his clothes. How did I become like this? Don't you have any idea? Zhang Tuohai looked at Lilina helplessly and sighed. It's nothing. Come up. Zhang Tuohai didn't dare to stretch out his hand. He was afraid that Lilina would pull him into the water again. By the time Lilina emerged from the water, Zhang Tuohai had already returned to his room and came out with a new set of clothes. Why are you here? Lilina asked doubtfully. Of course, I came to see how your mechanical tentacles are doing. It seems like there are still some problems, Zhang Tuohai said, glancing at the mechanical tentacles that were constantly moving behind Lilina. There are still some problems with the control system. The control is a bit sensitive. It will inevitably be a bit confusing to control so many tentacles at once. I feel that it would be better to reduce a few mechanical tentacles appropriately. Lilina was also a little troubled. Lilith had installed these tentacles for her, and she wasn't quite used to them yet. The whole afternoon was spent getting used to it. Well, I think we can change the tentacles to removable ones. When you are not familiar with it, start with 2, and then gradually increase the number. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said, That's a good idea. Lilina immediately gave a thumbs up. By the way, I have something to do with you this time, Zhang Tuohai said. What's the matter? Lilina asked with her big eyes open. Help design an automatic sheep shearing machine. You see, Wankai has a hard time shearing sheep every day. Please help design a machine. I think this is not a difficult task for you. Right. Zhang Tuohai didn't receive the sheep shearing machine for 2 days, so he turned to Lilina for help. In his opinion, Lilina had made something like a mechanical tentacle in one afternoon, so it shouldn't be difficult to design an automatic sheep shearing machine. Sweat broke out on Lilina's head. The design of the mechanical tentacles in one afternoon was entirely due to her sister Lilith. She was just a hands-on tool person. Logically speaking, it is completely reasonable for her to live here with Zhang Tuohai and use the materials to help build a sheep shearing machine. But she really doesn't know how. She would rather fight a bear or a great white shark now than touch charcoal again. That thing is a nightmare. Okay, you can think about it. It's okay if you refuse. Zhang Tuohai stood up and left the room. Sister, Lilina whispered, holding the brooch. You heard what I just said. That automatic shearing machine. Look at it. We live here and use so many materials. So of course we have to help. Lilith said. That's great. What do you think we should do? I'll listen to you. Lilina picked up the screwdriver. You have been working with me for a while. I decided to use this machine as a test. How to make the entire machine is entirely up to you. I will not interfere. The final effect of this machine will determine your future. Time for learning. Lilith said. What if I can't do it? Lilina asked tremblingly. Have you seen those books? Don't even think about taking a step out before you finish studying. Lilith pointed to the huge bookshelf not far away. Lilina collapsed on the ground. Commander, what do you think? As soon as Zhang Tuohai walked out, he saw classmate Xiao Ai jumping out from the edge of the screen. At this time, she still looked like a black stick figure. How is it? Is my new painting beautiful? Xiao Ai even turned around in a circle. Zhang Tuohai saw her thin line on the side. It is indeed a real paper man. Is your portrait different from the previous one? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head, but he couldn't see any difference no matter how hard he looked. Commander, the colors are different, Xiao Ai said with a smile. Aren't they all black? What's the difference? Zhang Tuohai didn't understand. The black before was pure black. The black I chose this time is 4-color black, which is a black made of 4 primary colors of red, yellow, blue, and black. Not only is the blackness more vivid, but when viewed from a specific angle, there will also be a colorful effect, which is the colorful black that we often joke about. Zhang Tuohai, Commander, don't you believe it? Let me demonstrate it to you, Xiao Ai said, and started looking for a suitable angle on the screen. After a while, classmate Xiao Ai stood up. Zhang Tuohai looked over and saw that classmate Xiao Ai was faintly glowing with colorful lights. What the hell? Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. He didn't expect that the legendary jokes could actually become true, and that there would actually be colorful black. However, even if it is colorful black, it is still black, and it cannot solve the fact that classmate Xiao Ai is a stickman. Chapter 413 Couple Suite and 4-Legged Autonomous Combat Machine. Well, Zhang Tuohai looked at the very happy classmate Xiao Ai, but in the end, he did not dampen her enthusiasm and changed his words to a slightly more tactful wording. Xiao Ai, you have started to change. This is worthy of recognition. However, isn't black just a bit too monotonous? We can try more color combinations. What do you think? It makes sense. After hearing Zhang Tuohai's suggestion, classmate Xiao Ai's paper body shone. I will try more combinations. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent noise outside, and a red light illuminated the sky. What happened? Zhang Tuohai was startled and quickly turned on the surveillance camera to check the surrounding situation. Commander, it was the explosion that came from the resting place before, Xiao Ai said and transferred the scene. At this time, the resting place no longer had the peace and joy it had before. Fire enveloped the entire building. Several cars parked in the parking lot were also damaged to varying degrees. Bursts of gunshots were heard from time to time in the building. And explosions. Even at such a distance, Zhang Tuohai could still feel the intensity of the battle. At this time, red obituaries also floated on the regional channel, confirming Zhang Tuohai's guess. Commander, do you want to leave? Xiao Ai asked. No. Wait first. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and suppressed the idea of leaving here immediately. Anyway, he is far away from the resting place in a straight line, so even if there is any trouble, it will not reach him for a while. He can take advantage of this time to continue observing for a while, and if the disaster cannot be suppressed, he will leave again. But what if the situation is brought under control? He can still go back and pick up the slack. He sat quietly in the car and looked at the resting place from a distance. After more than 10 minutes, the gunfire gradually stopped, and only the fire was still burning. Obituaries and regional channels will no longer be added. After another half hour, Zhang Tuohai pressed the button. Let's go back. The infantry fighting vehicle turned around and headed towards the road it came from. Sister, he's back. We can't follow him. In the woods not far away, Su Qi looked at the infantry fighting vehicle going away and asked Su Mu. No, we can't wade through this muddy water. Leave here immediately. Su Mu directly rejected Su Qi's proposal. The biggest reason why she can survive so long with a bottle of oil is to know the current affairs. She knows where her limits are, and she will never touch anything that is beyond her capabilities. It was with this, coupled with some initial advantages, that she was able to thrive. The off-road vehicle covered with rivet armor emerged from the woods and continued to drive forward. Zhang Tuohai drove the infantry fighting vehicle back to the resting place. At this time, the resting place that originally represented tranquility and joy became like a purgatory on Earth. The original two-story building was burned to ashes by the fire, leaving only some ruins and broken walls, glowing with flames. Most of the cars parked in the parking lot were smashed into sieves, and glass fragments were scattered all over the ground. At this moment, an unmanned combat machine came out of the burned ruins. This is a four-legged machine, the size of a domestic pig, with an infrared sensor and camera on its head, 2 Gatling guns on its body, and a rocket launching slot hanging under its belly. But it is empty inside. Four-legged autonomous combat machinery was discovered, and the threat level was judged to be low. But it is recommended to clear it. The system prompted. The intruder is found, determined to be a threat, and removed. The quadruped autonomous combat machine made a mechanically synthesized sound. Classmate Xiaoyai, kill it for me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuohai immediately gave the order. It's not his style to sit back and wait for death. Besides, the prompt system also recommends clearing it. So what else is there to say? Duh. Boom! Xiaoyai was even more decisive. He first suppressed the four-legged machine with the firepower of 4 23mm cannons, and then directly hit the opponent with a 105mm high-explosive bomb. Before the four-legged autonomous combat machine could react, it was shattered into pieces by high-explosive bombs. Zhang Tuohai let out a long breath, and then immediately ordered, check the surroundings immediately to see if there is any fish that has slipped through the net. A four-legged autonomous combat machine may not be much, but if it is besieged by several at the same time, he will be in a hurry. Upon hearing this, classmate Xiaoyai immediately expanded the monitoring scope of the monitoring system to the maximum. After confirming that there were indeed no other threatening things around, Zhang Tuohai opened the car door and asked 001 to take the steam self-propelled machine out to clean the battlefield. Several steam self-propelled machines came out of the infantry fighting vehicle and dispersed to various parts of the rest area to lick the ground. Not only the nearly scrapped vehicles were collected, but the house 001, which was almost burned to rubble, was not spared. 10 level 3 metal ingots and 15 level 2 metal ingots were removed from it, with metal ingots and more than 300 metal parts. It is truly the ultimate in plucking the hair of a wild goose. However, even so, Zhang Tuohai is still a little worried about Shu. It's a pity that we can only decompose and extract metal materials. It would be better if we could extract glass, rubber, wood, etc. A good house is wasted. Zhang Tuohai felt regretful that he could only extract so few things from such a big two-story building. However, he did not regret it for long, because 001 came back with 2 drawings. One was a drawing for the couple suite. Zhang Tuohai looked at the completed drawing on the drawing. It was exactly the same as the couple suite he saw on the second floor of the small building. And even the props were all available. What do I need this for? Zhang Tuohai put it away speechlessly. This thing is neither an important auto accessory, nor does it have any bonuses. The construction materials are not cheap. So he can only wait for the opportunity to sell it to people who are interested in this area. He opened the second drawing angrily. And when he saw the writing on it clearly, Zhang Tuohai suddenly became excited. And his previous resentment was wiped away. Quadruped autonomous combat machine manufacturing drawings. Build a quadruped machine that can fight autonomously. Powered by a high-performance battery. And equipped with 2 Gatling guns and 2 90mm caliber rockets. Manufacturing materials. High-grade metal ingots, 5 units. Intermediate metal ingots, 10 units. Metal parts, 100 units. High-grade glass, 2 units. High-grade plastics, 10 units. High-grade electronic components *1. Zhang Tuohai doesn't attach much importance to the combat effectiveness of the four-legged autonomous combat machine. The effect of this thing is just that. It's okay to bully unprepared players. But it's not good to actually fight head-on. What Zhang Tuohai really cares about is the autonomous combat system and power system of this thing. Both of these aspects are lacking in Lilina's Steam technology. If these two aspects are thoroughly studied and then integrated into the Steam technology, then a new one can be created. The robot doll will definitely be further improved in strength. Chapter 414 Chance Encounter. Zhang Tuohai excitedly put the picture away and planned to give it to Lilina later, so that Lilina could see if she could thoroughly study the principles and enrich it into her own technology tree. If he succeeds, he will have a new type of item that only he can produce. This was extremely meaningful to him. This will mark that he can break away from the constraints of drawings to a certain extent and can carve out his own path. After glancing around, the steam self-propelled machinery had dismantled everything that could be dismantled in the rest area, and the obtained materials had also been moved to the warehouse. "Let's get out of here! Move on! And find a place to rest," Zhang Tuohai said, and returned to the infantry fighting vehicle. The infantry fighting vehicle closed the door, exited the parking lot, and continued to drive forward in the direction it came from. Soon, the infantry fighting vehicle returned to the high slope. Just as the infantry fighting vehicle was about to continue moving forward, it suddenly heard bursts of gunfire in front. "What happened? Why are there gunshots in front? Isn't there a resting place in front?" Zhang Tuohai quickly asked classmate Xiao Ai to step forward carefully to check. The infantry fighting vehicle lowered its voice and drove forward. After driving 2 kilometers and turning 2 turns, the front suddenly became clear. There was a repair station in front. Several people surrounded the repair station and launched an attack with the help of their own cars. The 2 women hid behind the pillars of the repair station and fought back from time to time. Through the infrared camera, Zhang Tuohai recognized at a glance that the 2 besieged women were Su Mu and Su Qi. Why did they get here and besieged? Zhang Tuohai was not surprised as to why the 2 of them appeared here. Anyway, the roads on the spiral mountain were rugged and winding. They might have been behind someone before, but after driving for a while, they might inexplicably go around to the front. So, the momentary before and after is nothing. What Zhang Tuohai is really concerned about is whether he can gain any benefits from this battle. Zhang Tuohai took a look at the situation on the field and felt relieved. There are a total of 3 vehicles and 5 players participating in the siege. A Hummer, a regular level 3 off-road vehicle, and a pickup truck. Among them, the Hummer and the pickup truck were equipped with vehicle-mounted machine guns. 2 machine gunners suppressed the 2 Su Mu sisters with firepower. The remaining few people used the cars as cover and kept shooting at the repair station. These cars have obviously undergone certain bulletproof modifications, and they can block the August assault rifles of the Su sisters. If the 2 sisters from the Su family hadn't thrown tear gas and flash bombs from time to obstruct the view, they might have been rushed in long ago. However, the 2 sisters were also in danger. After all, with 2 guns against 5 guns, and the opponent also had a heavy machine gun, the firepower was absolutely weak. If the besieging players were not concerned about casualties, they would have been defeated long ago. Even so, all the 2 sisters did was delay time, and could not reverse the fate of defeat. After watching for a while, Zhang Tuohai had a question. That is, why did Su Qi and Su Mu insist on staying here instead of driving away when they were clearly outnumbered? The 5 besieging players did not block all the roads. With Su Mu's mind, it was impossible for him to make such an unwise move. Moreover, the 5 players seemed to be a little restrained. Zhang Tuohai clearly saw that one player was carrying a grenade launcher. As long as the player fired 2 shots at the repair station, the battle would have been over a long time ago. But for some unknown reason, the player kept shooting with the August but not the grenade launcher. Interesting. Zhang Tuohai watched for a while and decided to help. In addition to the Su sisters being acquaintances, the 5 players in the siege also played a huge role. In Zhang Tuohai's eyes, these 5 players are really noobs. They are 5 versus 2, and their weapons are still dominant. They have not defeated them after spending so long. They are simply novices among novices. After finally encountering such a weak opponent, it would be a pity not to bully him twice. Classmate Xiao Ai, greet these friends and try to kill them all in one round. Don't let any of them escape, Zhang Tuohai said. Don't worry, Commander, as Xiao Ai said. He pointed the 105mm cannon directly at the players and loaded a high-explosive bomb into it. Let's go! Boom! There was a blast of artillery fire. High-explosive bombs exploded directly near several players. The broken shrapnel swept dozens of meters around under the shock wave. Those players never dreamed that they would be attacked by a third party at this time, and were caught off guard. Although, 2 players wore special combat uniforms, and the other 3 players also wore police bulletproof vests. However, for dense shrapnel, this means that your fragments will not be so fragmented. One player's neck was severed by a palm-sized shell fragment. The player next to him was a bit luckier, as shrapnel hit his bulletproof vest. However, the huge impact force and shock wave directly shattered his heart and lungs. He lay on the ground lingering for breath, and it seemed that he could no longer do it. The other 3 players weren't much better. One was hit directly through the helmet by a fragment. The other one was even worse. although the shell fragments did not penetrate his M1 helmet. The unlucky man tied the laces very tightly for fear of falling off. Such a negligence directly cost him his life. It carried huge kinetic energy. The shell fragments knocked the helmet away, and the helmet's laces directly broke the unfortunate guy's neck. The last player was a little luckier. He was hit in the thigh by 2 pieces of shrapnel and lay on the ground wailing. Let's go over and see the results. Zhang Tuohai drove the infantry fighting vehicle leisurely towards the battlefield. Sister, it's Brother Zhang. Su Qi recognized Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle at a glance. Well, let's go out. Su Mu thought for a moment, put down the August in his hand, and walked out of the bunker empty-handed. She knew very well that Zhang Tuohai wanted to harm her, and a mere August couldn't stop him at all. It was better to just go out empty-handed, and maybe gain a good impression in the senses. Su Qi followed suit and walked over. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai also walked out of the car. Although he was not wearing a steam-powered exoskeleton, he asked classmate Xiao Ai to set up a 23mm cannon to guard him. If the two of them were obedient, forget it. If the two of them dared to have any other small ideas, Zhang Tuohai would be able to let the two of them enter the infantry fighting vehicle in 1 second in the form of flour fertilizer. Chapter 415 Free Upgrade. Thank you for your generous helping hand. Su Mu didn't seem to be very used to this kind of scene. Or it could be said that he had severe social fear because he had not actively communicated with others for a long time. He could talk freely when communicating online, but he had to meet people face to face. To communicate, one becomes unable to speak. After Su Mu said such a sentence, she was stunned on the spot, and her mind was full of, what should I say next? The scene was very embarrassing. In the end, Su Qi couldn't stand it anymore and started to interrupt. Brother Zhang, why did you suddenly appear here? Thank you so much just now. If it weren't for you, we would probably be doomed, Su Qi said and jumped over, taking Zhang Tuohai's arm with a flattering look. Zhang Tuohai felt a little headache looking at Su Qi's look. He was not very good at dealing with girls. Otherwise, his ex-girlfriend wouldn't have broken up with him. I was just driving for a while and saw a gunfight here, so I stepped in. By the way, why don't you drive away? I don't think their cars have blocked the road, Zhang Tuohai asked. Well, our car is still being upgraded at the repair station. There is a disadvantage of this repair station. That is, the car cannot be moved until the upgrade is completed, and it cannot be driven away by force. We can only delay here and wait. The car has been upgraded. After Su Qi finished speaking, she pointed helplessly inside the repair station. Zhang Tuohai looked inside the repair station, and sure enough there was a car parked there, with several robotic arms holding various tools and tinkering with the car. Can I upgrade my car here? Is it free? Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up, and he asked. Well, it's free, but you can only choose one aspect to upgrade, and the upgrade time is a bit long. It takes 3 hours. Su Qi pouted and said, Is there such a good thing? Zhang Tuohai suddenly became energetic. He didn't expect that he could actually take advantage of the game system here. He could actually upgrade it for free. This was something he could only dream of. Are there no conditions? Zhang Tuohai continued to ask. There are no conditions. Just ask if you want to upgrade. Then choose the upgrade direction. And then wait. I really didn't find any price that needs to be paid. My sister also confirmed it several times. Right. Sister? Su Qi said. Well, there is really nothing that needs to be paid. I have checked the supplies several times, and there is nothing missing. Su Mu nodded in response. Has the game system changed? Or is this a hidden Easter egg? Zhang Tuohai's heart was also moved. He could upgrade one direction of the car for free. Where could he find such a good thing? Upgrading his car now requires dozens, or even hundreds of level 3 materials and expensive blueprints. If he can do it for free, it will be a big advantage. There is such a good thing. I will try to use it later, Zhang Tuohai thought while holding his chin. How much time is left? Zhang Tuohai asked. Less than an hour left. 57 minutes to be exact. Su Qi glanced at the women's watch on her wrist and said, Then I'll just wait here for a while. By the way, do you have any suggestions on how to deal with those guys across the way? Zhang Tuohai pointed to the 3 cars opposite. No. Since it was you, Brother Zhang, who took the initiative to solve the problem, it is naturally your decision. You can handle it however you want. We have no objection, Su Qi said quickly. Really? If that's the case, then thank you. Zhang Tuohai turned around and walked behind the cars and checked on the unlucky ones. The last guy whose legs were hit by shrapnel had his artery cut and died from excessive blood loss. When Zhang Tuohai saw this, he secretly said it was a pity. If this guy is not dead, you can still ask them where they came from. But unfortunately, there is no evidence now. Since he couldn't find anything out by asking, Zhang Tuohai could only call 001 out to lick the floor. He is no longer afraid of exposing his steam self-propelled machinery in front of others. Anyway, in the face of absolute force, other players would not dare to provoke him. If they come, they will only become his nourishment and accelerate his development. Su Qi couldn't help but be amazed as she watched the self-propelled steam machine dismantling the car back and forth. Like a curious baby, she followed the self-propelled machine back and forth, poking it with her fingers from time to time, as if she wanted to touch it. He didn't dare to touch it. Su Mu looked at the large group of steam self-propelled machines in astonishment, and was speechless in astonishment. In her perception, there seems to be not much difference between herself and Zhang Tuohai. What makes Zhang Tuohai better than her is that the artillery is sharper and the firepower is more intense. In terms of various soft powers, she is stronger than Zhang Tuohai. Yes, when she strengthens this aspect, she will be on an equal footing with Zhang Tuohai. Now it seems that not only is she far behind Zhang Tuohai in terms of firepower, but she has also fallen behind a lot in terms of soft power. What exactly are these self-propelled machines? Why does the appearance look similar to the style of things in the wasteland world? What is their function? Can it be used to assist attacks? Wouldn't it be powerful if it could attack? Many questions suddenly arose in Su Mu's heart. However, she was worried that this was Zhang Tuohai's secret and did not dare to ask. She just stared closely at the movements of these steam self-propelled machines, trying to deduce their functions from their behavior. Soon, her eyes widened. She discovered that the steam self-propelled machines were dismantling the cars. How can this be? Su Mu covered her mouth in disbelief. In her understanding, after those car characters were extracted from the core of the car, they became waste and could only be discarded. Now it seems that these things can actually be used again. Those steam self-propelled machines used electric saws and robotic arms to dismantle the cars piece by piece, and then turn them into metal ingots and metal parts, which were neatly piled in the open space, while other steam self-propelled machines would dismantle them. The extracted materials are transported away. How many such machines does this guy have? Su Mu looked at the steam self-propelled machines in disbelief. How many hidden methods does he have? Wait a minute. Since this kind of steam self-propelled machine can dismantle cars, can it also dismantle other things? If so, can that secret realm drawing come in handy? Su Mu thought about a secret realm drawing he had obtained before. In that secret realm, she was blocked by a huge steel wall at the beginning. She ran around the city wall before she found a gate, but that gate was also made of steel. She tried every means, but could not open the door. Even using explosives to blow it up was of no avail. It could not damage the steel wall at all. Can I borrow these machines of his? With their help, we should be able to open the steel gate. Chapter 416 New Copy. Su Mu's mind became active. If she could really borrow these things, it would definitely be a huge help to her. However, she also knows that this is not easy. If she had obtained such a thing, she would not lend it to others easily. To put it in perspective, Zhang Tuohai would not lend it out easily. But what if? Thinking about this, Su Mu walked to Zhang Tuohai, hesitating about how to speak. Is something wrong? Zhang Tuohai turned around and asked. Can I borrow this robot? Su Mu hesitated for a moment, but decided to say directly that face-to-face communication was too difficult for her. Can I ask what they are used for? You know the value of this kind of thing. Although we are very familiar with each other, I still won't let them out of my sight, Zhang Tuohai said. For him, the steam self-propelled machinery was a strategic level device, and its role was more important than the 105mm main gun. Even Su Mu could not take them out of his sight. Well, I found a dungeon. However, once I enter the dungeon, I need to face a huge steel gate and steel city wall. My weapons cannot cause effective damage, so I want to borrow these things. Su Mu simply said directly that face-to-face communication was a kind of torture for her. If it were changed to online communication, she would never hand over her trump card so quickly. Copy. Zhang Tuohai perked up upon hearing this. He has also played several dungeons, and his gains each time were pretty good. Now that I heard that there was a dungeon available, I felt eager to try it out. Can you count me in? I can let the steam self-propelled machinery help, and all the things that cannot be dismantled can be handed over to me, Zhang Tuohai said, patting the head of a passing steam self-propelled machine. The steam self-propelled machine turned to look at Zhang Tuohai in confusion. After waiting for a few seconds to confirm that there were no new orders, it turned back to help deliver supplies. Okay, I agree. Sumu thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Without Zhang Tuohai's steam self-propelled machine, it would be useless for them to have a copy of the map. Maybe they can wait for a while. Wait until they obtain something that can open the Steel City wall, and then continue exploring. Although this seems to allow them to obtain all the output in the copy, the time cost is very huge. Who knows when they will get the right cutting tools? 1 day later, or 1 week later. She couldn't even guarantee whether she would survive until that time. What they need to do now is to make good use of every resource to strengthen themselves so that they can continue to survive. When will we leave? When I finish upgrading the car? Sumu asked. There's no rush. Now that we're here, I'll upgrade the car. It would be good to increase its strength a little more, Zhang Tuohai said. Although Sumu was afraid of society, it was fine to simply discuss work plans and so on. The two people quickly finalized a plan of action, and then refined some details, completed preliminary ideas and preset plans. Ding! There was a crisp sound from the maintenance station. The curtain was pulled up. The elevator came down, and Sumu's car landed on the ground. At this time, Sumu's car had changed its appearance. Zhang Tuohai remembered that the last time he saw Sumu's car, it was a level 3 off-road vehicle covered in riveted armor. At this time, Sumu's car turned into a yellow beetle, which looked very much like the one Dr. Ailey drove. Zhang Tuohai looked at the car curiously. Other cars became more powerful the more they were modified. But this Sumu was a bit special. The more modified it became, the more harmless it looked. However, Zhang Tuohai did not dare to underestimate Sumu's car. Sumu could already sell blueprints before he became successful, and it was impossible for him to become weaker and weaker. This appearance might be a disguise to paralyze the enemy, or a deadly weapon might appear out of nowhere. Looking at the appearance of this car, Sumu couldn't help but sigh. The appearance of this car is the effect of a special drawing, which allows the car to maintain a constant appearance without worrying about enemies seeing the appearance and prying into its weaknesses. If she wanted to do it, of course she would make the car as powerful as possible, so that no one would dare to provoke them easily. This can reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. However, the tricky thing about this drawing is that the shape is not selected by oneself and needs to be randomly selected. However, Suchi was not very lucky and drew a beetle shape. Sumu was very dissatisfied with this result and wanted to make it again and extract it again. However, looking at the high cost, I temporarily stopped thinking about it and kept it like this. My car has been modified. It's your turn, Sumu said. Yeah. Zhang Tuohai nodded and drove the car to the lift. Just when he was about to start the modification, Zhang Tuohai had an idea and moved the car back. A steam-powered exoskeleton was installed on the boat, and Chi Ba was moved out of the car. A honeycomb rocket launcher, a quad-mounted 23mm cannon, and finally, a few more boxes of Gatling bullets were brought down. And then the car was put on the lift again. He had seen the scene when Sumu was besieged before. If another player comes to sneak attack during the modification period, his car will not be able to fight back. Wouldn't it mean that he will suffer a big loss? Putting these weapons here is enough to deal with those who want to take advantage. Looking at the weapons all over the floor, Suchi was shocked. What was this going to do? Was it going to be a big war? Sumu was speechless looking at the weapons all over the floor. All of her weapons combined might not be as powerful as the ones placed here. However, this is just what Zhang Tuohai took out, not counting the 105mm main gun, rotating pursuit gun, and unknown type of missiles exposed on the car. Thinking of this, Sumu couldn't help but feel chills in her heart. How powerful is this Takumi's firepower? Can his armor withstand a salvo? Fortunately, I have a pretty good relationship with him. Otherwise, I am afraid that he would have become a corpse like those guys who attacked him. Sumu didn't know what Zhang Tuohai was thinking. At this time, he was studying the upgrade system. According to the prompts from the repair station, Zhang Tuohai can choose a major category from the 3 aspects of firepower, armor, and power for a free upgrade. Of course, this does not mean that if Zhang Tuohai chooses to upgrade his firepower, he will upgrade all Zhang Tuohai's existing weapons. The game system will randomly select one of them to upgrade. It seems that we still have to try our luck, Zhang Tuohai began to think. Now, his firepower is pretty good, enough to deal with ordinary players, and there is no need to upgrade for the time being. As for armor, he has titanium alloy armor as an alternative. The existing armor can also block direct fire from ordinary artillery, and there is no need to upgrade. The only weakness of the infantry fighting vehicle is the power system. And its slow speed has always been its biggest weakness. Although Zhang Tuohai has been upgraded twice, the maximum speed and acceleration of 100 kilometers have always been his weaknesses. Let's start from this aspect. Zhang Tuohai rubbed his hands and clicked on power. A white light enveloped the car. Chapter 417 Hypnotist. More than a dozen mechanical arms stretched out from everywhere and began to transform. A game system prompt also appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. The power system is being upgraded, and the estimated remaining time is 2 hours and 59 minutes. During the upgrade, the car cannot be moved, and various equipment in the car cannot be used. Players can wait in a nearby rest area. Under the guidance of the arrow, Zhang Tuohai saw a small space in the corner of the renovation workshop. There were several sofas and a coffee table with several snacks and a fruit plate on it. Do you really think of yourself as a four-son shop? Zhang Tuohai jumped out of the car helplessly. There are still 3 hours left. How boring it is to sit there all the time. Zhang Tuohai strolled to the sofa in the corner, sat down, and took 2 melon seeds. Pooh. Zhang Tuohai took 1 bite and spat it out. It actually tastes like vine pepper. Isn't it good to use good vine peppers to make vine pepper fish? It was actually used to fry melon seeds, which was a waste of natural resources. With a sigh, Zhang Tuohai started wandering around the repair shop. At this time, the bright moon was hanging high outside, and the sky was full of stars. Zhang Tuohai felt that he had not seen so many stars for a long time. Ever since he grew up, he has been busy with work, and it seems that he has not looked at the stars so seriously for a long time. Just when Zhang Tuohai was sad for spring and autumn, the sound of an engine suddenly sounded in the distance, and several light beams emerged on the road in the distance, accompanied by the sound of heavy metal music. Is someone coming again? Zhang Tuohai cheered up and hung the belt on the Gatling gun. As soon as Su Mu heard the sound, she also became energetic, opened the weapon control panel, and opened the safety guards of several weapons one by one to prepare for possible crisis. The sounds in the distance were getting closer and closer, and Zhang Tuohai gradually saw the other party's appearance clearly. It was a huge RV. The roof of the RV was transformed into an open-air viewing platform. There was a long table on the platform. On the long table, there were all kinds of wine and delicacies. In front of the long table, there was a small stage with a steel pipe stuck in the center, and a woman in gauze was dancing on the steel pipe. Next to the stage, there are several huge speakers playing heavy metal music. In the corner of the stage, there are several laser lights, which are constantly changing colors. Several dry ice sprayers release atomized dry ice. If it wasn't for the surrounding environment, Zhang Tuohai would have thought he was in a nightclub. The car slowly drove to the repair station. The woman who was dancing on the steel pipe also saw Zhang Tuohai, who was standing on the side of the road with Gatling in his hands. She slipped off the steel pipe and lay down next to the railing. Looking at it from Zhang Tuohai's point of view, it can only be said that the Baishan mountain is so steep and the valley is so deep that ordinary people may not be able to grasp it with both hands. Little brother, come up and play. It's a long night. Why don't you come up and have a drink with your sister? As the woman spoke, she winked at Zhang Tuohai, kissed her palm, then flattened one hand and blew on Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai actually felt waves of confusion in his mind, and his thinking seemed to be a little slow. Be careful. The other party is a senior psychologist. His actions are highly inductive, and he is using hypnosis on you. The dry ice mist contains psychedelic gas. A warning pops up from the system. Is there still such an operation? Zhang Tuohai was shocked. When he met the enemy before, he always used bayonets to see red and guns to fire. He didn't expect to encounter such a technical enemy today. What a senior psychologist who has mastered advanced hypnosis skills. When Zhang Tuohai was in school, a senior fellow was engaged in this field. According to him, people at this level were all big guys and charged thousands an hour. He originally thought that this kind of person and he were from 2 dimensions, but he didn't expect to see a living person in this survival world. Zhang Tuohai raised the Gatling gun in his hand and fired at the woman. Ding dang dang. Fine cracks suddenly appeared in front of the woman. It turns out that there is a high-strength bulletproof glass in front of the woman. No wonder she is so confident. The woman was also taken aback by the sudden counterattack. Since coming to this world, she has used her original skills to hypnotize players one by one and loot their supplies. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to save her own RV in such a short period of time. I don't know how many players have fallen under such hypnosis, which also gave her a sense of superiority in her heart. She thinks that other players are nothing more than her cash machines. As long as the opponent doesn't fire immediately, she has a way to hypnotize the opponent, squeeze out the use value, and then discard it casually. I just didn't expect that today. The hypnosis technique that had always been invincible would fail in front of Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai was not hypnotized and actually started to fight back. If she hadn't made arrangements in advance, she might have been shot in the head by Gatlin just now. The woman only panicked for a moment, then calmed down. When hypnosis fails, she has encountered it. Some people are naturally resistant to hypnosis, and they are the kind of people who are difficult to be hypnotized. She has been exposed to several such cases before entering this world. However, these people are all born with physical problems, are individual cases, and are not universally applicable. The woman didn't expect that such a rare physique would actually happen to her here. However, this was not a problem. She had a second-hand backup plan. She huddled under the railing, crawled under the long table, lifted a carpet, and pressed a red button. Wow! On the side wall of the RV, small partitions 1 foot square were opened, and the black muzzles of Maxim heavy machine guns protruded from inside. If you don't want to be my servant, then go die! The woman flipped the switch. Duh. Dozens of Maxim heavy machine guns spewed deathly flames. Zhang Tuohai couldn't dodge and was hit dozens of times. He kept retreating. He turned over suddenly and hid behind a pillar before taking a breath. If the steam-powered exoskeleton hadn't been strong enough, the salvo just now would have been enough to kill him. However, even though it did not penetrate the exoskeleton, the opponent's Li core armor-piercing bullets were not ordinary. They punched Zhang Tuohai's exoskeleton into fine cracks. If this continued, it would be a matter of time before it was penetrated. Zhang Tuohai hid behind the pillars, thinking about countermeasures. At this time, his car could not move, and the only solution was to use a honeycomb rocket launcher to deal with the opponent. However, the honeycomb rocket launcher was behind another pillar, about 10 meters away from him. He wanted to rush over several times, but as soon as he poked his head out, he was greeted by dozens of Maxims. Several steam pipes were pierced, and white smoke was billowing out. It would be nice if I could block my sight, Zhang Tuohai thought in his mind. Chapter 418 Flight System Upgrade. How to block the line of sight. Zhang Tuohai thought rapidly. In terms of anti-personnel weapons, he has quite a few in his hands, all equipped with various yields. But control, weapons such as smoke grenades are extremely rare. His idea of fighting the enemy is to use artillery and machine guns to push forward in waves. And if that fails, he will just use aerial bombs. What's important is to strike first and blast the enemy into pieces. If it doesn't work out, try again, until the enemy is killed. He really didn't pay much attention to weapons, like smoke bombs and flash bombs that blocked vision and controlled flow. Now when the time comes, we lack the means. His car does have a fog diffuser, but the problem is that the car can't move now. Damn it! Do you want to take a risk? I have a life-sustaining potion in my hand. As long as it doesn't hit the vital point, you won't die. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to give it a try, the beetle not far away suddenly opened the rear hood, and an air cannon stuck out from inside. Bang bang. Accompanied by 2 muffled sounds, 2 smoke bombs fell to the center of the field. In an instant, a white mist rose in the repair station. Seeing that her vision was blocked, the woman in the RV became anxious. She was afraid that Zhang Tuohai had escaped, so she immediately controlled the Maxim heavy machine gun and fired continuously back and forth, trying to block Zhang Tuohai's escape route. However, because the field of view is blocked, the bullet density is significantly reduced. Good chance. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly rolled on the spot and rushed towards the corridor pillar 10 meters away. The woman heard the sound and quickly controlled Maxim to shoot in the direction of the sound. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Li core armor-piercing bullets that followed only hit Zhang Tuohai a dozen times, although they also made a few cracks. They were not fatal. Zhang Tuohai rolled behind the pillar, raised a honeycomb rocket launcher, pointed it at the huge RV, and pressed the launcher. Whoosh whoosh. A series of rockets were fired. Zhang Tuohai was only more than 10 meters away from the RV, so there was no possibility of missing the target. Boom! Boom! A barrage of rockets exploded on the RV. The woman's RV was only equipped with a layer of bulletproof panels, which was enough to block a 12.7mm machine gun. Trying to block a 100mm rocket was simply overthinking. After a series of explosions, half of the RV was blown to pieces. The originally luxurious room in the RV was now in a mess. There were traces of explosions everywhere. Various delicate utensils fell to the precious floor. It was shattered. The woman who was proficient in hypnosis was also knocked unconscious by the violent explosion. Zhang Tuohai quickly climbed up the ladder to the top of the car, when the woman faintly woke up. "Don't kill me! I can help you do anything! I am proficient in hypnosis and can help you obtain unlimited supplies. As long as we join forces, all players will be transporters in our hands." As the woman spoke, she waved one hand and seemed to accidentally touch a bottle. The bottle fell from a height and shattered into pieces, and a pungent smell filled the air. "Be careful. The bottle contains a high concentration of hallucinogenic drugs, and she is using hypnosis on you." A prompt pops up from the system. "You're still obsessed with evil?" Zhang Tuohai was secretly glad that his exoskeleton mask had a certain filtering function. Otherwise, he would have been assassinated. If the woman didn't attack him in the end, he might even consider arresting her and implement the plan she told her about. It is naturally better to subjugate an enemy's army without fighting than to use a sword or a gun. However, the woman tried to attack him at the last moment, which meant that such a person could not be controlled by him. "Since we can't be friends." Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger. Duh. The woman's upper body was beaten to pieces. After killing the woman, Zhang Tuohai began to inspect the entire car. There was also a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses in the driver's seat. His identity was unknown. His neck was cut open by broken shrapnel, and blood flowed all over the floor. He had been dead for a long time. After checking the whole car and confirming that there was no one alive, Zhang Tuohai started to let 001 carry out the disassembly work. Numerous steam self-propelled machines rushed out of the maintenance station and dismantled the RV into pieces. After a while, the RV was dismantled into parts, in addition to piles of various metal ingots. 001 also successfully dismantled a blueprint. Zhang Tuohai slowly unfolded the drawing. High-end presidential suite manufacturing drawings, special car accessories. 1:1 Restore the layout of the presidential suite of the 7-star Burj Al Arab Hotel in Dubai, allowing you to enjoy the luxurious life of the president. Zhang Tuohai looked through it twice, took the drawing to the side of the yellow beetle, and handed the drawing to Su Mu. "Thank you for the smoke bomb just now. This is just a thank you gift." Su Mu was stunned when she saw the drawings handed over by Zhang Tuohai. She never expected that she could actually see return money in Zhang Tuohai's place. "It's just 2 smoke bombs. It's nothing. Even if I don't take action, I believe you can deal with her. Besides, I will ask you to help explore the dungeon later. We are teammates now, so this matter is just nonsense. Is it even?" Su Mu said hesitantly. "Good." Zhang Tuohai decisively took the drawings back. "Su Mu, I'm just being polite. Why are you so uneasy about playing tricks?" Zhang Tuohai took the drawings back, but he didn't show any sign of it. From the woman's RV, Zhang Tuohai collected dozens of women's magazines, the kind that are used to relieve boredom on airplanes. Suchi happily took it all away, and she didn't know why a little girl likes to read this kind of fashion magazine. Next, Zhang Tuohai learned the lesson from before, threw the Gatling gun once, and patrolled directly with the honeycomb rocket. If a car dared to come close, he would give it a hard hit. Unfortunately, no players came until the car was modified, which made Zhang Tuohai very disappointed. After the modification of the car was completed, the lift slowly lowered, and Zhang Tuohai hurriedly got into the car to check the modification status. The power system and sub-project of the floating hot air balloon have been upgraded to a floating airship, filled with helium, containing a supporting steel frame, 28 compartment partitions, 4 propellers, 2 turbine propellers, with a maximum speed of 152 km/h. Actually upgraded flight device? Zhang Tuohai was a little disappointed. After all, he spent a long time on the ground. He would be happiest if the engine could be upgraded. However, this change is not bad. It completely upgraded his hot air balloon, more than doubling its speed and greatly increasing its scope of application. Zhang Tuohai exited the repair station. The free upgrade was completed. Now he had to do some serious business, such as following Su Mu to explore the dungeon. The all-steel city walls and gates sound quite impressive. Chapter 419 Discovery of Titanium Alloy. "I'm ready. Let's go take a look at that dungeon." Zhang Tuohai parked the car next to the Beetle and asked. Compared with the tall and powerful infantry fighting vehicle, the originally petite Beetle looks even smaller, like a children's toy. "Okay, I'll start the drawing right now, and you can prepare it over there." Su Mu took out the drawings. Player Su Mu invites you to enter the secret steel castle together. Do you want to enter? Sure. White light enveloped Zhang Tuohai. After the white light dissipated, Zhang Tuohai found that the scenery around him had changed dramatically, and his car stopped in front of a huge steel gate. This steel gate is 8 meters high and more than 6 meters wide. It is obviously a huge thing. The city walls on both sides are even more than 10 meters high, with strong towers and sentry towers on them. Just looking like this is very oppressive. It was just that the surroundings were eerily quiet, with not even a sound of wind, making Zhang Tuohai feel as if he had entered a dead world. Are there no insects in this world? Why is it so quiet? Zhang Tuohai was suspicious. However, he quickly put this idea aside. He came here to search the secret realm, not to study the ecology. He didn't care about the ecological sprockets in the secret realm. It's this door. I've tried many methods, but none of them work. Even explosives don't have a very good effect, Su Mu said and pointed to the door. Zhang Tuohai discovered that there was indeed a black mark on the gate, which was obviously left after the explosion. However, the effect is obviously not good. 001. Take someone to test the water. Zhang Tuohai opened the rear hatch of the car, and more than a dozen self-propelled steam machines came to the gate, raised their chainsaws, and began cutting the steel gate. Gee buzz! The chainsaw made a screeching sound when it fell on the steel gate, and large sparks flew everywhere. However, the chainsaw still penetrated deep into the steel gate. Effective! Seeing this situation, Su Mu's heart was half relieved. In fact, she came to Zhang Tuohai with the idea of giving it a try. If Zhang Tuohai couldn't do it either, this copy would be out of reach for her. The number of invitation tickets to enter each copy is not unlimited. There are only 2 chances for this copy in her hand. If she fails this time, she will not be able to enter this copy again. Fortunately, Zhang Tuohai was more capable and gave her hope of success. Goddess of Dice bless me. I hope I can gain something from it. Su Mu clasped his hands together and murmured to himself. The steam-powered machinery moved very quickly, and the chainsaw quickly disappeared into the city gate. Later, they discovered an embarrassing problem. That is, the city gate was too thick and the electric saw could not penetrate it. This led to a problem. That is, there was no way to make a hole in the gate. What should I do? Su Mu didn't expect such a problem to happen. The city gate is so thick that even a chainsaw cannot detect the thickness. What should I do? Use the cone method to dig in bit by bit. I want to see what is behind this city gate. It is actually protected by such a thick gate. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said. Upon hearing this, 001 immediately changed the direction of the electric saw, inserted it diagonally into the door, drew a cone shape on the door, and then expanded it circle by circle, and finally inserted the electric saw into the door again. This time, the door was finally closed. Punctured, Zhang Tuohai came over and measured it. The thickness of the entire door was actually more than 1.5 meters. Which genius designed this? To make it so thick? Is this the battleship's armor removed? Zhang Tuohai was speechless. The 1.5 meter steel gate is not as thick as the armor belt of ordinary battleships. What on earth is inside that needs such a thick door to protect it? Suspicions arose in Zhang Tuohai's heart. But no matter what, now that you're here, you have to open the door first. You can't go back empty-handed. Now that the door was penetrated, the remaining work was much easier to handle. Several steam self-propelled machines followed suit and punched several large holes in the door. In order to increase the work speed, Zhang Tuohai sent 20 more steam self-propelled machines to help. Soon, an entire door was dismantled. Those steam self-propelled machines were very efficient, and the cutout gates were directly broken down into metal ingots and metal parts, which were neatly placed aside. Suddenly, Zhang Tuohai discovered that a shiny metal ingot was placed alone next to piles of level 3 metal ingots. What is this? Why were you left here alone? Zhang Tuohai stepped forward and picked up the metal ingot. Titanium alloy metal ingot, special construction material. Is this thing a titanium alloy? Zhang Tuohai beamed with joy. He was worried about this thing. It took 200 units to build titanium alloy armor. He had no way at all. Unexpectedly, he actually got a piece here. Where did you find this thing? Zhang Tuohai asked excitedly. 001 pointed to the location of the metal gate, indicating that the metal ingot was disassembled from the metal gate. There is such a good thing! At this time, Zhang Tuohai looked at the metal gate, as if he was looking at a huge treasure. Although the metal gate has been dismantled, the tower and the city wall are still there. Since the titanium alloy can be disassembled from the gate, can the city towers and walls also be used? Zhang Tuohai was extremely excited. 001. I have assigned you a mission. Immediately bring a steam self-propelled machine to demolish the city towers and walls. Prioritize picking up special metal ingots. Especially this kind. Do you understand? Zhang Tuohai shook the titanium alloy metal ingot in front of 001 and said solemnly. Shi 001 nodded and started to demolish the city tower with mini steam self-propelled machines. You? What are you doing? Sumu asked in confusion. I found something useful. Let them look for it again. Let's continue walking inside. After finally getting in, we must take away all the benefits we can get, Zhang Tuohai said, taking the lead and driving the infantry fighting vehicle towards the gate. Seeing this, Sumu glanced at the busy steam self-propelled machinery and quickly drove to follow. Inside the gate is a quaint manor. The entrance is a huge courtyard. The ground of the courtyard is also made of metal. Huge metal ingots have replaced the square bricks. In the center of the courtyard is a fountain. A metal A statue of a mermaid is standing in the center of the fountain holding a water jar. And water is pouring out from the jar. What surprised Zhang Tuohai the most was that all the hair on this mermaid statue was made of venomous snakes. The venomous snakes had ferocious faces, and they all stared at him fiercely. Seeing the statue, Zhang Tuohai felt a chill in his heart for no reason. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. He looked up suddenly, and was shocked to find that the eyes of those poisonous snakes were glowing with color. Chapter 420 Fierce Battle in the Courtyard. What's the situation? Zhang Tuohai instinctively felt something was wrong and quickly turned on the weapon's safety. Click! With a crisp sound, a snake head with red eyes opened its mouth. And a stream of flame spurted out from the snake's mouth and swept towards the infantry fighting vehicle. Call! The blazing flame sprayed out more than 10 meters long and instantly enveloped the infantry fighting vehicle. Buzz! The infantry fighting vehicle retreated rapidly, trying to escape the flames. Click! There was another crisp sound, and a snake head with glowing green eyes opened its mouth. And a stream of green solution spurted out. Because the infantry fighting vehicle retreated very quickly, the green solution only splashed onto the front armor. Several dents appeared on the front armor in an instant. It can be seen that the green solution is very corrosive. What is this? A defensive mechanism? Or? Before Zhang Tuohai could finish thinking about it, the snake head, which had always had a golden light in its eyes, opened its mouth, and a scorching laser shot out from it. The scorching laser shot was a little off, grazing past the edge of the side armor and leaving behind a deep ravine formed. The edge of the ravine was as smooth as a mirror, with wisps of white smoke rising from it. Open fire quickly and kill this guy! Zhang Tuohai was frightened. Forget about the flames and corrosive solutions just now. After all, the distance is limited, and it will be fine if you hide as far away as possible. But this laser cannot do it. The irradiation distance is at least 1,000 meters, and he can't hide that far in a short time. Fortunately, I missed the shot just now. Who knows if I will be so lucky next time. The most important thing is that there are dozens of snake hairs on the mermaid's head. Who knows what the next attack will be and whether it can withstand it. Xiao Ai is also full of resentment towards the mermaid statue. The laser shot just now directly made a deep trench in its side armor, which almost destroyed the side armor. It has never suffered like this since its debut. Big loss. After getting Zhang Tuohai's authorization to attack, it couldn't help but fired a 105mm armor-piercing bullet at the mermaid statue. Boom! The huge warhead hit the statue hard. The warhead exploded, and a hole was blown out of the statue's upper body, revealing a variety of sophisticated machinery. Click! 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 This shell seemed to activate the statue. The eyes of the snake heads on the mermaid's head became brighter, and each head turned towards the direction of Zhang Tuohai. Grass! So strong? Seeing this scene, Zhang Tuohai was shocked. This was a 105mm armor-piercing projectile. An ordinary infantry fighting vehicle would explode immediately after being hit by one. Even a main battle tank, as long as it was not equipped with reactive armor, would be hit on the side. It also has to be scrapped. However, this mermaid statue turned out to be just a broken body shell, and its specific functions could still be used. Isn't this strength a bit scary? Boom! Boom! Upon seeing this, classmate Xiao Ai immediately fired 2 more shots. One armor-piercing round, and one high-explosive round. 2 cannonballs hit the chest of the mermaid statue one after the other. The armor-piercing bullets broke the armor, and the high-explosive bullets damaged it. With the cooperation of the two, the internal machinery of the mermaid statue was completely destroyed. The upper body of the mermaid flew out, and the snake head's eyes dimmed, as if it had lost its energy supply. Black, green, blue, and various unknown liquids flowed out of the statue and spilled onto the steel ground. Wherever the liquid passes, bursts of white smoke rise, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Finally dead? Zhang Tuohai let out a long breath and leaned back on the chair. Originally, he thought it was an easy journey to collect resources. But as soon as he entered the gate, he was taught a solid lesson. A statue guarding a fountain is so powerful. I wonder what else I will face later. Zhang Tuohai's heart was cast by a shadow. However, he immediately built several new self-propelled steam machines and prepared to dismantle the statue. The steel gate can be dismantled, and the titanium alloy can be dismantled. This statue is so strong that even if it cannot be dismantled, something better can be dismantled. Even if you can't pass the level in the end and have to retreat, you must first take the benefits you can get. Zhang Tuohai had just finished making the steam self-propelled machine, and before he could release it in a hurry, he heard heavy footsteps in front of him. He looked up and saw that the two humanoid armor statues that were originally standing at the gate of the manor came down from the high platform, holding a giant sword more than 3 meters long, and walked quickly towards the infantry fighting vehicle. In the hole, you can see the flickering green light inside. Again! Fire! Zhang Tuohai ordered. Boom! 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 Classmate Xiao Ai turned the cannon and fired directly at an armor. Classmate Xiao Ai also learned the lesson from the mermaid statue and directly launched a 3-volume attack, firing 3 armor-piercing bullets one after another. The first armor-piercing bullet hit the armor sword directly. The long sword in the armor's hand deflected and cut the hard cannonball head in half. This move frightened Zhang Tuohai so much that he almost flew out of his wits. Can a long sword cut through a cannonball? Is this really something a normal machine can do? I'm afraid we need advanced close and defense artillery, or a venting system, which can only be achieved by relying on a phalanx formation. Right? This armor can do this with a long sword? While Zhang Tuohai was in shock, 2 other armor-piercing bullets arrived one after another. The long sword in the armor's hand crossed, blocking the second armor-piercing bullet. However, this also left it wide open. The third armor-piercing bullet hit its chest firmly, blowing a hole in its breastplate, revealing various parts inside. Seeing this situation, Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. As long as it can be damaged, it seems that this armor is not invincible, and it can still be damaged. If this guy could cut through 3 armor-piercing bullets in a row, or be hit by an armor-piercing bullet without being hurt, Zhang Tuohai would turn around and leave without any hesitation, and he would never stay for even a moment. However, since the health bar is bright, why are you being polite? Activate the Hive rocket launcher and hit 2 bases first. Zhang Tuohai gritted his teeth and said, since the armor can chop cannonballs with a sword, let's fire a few more rounds to make it a satisfying hit. Whoosh whoosh. A series of rockets shot straight at the armor. The armor had just been knocked down, and just as he sat up, those rockets were in front of him. Seeing this, Armor quickly blocked the hole in his chest with his long sword. Immediately afterwards, a series of explosions sounded. Boom! Fire was blazing and debris was flying. By the time the smoke cleared, the armor had turned into parts all over the floor. Once you've solved one, take out the rest too. Zhang Tuohai also fired a covering strike of rockets at the second armor. When the armor saw the densely packed rockets, it didn't even dodge, and threw the 3-meter-long giant sword in its hand towards the infantry fighting vehicle. Chapter 421 Steel Mansion. You bitch! You don't have martial ethics! Zhang Tuohai was startled when he saw the giant sword being thrown towards him, and hurriedly reversed the car. At the same time, classmate Xiao Ai popped out 20 robotic arms, and fired at the giant sword with a 4-unit 23mm cannon. Intensive shooting. Da-da-da. The confidential artillery shells formed an insurmountable metal barrier in front of the infantry fighting vehicle, forcibly knocking aside the flying giant sword. The giant sword made a muffled sound and was inserted into the metal ground next to it, with a depth of 1 meter. Seeing the giant sword like this, Zhang Tuohai was secretly frightened. The ground made of steel is more than 1 meter deep. If your car is solidified, even the front armor may not be able to withstand it. These guys are really powerful. It seems like we need to be more careful when dealing with them. Zhang Tuohai became more and more vigilant. He discovered that the guardians in this dungeon were all extremely powerful. They were really capable of killing him head-on. If he was not careful, he would really be defeated here. Zhang Tuohai stayed in place for a while, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. After making sure that there were no other guardians around to continue attacking, he breathed a sigh of relief and released the steam self-propelled machine to search for supplies, especially those 2 pieces of armor and their giant swords, which can block a blow from a 105mm main gun. They are definitely not ordinary metals, and can definitely break down into some good things. After handling these matters, Zhang Tuohai sent a private message to Su Mu. Is there any background information on your treasure map? What is the origin of this steel manor? Are the things in it so powerful? I don't know. There's nothing written on the duplicate ticket. Su Mu said and took a picture of the front and back of the ticket to Zhang Tuohai. There was indeed no information on it. To be honest, I actually don't know as much about this place as you do. The last time I came here, I was blocked by the steel gate and couldn't even get in. Su Mu said helplessly. Hearing what Su Mu said, Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows. Originally, he thought that the gate was a means to block players. But now it seems that it is also a test, which directly excludes players with insufficient strength from the gate. Saving money, he rushed in and lost his life in vain. However, this did not help the situation before him. Now, he is still confused about this place. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Zhang Tuohai had no choice but to leave 100 to lead a group of steam machinery here to clean the battlefield, while he continued to drive forward in the car. After bypassing the fountain, there is a huge 2-story mansion in front of you. It's similar to the mansion on the cover of a detective novel. Just looking at it from a distance gives people a scary and eerie feeling, exuding a rotten and moldy smell from the inside out. What concerned Zhang Tuohai the most was that the entire mansion was actually made of steel. Also, there aren't any windows on it. All the windows are sealed with steel plates. Looking from a distance, it looks like a huge steel coffin. It looks a bit evil here. Zhang Tuohai looked at the door of the mansion, hesitating whether to go in or not. After all, what happened with the fountain statue and armor just now made him feel frightened. Why don't you just drive in and take a look? However, the door is a bit narrow, and the car doesn't seem to be able to charge in. Zhang Tuohai held his chin and looked at the steel door of the mansion. Behind the gate of the mansion, there are 12 armor statues, waiting for your entry. The prompt system slowly popped up a line of prompts. So insidious? Zhang Tuohai almost cursed. He would have accepted this foreign hotel just as a tortoise. But he couldn't bear it when he acted like a tortoise and ambushed him behind the door. Fortunately, he didn't go in. Otherwise, even if he was wearing a steam-powered exoskeleton, he would probably be killed. Classmate Xiao Ai, prepare rockets for me. I'm going to kill them. How dare you ambush me? Zhang Tuohai said angrily. Clear. Classmate Xiao Ai retreated the infantry fighting vehicle to the center of the courtyard. Sister, what is Brother Zhang doing? Su Qi asked curiously from the side. I don't know. It seems like a cannon is used to open the door. The door looks quite strong, Su Mu said uncertainly. However, she wasn't sure. Although the gate is made of steel, opening it with artillery is really an exaggeration. However, she soon discovered that she was still conservative, because 2 honeycomb rocket launchers actually popped out. Sister, isn't he going to blow up the mansion? Su Qi asked in disbelief. Before Su Mu had time to answer, the shrill sound of rocket launches confirmed her guess. Whoosh whoosh. Boom. 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 A series of rockets hit the door of the mansion. The door exploded and fragments flew into the air. However, what is shocking is that although the door of the mansion was blown into large pieces, there is still a thick steel plate inside. The rocket salvo just now failed to blow the door open. Seeing this situation, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but take a breath of air. Isn't this mansion too solid? A gate can withstand a salvo of rockets. Is this an apocalyptic bunker? Commander, do you want to conduct a second round of test firings? Classmate Xiao Ai was also a little unwilling. This was a rare attack failure for her. She immediately loaded the rockets and prepared to avenge herself. No. Isn't it strong? Then just do it in one step and mount the aerial bomb directly. I don't believe its roof can be so strong, Zhang Tuohai said coldly. Clear. Student Xiao Ai immediately launched the newly modified helium balloon. An earthy yellow helium balloon painted with a shark's head emerged from the infantry fighting vehicle, pulling the infantry fighting vehicle to a high altitude. The 4 propellers at the tail controlled flying to slowly bring the infantry fighting vehicle to the mansion. Hover over. Several robotic arms took out the Red Fort special aerial bombs from the cabin and aimed them at the mansion. Kirov? Su Qi looked at the infantry fighting vehicle in the sky and covered her mouth in shock. Fire! Zhang Tuohai shouted. Boom! Boom! Aerial bombs fell on the mansion. Although the mansion made of steel is very strong, the aerial bombs thrown by Zhang Tuohai were specially made by the Red Fort. Gil once used these things to directly level a city, so a mere mansion was no longer a problem. Boom! Explosions sounded one after another. And when the second round of bombs fell, the steel mansion began to collapse. After the 4th round of aerial bombs, There was no object higher than 1 meter in the entire mansion. Zhang Tuohai looked down at the explosion scene of the mansion, and was very satisfied with his work. Let 100 take everyone up. Clean up the ruins. Dismantle everything that can be disassembled. And try to get the titanium alloy together. Chapter 422, Mechanical Armor's Counterattack. For Zhang Tuohai, of course he cares about the things in the steel mansion. But what he cares about most is his own life. There are 12 mechanical armor guards behind the gate of the mansion alone. How terrifying this is. Zhang Tuohai has already seen the defensive power of the mechanical armor guard. And it can actually withstand a direct shot of a 105mm armor-piercing projectile. Just 2 mechanical armor guards almost made him injured. What if 12 mechanical armors rushed out at the same time? Zhang Tuohai didn't dare to predict what the consequences would be. Still focusing on safety. It is more reliable to attack directly from the air. Although the loot harvested in this way will be greatly reduced. It is better to be safe. Moreover, as long as there is a steam self-propelled machine, Zhang Tuohai will not return empty-handed no matter what. At least, he can earn back the money for the shells. The infantry fighting vehicles landed slowly. And a large group of steam self-propelled machines, led by 100, rushed to the ruins of the steel mansion and began the cleanup work. Zhang Tuohai got out of the car and inspected the progress of the steam self-propelled machines around him. Su Qi and Su Mu both stared blankly at everything in front of them. They had speculated on the extent of Zhang Tuohai's strength at this time. And Su Mu even felt that she had overestimated him enough. But today it seems that it is still really underestimated. While they were still wondering whether to use tracks or tires, Zhang Tuohai could already fly. While they were still complacent about having a few RPGs and a few more missiles, Zhang Tuohai could already throw aerial bombs. This sense of gap makes them feel a little scared. Yes, that feeling of invincible fear. At this time, Su Mu was secretly glad that she had a good relationship with Zhang Tuohai before, and had several good cooperations. Otherwise, if Zhang Tuohai had been distracted just now, the 2 sisters would have been buried in this copy. Su Qi's thoughts became more lively. Brother Zhang is so powerful. It seems that I need to tie my relationship with Brother Zhang even tighter. If I can become Brother Zhang's sister-in-law, no one will dare to bully me. What does Brother Zhang like? Are you wearing it? It seems that the photo last time turned out pretty good. How about? Su Qi secretly glanced at Su Mu. For a moment, no one spoke, and the venue was filled with the sound of steam self-propelled machinery cutting. The activities of the steam self-propelled machinery went smoothly, and pieces of metal ingots were cut out and placed neatly. Looking at the mountains of various metal ingots, the 2 sisters Su Mu and Su Qi opened their mouths in shock. Although they have various statue blessings, they still have to open boxes to achieve that. Moreover, the total amount of materials in the supply box also has an invisible upper limit. It is impossible to open a box and give you hundreds of metal ingots at one time. This also leads to the fact that although they have a lot of supplies, they are still within the controllable range. But Zhang Tuohai is different. He is directly demolishing the land. They will directly demolish the houses for you and turn them into supplies. This is very scary. In addition, the mansion and the city wall outside are all made of metal, which is particularly suitable for steam self-propelled machinery. The metal ingots are processed one by one and stacked together. Thousands of them are produced in a short time. Moreover, the number is still increasing. Thousands of metal ingots stacked together were quite a visual impact. Su Mu felt that he had never seen so many metal ingots since he entered this world. My whole body was numb. She originally thought that she was already very powerful, and as long as she worked harder, she would soon surpass Zhang Tuohai. But now it seems that she has been left too far behind. There is already a big gap between the two. If they can't catch up anymore, a gap will form and become insurmountable. However, looking at the pile of metal ingots, Su Mu felt discouraged. You can get so much supplies in one dungeon. What if you do it several times a day? She couldn't even imagine how she could surpass them. Even if she wanted to narrow the gap, it would be extremely difficult. Zhang Tuohai didn't know about the 2 sisters' worries. He was busy counting the harvest. To be honest, the large pile of metal ingots stacked there was really eye-catching. But after all, he was someone who had raided the Red Fort munitions warehouse, so he could still withstand it. What pleased him the most was the large pile of titanium alloys. The reason why this mansion is so strong that it took 4 rounds of heavy aerial bombs to blow it up is because it contains a large amount of titanium alloy. And Zhang Tuohai is worried that he has no place to get titanium alloy. At this time, the number of titanium alloy ingots stacked on the ground exceeded 150 units, which was not far from the 200 units needed to make titanium alloy armor. It seems that I am not far away from making titanium alloy armor. Zhang Tuohai thought happily. Zhang Tuohai felt even happier when he thought about the sturdiness of the mansion and the mechanical armor. Materials mixed with titanium alloy were so strong. How could the armor he made with titanium alloy be any worse? Even if it's the same level. Just when Zhang Tuohai was complacent, a commotion broke out among the ruins. And a ping-ping-pong-pong sound came over. What happened? Zhang Tuohai was shocked and ran over quickly. He ran over and took a look and found that a steam self-propelled machine had dug out a mechanical armor. The mechanical armor was seriously injured and broke from the waist. One arm was thrown somewhere, and only half of the other arm was left. However, a long knife popped out of it, and was waving it away, looking at the steam self-propelled machinery around them trying to get closer. Next to it, a steam self-propelled machine had been chopped into pieces. Good guy! You are so injured! How dare you attack? Zhang Tuohai quietly leaned over from behind, raised his ship-cutting knife, and slashed at the mechanical armor. At this moment, the mechanical armor suddenly turned around and slashed Zhang Tuohai's legs with a long knife in its hand. It looked like it had expected it, and was waiting for Zhang Tuohai to take the bait. Damn! I got fooled! Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly retreated. But the mechanical armor's knife was very fast, and was about to cut Zhang Tuohai's leg. Although Zhang Tuohai is wearing a steam-powered exoskeleton at this time, the power of the mechanical armor is obvious to all. The thrown giant sword can penetrate the steel ground to a depth of 1 meter. This is almost the same as an artillery piece. The protection of the exoskeleton can be blocked. At this critical moment, 100 rushed up from behind and stood between Zhang Tuohai and the blade of the mechanical armor. Suddenly, the long knife of the mechanical armor slashed through 100's side wall. However, 100's body just transformed into a piece of titanium alloy, which just blocked the blade. However, 100 was also hit hard, and the red indicator light flashed. Chapter 423 2 Drawings. What a thief! You dare to sneak attack me! Watch your move! After Zhang Tuohai dodged the attack, the ship-cutting knife in his hand fell straight down, and with a muffled bang, the ship-cutting knife hit the remaining arm of the mechanical armor. On the ship-cutting knife cut directly into half. Although it did not directly cut off the arm of the mechanical armor, it also damaged its transmission system and made it unable to operate. Black engine oil flowed from the wounds of the mechanical armor, and various gears splashed everywhere. After the first blow was successful, Zhang Tuohai immediately slashed several times at the parts where the mechanical armor might launch a counterattack, ensuring that it was completely incapacitated. Zhang Tuohai did not kill him directly, but prepared to capture him alive. Zhang Tuohai found that the combat system of this mechanical armor was quite impressive, and it could even conduct sneak attacks, so he could give it to Lilina for reference. In addition, the transmission structure and various transmission systems of the mechanical armor are also remarkable. They can also be used as samples for Lilina to study to enhance the strength of the mechanical bionic doll. He is a big benefactor, and the stronger the mechanical bionic doll is, the more beneficial it is to him. Send this guy to Lilina and find out all the secrets in him. If he dares to chop me, he will use his whole body to pay off the debt. Under Zhang Tuohai's order, several steam self-propelled machines lifted the body of the mechanical armor and entered Lilina's laboratory. Zhang Tuohai came to 100. How are you doing? Is the injury serious? Crunch crunch. 100 shook his head and waved the remaining robotic arm, indicating that he could continue working. Go to the repair shop to repair your body first. After Lilina is done with her work, I will tell her to upgrade your body, Zhang Tuohai said. 100 seemed to blink happily, then turned the tracks and staggered towards the infantry fighting vehicle. Everyone should be careful when working. Be careful with these guys. If you encounter large pieces of mechanical armor, chop them into pieces first. As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he made 20 more steam self-propelled machines and joined the cleanup team. Anyway, there were too many metal ingots all over the floor to use them all, so Zhang Tuohai just made some more. Su Qi on the side was simply dumbfounded. Sister, these things are actually intelligent. Look at how it looked just now. It's so cute. I really want to keep one. Su Qi took Su Mu's arm and said. Su Mu rolled her eyes at Su Qi. Is the focus of your observation biased? Is the focus on cuteness? What is that? Su Qi was puzzled. You can communicate, Su Mu said with disdain. Isn't that great? It can be like a pet. Is there any problem? Su Qi asked. Being able to communicate means that this thing has basic intelligence. It has either become a real mechanical life, or its artificial intelligence technology has reached an extremely high level, Sumu said. Then what does this mean? Suchi asked. This means that once he uses these things in battle, he can form an army by himself. Sumu took a long breath and said, if you think about it, each of these guys is carrying a rocket launcher and holding the way a steam machine gun looks at you. Suchi seriously imagined that situation and couldn't help but tremble. That's really terrible. I don't want to face such an opponent. So, you must have a good relationship with him. At worst, you cannot become an enemy. Do you understand? Sumu asked. Then I should. Don't you usually have a good relationship with him? Keep up the good work and try your best to meet his demands as long as they are not excessive. Do you understand? Sumu said. From now on, what he likes most is your artistic photos. Suchi thought to herself. However, she did not dare to say this. Wait a minute. Since Brother Zhang likes my sister's artistic photos so much, does that mean he is interested in her? Should I try to match up 2 more people? If it happens, I can raise a steam self-propelled machine. Suchi thought secretly. Thinking about this, Suchi became excited and said with a longing look on her face. Oh, I understand. I will work hard. Don't worry. Seeing Suchi's appearance, Sumu sighed. In this world, the person she worried about the most was her sister. If she died in an accident, I really don't know how she would survive in this world. All she could do was try to find a relatively reliable backer for Suchi. Zhang Tuohai is a relatively good choice. He is very strong, relatively upright, and has his own bottom line. If his sister can be entrusted to his hands, at least it will not be too miserable. Sumu thought so. The 2 sisters had their own thoughts, but they couldn't express them openly, so the car became quiet for a while. Zhang Tuohai directed the efforts of the steam self-propelled machines. After several hours of hard work, with the joint efforts of dozens of steam self-propelled machines, the huge steel mansion was completely dismantled into raw materials. Zhang Tuohai obtained more than 300 units of titanium alloy metal ingots alone, which not only met the demand for titanium alloy armor, but also produced more than 100 units that could be used as reserves. Now, Zhang Tuohai can directly make titanium alloy armor as long as he obtains a level 5 car upgrade map and upgrades the car to level 5. In addition, metal ingots and metal parts of various grades piled up so much that Zhang Tuohai had to build an additional warehouse to store these metal ingots. There is still a lot left over. Zhang Tuohai decided to give these extra metal ingots to the Su sisters. After all, they provided the tickets. Without them, he would have never had the chance to obtain so many supplies. Apart from these, what made Zhang Tuohai happiest should be the 2 drawings and a metal box that he took out from the mansion. Mechanical armor manufacturing drawings, a product of Clockwork Technology. A mechanical puppet has been instilled with a large amount of combat experience and fighting skills, has a certain fighting instinct, and can move freely for 36 hours at a time. Crafting materials, titanium alloy, 10 units. 3rd level metal ingots, 20 units. Metal parts, 100 units. Mermaid statue guard manufacturing diagram, a product of Clockwork Technology. A mechanical puppet that can spray flames, acid, and lasers to kill sneaking enemies. Manufacturing materials, titanium alloy, 10 units. 3rd level metal ingots, 15 units. Rubber, 10 units. Plastic, 20 units. Metal parts, 100 units. Needless to say, these 2 drawings are the methods for making the mechanical armor and the mermaid statue. The effect is pretty good, but the materials are a bit expensive. It actually takes 10 units of titanium alloy to make one, with Zhang Tuohai's existing reserves. Except for what is necessary, he can only make 10, which is a little less. Forget it. Let Lilina take a look first and see if there is any way to modify it, preferably without consuming titanium alloy. Zhang Tuohai thought secretly. Finally, he picked up the beautifully crafted metal box and prepared to see what was inside. Chapter 424 Meeting the Secret Order Again. Zhang Tuohai looked at the metal box in his hand. The style of this box was obviously different from that of the steel mansion. The entire steel mansion is made of black steel. It has no decoration and lacks industrial aesthetics, giving people a sense of stupidity. So much so, that when Zhang Tuohai saw the mansion for the first time, he thought it was a huge coffin. However, the metal box in his hand was completely different. The box is entirely silver white, with no obvious edges and corners, and the surface is full of fine and complicated patterns. If it weren't for the lack of inlaid jewelry, Zhang Tuohai would have thought it was a jewelry box for a noble lady. The metal box feels warm and cold to the touch, and it feels like it's not metal anymore, but a piece of mutton fat jade. Pulling off the buckle, Zhang Tuohai opened the metal box and revealed the contents. Placed in the box is a relatively advanced-looking syringe. Nanomachine injection, a special world product. After injection, nanomachines will continue to divide, merge with body cells, repair injuries, and change the body shape according to the needs of the user, eventually turning people into mechanical life. Note, this is an improved product after the original injection. There is a certain probability of failure, but it will not endanger the user's life. This thing again? Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows slightly. This is not the first time he has obtained this thing. He obtained one last time, but it was used by Lilina. Judging from Lilina's appearance, it seems that the feeling of mechanical life is quite good. However, the specific disadvantages can only be known through specific observation. Zhang Tuohai decided to put it away and observe Lilina's long-term use before deciding whether to inject it. Anyway, he still has time now, so he is not in a hurry. What if any side effects are discovered later? What if a better potion is discovered in the future? Then didn't he lose? Zhang Tuohai decided to use it as the final life-saving medicine. When he was seriously injured, he injected it directly to transform himself into a mechanical life. However, this is only the final backup. It is better not to use it or not. Zhang Tuohai put away the potion with satisfaction. With this, it was completely worth the price. After all, no matter how many supplies you have, you need a life to enjoy them. If your life is gone, there is nothing. After putting away the potion, Zhang Tuohai greeted the steam self-propelled machine and helped load the remaining metal ingots into Sumu's car. Give me so many metal ingots? Isn't that bad? I can't help you much. Just take some as admission fee. Sumu, who had already made up his mind to deepen his relationship with Zhang Tuohai, declined. Okay, it's all leftover anyway. If you don't take it, it's free. If you don't take it, I can only throw it here. Wouldn't it be a cheap game system for nothing? Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and said, then you can make a few more warehouses. If one warehouse is not enough, just make one more. It can always fit in. Right? Su Qi asked puzzledly. Do you think I don't want to? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but rolled his eyes when he heard this. The game system is very weird. With the level of my current car, I can only create 2 rooms of the same type at most. I have already created 2 warehouses, but they are still not enough. What can I do? Even the cold storage it's almost full. Zhang Tuohai helplessly spread his hands and said. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, Sumu didn't know what to say. I originally thought I was lucky and got a lot of blueprints, but I didn't expect that Zhang Tuohai had already found out the upper limit of the same item. Sumu felt discouraged for a while. At the same time, he became more determined to deepen his relationship with Zhang Tuohai. Well, I installed these things for you. If you want to use them, you can take them out at any time. After Sumu finished speaking, he opened the trunk and let the steam self-propelled machine help with the shipment. Her trunk has also been remodeled and has 20 cubic meters of space inside, which is more than enough to hold the metal ingots dismantled from the square. However, Sumu's expression soon changed, because, in addition to the metal ingots on the square, the surrounding steam self-propelled machines that were demolishing the city walls were still continuously transporting metal ingots to the center of the square. Some steam self-propelled machines have even begun to demolish the ground. There are too many. I can't fit them in. I really can't fit them in. Sumu closed the lid of the trunk with difficulty. The 20 cubic meters of space in the trunk is already filled to the brim, and there is no room for anything extra. Zhang Tuohai took a look and saw that he couldn't even fit a metal part in, and finally nodded helplessly. Regretfully gave up on the remaining metal ingots in the square. There is nothing more heartbreaking than entering a treasure house, only to find that you have limited capacity and cannot transport it away. Sooner or later, I have to build a warehouse as big as a 10,000-ton ship and transport everything I can see. Zhang Tuohai said angrily. Let's go. The warehouse is full anyway. There's no point in staying here anymore. Just leave. Zhang Tuohai said to Sumu. Well, okay. Sumu took out the ticket for the dungeon and clicked to leave. The admission ticket suddenly disappeared, and she and Zhang Tuohai were also enveloped in white light. The scene changed, and they returned to the repair station again. Zhang Tuohai was just about to get back into the car when he found 3 men in black robes standing in front of him. The 3 men in black robes were gathering together to smoke. They obviously did not expect that a person would suddenly appear in front of them, and they were startled. Sorry, I didn't expect to appear here suddenly. It's all the fault of the game system. Goodbye. Zhang Tuohai didn't want to say anything more to these strangers. After saying sorry, he turned around and wanted to leave. Wait a minute. I know you. It was you who sold the mysterious shadow statue. Did you kill Kanmu? A man in black robes suddenly took off the M16 from behind. After hearing this, the other two men in black robes also threw away the cigarette butts in their hands and drew their weapons. They are members of the secret order. The weapons in their hands are not enough to break through the defense of the exoskeleton. But be careful about the bombs wrapped around them. The prompt system popped up a prompt. After glancing at the prompt, Zhang Tuohai stretched out his hand and pulled off his mask, and said slowly, Kanmu, I remembered that guy is a very devout believer and really wants to see his god. So I helped him and then transferred the statue. From a certain point of view, I helped you spread the doctrine. It's okay if you don't thank me. Why are you pointing a gun at me? It's really disappointing. Zhang Tuohai sighed quietly. Sharp teeth. Sharp mouth. Raise your hands. Otherwise, Before a man in black robe holding an M500 could finish speaking, he felt pain in his wrist. His hand holding the pistol flew out. And what passed over the wound was a battleship knife with a cold light. Chapter 425. The Secret Order is really a group of good people. Ah! The man in black robe belatedly shouted, holding his broken wrist and squatting on the ground in pain. When the remaining two men in black robes saw this, they immediately pulled the triggers in their hands and kept shooting at Zhang Tuohai with their guns raised. Da-da-da. A series of bullets hit Zhang Tuohai's exoskeleton. The bullets hit the exoskeleton with sparks popping up on its surface. But they couldn't penetrate Zhang Tuohai's defense at all. Although a few bullets penetrated the steam pipes and spurted out scorching steam, they could not cause any actual harm to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai frowned when he saw this. Everything about a steam-powered exoskeleton is good, but these exposed steam pipes are really a fatal weakness. However, due to design reasons, they cannot be hidden inside the exoskeleton, which is very frustrating. Awkward. We have to find a chance to ask Lilina to help modify it. At least to hide the pipeline. Zhang Tuohai thought. The man in black robe holding the M16 had used up one magazine. But Zhang Tuohai was still unscathed. The man in black robe immediately knew that the firearm in his hand was useless against Zhang Tuohai. He gritted his teeth, tore off his robe, revealing the detonator tied to his body, and shouted to Zhang Tuohai, Stop! Or I will! Brush! Before he finished speaking, the ship-cutting knife in Zhang Tuohai's hand slashed across the opponent's head. If you feel like it, just do it and call me Mao Mao. Seeing this, the only remaining man in black robe turned around and ran towards the car not far away. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai threw out the ship-cutting knife in his hand. The huge ship-cutting knife was like a javelin, directly piercing the body of the black-robed man and pinning the black-robed man directly to the ground. The man in black robe with a severed hand was now half kneeling on the ground with his teeth gritted and his remaining hand reaching towards his arms. Da-da-da. The 23mm cannon controlled by Xiao Ai fired. His head was smashed into pieces, and his body slumped to the ground. All this happened in just a short moment. Not far away, Su Mu and Su Qi had not recovered from the change in environment when they discovered 3 fresh corpses on the ground. They were so surprised that they didn't know what to say. Zhang Tuohai frowned and inspected the bodies of the 3 men in black robes. Sure enough, every man in black robe was wrapped with a ring of explosives. I knew this bullshit mysterious shadow was not a good thing. How could any righteous god encourage his followers to play with this thing? Zhang Tuohai frowned, becoming more convinced that he had made the right decision by rejecting the mysterious shadow statue. However, how did these guys from the secret order find this place? Did they ambush them intentionally, or did they bump into each other accidentally? It's a pity that there are no survivors. So I can't even ask. Zhang Tuohai frowned and thought. Ding. At this moment, the elevator next to it slowly descended. A car with a mysterious shadow logo was slowly pushed down from the elevator by a conveyor belt and stopped in the center of the repair station. It looks like he happened to be passing by. Zhang Tuohai touched his chin and thought. If it was really an ambush, they would definitely not take advantage of this time to upgrade the car. Moreover, the man in black robe was obviously surprised when he saw him, which should be unexpected. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't come specifically to find him, it would be easy. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to have a group of people who could always find him. However, since these people are dead, don't their cars belong to him? Zhang Tuohai rubbed his hands excitedly. The guys in the secret order are all famous big fat sheep. With the help of mysterious shadow statues, The rewards they get from opening boxes are much higher than ordinary people. They must all be rich. Oily flow. Zhang Tuohai immediately got into the car and started searching. Zhang Tuohai got into the car and immediately felt as if he had entered a luxurious lounge. The floor was covered with cashmere carpets. The walls were covered with sound insulation panels. And LED lights were used on the ceiling to create a starry feeling. In the corner there is a circle of leather sofas. A huge root-carved TC in front. And the wine cabinet next to it is filled with various unknown wines. However, the fact that it can be placed in the wine cabinet is enough to prove that it is extraordinary. Because more bottles of wine were placed next to them. Unopened at all. Zhang Tuohai opened the door of the storage room next to him. And it was filled with all kinds of sausages. Hanging one after another. Exuding a charming smell. In the location of the storage room, there is also a small weapons room filled with explosives. Of course, there is also the statue of the mysterious shadow, which is placed in a shrine and placed in the center of the house. There are so many good things. Please move them away quickly. Zhang Tuohai directed the steam self-propelled machinery to move all these things and transfer them to his car. Although the warehouse is full, there is still some space in the high-end ecological park, which can also be used to temporarily store things. Soon, Zhang Tuohai moved everything out of the car. Anything that could be dismantled was packed away by Zhang Tuohai. After confirming that nothing was missing, Zhang Tuohai called 001 to completely dismantle the car. As for why it is 001, the main reason is that Zhang Tuohai feels that he is lucky and has a higher probability of dismantling the drawings. After a while, the car was dismantled into parts. And 001 had 2 more drawings in his hand. Zhang Tuohai excitedly took the 2 drawings over and unfolded them one by one. Needless to say, it is a drawing of the statue making of a mysterious shadow. Zhang Tuohai guessed that this thing would be a must-have if it could dismantle a car. This thing was used to cultivate leeks and was thrown aside. He unfolded the second drawing. Zhang Tuohai originally didn't have much hope. After all, the 3 secret cultivators only drove a level 3 off-road vehicle. What good drawings could they get? However, when Zhang Tuohai unfolded the drawings, his breathing became rapid. Weapon storage bin manufacturing drawings. Level 3 auto parts can make a weapon storage bin. Weapons mounted on the outside of the car can be stored in the storage bin to reduce the probability of being discovered and increase the concealment effect. Crafting materials. Level 3 metal ingot, 1 unit. Level 2 metal ingot, 5 units. Metal parts, 20 units. Rubber, 2 units. Plastic, 5 units. Nice one! Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed when he saw this. If there is anything he is dissatisfied with about the current car, the top one is the external cornet missiles and honeycomb rocket launchers. These things piled on the roof of the car look very majestic. But if it is hit by enemy artillery, it will be a lot of fun. I am afraid that the entire car will be blown into the sky. If you have this weapon storage compartment, you can hide it at ordinary times and open it when you use it. You can definitely catch your opponent off guard. Thinking of the scene where the enemy was caught off guard by him, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect this group of secret cults to send supplies and drawings. They are really a good group of people. Chapter 426. Do you call this a racing party? Additional updates with monthly pass. After Zhang Tuohai finished searching for supplies, he and Sister Sumu drove forward along the highway. After driving about 6 kilometers, there was a fork in the road. The road on the left will encounter some ape attacks, and you will find a purple supply box at the end of the road. The road on the right will be attacked by a group of drag racing parties, and 2 purple supply boxes will be found at the end of the road. This is the prompt given by the prompt system. Let's separate here, Sumu said hesitantly. From the bottom of her heart, she wanted to stay with Zhang Tuohai all the time, so that it would be easier to enhance their relationship. However, 2 vehicles traveling on the same road will reduce the resource acquisition rate. Moreover, if she keeps following Zhang Tuohai, it will appear that she is incompetent and may lower her status in Zhang Tuohai's heart. Even if it was just to prove her ability, she finally decided to separate from Zhang Tuohai. Sumu waved to Zhang Tuohai and drove towards the road on the left. Zhang Tuohai originally wanted to remind Sumu to be careful about ape attacks, but he gave up because he had no good reason. They should be able to deal with a few apes easily. Right. Zhang Tuohai turned directly and drove towards the road on the right. The sky was getting brighter and Zhang Tuohai had been driving for more than an hour. He felt that it was not interesting. He was about to hand over the driving rights to Xiao Ai and play a few games by himself when he suddenly heard the roar of an engine from behind. The racing gang is here? Zhang Tuohai quickly turned his perspective to the back of the car. Seeing the back of the car, Zhang Tuohai was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. It turned out that not far away, a tank followed. The tank looked a bit like a Leopard 2. It had 7 pairs of road wheels. The main gun on the automatic turret had a caliber of 120 mm and was smoothbore. Also standing in the car were 12 people holding AK-47s and wearing combat uniforms, acting as human reactive armor. However, these people look like bionic clones at first glance, because all 12 of them have the same face. If this is not a clone, it can only mean that they have a great mother. After seeing Zhang Tuohai, those people became excited, shouted at Zhang Tuohai, pulled the bolts of their guns, and started firing at the infantry fighting vehicle. The bullets hit the rear armor of the infantry fighting vehicle and made a ping-pong sound. You are telling me that this is a drag racing party? Zhang Tuohai's face turned green. I've heard of motorcycle racing, and I've heard of racing cars, but have you ever heard of tank racing? And it's a main battle tank. Sweet pear stuffed. Zhang Tuohai immediately began to speed up, trying to get further away. The guy in the back has a 120 mm smoothbore cannon, which fires armor-piercing discarding sabos equipped with stabilized fins. Although his armor is thick, it may be difficult to defeat the opponent. The infantry fighting vehicle began to accelerate, and the Leopard 2 also began to accelerate upon seeing this. Moreover, it seemed to be faster than Zhang Tuohai, and it seemed to be trying to catch up. The most annoying thing is that this guy still drifts around corners. Have you ever seen a main battle tank drift? Zhang Tuohai felt that the system's definition of a racing party was somewhat different from his own. At this time, the parallel machine gun on the opponent's automatic turret also roared. The bullets pinged against the rear armor. Hearing the sound of the parallel machine gun, Zhang Tuohai's heart skipped a beat. If the parallel machine gun could hit his own, it meant that the artillery was almost ready. Pull out the smoke! Zhang Tuohai started the smoke generator, and a thick cloud of smoke emerged from around the infantry fighting vehicle, blocking the view. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai started driving, constantly changing lanes, trying to get rid of the lock of the Leopard 2 main gun. However, he was shocked to find that no matter which way he moved, the Leopard 2's main gun moved in that direction, with an error of no more than 3 seconds. This is definitely the ability to see through the fog. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai decided not to dodge, but to immediately speed up the counterattack. Otherwise, if this drags on, he will definitely suffer. Classmate Xiai, launch rockets and intercept one wave. Clear. Xiai opened the weapon storage compartment at the top, and 2 rocket launcher nests poked their heads out. Whoosh whoosh. A series of rockets shot out and hit the Leopard 2 tank. Click, click, click. Leopard 2's anti-aircraft machine gun fired at the rockets. It's just an anti-aircraft machine gun. Damn! Zhang Tuohai opened his mouth in shock, because all the more than 30 rockets he fired just now were shot down by an anti-aircraft machine gun. All the rockets were exploded in the air, but none of them flew within 100 meters of the Leopard 2. What kind of anti-aircraft machine gun is this? Isn't that what close-in defense artillery is all about? Zhang Tuohai was stunned. He didn't remember that anti-aircraft machine gun had such power. If this is really the case, wouldn't there be no way to deal with this guy? It couldn't even lift into the air. After all, this thing was an anti-aircraft machine gun. Before it could even rise, the helium balloon was blown up in the air. This is an anti-aircraft machine gun equipped with the most advanced fire control system, which can intercept all air targets. However, due to the huge size of the fire control radar, its ammunition reserve is limited. Only 2,000 rounds. The prompt system popped up. So that's it. After seeing the prompt, Zhang Tuohai had an idea in mind. Since there are only 2,000 rounds of ammunition in reserve, it's easy. Just use up all your bullets and see how you can defend yourself. Classmate Xiai, keep firing rockets and use up all its bullets, Zhang Tuohai said loudly. Whoosh whoosh. After receiving the order, classmate Xiao changed the rocket launch slot and continued to fire rockets at Leopard 2. Boom, boom. The rockets were hit one by one and exploded in the air, but with a reminder system as a backup. Zhang Tuohai didn't panic anymore. Anyway, he has so many metal ingots in his hand that he can't even fit them in the warehouse. Even if the opponent's anti-aircraft machine gun explodes a rocket with a bullet, he can still afford it. However, the human reactive armors on the other side's car were very annoying. They actually kept firing at him with AK-47s, making the armor ping pong 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 pong. A bunch of flies. Classmate Xiai, take out the machine cannon and hack him for me. Click, click, click. click. Two quadruple-mounted 23mm cannons were exposed from the sides, firing continuously at the Leopard 2 behind. Those clones holding AKs were not wearing any protective clothing at all. After being hit by the 23mm cannon, they were directly beaten into two pieces. In an instant, blood and flesh were flying everywhere on the Leopard 2, and various limbs fell everywhere. Yes, Zhang Tuohai fired 7 or 8 rounds of rockets, and finally ran out of ammunition for the anti-aircraft machine gun. I'll see what you do this time. Zhang Tuohai fired another round of rockets. Boom! The rocket exploded near the Leopard 2 vehicle body. When the smoke cleared, Zhang Tuohai was shocked to discover a problem. That is, the rocket could not break open the Leopard 2's shell. After a round of rocket bombardment, this guy's armor didn't even have a single dent. I finally dealt with the troublesome party A. And I have a little more time. I will try to make up all the chapters 1-0 in the near future. There will be more in the evening, but it will be later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 427, Dismantling the Tank. What the hell is this? Why is it so strong? Zhang Tuohai looked at the unharmed Leopard 2 main battle tank in shock. Not only was the guy's outer armor unscathed, he didn't even slow down by half a minute, since he quickly chased Zhang Tuohai. And it looked like the speed was 3 points faster than before. Is this an iron tortoise? The previous steel mansion wasn't that strong? Is it still necessary for high-altitude bombing? However, this thing is too fast. I'm afraid I can't keep up with it in the sky. Zhang Tuohai anxiously looked for countermeasures. Its shell is made of titanium chromium alloy and can defend against attacks from most ordinary rockets. However, its Achilles heel is its territory. You can try to use bombs to detonate it on its territory, or you can use high-speed breakaway. The specially modified Leopard 2 consumes 3 times as much fuel as the normal Leopard 2. Due to space constraints, the fuel tank is even reduced by 1/3. It still has 20 minutes of fuel, as long as you can maintain it. If you don't get hit within 20 minutes, you can break away from the pursuit. The prompt system rarely gave 2 solutions. Actually, there are 2 solutions. Zhang Tuohai was shocked. He found that the prompt system was actually humanized and gave him choices. He scanned it briefly and decided to try the first one. The second one is safe, but too embarrassing. Since he obtained the rocket, he has never been chased so embarrassingly. He couldn't swallow this breath. He handed over the control of the car to classmate Xiao Yi and knocked on the door of Lilina's laboratory. Why are you here so early? Come on! Come on! 1/3 of the components will be finished. Lilina said helplessly while lying on the door frame with dark circles under her eyes. Behind her is a strange-looking machine. Put everything else aside first. There is an enemy that needs your help to deal with, Zhang Tuohai said. What? There are enemies! Lilina's eyes lit up instantly, and her original decadent demeanor disappeared, and she became full of energy. Don't worry. Leave it to me. No matter what enemy you are, I can deal with it, Lilina said in high spirits. She spent the whole night installing the machinery, which almost drove her crazy. She would rather kill 1,000 mutated creatures than tighten screws anymore. Come over and check on the situation. Zhang Tuohai pulled him in front of the spherical screen, which showed the image of Leopard 2. It's the guy at the back who has been chasing me for a long time. The shell is very hard, and the weak point is the territory. My plan is... Where are the people? As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he looked back and was shocked to find that Lilina had disappeared. Classmate Xiao Yi, where is Lilina? Where did this guy go? Zhang Tuohai wandered around but couldn't find Lilina. Commander, Miss Lilina has already gone to attack the Leopard 2 main battle tank. If you don't believe me, you can go and see it, classmate Xiao Yi said. Zhang Tuohai looked at the spherical screen again and was shocked and speechless. It turned out that Lilina actually jumped onto the Leopard 2's automatic turret without knowing when. Lilina knocked on the Leopard 2's automatic turret, and then turned one of her hands into a sharp chainsaw, sawing down the automatic turret's hatch. Zila. The sparks that burst out flew up to a height of more than 1 meter. Is this possible? Zhang Tuohai asked worriedly. Miss Lilina's electric saw is at the nano level. It is much stronger than titanium chromium alloy. It is also feasible to cut through armor. Classmate Xiao Yi did some calculations and came to a conclusion. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Yi finished speaking, Lilina opened the hatch and then jumped in like a cheetah. Immediately afterwards, several members were thrown out, and then Leopard 2 hit the cliff next to it, with the entire barrel inserted. Quickly! Stop the car and turn around and go back, Zhang Tuohai said anxiously. Lilina is very important to him. There are several plans tied to Lilina, and there must not be any problems. The infantry fighting vehicle quickly turned around and drove back, stopping next to the Leopard 2. Zhang Tuohai, wearing a steam-powered exoskeleton, stood on the Leopard 2's automatic turret and looked in. Lilina, how are you? Do you need help? Don't worry. I've got it done. Lilina waved her hand with an excited look on her face. Zhang Tuohai looked at Lilina up and down, and after confirming that Lilina was indeed not injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're not injured. What happened just now? Why did you hit the mountain? Is there a mechanical failure? Zhang Tuohai asked. Did it turn out to be a collision with a mountain? I asked why this old car couldn't move. I thought it was broken. Lilina pushed the lever casually. Bang. The lever was actually deduced. The two tracks of the Leopard 2 turned forward in vain, forcefully pushing the muzzle a few centimeters further into the mountain. Eventually, Leopard 2 ran out of fuel and finally stopped. At this time, the two tracks of Leopard 2 had thrown two deep ravines on the ground. Good guy! Seeing Lilina's rough driving style, Zhang Tuohai decided not to let Lilina touch the steering wheel in the future. Okay, the problem is solved. Come out! Zhang Tuohai pulled Lilina out, then released 001, preparing to dismantle Leopard 2. However, the armor of Leopard 2 was so hard that it took 001's chainsaw a long time to cut a hole. Lilina looked worried and directly helped saw the Leopard 2 into pieces. 001 was responsible for refining and recasting it. That's it. Work efficiency was greatly improved all of a sudden. Okay, just leave the work here to them. Let's go to the laboratory to take a look at the machinery. It won't be good if it delays your research, Zhang Tuohai said. You are repaying kindness with hatred. As soon as she heard that she was going back to the laboratory, Lilina's expression immediately turned bitter. What? Zhang Tuohai turned around and asked in confusion. Nothing. Lilina moved back to the laboratory like a dead dog. What kind of machine is this? It looks so powerful. Is it a new type of weapon? Zhang Tuohai asked around the assembled machine. He saw more than 20 sharp knives on it. There are so many weapons before it is completed. How can it be done if it is completed? That's an automatic sheep-shearing machine, Lilina said speechlessly. Sheep-shearing machine? Are you sure? Zhang Tuohai almost spit out a mouthful of water. He looked carefully at the more than 20 gleaming sharp blades. In addition to various types of knives, there were also various long iron sticks. Zhang Tuohai even saw a huge iron basin and a stove for lighting fires. Is this actually a sheep-shearing machine? The automatic sheep-killing machine is pretty much the same. Even the pot for stewing the mutton is ready. But the model is a bit bigger. Chapter 428: The Consequences of Showing Off. What's that look in your face? Lilina asked angrily with her hands on her hips. This is the masterpiece of her hard work all night. Why is she not grateful and showing a look of disgust? Although the things she made were indeed a little bit different from those made by her sister. It wasn't like that. Right? No. I'm just curious about what the real purpose of this thing is. Zhang Tuohai walked around the machine 3 times. It looked like a fully automatic hot pot, including slaughtering, hair removal, cutting, slicing, and roasting. This is a sheep-shearing machine. A real sheep-shearing machine. I worked hard all night to make the shearing machine. Let's bring Beely over and give it a try. If there is something wrong with Beely, I'll do it. Is it okay to replace it? Lilina said angrily. There's no need to play it so big. I believe it. I believe it'll be alright. Right. Zhang Tuohai quickly stopped Lilina. What was the use of asking Lilina to replace Melly? And it cannot produce wool. Lilina was not convinced. She wanted to prove to herself that the thing she made could still be used. Zhang Tuohai didn't dare to take risks with Meili. The two discussed it, and finally decided to take a step back and experiment with Wang Kai. Wang Kai was taken out of the nest and thrown onto the table of the machine. Her mechanical arm suddenly grabbed its limbs. Damn it! What are you doing? Wang Kai screamed in fright. Because, not far below it, it saw a large pot filled with water. There was a flame underneath, and there were more than a dozen shining sharp knives around it, making it think that it was about to be sliced and rinsed in the pot. I have made meritorious deeds and shed blood. You can't do this to me. I want to see the boss, Wang Kai shouted. Okay. Don't scream. I'm just testing the machine. I'll give you 2 sausages as compensation later. Zhang Tuohai took out a sausage and stuffed it into Wang Kai's mouth, blocking it. Let's start, Zhang Tuohai said to Lilina. Lilina pressed a button. Swish, swish, swish. A series of knife lights flashed and hair flew. In the blink of an eye, Wonkai turned into a naked fox without a single hair on his body. Of course, it can't be said that there are none. Lilina even left some fine short hairs on Wonkai's back. These short hairs formed 4 words, I love reed flowers. Lilina even helped Wonkai perform a circumcision. Finally, he rinsed it in the water to wash off the short hair on its body, and then put it down. Bang! Wonkai opened his mouth in fear, and all the sausages in his mouth fell to the ground. It clearly felt the blade moving around its lifeline. The cold blade made it think that it was about to enter the West factory. When Wonkai was put down, his 4 legs could no longer stand, and his body was trembling. Well done! This is your reward! The tests are all done! Why are you still shaking? Zhang Tuohai stuffed a handful of sausages into Wonkai's arms. Cold, Wonkai said with a shiver. I went to the warehouse to find a blanket. It's cold, and I don't know how to wear more clothes. Zhang Tuohai felt guilty, and took Wonkai away. He turned to Lilina and said, The new machine is indeed good, but it's better to fine-tune it, and try to leave some hair on it. Otherwise the child will get cold. Zhang Tuohai pointed at the trembling Wonkai and said, Okay, this is a small problem. Just adjust a few parameters. Seeing that the experiment was successful, Lilina felt relieved. In fact, she had no idea whether the experiment would work or not. After all, it was the first machine she had ever made. By the way, my steam-powered exoskeleton is broken. Can you help me repair it? In addition, these steam pipes are exposed to the outside and are too easy to be targeted. Can you think of some way to make the steam pipes more concealed? Zhang Tuohai took off his exoskeleton and placed it on the test bench. This is easy to solve. My sister, I took apart the mechanical armors you sent and found that they are all made of springs. This structure is very interesting and does not take up much space. It can be transplanted completely into your exoskeleton. This will solve the problem of the steam pipe. As for those wounds, just re-weld them. No big problem. These are small problems that can be solved in half a day. If there are any other problems, just tell them directly, Lilina said generously. After the successful experiment, she also gained a sense of confidence and felt that she was also good at making machines. That's great. By the way, can you help upgrade those steam self-propelled machines? Also, I feel that the attack methods of the exoskeleton are a bit lacking. Can you help enrich them? By the way, the power of the rockets is still a little bit low. It can't even deal with the titanium chromium alloy armor of Leopard 2. Could you please help me upgrade it? Zhang Tuohai listed the problems he had encountered recently and looked at Lilina with hopeful eyes. Lilina wanted to slap herself in the face. Let you show off. Let you show off. Did you get retribution? Should. Can I take back what I just said? Lilina wanted to refuse with tears in her eyes. You agreed? That's great. Thank you very much. You can use the materials in the warehouse as you like. Just let the steam self-propelled machine do whatever you need. I have other things to do, so I won't stay here with you. Bye. Zhang Tuohai left quickly. Sister, help. Lilina cried and called for help to Lilith. I think these are simple and small questions. Even if it is your assessment during this period, I will give you 2 days. If you cannot complete it, the workload will be doubled, Lilith said calmly. Lilina. Zhang Tuohai slipped out of the infantry fighting vehicle and checked the working condition of the steam self-propelled machine. Because these fragments were really hard, the steam self-propelled machines worked very slowly. However, they successfully classified 2 types of metal ingots: titanium metal ingots and chromium metal ingots. Seeing that it was indeed effective, Zhang Tuohai immediately decided to let the steam self-propelled machine pack up the fragments and take them away. Leave it to slowly decompose on the road. After finishing organizing his things, Zhang Tuohai continued on his journey. The further we walked, the brighter the sky became, and finally the sun rose. The time came to 6 o'clock in the morning. The game system popped up today's prompt. Congratulations to all players for seeing today's prompt. Today is your 3rd day in this world. On the road today, we have also prepared exciting programs for all players. I hope you all have fun. As a reminder, it is best for players to enter or see the snow line before sunset today. Otherwise, it means that your speed is too slow and you may not be able to reach the top of the mountain within the specified time. Players, please pay attention to the time. The prompt ends. Chapter 429, the supply box was robbed. Am I actually going to reach above the snow line today? I don't know whether my current speed is fast or slow, and how far I am from the snow line. Zhang Tuohai looked at the surrounding scenery. It was all bare. The thermometer showed that the outdoor temperature was 12 degrees Celsius above zero. He didn't know how far it was from the snow line. However, if it exceeds the snow line, the temperature will definitely drop. Then the price of warm items such as down jackets will go up. Right. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai was ready to sharpen his knife and cut a wave of leaks. Song Xiaokong had conveyed news to him about some players. Not all players had experienced the world of ice and snow. And the world experienced by many players was full of strange things. There was even a group of players who experienced 3 rainforest highway worlds in a row. This made them think that there was only one type of rainforest road and one type of terrain. This also made their vehicles and equipment more suitable for walking in the tropical rainforest, making it difficult to adapt to the alpine climate. Zhang Tuohai's target customers are them. However, the specific operation plan needs to wait until Zhang Tuohai reaches the snow line to see the actual situation. Zhang Tuohai slowly stopped the car, rested on the side of the road for a while, and did a set of radio gymnastics to stretch his muscles. After about 5 minutes, a rabbit ran over from a distance and bumped into the wheel. Zhang Tuohai skillfully picked up the rabbit and carried it to the kitchen. He is going to make spicy smoked rabbit today. While they were cooking, a message came from classmate Xiao Yai. Commander, I found a supply box in front of me, and it's still purple. Meet them so soon? Zhang Tuohai wiped his hands and came to the spherical screen. Sure enough, 800 meters away, there was a purple supply box placed on the ground. Go away and see what's inside. Zhang Tuohai felt that he was lucky today and should be able to get some good things. However, the car had just advanced less than 10 meters when a car suddenly rushed out from the side road. This car is all black, with a low body, a tail wing on the back, and unusually wide wheels, making it look like the Batmobile. The car made a beautiful swerve and arrived next to the purple supply box. A woman wearing a tight black leather jacket and sunglasses stepped out of the car. The woman wearing sunglasses picked up the supply box and saw Zhang Tuohai not far away. She raised the supply box, raised her fingers provocatively at Zhang Tuohai, finally got into the car, turned around, and drove off into the distance. How dare you steal my things? Seeing the other party's appearance, Zhang Tuohai couldn't bear it anymore. The supply boxes are on a first-come, first-served basis. If you grab them, you can't say anything. But if you dare to provoke them, then it's your fault. Follow me, Zhang Tuohai said with a dark face. Boom. The infantry fighting vehicle's horsepower instantly increased, and the infantry fighting vehicle rushed towards the Batmobile. When the girl in sunglasses saw Zhang Tuohai chasing after him, instead of being anxious, she whistled proudly and then stepped on the accelerator. The Batmobile rushed forward quickly. Moreover, while driving forward, he also rocked the car in an S shape in front, which seemed to be a demonstration. Provocative. Right. I will make you regret it. A cold light flashed in Zhang Tuohai's eyes. Classmate Xiao Yai, fire a round of rockets and cover the bomb for me. I'll see if it can dodge. Understood, Commander. Classmate Xiao Yai opened the rocket launch window. And whoosh, a series of rockets rose into the sky and hit the area where the Batmobile was. The girl in sunglasses in the Batmobile was so frightened that she almost peed when she saw the dense rockets flying towards her in the sky. She originally thought that Zhang Tuohai's car was an ordinary infantry fighting vehicle. With at most a 105mm artillery, other weapons were stored by Zhang Tuohai in the weapons storage compartment. And it looked just like that. That way, as long as you are mobile, no matter how large the caliber of the artillery is, it cannot hit you. She even came up with the idea of hunting Zhang Tuohai in reverse. She has full confidence in her car. She has just installed an automatic anti-tank gun, which can deal with light tanks from World War II. Not to mention this type of infantry fighting vehicle, which is famous for its thin skin. Moreover, my car is known for its speed. Even if I can't beat him, I can easily escape by running around. She has even thought up several hunting plans. But I didn't expect that Zhang Tuohai would not follow the routine and directly cover and bomb with rockets. The girl in sunglasses almost had her teeth broken. Grandma, where did this prodigal young man come from? Rockets don't cost money. It's just a purple supply box, isn't it? The girl in sunglasses secretly scolded Zhang Tuohai for his lack of martial ethics while slamming on the brakes. There was no way. The rockets had already been prepared in advance. As long as she dared to continue driving forward, she would definitely rush into the bombing zone. By then, her car would be blown to pieces, leaving no bones or slag behind. Crunch. The Batmobile was parked sideways on the side of the road. Boom. Boom. In front of the Batmobile, a series of explosions sounded. All kinds of cement fragments were flying everywhere. The originally smooth road was suddenly filled with huge craters. Let's see where you run this time. Zhang Tuohai looked at his masterpiece with a smile on his face. The Batmobile has a low body, and at first glance it looks like a racing car that can only run on the road. If it is on an ordinary road, it is naturally extremely fast and invincible. However, if you encounter a road full of craters like this, you may have to lie down immediately. I just happened to catch a turtle in an urn. However, before Zhang Tuohai's car could catch up, a shocking scene appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. The body of the Batmobile actually rose by a full meter, and its four wide wheels moved simultaneously to both sides. In the blink of an eye, the originally low Batmobile turned into an off-road vehicle. Boom! A sneer appeared at the corner of the sunglasses woman's mouth, and she stepped on the accelerator. Humph! So what if there are too many rockets? You don't have to drink my foot-washing water. You actually dare to blow me up with a rocket. Then I'll show you how powerful you are. The woman in sunglasses pressed a button. In an instant, the trunk of the car opened, and a large amount of caltrops flew out. In the blink of an eye, dense thorns covered the road. Seeing that the arrangement was successful, the girl in sunglasses deliberately slowed down the car in order to induce Zhang Tuohai to catch up. These caltrops are made of fine steel. Each tip is more than an inch long. No matter how you throw it, one tip will keep pointing upward. If an ordinary tire were pressed up, it would explode in an instant. Even if it is a solid rubber tire, it may not be a good deal. As long as Zhang Tuohai's car hits the thorns, the car will inevitably lose power. When the time comes, he will become meat on the chopping board. Shouldn't he be at her mercy? Thinking of this, a proud smile appeared on the corners of the sunglasses woman's mouth. Chapter 430 Matryoshka Dolls, Monthly Ticket Plus Updates. Seeing the caltrops covered on the ground in front of him, Zhang Tuohai showed a mocking smile. Tribulus has a remarkable effect on ordinary tires. But it is not just tires. He pressed a button, and in the blink of an eye, 8 solid rubber wheels transformed into wide tracks. The alloy tracks pressed hard on the iron caltrops. Those caltrops are just made of ordinary fine iron, which is enough to deal with rubber wheels. But they are powerless against alloy tracks. After those iron caltrops encountered the alloy tracks, they were pressed directly under the road, and the spikes were bent. Seeing this scene, the woman in sunglasses almost bulged her eyes. She never expected that Zhang Tuohai would also master the wheel modification technology. Moreover, it is more advanced than hers. You're awesome! The woman in sunglasses turned on the nitrogen gas at the rear of the car to accelerate, preparing to distance herself. Buzz! The Batmobile suddenly rushed out for hundreds of meters. Before the girl in sunglasses could rejoice, she felt a violent vibration in the car, and the whole car was flipped over. She quickly pressed a button, and in an instant, 8 mechanical legs popped out from around the car, supporting the car and preventing it from turning over. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Tuohai, and found that on top of the 105mm cannon, there was a weird 6-barreled cannon. At this time, the huge cannon was emitting slowly green smoke. It was obvious that the big cannon was responsible for the blow just now. Seeing this scene, the girl in sunglasses cursed secretly. Is your car a transformer? Why are there so many messy things? As everyone knows, Zhang Tuohai was also extremely surprised by the sunglasses woman's car. He didn't expect that the girl in sunglasses could withstand 2 rounds of attacks. And it also included his most proud rocket coverage. Zhang Tuohai really felt a trace of fear in his heart. And at the same time, he became more anxious to kill the other party. After such a fight, the two have become mortal enemies. If they don't kill each other, they will have trouble sleeping and eating. The girl in sunglasses had the same thought. She pressed a button to open the trunk, and an automatic anti-tank gun popped out. The slender barrel was aimed at the front armor of the infantry fighting vehicle. Before she pressed the attack button, she saw a scene on the observation screen that shocked her, because suddenly 7 or 8 mechanical arms popped out from the side of the infantry fighting vehicle, each of which held a 4-unit 23mm cannon. The muzzle is much thicker than that of my own anti-tank gun. What the hell? Seeing these dense cannons, the girl in sunglasses was so frightened that she could no longer resist in her heart. There was only one thought in her mind, and that was to escape from this devil as soon as possible. It clearly looks like an ordinary infantry fighting vehicle. So why did so many cannons pop up in an instant? The girl in sunglasses stepped on the accelerator and wanted to escape from here. However, before she could take any action, the cannon fired. Hundreds of 23mm cannon shells hit the Batmobile. In order to increase the speed, the Batmobile specially replaced the aluminum alloy body, which greatly reduced the weight of the car and increased the speed by 30%. The price was that the protection strength was greatly reduced. Not even as good as an ordinary car body. The 23mm cannon penetrated the car body without difficulty, and the broken shrapnel swept everything in the car wantonly. By the time Zhang Tuohai stopped attacking, the car was already in a mess. All kinds of things were smashed to pieces. Zhang Tuohai parked the car next to the Batmobile and stepped forward to check it out. The inside of the Batmobile was a mess, with almost nothing intact visible, and various broken pieces everywhere. There was only a purple supply box placed on the co-pilot's seat, intact. Zhang Tuohai took out the purple supply box and then asked 001 to dismantle the car. I hope I can come up with something good, so that my hard work is not in vain. Zhang Tuohai clasped his hands together and bowed, then picked up the crowbar and pressed it hard. Boom! The purple supply box shattered. The smoke cleared, revealing a purple supply box inside. Zhang Tuohai suspected that he had seen it wrong and rubbed his eyes. It is indeed a purple supply box, except that it is slightly smaller than an ordinary supply box. There is no difference. Zhang Tuohai inserted the crowbar into the gap and pressed hard again. Open! Boom! The purple supply box shattered again. The smoke dispersed, and there was still a purple supply box inside, smaller than before. Zhang Tuohai did not believe in evil and opened it again. Just like before. It's still a smaller purple supply box. Where are you playing with Matryoshka dolls here? Zhang Tuohai's face became a little ugly. It doesn't matter what you get from the supply box, but you can't play with people here, right? He was also angry and insisted on opening the supply box to see what was inside. Zhang Tuohai held a crowbar and opened the box again and again. But what he got was one smaller purple supply box after another. By the end, the supply box had become the size of a thumb. I want to see how little you can get. Zhang Tuohai opened the supply box directly, revealing a gazapon the size of a glass ball, white on top and red on bottom. It looks a bit like a poke ball. Zhang Tuohai gently opened the gazapon, and there was a note inside. Zhang Tuohai's heart dropped when he saw the note. I thought to myself, isn't there something deceptive like thank you for your patronage written here? Zhang Tuohai carefully opened the note with a paragraph written on it. Endless dream ticket. After using it on the target will fall into the 101st floor dream. In the 101st floor dream, the target's mental power will be consumed doubled. If it cannot escape from the 101st floor within the specified time in the dream, the target will be mentally exhausted and become a vegetative state. Use restrictions. The ticket needs to touch the user. Zhang Tuohai looked at the note in his hand and was speechless for a long time. He didn't know how to describe his mood at this time. You said this thing is not strong. It can directly turn an enemy into a vegetative state. But if you want to be strong, it needs this thing to touch the user. However, Zhang Tuohai's current battles are all long-distance battles, and even the final close combat involves a ship-cutting knife. By the time he came into contact with the enemy, he would have already killed or been killed by him countless times. There are really not many opportunities to use it. However, Zhang Tuohai finally put it away personally. Just think of it as having an extra trump card. What if it is used? Zhang Tuohai comforted himself. What came out of the supply box was not satisfactory. But there was good news from 001. 001 pulled out another blueprint from the wreckage of the car. Chapter 431 New Exoskeleton. Zhang Tuohai unfolded the drawings excitedly. You know, that Batmobile has a lot of good stuff. And if you just drive it, it's worth the price of admission. Nitrogen acceleration device manufacturing drawings. Level 3 auto parts. After loading, add nitrogen acceleration function to instantly increase speed by 200% for 3 minutes. Materials, high-grade metal ingots, 10 units. Intermediate metal ingots, 20 units. Metal parts, 50 units. Intermediate plastic, 10 units. Advanced electronic components *1. Looking at the manufacturing drawings in his hands, Zhang Tuohai showed a smile. This is a good thing for him. It instantly increases his speed by 200% and can last for 3 minutes. Whether it is used for chasing or escaping, it is a very useful thing and fills in some of the shortcomings in speed. Moreover, the increase rate of this thing is a percentage. In other words, the faster he is, the more he improves. Even in the later stages, the value of this thing is immeasurable and will even be further improved. This is good news for him. He doesn't have to worry that this thing will become outdated after a while. Zhang Tuohai immediately made these things. A flippable honeycomb instantly appeared at the rear of the car. When the honeycomb is closed, it looks no different from an ordinary car body. Once the hive is opened, a large amount of nitrogen gas will be sprayed out from inside, propelling the car. Moreover, this hive is so huge that it can generate enough power to propel an infantry fighting vehicle. It's really good stuff. Zhang Tuohai happily got into the car and let classmate Xiao Ai take control and continue to drive forward. There is a purple supply box in front. As for himself, he got into the kitchen and continued to make spicy smoked rabbit. This spicy smoked rabbit is a craft he specially learned in his hometown. The original version requires the use of fruit wood. The aunt who taught him the technique even needs to use a firewood that is more than 50 years old as the main fuel. Zhang Tuohai remembers that one time he felt that the spicy smoked rabbit was particularly delicious. After asking for a taste, he found out that the aunt used sandalwood that time. Of course, Zhang Tuohai couldn't be so particular here. Fruit trees are all used to bear fruit. Even if he wanted to cut down, he wouldn't have time to dry the trunks. So he would just use ordinary firewood. However, Zhang Tuohai has set a goal in his heart. That is, when he goes back, he will eat the spicy smoked rabbit smoked with sandalwood again. Light the fire and all that's left is to wait for the rabbit to be slowly smoked. Zhang Tuohai also started to make today's breakfast. In order to appease Wang Cai's injured soul, Zhang Tuohai even fried 2 large kidneys for it. You are not allowed to do such dangerous experiments on me in the future. Do you hear me? I have paid so much for the whole family every day. And you still do such a thing to me. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Wang Cai wore a small waistcoat and scolded Zhang Tuohai while eating a big kidney. Just like an old woman. Zhang Tuohai sat on the side eating steak and smiled without saying a word. His attitude is that he sincerely admits his mistake and will not change it. I will dare to do it next time. Anyway, Wang Cai has a good temper. If anything happens, a big meal will solve it. If it's still not good, give it 2 meals. After this meal, the relationship between one person and one fox returned to its original state. At the same time, Lilina was forced by Lilith to complete her first work. A repaired steam-powered exoskeleton. Is this really my steam-powered exoskeleton? Zhang Tuohai walked around the steam-powered exoskeleton 3 times before he vaguely saw something familiar in its appearance. At this time, the steam-powered exoskeleton has changed its appearance. The various brass steam pipes and gears that were originally exposed have completely disappeared. The sharp-edged and stiff steel shell has all turned into the true color of brass. And the various corners and ridges have become more rounded and smooth. To put it simply, it has a more industrial aesthetic. There is a hidden machine gun in the left arm. The muzzle is in the palm of the hand and can be fired with just an open hand. There are 6 micro-rockets hidden in his right arm. Behind the exoskeleton are 8 steel tentacles, neatly arranged on both sides of the back. Looking like Dr. Octopus. The external Gatling gun is still the same. But the ship-cutting knife has been transformed into a giant chainsaw. The teeth of the electric saw are like the fangs of a shark. Ferocious and terrifying. This is the latest achievement. I have transplanted the improvement of the clockwork power system of the mechanical armor into your exoskeleton. Now, steam power is no longer applicable. If you follow my intention, it is more appropriate to call it a clockwork power exoskeleton. The filtering system of the mask has been strengthened to a certain extent. It can isolate most of the known poisonous gases and has a certain evolutionary function. The rocket in the arm uses part of the technology of the rocket-firing gun you sent from Hagrid, and its power is increased by 30%. I added the newly obtained titanium chromium alloy to the electric saw, and the sharpness has been improved a lot. The specific amount of improvement has not been determined due to the lack of sufficient test products. However, it is used to cut the original level 3 metal ingots, and cut tofu is not much different. The most important thing is these 8 mechanical arms, which use part of the technology of the mermaid statue. They can spit strong acid and fire, and the effect is very good. Lilina introduced the new functions of the clockwork-powered exoskeleton one by one. Is there no laser? Zhang Tuohai asked hurriedly. He still remembered the laser of the mermaid statue, and it suddenly created a trench on the side armor. If it could be used, it could definitely penetrate any armor at this stage, even if it was the Leopard 2 tank in the early morning. Zhang Tuohai was confident that he could penetrate the opponent with one blow. I'm afraid that's not enough. Lilina shook her head helplessly after hearing this. Is it because the technology is not fully understood? Zhang Tuohai asked anxiously. No. It's mainly my sister. It's because I didn't find a suitable energy source. Your exoskeleton uses clockwork power, specifically a kind of mechanical energy that cannot be converted into the energy required by the laser, Lilina said helplessly. That's it. Zhang Tuohai nodded in disappointment after hearing this. This is purely due to the basic equipment, and is not something he can solve now. So he has no choice but to give up. Although I didn't add laser weapons, I did add some interesting things to it, Lilina suddenly said excitedly. What's interesting? Seeing Lilina's appearance, Zhang Tuohai also became excited. This is the latest function I added to this exoskeleton flight, Lilina said and pressed a button. The 8 mechanical tentacles behind the clockwork-powered exoskeleton suddenly rotated at an extremely fast speed. And then the exoskeleton actually flew up. Chapter 432 Confirming Identity. Toot toot. The clockwork-powered exoskeleton actually flew up. And the 8 tentacles behind it danced like windmills. So fast that no afterimage could be seen. How about it? Is it shocking? Lilina said proudly. Zhang Tuohai held his chin and looked at it for a long time. And finally asked, Excuse me. At this time, can the 8 mechanical tentacles still use offensive weapons? Lilina was asked. She hadn't thought about it at all. At that time, she only thought about making this thing capable of flying, and didn't think much about it. It shouldn't affect it. Lilina thought for a moment and said, The injection pipe and the transmission system belong to 2 separate systems and do not interfere with each other. When the mechanical tentacles are driving, it has no impact on the injection pipe. So theoretically it does not, however. It has not been tested and verified, and the specific effect is not yet known. In addition, the normal use time of this exoskeleton is 24 hours. But if you use flight mode, the use time is 2 hours. Remember to come back in time. Otherwise, I will not care if it falls. Lilina added. That's it. Okay then. Zhang Tuohai nodded. Have you ever thought about making a skateboard with the ability to fly, so that the energy for flight can be independent and the mechanical tentacles can be freed? Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of the Green Goblin skateboard in the movie when he was a child. He had wanted to build something like that since he was a child. Now, it seems that he has a chance to realize it. That's a good idea. My sister? No, I will definitely try it. Lilina glanced at the brooch on the table. At this time, the brooch kept flashing. Obviously very interested in Zhang Tuohai's idea and wanted to give it a try. Is there anything else? If not, I'll do the experiment. Lilina drove Zhang Tuohai out of the laboratory. Commander, after voice comparison and Miss Lilina's language analysis, there is another person in the room. The probability that that person is Miss Lilith is 99.75%. Classmate Xiao Ai whispered to Zhang Tuohai. Lilith, isn't she dead? She jumped into the Doomsday Volcano, and I watched her jump with my own eyes. Zhang Tuohai held his chin in thought. Also, if that person is Lilith, where is she? Some kind of technology should be used to attach it to the brooch, Xiao Ai said. Although I don't know if technology can reach this level, but all possibilities have been ruled out. This is the only answer. Maybe that's the case. Zhang Tuohai nodded helplessly. Just as classmate Xiao Ai said, all possibilities have been ruled out. This is the only explanation. No matter how hard it is to believe, there is no way. Moreover, this is a survival world with countless weird black technologies. From this point of view, it does not seem impossible to preserve the soul on a certain item. Commander, do you want to be honest? I can control Miss Lilina in advance. Xiao Ai asked. Not yet. Zhang Tuohai waved his hand. They don't want to say it. Probably because they have some difficulties. In this case, let's wait. When they are willing to tell me, they will naturally tell me. Zhang Tuohai said. Understood. I will continue to monitor. Xiao Ai responded. Keep driving and speed up a little. Today's goal is to reach the snow line. Zhang Tuohai said. Clear. The speed of infantry fighting vehicles has been doubled. After driving for an hour, classmate Xiao Ai suddenly said, Commander, I found the second purple supply box. Oh, really? Zhang Tuohai cut the amazing immortal cultivation simulator he was playing to the background. Sure enough, there was a purple supply box placed in the middle of the road not far away. However, the supply box happened to be placed at an intersection. 2 roads meet here. Could there be any other vehicles passing by? Zhang Tuohai put on a brand new clockwork-powered exoskeleton and glanced nervously at several roads. Sure enough, when he was about to approach the purple supply box, the sound of an engine also came from an intersection on the opposite side. As expected, classmate Xiai, prepare to fight. Zhang Tuohai issued the order. The 105mm artillery is ready to fire. At this moment, a small car from the opposite side slowly drove over. The car actually had a chimney emitting black smoke. Moreover, no one can be seen through the glass of the cab. Only a periscope can be seen moving back and forth. Commander, Mr. Hagrid's car is opposite. Do you want to attack? Classmate Xiaoyai asked. Zhang Tuohai was speechless for a while when he heard this. If he didn't know the player, he might just give the order to attack. But at the end of the day, he had to be more vigilant. However, Hagrid was a warm-hearted and good old man, and he gave him many good things, especially helping him start the tobacco business of the wrench and gear racing team. The two of them could be considered friends. This can't be a pain in the ass. Let's go down and have a look. Zhang Tuohai opened his mask, walked out of the car, and waved to the car on the opposite side. Hey, Hagrid, it's me. The small car on the opposite side suddenly stopped. Then, a bearded dwarf jumped out of the car and ran quickly towards Zhang Tuohai on his short legs. Hey, my dear friend. I didn't expect to see you here again. What a blessing. Would you like a lucky cigar? Hagrid took out his cigar box from his pocket, took out one and handed it to Zhang Tuohai. Thank you. Zhang Tuohai just took it without lighting it, and threw a bottle of beer to Hagrid with his backhand. Hey, man, you know, I feel like you are my lucky star. After I met you, my good luck never stopped. Not only did I meet a group of like-minded friends, but I also made breakthrough progress in several studies. Everything is moving in a good direction. I don't know how to thank you. Otherwise, you join our union. I promise there won't be so many messy things. Everyone gathers together because they like to study technology. And they also like to exchange what they have. All kinds of technologies are freely exchanged within the group, Hagrid said with joy. Forget it. I feel that I feel good being alone now. And I don't like to be bound by an organization. Otherwise, when I want to join the organization, I will consider you first. It's okay to have a fleet of cars, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Then it's a deal. Hagrid happily gave Zhang Tuohai a high five and picked up the beer. Cheers to our future encounter. By the way, how about we divide this supply box? Zhang Tuohai said, holding the supply box at his feet. Is there any other way to divide it? Just pay according to need. Whoever needs it will take it, and give the other party a share of compensation. If the items are useless, then divide them equally. If they are all useful, then bid, Hagrid said carelessly. Isn't this the only way to divide things? Is there any other way to divide them? Chapter 433 Death Maze. Zhang Tuohai was stunned when he heard Hagrid's statement. Is this how your team is divided? No, that's the only fairest thing, Hagrid said matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but shook his head. They were really a group of idealists. In this world of survival, who doesn't want to eat more and take more? The more supplies you occupy, the greater your chances of survival. Unexpectedly, in this kind of world, there are people like Hagrid who adhere to this kind of fair distribution law. Okay, just do as you say, Zhang Tuohai said to Hagrid. You drive. I'm not very lucky today. Zhang Tuohai thought of the Matryoshka doll supply box he had opened before, and he was so angry. He just put the note in the supply box properly, but he had to do it in such a ritualistic way, and made 101 layers of shells, which made him very tired. Okay, then I'm welcome, Hagrid said as he picked up the crowbar and pried open the supply box. Wow! The supply box shattered, revealing what was inside, which was a manufacturing blueprint. Hagrid opened the drawing. Zhang Tuohai also came over. Advanced pipe manufacturing drawings, after use. The quality of the tobacco can be improved by 1 level, and the mental activity can be increased by 5% when held in hand. The mood value will be increased by 1 point every 10 minutes. Crafting materials, high-grade wood, 1 unit. After seeing the drawings, Hagrid's hands trembled. I need this blueprint, Hagrid said excitedly. Then what are you going to do to compensate me? Zhang Tuohai asked. Wait a minute. I'll trade this with you. Hagrid ran towards his car with his short legs. Soon, Hagrid ran back with a blueprint in his hand. Hagrid handed the drawing to Zhang Tuohai with some anxiety. What do you think of this? This is my most proud drawing. Zhang Tuohai unfolded the drawing and found that it was an improved electric saw drawing. The electric saw on this drawing is based on Hagrid's own reform. The size is much smaller than the normal electric saw. However, the efficiency is increased by 50%, and the strength is also doubled. It has certain effects on titanium alloys. Effect? After Zhang Tuohai saw this drawing, he had an idea. Although this thing is not suitable for his own use, it can be used by steam self-propelled machines. It just so happens that the electric saw of the steam self-propelled machine cannot deal with the harder titanium alloy. So using this can just improve the level. Moreover, Hagrid's height is similar to that of a steam self-propelled machine. This thing is simply tailor-made for steam self-propelled machines. Okay, it's a deal. Zhang Tuohai and Hagrid clinked glasses to celebrate the completion of the transaction. The two chatted for a few more words, then returned to their cars and embarked on a new journey. Back in the car, Zhang Tuohai called 001 to send the drawings to Lilith. He believed that with Lilith's help, they could integrate this with the steam self-propelled machinery. After driving through the intersection, Zhang Tuohai saw a tunnel-like entrance, and a line of game system prompts popped up. Welcome players to the Death Maze. Death Maze rules. You can only escape by killing all other players or killing the boss in the center of the maze. This game is a must-participation event, and gasoline cannot be used to deduct penalties. The number of participants in this round is 99/100. Would you like to participate? You said so. Do I still have a choice? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the sky, and sure enough, there was a drone hovering in the air not far away. The rocket mounted on the drone was aimed right at him. It seemed that as long as he dared to refuse, the drone would immediately launch an attack. Agree to participate. Zhang Tuohai nodded in agreement. The number of participants is full. Please enter the maze. If you do not enter for more than 1 minute, you will be punished. A countdown stopwatch appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai had no choice but to drive into the tunnel. As soon as the infantry fighting vehicle entered the tunnel, there was a loud bang behind it. Zhang Tuohai looked back and found that the tunnel entrance behind him had been closed. The entire tunnel fell into darkness. At the same time, a progress bar appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. Player 100/100. Maze boss 1/1. Huh? Zhang Tuohai snorted and drove forward. Just 20 meters out, Zhang Tuohai encountered a three-way intersection. Take the left intersection, and after 5 kilometers you will reach a dead end. Take the intersection on the right, and you will reach a dead end 2 kilometers ahead. But you will pick up a purple supply box. Take the intersection ahead. After walking 3 kilometers, you will encounter 2 players. It is recommended to wait for 10 minutes, and go there to reap the benefits. This is the choice given by the prompt system. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the 3 lines of prompts, and immediately turned right. Waiting is just waiting anyway, so it's better to get a supply box first. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the time on his watch, and then controlled the infantry fighting vehicle to drive towards the road on the right. The maze is made of cement. It is relatively high, about 7 or 8 meters tall. And it is also very wide. It is 7 or 8 meters wide, enough for 2 cars to run at the same time. However, there are no lights inside. If you want to see something, you need car lights. However, Zhang Tuohai had an infrared night vision system and could see things clearly without the need for lights. So he turned off the lights directly, thus preventing the lights from revealing his existence in advance. The distance of 2 kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. What appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai was a cement wall. However, there was no supply box anywhere. Where is the supply box? Zhang Tuohai looked around in confusion. There was no trace of any supply boxes around. Is the game system prompting something wrong? It can't be possible. Zhang Tuohai got out of the car and checked around. He knocked on the wall, making a dull sound, and there was no interlayer. Zhang Tuohai wandered back and forth nearby, searching carefully. However, he searched around and found nothing. Where the hell is this thing? Zhang Tuohai frowned and looked around. Just when he was about to call out all the steam self-propelled machines to conduct a blanket search, suddenly, his feet were empty, and he almost fell down. What the hell? Zhang Tuohai held onto the wall to steady his body. Zhang Tuohai looked down and saw that a deep pit had been dug near the corner of the wall. The purple supply box was lying in the pit. Zhang Tuohai secretly cursed the game system for being treacherous. This is the corner of the tunnel. Even if a player comes over, if they don't come here on purpose, they may take a casual look and leave without discovering the supply box hidden here. I want to see what's in this hidden supply box. Chapter 434, A Quiet Ambush, updates added with monthly ticket. Based on Zhang Tuohai's experience, there must be something good hidden in such a secret supply box. Full of anticipation, Zhang Tuohai took out the purple supply box from the hole. After carefully opening it with a crowbar, a blueprint rolled out from inside. Silent tile manufacturing drawings, level 4 special car accessories. After installation, can eliminate the sound of car engines. It works wonders on some special occasions. Crafting materials, high-grade plastic, 50 units. High-grade wood, 10 units. Mid-grade rubber, 20 units. High-grade metal ingots, 10 units. Nice one! Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed after seeing the contents of the drawings. The special structure of the hesitation maze will amplify even the slightest sound, and the roar of the engine will be transmitted far away, alerting nearby players. And with this thing, he can eliminate the sound of his car's engine. In addition, he can turn off the light to avoid exposing the position of the light. At this time, his infantry fighting vehicles have transformed into assassins in the shadows. You could approach the enemy silently, kill them with one blow, and then leave calmly. This greatly improved his chances of winning. At this moment, there was a fierce exchange of fire in the distance. There was a lot of ping ping pong pong, the sound of machine guns, and the sound of artillery. Unfortunately, Zhang Tuohai's military fandom was not enough to judge the type of weapon from these sounds. All we can know is that the firefight was fierce, and the firepower was fierce. After more than 10 seconds, the fire gradually stopped. The number of players becomes 98/100. Obviously, the firefight just now resulted in the death of 2 players. This should be the encounter I will encounter if I go forward. Right. It's really dangerous. If it weren't for the prompt system, I might have crashed into it. Zhang Tuohai felt happy in his heart. He immediately returned to the car, made the silencer tiles, and loaded them into the car. Afterwards, Zhang Tuohai turned on the engine and tested it. And it was indeed silent. Zhang Tuohai even deliberately hit the accelerator a few times. But there was no sound at all. If the instrument hadn't shown that everything was normal, Zhang Tuohai would have even suspected that the car's engine was broken. Marvelous! Zhang Tuohai immediately started the car, and like an assassin in the dark, turned around and left the dead end, heading towards the original fork in the road. When Zhang Tuohai arrived at the location of the previous incident, he found several people moving things back and forth, and 2 bright headlights clearly marked their location. That's you! Zhang Tuohai aimed the 105mm cannon at the off-road vehicle and fired directly. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a 105mm armor-piercing round directly blew up the off-road vehicle, and the 2 lights went out instantly. The tunnel fell into darkness. Players who have adapted to this kind of light instantly lose their vision. They also knew that they were being ambushed and hurriedly looked for a place to hide. But having suddenly lost their vision, they seemed to be blind in the dark tunnel, wandering around in the tunnel, and their heads were bruised and bloody from time to time by the hard wall. A slightly excited player immediately squatted down, trying to avoid the attack with the help of a piece of car wreckage. However, they didn't know that their actions were seen by Zhang Tuohai. Activate the cannon and take them out, Zhang Tuohai said. Clear. The 4-mounted 23mm cannon was activated. After a round of strafing, the 2 players turned into corpses. The number of remaining players becomes 96 out of 100. Zhang Tuohai was about to go over and clean the battlefield. The prompt system suddenly popped up a prompt. After 3 minutes pass, a player installs a self-destruct system on the car, which will activate 3 minutes after his death. Is there such a thing? Zhang Tuohai was dumbfounded. He didn't expect such a ruthless player to install such a thing. Even if he died, he would have to take care of a few people. He waited obediently. Time passed minute by minute. There was the sound of an engine nearby. Some players must have heard the firefight and wanted to come over to pick it up. Zhang Tuohai quietly hid in the shadows and made no sound. Time passes minute by minute. 3 minutes are up. Boom! An orange fireball exploded in front of his eyes. The fireball was so huge that it filled the entire passage. The violent explosion sound shook Zhang Tuohai's ears. The dust at the top of the tunnel was falling down. Good guy! How many bombs has this grandson got? Don't collapse the tunnel. Zhang Tuohai thought worriedly. The number of players in front of me flickered for a moment, changing to 94/100, and then changed to 93 out of 100. And then it froze. Zhang Tuohai waited there for a while, and after confirming that there was no movement around him, he quietly leaned over. A huge deep pit appeared at the original location of the explosion, and the cement walls on both sides were shattered, exposing the solid rock wall behind. Surrounded by the wreckage of 4 cars, various body parts and fragments of supplies were scattered everywhere. Zhang Tuohai even saw a severed hand holding a banana tightly. Seeing this look, Zhang Tuohai was also frightened for a while. If there was no prompt system, he might have been caught. He was happily carrying supplies. And then he was blown up into the sky. He became increasingly vigilant and carefully checked his surroundings. After confirming that nothing happened, the steam self-propelled machine was released. The surrounding debris was transported into the vehicle and slowly decomposed. After almost cleaning up the scene, he quietly drove away from here. Zhang Tuohai turned 2 corners and encountered another fork in the road. Go to the left road. Proceed 5 kilometers, and you will encounter a dead end. At the same time, at 3 kilometers, you will hit an anti-infantry mine. Go to the right road. Proceed 2 kilometers, and you will meet a player driving a Hummer. Nothing happens on the road ahead. After 5 kilometers, you will encounter a new fork. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, backed up the car, and hid in the shadow of the intersection, waiting for an ambush. Buzz! With the sound of the engine, a Humvee slowly drove over from the front. The Humvee was very cautious and drove very slowly. The machine gunner also fired his machine gun forward from time to investigate the situation. However, the thick beam of light had exposed them. Zhang Tuohai quietly replaced the artillery shells with high explosive shells. The Humvee drove over slowly. When the machine gunner saw a fork in the road here, he turned the machine gun around to check it out. Then, the machine gunner was horrified to see that in the corner, there was an infantry fighting vehicle pointing a 105mm gun at him. Be careful! There is an ambush! The machine gunner shouted in horror. However, it was too late. Zhang Tuohai has already pressed the button. Boom! The Hummer turned into a display of fireworks. Chapter 435. Open the door and check the water meter. The fireworks gradually went out. Zhang Tuohai hid quietly in the corner and did not go out, because another armored vehicle came from a distance. In the armored car were 2 brothers, one named Donald and the other Kennedy. They were biological brothers. Donald, there was an explosion in front. I'm afraid someone attacked in the passage, said Kennedy, who was driving. Would you like to go around? No. We dare him, since he can hide here and attack sneakily. He must have made a lot of benefits. If we can kill him, we will definitely get a lot of benefits. Donald rubbed his hands and said, his eyes full of excitement and greed. However, that guy is hiding in the passage to attack. If we rush over there, we will be in a very passive position, Kennedy objected. Oh, my dear brother, have you forgotten? We still have this. Donald took out a box from the weapons cabinet containing 6 flash bombs. We use this thing and throw 2 of them first. He is ambushing in a dark place and must have adapted to the dark vision. If we throw 2 flash bombs, we will definitely blind him. Then we can easily deal with him. A blind man. Don't tell me that you don't even have the courage to deal with a blind man. Donald held a flashbang in his hand and weighed it up and down. How to do it or not? Okay. It's up to you. Kennedy loaded the shell into the barrel, then stepped on the gas and drove forward. As they neared the passage, Kennedy winked at Donald. Donald understood and immediately opened the hatch cover and threw the flash bomb into the passage. A dazzling light lit up in the passage. Although Kennedy and Donald were prepared, they also suffered some repercussions. However, Kennedy still stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the passage. They knew that the guy who set up the ambush must be more seriously injured than they were. You must take advantage of this opportunity to kill the opponent. Just as he turned the aisle, Kennedy fired into the shadows. Boom! The 88mm artillery shell shattered large areas of cement walls, sending cement fragments flying everywhere. At this time, Donald also set up a machine gun and fired continuously into the shadows. However, all that came out were the sounds of hitting cement, and there was no sound of metal at all. Cease fire! He's not there! Kennedy turned on the headlights, and the passage in the distance was empty. Fark! Where did he go? Donald cursed. He just wasted a precious flash bomb. He originally thought he would make a lot of money, but in the end, he was happy in vain. Maybe he retreated into the passage. I want to catch up. What do you think? Kennedy asked. Oh shit! That damn guy is in the sky. Donald glanced up unintentionally and was startled. Not far from them, a huge infantry fighting vehicle floated in the sky. Because their eyes had been focused on the shadows in the distance of the tunnel, they ignored the high altitude just around the corner. Of course, this is also a psychological blind spot for everyone. Who would have thought that someone would lift an infantry fighting vehicle into the air in a tunnel? Donald hurriedly wanted to adjust the machine gun to attack the infantry fighting vehicle floating in the sky. For any tank, the territory must be the most vulnerable. His machine gun was equipped with armor-piercing bullets. As long as he was fast enough, he still had a chance. However, Zhang Tuohai was in the air and had been waiting for a long time. More than a dozen 4-unit 23mm cannons were ready to go. Before Donald could make a move, Numerous cannons exploded. Da-da-da. A series of dense artillery shells hit the armored vehicle. Donald was beaten to pieces on the spot. The more than 10 millimeters thick armor of the armored vehicle was no different from paper in front of the machine gun. The roof of the vehicle was penetrated by the machine gun in the blink of an eye. Kennedy, who was responsible for driving and controlling the artillery inside, also died on the spot. After beating the two to death, Zhang Tuohai slowly lowered the car to the ground. The two brothers, Donald and Kennedy, thought that their plan was secretive and seamless. In fact, they had been told to Zhang Tuohai by the prompt system. After learning about the two brothers' plans, Zhang Tuohai made a targeted counterattack plan according to the two brothers' plans, and killed the two brothers on the spot in one fell swoop. It saved him a lot of things. If he had a real fight with the two brothers face to face, he wouldn't be defeated, but at least he would lose something. At least according to the power of that 88mm artillery shell. His car lights would definitely not be saved. Unlike now, it only took a few machine gun shells to solve it. The steam self-propelled machine was released to dismantle the nearby cars, pack them up and take them away. And Zhang Tuohai once again disappeared into the darkness. The death maze seems to place players very densely. Every few minutes, there will be a violent firefight, and then the number of players will decrease. Only half an hour later, the number of players has dropped to 32/100. Judging from this speed, in half an hour at most, the only victorious player will be decided. However, Zhang Tuohai was not very happy about this, because the players who died here were all his potential leaks, and it would be a huge loss just to die here. How can it be better to do it every day when you can only do it once? What's more, many players died at the hands of other players, and he couldn't even drink a little soup. Therefore, he is trying to use the second way to pass the level, killing the boss of the death maze. Keep the leaks as long as possible. When Zhang Tuohai chooses a path, he will try to avoid players and choose passages that lead to other directions. However, the game system is too densely populated with players. Although Zhang Tuohai has tried to avoid it as much as possible, encounters with players are still inevitable. Another fight ensued. In this kind of maze, players are so jealous that they will shoot anyone they see. Anyway, they are all enemies except themselves, even those in the same convoy. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Zhang Tuohai found a passage. Go forward 3 kilometers, and you will arrive at the maze boss's room. Please be careful. However, at this time, there are only 9 out of 100 players left. Seeing this situation, Zhang Tuohai felt discouraged and wanted to give up. However, after thinking about it, he decided to go and have a look. There must be some benefits to killing this boss. Right? At a time like this, why don't you go in and take a look and use boss to make up for the losses? Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai drove directly towards the boss's room. The boss's room has 2 carved metal doors, covered with images of various evil spirits, which look ferocious and terrifying. Zhang Tuohai ignored that and blasted open the door with a high explosive bomb, shouting, "Open the door and check the water meter!" Chapter 436 Battle with Boss. Bang! With a loud noise, Zhang Tuohai drove an infantry fighting vehicle into the boss room, taking the lead. Then he saw the situation inside the boss room. This is a huge steel room, surrounded by various weapons, including one-handed swords, broadswords, flails, maces, pike-shaped shields, lances, and all kinds of ancient cold weapons. However, these weapons all have one characteristic. That is, they are very huge. An ordinary one-handed sword is more than 1.5 meters long, and the length of a broadsword is more than 4 meters. It does not look like it is used by normal humans. In the center of the room stood a 5-meter-tall giant fully armored. The giant wore full-plate armor, a mask on his face, and even metal gloves on his fingers. The giant stood with a 2-handed sword in his hands. This room has 4 doors. The door Zhang Tuohai entered is the door on the left-hand side of the giant. After breaking in, the giant's head slowly turned around and faced Zhang Tuohai. Their eyes met, and even across the screen, Zhang Tuohai felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Buzz! Suddenly, a green light lit up in the observation window on the giant's mask. Oops! Seeing the giant's appearance, Zhang Tuohai's heart skipped a beat. He felt that this giant belonged to the same thing as the clockwork armor he saw in the steel mansion. Only, this one is even bigger. Zhang Tuohai has a deep understanding of the difficulties of clockwork armor. At that time, just 2 normal-sized clockwork armors were able to withstand the attack of armor-piercing bullets, allowing Zhang Tuohai to use all his methods. Wouldn't it be more difficult to deal with such a big guy? Zhang Tuohai felt that he seemed a bit hasty. Just when Zhang Tuohai was wondering whether to exit, suddenly, the front door of the boss room was also knocked open. A huge tire with a diameter of more than 5 meters crashed in from outside the door and rushed straight towards the giant. Zhang Tuohai felt that this car looked familiar to him. He slapped his thigh fiercely. Isn't this the giant car he sold? Unexpectedly, this guy actually came here. This giant wheel vehicle has also been modified to a certain extent. There is a circle of fine steel nails on the wheels, making it look even more ferocious and terrifying. The giant car rushed in front of the giant boss and pressed directly over him. The driver was still laughing loudly and said, "Ha! No matter how rubbish you are, you dare to act arrogant in front of me. I'll crush you to death." A contemptuous smile seemed to flash in the giant's eyes. He raised the giant sword with both hands and stabbed towards the giant wheel. Puff! The sharp two-handed giant sword directly penetrated the 5 meter thick tire and hit the cab of the giant wheel. There was a burst of sparks and lightning in the cab of the giant wheel truck, and it was obviously destroyed by a sword. The driver of the giant truck had a look of disbelief on his face. "What? How is it possible? How can you withstand being crushed by my car? This is impossible." The driver of the giant wheel truck couldn't believe that his invincible giant wheel truck could not do anything to the giant in front of him. He stepped on the accelerator hard, hoping to let the giant car run over him. However, no matter how hard he tried, the giant wheel car could not move forward at all. When the giant saw this, he punched with one hand and smashed the side door of the giant wheel out. Then he stretched out his fingers and grabbed the driver of the giant wheel. Not good! Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly pressed the launch button. A 105mm armor-piercing round was fired at the giant. Upon seeing this, the giant waved one hand, and the armor on his arm met the armor-piercing projectile at an oblique angle. The armor-piercing bullet actually flew out after grazing the gauntlet, shattering the door on the opposite side. The giant was not harmed at all. So smart! Zhang Tuohai did not believe in evil and fired another armor-piercing projectile at the giant. The giant still used the same method and knocked away another armor-piercing projectile. The huge armor-piercing bullet hit the steel wall and made a huge crater. Looking at the comparison between the two, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but take a breath of air. His armor-piercing projectiles are not weak, but this giant is too strong. It can actually block cannonballs. The clockwork armor in the steel mansion is just a solid body to resist the cannonballs. But when I got to the giant, I already knew how to relieve myself. This is really terrible. How to fight this thing? Zhang Tuohai's mind started spinning rapidly. At this time, the driver of the giant wheel truck was beating the giant's big hand that was holding him desperately. "Let me go! You trash! How dare you arrest me? And you don't even want to know who I am!" The giant seemed to be tired of it, and exerted force with one hand. Click! There was a crisp sound, and the driver of the giant wheel truck was crushed into mud, with blood dripping down. The giant casually threw the driver of the giant wheel aside, turned around, and walked towards Zhang Tuohai. However, before it even took a step forward, it was enveloped by a big net. A red Chevrolet appeared behind the giant, with a weird-looking mortar on the roof of the Chevrolet. The mortar fired not shells, but huge nets. These layers of nets cover the giants completely. "Let you run, and see how you can outrun my 1,000 network array," the Chevrolet driver said coldly. "How dare you hurt my elder brother? You will die." From the gate behind the giant, a main battle tank slowly drove in. The main battle tank slowly aimed its two 120mm main guns at the giant. Seeing this, the giant struggled violently. The layers of nets actually started to shake. "Hurry up! I can't hold on anymore! It's too strong!" The owner of the red Chevrolet shouted loudly. "Got it!" The gunner of the main battle tank aimed at the giant and pulled the gun bolt. Boom! Boom! There were two loud noises, and two 120mm armor-piercing bullets hit the giant. Roar! The giant roared loudly, and actually broke away all the layers of nets on his body, and folded his hands together to block his chest. The two armor-piercing bullets just hit its armor. The two-sided gauntlet shattered and fell to the ground. The armor-piercing bullet also lost its kinetic energy and fell to the ground with a dull sound. The 120mm armor-piercing projectile actually shattered the giant's armor, which was a big blow to the gunner of the main battle tank. "How is this possible? It can actually block my armor-piercing bullet? This is a 120mm armor-piercing bullet. No matter what the hell it is. If it doesn't work, just try another one." The loader reloaded the two artillery pieces. "Anyway, I want to avenge the boss." Boom! Boom! 2 armor-piercing rounds were fired. The giant picked up a tower shield and blocked it in front of him. The tower shield shattered, but it helped the giant block the attack. Roar! The giant roared and rushed towards the main battle tank. However, before it even took a step, it heard someone shouting from behind. "Hey! Silly guy! Do you dare to try this?" Chapter 437 Sneak Attack. Hearing the sound, the giant looked back and saw a huge ball flying over. The giant subconsciously blocked it with his hand. Boom! A violent explosion exploded from its hand. It turned out that what was thrown in front of it just now was a heavy mine. Zhang Tuohai was wearing a newly modified clockwork-powered exoskeleton, and his strength had improved a lot. He could now use this heavy-duty mine as a throwing weapon. The attack targets of this kind of heavy mines are warships of more than 10,000 tons. Although the giant's outer shell can block armor-piercing projectiles, it is still powerless against such heavy mines. The giant's entire arm was blown to pieces. 1/3 of his body was completely blown to pieces, and the springs and screws in his body were broken everywhere. The giant's movements were visibly slowed down a lot. It was obvious that he was seriously injured when he was taken just now. 1 more or 2 more. It can be completely killed in 1 move. Zhang Tuohai was also overjoyed when he saw that the attack was effective. This is already his trump card. If that still doesn't work, you can only kill other players to pass the level. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to continue his efforts and kill the giant completely, suddenly, the prompt system popped up. Be careful. A player appears from behind and is aiming at you with a modified anti-tank gun. Please avoid it immediately. Upon seeing the prompt, Zhang Tuohai immediately squatted down. Whoosh! An anti-tank armor-piercing bullet grazed the edge of Zhang Tuohai's exoskeleton. I was careless. I didn't expect someone to attack me unexpectedly. Zhang Tuohai felt a little annoyed. The recent success made him a little complacent, and he forgot to be vigilant. Ding! There was another soft sound. An anti-tank armor-piercing bullet grazed the armor next to Zhang Tuohai's finger and made a dent in the armor. It's not over. Is it? I will definitely kill you today. After being attacked twice in succession, Zhang Tuohai also became angry. However, if you stay in the passage and have difficulty moving, you will only become a living target for the opponent. When he turned around, it was enough for the opponent to empty several magazines. He was too passive. Moreover, if the giant also chases into the passage and forms a flanking attack with the sneak attacker, then he will be even more passive. Zhang Tuohai turned over and jumped into the infantry fighting vehicle and said to classmate Xiao Yai, "Quick! Rush into the boss room and avoid the sneak attack." Clear! Classmate Xiao Yai drove an infantry fighting vehicle and rushed directly into the giant's steel room. Jumping past the giant wanted to attack with his fist. But unfortunately, because of the serious injury, his body speed dropped too much, and he could only stare at the exhaust of the infantry fighting vehicle in vain. The player who was hiding in the passage for a sneak attack obviously didn't expect that his 2 attacks would fail in succession. Instead, Zhang Tuohai rushed into the boss room and couldn't help but smash the armor plate with his fist angrily. At this time, the Chevrolet and main battle tanks nearby saw that the giant was seriously injured, and immediately saw the hope of revenge. The Chevrolet driver immediately launched 2 more large nets, covering the giant, and the main battle tank also pressed the launch button towards the giant. Boom! Boom! The slow-moving giant failed to stop the 2 armor-piercing bullets, and was hit in the waist by 2 cannonballs. The giant was hit back continuously by the huge impact, but it was difficult to break free from the giant net on its body. The 2 phases worked together, causing the giant to lose its balance and fall to the ground, making a dull sound. Seeing the giant fall to the ground, the player who attacked Zhang Tuohai became anxious. He originally planned to let Zhang Tuohai and others take the lead and beat the boss half to death. Then he appeared in time, snatched the boss, and killed them all together, thus obtaining the by winning the game. He got the inheritance from other players. Who says you can only choose one way to win the game? He wants them all. However, the situation suddenly exceeded his expectation. The giant was actually defeated by several people working together. If he continued like this and allowed them to successfully kill the giant boss, wouldn't all his plans be in vain? A cold light flashed in the player's eyes, and he pointed the anti-tank gun in his hand at the player driving the Chevrolet. The player driving the Chevrolet was about to launch 2 more nets to reinforce the measures. But before he could take action, his head shattered like a watermelon. There was a mango-sized hole in the glass in front of him. Without the restriction of the subsequent big net, the giant broke free from the shackles of the big net. It picked up a knight's spear from the weapons rack next to it, and threw it towards the main battle tank. The main battle tank had just been reloaded with ammunition and was adjusting its angle. Unexpectedly, the giant climbed up again, frightening the gunner, and immediately pulled the breech. However, as luck would have it, the knight's spear thrown by the giant happened to hit the barrel of the main battle tank, and the cannonball is shooting out. The two met in the barrel. Boom! The shell exploded in the barrel. The huge explosion knocked over the turret. The 3 players in the main battle tank were beaten to pieces by fragments on the spot. Only one of the more excited ones survived by lying on the floor of the car and using an explosion-proof shield to protect his body. After the explosion, the player immediately grabbed an assault rifle and rushed out of the main battle tank. He pulled the trigger on the giant and kept shooting. "If you dare to kill Brother Zen, I'll beat you to death!" Duh. Boom! Before he finished shooting, there was a fist-sized hole in his chest. The man's eyes lost color, and his body fell to the ground slumped. Number of players, 2/100. Boss, 1/1. The game system updates the data in a timely manner. The sneak attack player licked his lips and showed a cruel smile on his face. "What's mine? It's all mine! Your supplies are mine! The boss is mine too! Everything is mine!" He turned the anti-tank gun in his hand, looking for Zhang Tuohai. He wanted to kill the giant the moment it killed Zhang Tuohai, so that everything would fall into his hands. After spinning for half a moment, he finally found Zhang Tuohai. In the scope, Zhang Tuohai was holding a honeycomb rocket launcher and waving to him, with a bright smile on his face. "Gone!" Upon seeing this, the player quickly pulled the trigger. However, Zhang Tuohai had already rolled on the spot and avoided the shooting. But the honeycomb rocket had already been launched. Whoosh whoosh. A series of rockets hit the player. Hack. Before the player could even finish his words, he was engulfed by the incoming rockets, and his whole body was directly blown into ashes. It is detected that there is only one player left. The remaining player Zhang Tuohai is determined to have won and is preparing to be transferred. "Do it!" After firing the rocket, Zhang Tuohai shouted to classmate Xiao Ai. "Clear!" Xiao Ai opened fire on the giant's wound, using rockets, 105mm high explosive bombs, 23mm machine guns, rotating assault guns, all kinds of weapons, striving to inflict maximum damage in the shortest time. Try to kill the giant boss before teleporting. Chapter 438 Bug Compensation Reward, Monthly Ticket Plus Updates. Boom! Bang! The giant's external armor was naturally extremely hard, but the parts inside it were only at normal levels. After being bombarded by so many heavy firepower, it suddenly disintegrated and fell completely to the ground, turning into a piece of parts. Boss death detected. Rewards will be recalculated. Please wait. Obviously, the game system did not expect that someone could actually get stuck in the bug and use such a short transmission time to complete 2 victory conditions in a row without any prior plan and start to recalculate the rewards. When Zhang Tuohai saw this, he was not idle. He immediately used the robotic arm to forcefully transport various large pieces of boss scattered on the ground into the car. He did not dare to send steam self-propelled machines out to clean the battlefield. Who knows how long the settlement time is? If the steam self-propelled machine cannot be recovered, wouldn't it be a big loss? Sure enough, the processing speed of the game system was still very fast. Zhang Tuohai dragged the 2 legs of the giant into the car, and the game prompt system popped up again. After recalculation, it was determined that player Zhang Tuohai had won 2 consecutive victories. A bug was found, and the rewards were reissued. Rewards the player Zhang Tuohai with a clockwork puppet, winner reward for killing the boss. The vehicle wreckage of the dead player Thomas, survival victory reward. And a purple supply box *1. While rewards are being distributed, players began to teleport. A white light enveloped Zhang Tuohai. This time, Zhang Tuohai was not given a chance to catch the bug. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared on the road. Next to him, there was a Humvee parked with a modified anti-tank gun. "Is this the car of the guy I killed in the end?" Zhang Tuohai nodded and asked 001 to take the remaining steam self-propelled machinery to dismantle the vehicle. And he himself looked at the screen that appeared in front of him. Many types of clockwork mechanical puppets appeared on the screen, allowing him to choose. Clockwork mechanical puppets come in various shapes, including knight armor, warrior armor, and predator armor, as well as many fantasy creatures, such as gargoyles and elf dragons. However, according to the supplementary explanation, the clockwork mechanical puppet Zhang Tuohai chose can only maintain normal human size. Even if Zhang Tuohai chooses a dragon puppet, it can only be scaled down and cannot realize his dream of transforming into a dragon knight. The game system is also thoughtfully equipped with a set of weapons. Weapons are also diverse, including knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. Almost all the cold weapons Zhang Tuohai has ever seen. But the optional weapons are all cold weapons. Not even a hot weapon, let alone laser weapons, or even legendary magic weapons. According to Zhang Tuohai's original idea, he wanted to choose a Sith warrior who would be invincible and handsome with a lightsaber. However, after seeing the prompt, Zhang Tuohai reluctantly gave up this idea. The game system gave him a set of mechanical armor like clockwork mechanical puppets. Now, all he can choose is the skin. Zhang Tuohai selected for a long time, and finally chose a set of plate armor models that looked the strongest. The weapons also randomly selected a sturdy shield and a heavy mace. In the future, this thing will definitely be used to attack fortresses or perform missions with a high degree of death. So it must be very strong. After Zhang Tuohai made his choice, a shining armor puppet appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. The armor puppet is about the same height as Zhang Tuohai. He wears a set of plate armor. A green light flashes in his mask, and in his hands is a huge tower shield and a heavy mace. If it weren't for the extra bracelet on his hand that could be used to control the armor puppet, Zhang Tuohai even thought it was a clockwork armor that had slipped into the car. That's right. That's right. From now on, you will stay with me. You will do whatever I tell you to do. You are absolutely not allowed to do anything without my order. Do you hear me? The armor puppet did not speak, but a line of text appeared on the screen of the bracelet. The armor puppet can be renamed, has accepted the order, follow. Can I change my name? Seeing as you are wrapped in an iron shell. Like a can. I'll call you Ken from now on. Zhang Tuohai said casually. Renamed Can. Updated successfully. After changing his name, Ken can turn around and followed Zhang Tuohai. It's pretty good. Zhang Tuohai nodded with satisfaction and opened the purple supply box. The supply box disappeared and a bunch of stuff rolled out. 2 salt-baked chickens, 2 salted ducks, 1 pound of salted peanuts, half a pound of salted edamame, a pot of spicy crayfish, 2 pounds of meat jelly, a box of small bottles of ergotu, and a palm-sized figure. This purple supply box is a little watery. Isn't it just a table of food and drinks? Zhang Tuohai curled his lips. Not satisfied. Is this something as a reward for finding bugs? Too stingy? Zhang Tuohai picked up the figure casually. The figure is about the size of a palm and looks like a flower elf. It feels as warm as jade. I don't know what material it is made of. Flower elf, statue. Placed in the car. The growth speed of all crops in the car will be increased by 30%. The yield will be increased by 50%. And the chance of disease will be reduced by 20%. Etc. Zhang Tuohai suspected that he had seen it wrong. So he rubbed his eyes and looked at it carefully. Indeed, it increases the growth rate by 30% and the yield by 50%. The boss is awesome. Broken voice. Zhang Tuohai held the statue of the elf among the flowers and kissed it. With this statue, his crop output was directly increased by 50%, allowing him to have more things to trade. Although this thing cannot increase his combat effectiveness, it can improve his material richness in the long term. The longer he lives, the more profits he will make. Zhang Tuohai happily placed the statue in the high-end ecological park. The Ken has been following him one step behind, never leaving. At this time, 001 came back with the remaining steam self-propelled machinery. The car of the player who ambushed him was dismantled to pieces. In addition to a large amount of supplies, metal ingots and other materials, a blueprint was also dismantled. The drawings are out again. Am I so lucky today? Zhang Tuohai opened the drawing excitedly. He was shocked to find that this was actually the manufacturing blueprint for the mysterious shadow statue. It's the secret order again! Looking at the manufacturing drawings, Zhang Tuohai gritted his teeth with hatred. He found that he was at odds with this secret order and had already had many conflicts. And basically the other party strikes first, as if they are deliberately causing trouble for him. Zhang Tuohai felt that it was necessary to talk to the boss of the team to make them more honest. Who is the captain of the secret order? Let me find out. Zhang Tuohai was rummaging through the regional channel for the photo of the captain of the secret order's fleet. Found it. After a period of searching, Zhang Tuohai finally found the captain of the secret order. He was a man named Garrison. He had a bald head and a single eye. Even the photo gave people a cold feeling. Zhang Tuohai felt that the other party was like a poisonous snake that would rush out of his hiding place at any time and bite him. Chapter 439, Release the Pursuer. Right, Garrison. I remember you. Zhang Tuohai kept the photo in mind and prepared to find an opportunity to have a good talk with the other party. The drawing of the mysterious shadow statue was thrown aside by Zhang Tuohai, preparing to find an opportunity to sell it again. As for now, I won't consider it yet, because that would be adding potential members to garrison, which would be detrimental to him. Zhang Tuohai continued to drive forward. After driving forward for about an hour, two forks appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. There will be a blue supply box halfway at the intersection on the left, but it will take an extra 200 kilometers. The intersection on the right does not have any supplies on the road, but it can shorten the journey by 100 kilometers. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and decisively chose the intersection on the right. His primary goal now is to reach the snow line, and a blue supply box can't attract his attention. Zhang Tuohai decisively turned into the intersection on the right. Although there were no supplies on the road on the right, it was extremely smooth. There were no wild beasts ambush, and there were no strange things encountered along the way. This is one of the safest sections of road Zhang Tuohai has walked in this period of time. Zhang Tuohai even thought that he had returned to his original world. Until noon, when Zhang Tuohai was about to make lunch, the game system suddenly popped up a prompt. In view of the fact that the average mileage of players has not reached the expected target. Therefore, after research and decision, we have decided to add a little motivation to all participating players. After 3 minutes, chasers will be dropped behind each participating player. These pursuers will continue to urge you to speed up and reach the snow line before this evening. If you can exceed the prescribed speed, you will not be attacked by the pursuer. If you successfully cross the snow line, the pursuers will leave. Alternatively, you can choose to kill them, if you're confident enough. In order to increase the difficulty, for the top 10 players closest to the snow line, a striker infantry fighting vehicle with a random model will be added to the pursuers behind them. For the last 10 players, 2 striker infantry fighting vehicles will be added to the pursuers behind them, with random models. All players please be prepared. The chaser will be released in 3 minutes. Countdown, 2:59. The announcement of the game system immediately caused an uproar in the regional channel. The game system in this world is too unruly. It doesn't even give us lunch time and directly releases the pursuers. Doesn't this make us go hungry to avoid the pursuers? That's right. I had just prepared the foie gras and sobered up the wine, and was about to have lunch, when a surprise attack occurred and my Bordeaux was lost in vain. Ha! It seems that I am right in my usual fishing. The top 10 will actually add a striker infantry vehicle to the pursuers. Is this thing something we can defeat now? It seems that the top 10 the reputation is probably going to be bad. Hey, it's time to target them. A player from my former guild got so lucky that he modified his car into a racing car and showed off how fast he ran every day. It's time for him to suffer. I'm so panicked. I just changed the tank outfit recently. It's so slow. I haven't run many kilometers in a day. I will probably face the attack of 2 strikers. I hope they are not equipped with main guns and anti-tank missiles. I'm even more panicked. The car broke down halfway, and it hasn't been repaired yet. What should I do? Is there anyone who can help? Even if someone passes by and takes me away, I am willing to give all my wealth. Is there a beauty upstairs? If she is, take her with you. There was a lot of discussion in the regional channel, except for some people complaining. Most people were just having fun with an attitude that it had nothing to do with themselves. In their opinion, this event is nothing more than the game system feeling that their speed is too slow and it wants them to speed up a bit. As long as they increase the speed a bit, there will be no problem. The real concerns are the top 10 and bottom 10. Zhang Tuohai also frowned when he saw this, and quickly sat in the control cabin, preparing to respond. The Ken has been standing 1 step behind him, waiting quietly. 3 minutes quickly arrived. There was a roar behind him. Zhang Tuohai looked back and saw more than a dozen black all-terrain vehicles chasing him from behind. On each of these all-terrain vehicles, there were 2 black knights sitting on them. These black knights were all dressed in black special combat uniforms, with body armor on their upper bodies and black helmets on their heads. Their faces could not be seen clearly. The man in front had 20 grenades hanging on his body armor, 10 offensive grenades and 10 defensive grenades. The man at the back holds an M16 in his hand and a bazooka on his back, and is fully equipped. Zhang Tuohai even saw a few people holding grenade launchers. Behind these people was a black painted striker infantry fighting vehicle with a 105mm 52 caliber low pressure rifled gun. At first glance, it seems that the armament is biased towards assault guns, which are specially used to deal with heavy targets. It seems like I'm really unlucky to meet this kind of guy. Zhang Tuohai shook his head. However, one thing that can be gratifying is that since the appearance of Stryker, it means that he is still in the lead, at least in the top 10 among the player group. Classmate Xiao Ai, speed up a little. Get them away first. And let me cook first. Zhang Tuohai said. Clear. Classmate Xiao Ai accelerated and drove forward. However, when Stryker and the ATVs saw this, they accelerated and followed, like a swarm of flies, following them everywhere. Even though Xiao Ai increased his speed to 200 miles, the pursuers still followed him. What are they going to do? Will they chase us as fast as we drive? Zhang Tuohai frowned, preparing to test the pursuers' behavior pattern. Reduce the speed by 10 miles and test their reaction. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said, Clear. The speed of the infantry fighting vehicle was reduced to 190 miles per hour. Zhang Tuohai stared closely at the pursuers behind him. He was shocked to find that the pursuers actually took off the bazooka rockets behind them. And even the Stryker aimed its artillery behind the infantry fighting vehicle, preparing to attack. Damn it! Will the attack mechanism be triggered once the speed drops? Or is 200 miles the minimum limit? Before Zhang Tuohai could finish his thoughts, several bazooka rockets flew towards the infantry fighting vehicle. Several pursuers with grenade launchers also stuffed grenades into the magazine and aimed at the infantry. Grenades were scattered near the tank, completely covering the area around Zhang Tuohai, leaving Zhang Tuohai with nowhere to hide. Chapter 440 Kill the Pursuer. Shit! Zhang Tuohai's face froze when he saw this, and he quickly asked Xiao Ai to organize a defense. Xiao Ai immediately started the nitrogen acceleration, and the car instantly accelerated and rushed out of the grenade coverage area. At the same time, the mechanical arms on both sides of the car also stretched out, holding 4 23mm cannons at the incoming bombs. The Bazooka rockets were firing endlessly. Da-da-da. A series of bullets blocked the flight path of the bazooka rocket like a steel storm. Although the 23mm cannon is not a regular close-in defense weapon, and does not have such a high rate of fire and fire control radar, it is not accurate enough, and the number is enough. There are as many as 80 23mm gun barrels held by 20 robotic arms. It is definitely more than enough to protect an infantry fighting vehicle. Boom! Boom! One after another, the bazooka rockets were exploded by the cannon. Seeing that all the bazooka rockets were shot down, Zhang Tuohai had an excited smile on his face and pumped his fist excitedly. Well done! However, before he could finish his words, the car shook violently, and an explosion sounded from behind the car. Boom! What happened? Zhang Tuohai supported the podium to steady himself. The rear armor position was hit by a 105mm high-explosive shell fired by the pursuing Stryker. Fortunately, the armored area hit did not break through the defense. It only caused a partial dent in the armor belt. Xiao Ai immediately reported the situation. At the same time, the screen was divided into two. A three-dimensional view of the car and the location of the bullet appeared on the left screen. The current condition and various parameters of the car were also marked next to it. The screen on the right shows the implementation of the rear of the car. A depression the size of a wash basin appeared on the armored belt at the rear of the infantry fighting vehicle, which looked shocking. Fight back! Fight back! Kill them for me! Zhang Tuohai's eyes were filled with angry flames. Clear! Classmate Xiao Ai immediately turned around the turret and fired back with the same high-explosive shell. Boom! Before the high-explosive bomb got close to Stryker, it was volleyed and exploded by the close-in defense machine gun on the top of the opponent's turret, turning into an orange-red firework. It's so powerful! If you load it with rockets, I won't believe it can blow them all up, Zhang Tuohai said coldly. Whoosh whoosh. A series of rockets were shot out from the hive, overwhelmingly hitting the pursuers behind. Seeing this, the group of pursuers dispersed to avoid, while the close-range defense machine gun on the top of the Stryker kept firing, intercepting the rockets approaching it. For a while, the defense was so tight that not a single rocket could get close to Stryker. However, the surrounding pursuers riding all-terrain vehicles did not have such good means. A few unlucky ones were killed by rockets on the spot, and the rest slowed down and left the bombing zone. However, although they were lucky enough to survive, they were separated from Stryker, who became a bicycle without any protection around him. Seeing this situation, Zhang Tuohai's heart moved. He turned to Can, who had been following behind him, and said, Can, go up and kill this guy for me. Can nodded slightly, and then quickly climbed out of the infantry fighting vehicle. Zhang Tuohai turned the monitoring screen to Can. At this time, The Ken had reached the top of the car, and it jumped directly from the top of the car. You know, the speed of the infantry fighting vehicle at this time was as high as 200 miles. If an ordinary person jumped off, he would be seriously injured. However, the Ken just rolled away, and the strength on the body was removed, and the armor on the surface of the body was still shiny. Yes, not even a scratch. As soon as the Ken landed, the striker from behind rushed straight over. At the same time, a machine gun turned around and fired 3 consecutive shots at the Ken, as if to kill the Ken casually. However, Ken could raise the huge tower shield in his hand with one hand, and those 12.7mm machine gun bullets were blocked without even leaving a trace on the shield. Ken pushed his legs hard, and his half-crouched body suddenly jumped up. The Ken jumped more than 2 meters high and landed directly on the roof of Striker's car. The close-range anti-machine gun wanted to turn around and deal with the Ken, but the Ken picked up the mace in his hand and smashed it down. There was a muffled bang, and the barrel of the close and defense machine gun was flattened. Bang! The Ken wheeled up the mace and hit it hard again. The entire close and defense machine gun was completely smashed into pieces, and various parts were scattered everywhere. After getting rid of the obstructive close-range defense machine gun, Ken picked up the mace and launched an attack on Striker's roof. Duong, duong, duong. After 3 muffled bangs, the roof of Striker's barn was smashed to pieces. Ken turned over and jumped in. At this time, Striker was like a sardine can that had been pried open, and the Ken that jumped in was like a cat that smelled fishy. There is no suspense anymore. After a burst of screams, Striker slowly stopped. However, at this time, the pursuers who were forced back by the rockets caught up again. They took off the grenades hanging on the bulletproof vests and threw them into Striker, and explosions came from inside. His grandmas! Those who dare to hit me! Shall I deal with them? Zhang Tuohai said sharply. Duh. The 23mm cannon fired. The pursuers fell down in pieces like wheat. The body armor they wore was no different from paper in front of the cannon. The only advantage of wearing body armor is that it makes the body look less broken. After firing off a bullet chain, the pursuers behind were completely eliminated by Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai controlled the infantry fighting vehicle and drove back to Striker. Before the car stopped, Zhang Tuohai immediately jumped out of the car and jumped on Striker. He wanted to see how the Ken was doing. He took a rough glance just now and saw that there were more than 20 grenades, including offensive grenades and defensive fragmentation grenades. When so many grenades exploded in such a narrow area, the shock waves and vibrations generated were unimaginable, not to mention anything else. The violent vibration alone can shock a person to death. Although the Ken is a machine, Zhang Tuohai is also worried about whether such a large vibration will cause structural damage to the Ken. Canned food! How about it? Zhang Tuohai asked while lying at the entrance of the top warehouse. Ken shook his head, climbed out of Striker's warehouse, and stood silently behind Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai looked at the Ken up and down. Except for some black scorch marks on his body, there was no damage. Judging from his movements, he didn't feel anything strange. Only then did he feel relieved. At the same time, the bracelet on his wrist also updated its reminder. The cleanup work has been completed. Repeat the previous command, follow. Chapter 441 Border Village. Not bad. Zhang Tuohai patted Ken's shoulder with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the power of the Ken. The attack power could smash the roof of an infantry fighting vehicle, and the defense power could withstand more than 20 grenades in a small space. This strength was comparable to any creature he had ever seen. I'm at the front of the line. Moreover, he is very loyal and obedient, and will never leave even half a step away when asked to follow him. Apart from not being able to speak, he has almost no shortcomings. Work hard and I'll change your engine oil with the best. Install the best parts, and use the best metal to make your armor. Zhang Tuohai patted Ken on the shoulder and said. Subsequently, Zhang Tuohai released 001 and began to clean the battlefield. Zhang Tuohai took off the helmets of the pursuers and looked at their faces. Sure enough, they were still clones, and all the pursuers had the same appearance. They even have the same appearance as the group of people they chased last time. Is this artist lazy? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this, and threw the helmet aside. A steam self-propelled machine immediately came over, picked up the helmet, and broke it into metal parts. Soon, numerous self-propelled steam machines dismantled the pursuer's car, and 001 even dismantled a blueprint. But unfortunately, Zhang Tuohai already had the drawings of rubber tires, so he could only throw them in the corner and wait for an opportunity to take action. After transferring all the materials to the car, Zhang Tuohai continued to drive forward. However, the vehicle's speed was still mentioned at around 200 miles. After all, although the pursuer was killed, he still had another goal, which was to cross the snow line before dark. Otherwise, he might not be able to reach the top of the mountain within the specified time. The consequences were something he couldn't bear. Of course, without the pursuer, the atmosphere was not so tense. Zhang Tuohai could finally go to the kitchen and cook a large pot of noodles. Run it through cold water. Mix it with the freshly fried sauce. And pick a cucumber in the ecological garden. Delicious food. After lunch, Zhang Tuohai returned to the car and continued to observe the road conditions. After driving about 200 kilometers, Zhang Tuohai encountered a fork in the road. There is a gravel road on the left, which looks bumpy, and it seems to be because of the rain. There are large and small puddles on the ground, which looks muddy. On the right is a normal winding mountain road, with railings installed near the cliff. In the real world, Zhang Tuohai would definitely choose the winding mountain road on the right. But in this world, he hesitated. Will the muddy road be a shortcut? Will there be a hidden supply box? Will there be any unexpected rewards? Go forward 3 kilometers on the left road, and you will encounter 3 anti-infantry mines. Go 50 kilometers forward, you will encounter a landslide. Go 70 kilometers forward, you will encounter a broken bridge. The road on the right can shorten the distance by 50 kilometers and get a gasoline supply station, where you can receive 200 units of gasoline for free. The prompt system mercilessly shattered his illusions. Zhang Tuohai looked at the prompts from the prompt system and couldn't help but shake his head. The rules of this game system are really deep. If it hadn't been for the prompt system, I might have fallen into a trap accidentally. The infantry fighting vehicle turned onto the road on the right. Zhang Tuohai drove along this road for another 2 hours before he saw a brown vending machine on the side of the road. This thing was hidden between 2 trees, and its color was similar to the color of the mountain wall. If classmate Xiao Ai hadn't had sharp eyesight, he would have almost missed it. Parking the car next to the vending machine, for barrels of 50-unit gasoline rolled out immediately. Zhang Tuohai felt that this vending machine was a trap. If there were really a lot of pursuers behind him, no one would be able to safely take away the 200 units of gasoline. Otherwise, just wait to be beaten into a sieve by the pursuer. Zhang Tuohai got into the car with gasoline and continued to move forward. He drove more than 200 kilometers. Finally, at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he saw a large area of white snow and ice appearing on the road in the distance. At the end of his sight, Zhang Tuohai saw a small village. A village appeared? Zhang Tuohai thought. If a village appeared, it meant that there were people to communicate with, and he could also take the opportunity to get some information. Even until this moment, he still knew nothing about this world. Classmate Xiao Ai, come closer. By the way, put away all other weapons. We are in a strange place, and show our kindness as much as possible. Zhang Tuohai decided to package himself in a more approachable manner. Otherwise, if he brought so many guns into the village, the villagers would be naturally wary of him, which would be extremely detrimental to his ability to obtain information. Clear. Xiao Ai put away all the rockets and turrets, leaving only the 105mm main gun exposed. The car slowly approached the village. This is a village made of rocks and logs. The village is surrounded by a parapet made of blue stones and logs. There is a watchtower near the east side of the village, and a man wearing a black leather coat carrying a double-barreled shotgun, standing on the watchtower, hands clasped together, looking into the distance. A group of children were playing near the entrance of the village. Everyone was wearing leather clothes, and several families had dried bacon hanging from the eaves. The whole village looked quite affluent. The infantry fighting vehicle slowly approached the entrance of the village, and the game system popped up a prompt. Congratulations to player Zhang Tuohai for discovering Boundary Village. This village is built on the edge of the snow line. Across the village is the snowy area. You can rest here or continue on your way through the village. This is a prompt from the game system. In this village, you can get many benefits, but only if you find a suitable breakthrough. This is a prompt from the prompt system. Is there any benefit? As soon as he heard this, Zhang Tuohai immediately stopped feeling sleepy. However, it is a pity that the prompt system only gives general directions, but does not give specific operation plans. The right breakthrough. Zhang Tuohai looked at the message given by the prompt system and finally focused on the last few words. He thought for a moment, picked out a reasonably well-fitting fur coat from the warehouse, and put it on. The reason why he chose such a piece of clothing was to look like he fit in with those people. can better bring each other closer. Zhang Tuohai put some more things into his pockets, and then walked out from the back door of the infantry fighting vehicle. Seeing Zhang Tuohai, the group of children who were playing immediately stopped and looked at Zhang Tuohai curiously. "Hello," Zhang Tuohai said to the group of children with a smile on his face. "Can anyone answer my question? Whoever can answer me, I can give this to him," Zhang Tuohai said, and took out a lollipop from his pocket. Chapter 442 Source Stone. "It's sugar." As soon as they saw what Zhang Tuohai was holding, the children's eyes suddenly shone with excitement, and they all bit their fingers with eager expressions. "It's fun." Seeing the appearance of these children, Zhang Tuohai was secretly happy. He was previously worried that those children would be in trouble if they didn't recognize lollipops. Fortunately, they were quite knowledgeable, which saved him a lot of effort. "Are you a salesman?" a chubby-looking child asked bravely. "Seller? That's right. But it's my first time walking here, and I'm a little lost. Can you ask me where this is? Whoever answers the question best, I'll give this lollipop to him," Zhang Tuohai said. I know. This is a border village," the chubby child said immediately. "I also know that there is a snowy area further ahead, and the weather is very cold," a child next to him, whose nose ran to his mouth, added. At this time, a girl next to her with twin ponytails and a white waistcoat sewn with rabbit skin showed a look of disdain on her face. She immediately raised her hand and said, "I know. Our village is called Bianjia Village. It is a snowy area at the junction with the land. If you go further, there will be snowmen. It will be very dangerous if you are alone. In addition, our village produces furs and dried meat. If you are a salesman, you can buy these two things. In addition, we need salt, sugar and weapons. As long as you bring out the right items, I can help you sell them at a high price." After the little girl finished speaking, she proudly raised her chin at the little fat man and the little snot. Seeing the little girl's appearance, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but be slightly startled. This little girl thinks clearly and logically. Although she doesn't talk much, she clearly explains the demand and supply. And he also told Zhang Tuohai a piece of news. That is, if you continue to go up, you will encounter a creature called a snowman. This little girl is interesting. Zhang Tuohai handed the lollipop to the little girl. "Thank you for your answer. I'll take this as a thank you gift." The little girl took the lollipop with a smile on her face, tore open the wrapper, and licked it gently, her eyes smiling like a crescent moon. The little girl licked the lollipop twice and made a demonstrative face at the little fat man. Slightly dash. The little fat man was a little anxious when he saw that the little girl had a lollipop to eat. He thought about it and took out a handful of small stones from his pocket. These small stones were colorful and very beautiful. He handed the small stone to Zhang Tuohai. "Can I exchange these things with you?" "What is this?" Zhang Tuohai pretended to be hesitant. Although he has a lot of candies in his hand, he can't exchange them for some beautiful stones. "Right. This is my treasure," the little fat man said proudly. "There is no one in the whole village who has a more beautiful stone than mine. Come on. Aren't they just pebbles washed down by the last flash flood? The color is just a little prettier. Nothing special about it." The little girl at the side exposed him unceremoniously. The little fat man's face turned red, and he turned around and wanted to run away. However, at this time, Zhang Tuohai stopped him. "It doesn't matter. I also like these treasures very much. They are very beautiful. I am willing to exchange them for a lollipop," Zhang Tuohai said, took out a lollipop from his pocket, and handed it to the little fat man. "Really? Thank you so much." The little fat man looked excited, grabbed the lollipop and ran away, as if he was afraid that Zhang Tuohai would regret it. Zhang Tuohai ignored him and instead smiled and said to the other children, "If you have this kind of stone, you can exchange it with me. As long as you satisfy me, you can exchange it for a lollipop." After hearing this, the other children also dispersed and quickly ran towards their homes, hoping to exchange the shiny stones they picked up with Zhang Tuohai for lollipops. "You are such a good person. You are actually willing to trade lollipops for these broken rocks." The little girl curled her lips and said to the side, "I happen to have some fish. It would be nice to use these stones to pave the fish tank." As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he stuffed the stones into his pocket. However, his heart was pounding, because, according to the prompts given by the prompt system, one of those stones is actually the source stone. It's actually the source stone. Zhang Tuohai couldn't be more excited. This is the source stone. According to Lilith's test notes, This thing can nourish life and restore injuries. Lilina had been lying in the ice pavilion, relying on an origin stone to stay alive. Moreover, under the radiation of this thing, it is even possible to induce the mechanical body to produce life and consciousness. He has many ideas that need to be realized using the source stone. However, after Zhang Tuohai exchanged the origin stone from Lilina, he only dared to use it as his final trump card, and did not dare to let other mistakes happen to it. Now there is one more, which can be used to try new experiments. Oh, you outsiders have really strange hobbies. The little girl curled her lips and said, in her understanding, salted fish is for eating. But it is really strange that there are still people raising and feeding it. Let's go! My father is the village chief. If you want to receive or sell goods here, you'd better get my father's consent. Otherwise, everyone will kick you out. The little girl said as she walked in front, her two ponytails swaying. It turns out she is the village chief's daughter. No wonder she speaks so orderly. Zhang Tuohai understood in his heart. He thought for a while, picked up a box, and followed the little girl. The car also followed into the village, and many people cast curious glances at Zhang Tuohai and his car. The two people came to a yard and stood in front of it. The little girl quickly ran in and shouted inside, Dad, a salesman is here. A middle-aged man wearing a leather jacket, 2 meters tall, unusually burly, and wearing an eye patch walked out of the house. There were 3 deep scars on his face, which looked like they had been scratched by some ferocious beast. There is also a shotgun on his shoulder. The muzzle of this shotgun is very thick, about 20 millimeters, and the barrel is about 1 centimeter thick. It looks similar to a cannon. However, if the muzzle exceeds 20 millimeters, it can indeed be regarded as a gun. The middle-aged man came to Zhang Tuohai and looked at him condescendingly. Are you a salesman? Why haven't I seen you before? People always go from strangers to familiar ones. This is a little greeting gift I brought. I hope you like it. Zhang Tuohai said as he opened the suitcase in his hand, which contained an exquisite shotgun. The exterior of this shotgun is silver-plated. The handguard is made of walnut, and the barrel is engraved with exquisite patterns. At first glance, it looks like an exquisite handicraft. After the middle-aged man saw the shotgun in the box, his breathing became heavy. Chapter 443 Candy in exchange for news. There is no man who doesn't like guns, especially those like middle-aged men who have been on the verge of life and death all year round. They have a paranoid love for various weapons, especially the shotgun given by Zhang Tuohai. I don't know which unlucky guy got this from. At that time, the mainstream weapons in Zhang Tuohai's hands were machine guns, which he didn't like. However, because the workmanship was more exquisite, he was thrown aside casually. Now he can take it out, used for giving gifts. The man took the gun out of the box, pulled the bolt, and checked the various accessories. This gun is an item produced by the game system, so its quality is not a problem. Its power is also top among shotguns, so it is considered a good gun. The man inspected it, and was obviously very satisfied with the gun's performance. Well, since you have expressed your goodwill, I can allow you to trade in the village. There is only one thing. The quality of the goods you trade must pass the standard. Otherwise, I will not let you go. After the man finished speaking, he stared at Zhang Tuohai, his eyes full of warning. Don't worry. I'm very particular about the quality of my business. Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. What he said was all the truth, and he did do business on a consensual basis. But whether the values are equal or not is a matter of opinion. The man didn't say anything and went back to the house. Zhang Tuohai had a smile on his face. He knew that he had been recognized by the other party and could do business in the village. The village is not big. After Zhang Tuohai gained recognition, many people there brought their own things to trade with Zhang Tuohai. The supplies in the village are very simple, including the furs and dried meats of various animals, which are exchanged for salt and sugar from Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai did have a lot of these in his hands, and considering that furs might be a hot commodity in the coming period, Zhang Tuohai bought them directly. In less than an hour, the transaction in the village was almost completed. Zhang Tuohai collected more than 200 pieces of furs, more than 50 pieces of dried meat, and of course, some children who brought colorful stones, and Zhang Tuohai exchanged for a lollipop. Fortunately, Zhang Tuohai found a little finger-sized origin stone among those pebbles. If this thing were thrown on the player's trading market, it would definitely be worth a sky-high price. At least it wouldn't be a problem to replace it with a complete set of level 4 car accessories. However, Zhang Tuohai only spent a few lollipops. After the transaction was over, the children did not leave. They gathered around Zhang Tuohai, hoping to hear Zhang Tuohai tell stories about the outside world. Seeing the eager eyes of those children, and perhaps feeling a little guilty about defrauding them of the origin stone, Zhang Tuohai thought for a moment, agreed to everyone's request, and sat at the door of the car to tell everyone a story. The village chief's daughter also sat next to Zhang Tuohai, dangling her feet and listening carefully. Okay, the story is over and I have to leave. Zhang Tuohai talked for more than an hour and felt that it was almost done, so he was ready to get up and leave. Are you still going forward? The little girl asked. Well, a friend asked me to reach the top of the mountain and bring some things there, but there's nothing I can do, Zhang Tuohai said, pretending to be helpless. There is a snowman ahead. Although your equipment is very good, it may be difficult to escape unscathed from the snowman, said the little girl. Isn't it just some bear-like creature with sharp claws? It's not as scary as you said. Right? Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. After hearing this, the little girl's face suddenly became serious. Maybe the snowmen in other places are what you said. But if you use those experiences here, you will definitely die miserably, the little girl said with a serious face. Really? Zhang Tuohai's expression changed after hearing this. This is really important news. If he really used his previous experience to deal with those snowmen, I'm afraid he would really suffer a heavy loss. Can you tell me more about it? Zhang Tuohai said, and stuffed a box of chocolates into the little girl's hand. What is this? The little girl turned the chocolate in her hand. Obviously, she had never seen such a thing before. It's also a kind of candy, Zhang Tuohai said. Really? The little girl opened the wrapping paper and frowned when she saw the black chocolate. Then she stuck out her little tongue, licked it gently, and then spit it out. You are lying. It is obviously bitter. This is called chocolate. It's slightly bitter but sweet at the same time. It may be a little uncomfortable at first, but the aftertaste is endless, Zhang Tuohai said. You city people have really weird tastes. The little girl didn't eat anymore, but she didn't throw anything away and just put it in her pocket. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai took out another pack of Mollyson and threw it over. Seeing the little girl's confused look, Zhang Tuohai said helplessly, This is sweet. The little girl opened the bag and saw the black balls inside. Her hand shook. However, she still picked one up and put it in her mouth and licked it gently. A pair of eyes as curved as the crescent moon. It's so sweet. Can we talk now? Zhang Tuohai leaned against the car, opened a can of coffee, and asked while drinking. Those snowmen are organized and work together in groups. Moreover, they also use some weapons, mainly ice and stones. Of course, these are not the point. The point is that the snowmen contain some special animals. The little girl threw another Mollyson into her mouth and said, while dangling her little feet. What special animal? Zhang Tuohai narrowed his eyes and asked immediately. Well, actually, I haven't seen one either. I heard from my father that they are mainly snow wolves. Snow wolves are a unique creature here. They are bigger than me, but they are very fierce and can take a few bullets. The scar on my father's face was scratched by the snow wolf. The little girl gestured as she spoke. But unfortunately, because she was too small, she couldn't accurately describe how big the snow wolf was. Is there any more? Zhang Tuohai continued to ask. Well, there's one more thing, but I don't know if it's true. The little girl looked hesitant. Tell me and listen. Zhang Tuohai continued. It is said that those snowmen can tame a kind of big white spider. These spiders are the same color as snow. They can spin silk and build webs. And the webs are so strong that even snow wolves can't break free. However, there is no one in the village at all. I have seen it before, but it has been passed down as a legend. The little girl said softly. There is such a thing. After hearing the little girl's words, Zhang Tuohai nodded. He is sure that since the little girl said it, it is probably true. This little girl is equivalent to those NPCs in online games. She will reveal some useful things to players. As for whether they can use them, it depends on those the player owns it. Just when Zhang Tuohai wanted to ask a few more questions, screams suddenly came from the distance. Chapter 444 Attack. Zhang Tuohai turned his head and looked in the direction where the scream came from. The sentry on the watchtower fell from the watchtower. Zhang Tuohai could see clearly that the sentry was pulled down by an almost transparent white silk thread. Following the white silk thread, Zhang Tuohai saw the culprit, a big ice blue spider. The spider was more than 2 meters tall, and its 8 long legs were 1.5 meters long. They were extremely sharp and looked intimidating. What's even weirder is that the body of such a big spider is as transparent as an ice sculpture. Only through the reflection of sunlight can you barely see the figure clearly. If Zhang Tuohai hadn't been standing at the right angle, he might not have been able to see the spider. The spider held the silk thread in its mouth and pulled the sentry in front of it. The sentry looked like it weighed 150 or 60 pounds. But it took no effort at all to pull the spider up. Is this that kind of ice spider? Zhang Tuohai looked at the spider intently. Wait a minute. The little girl just said that snowmen can also tame this kind of spider. Is there a snowman around too? This idea suddenly appeared in Zhang Tuohai's mind. He quickly looked around the ice spider. Sure enough, not far behind the ice spider, some snow piles were moving abnormally. Those snowdrifts are well hidden, and you really can't find them unless you look carefully. Quickly, go home and tell your father that the village was attacked by snowmen. Zhang Tuohai lifted the little girl out of the car and shouted loudly. What? The little girl still didn't understand what was going on and was a little at a loss. At this moment, those snowdrifts suddenly stood up. They were some guys with long hair all over their bodies, about 2 meters tall, with thick limbs, and they were holding some simple throwing spears and stone ropes in their hands. Among the snowmen, there were also some giant white wolves, about the size of a calf, sticking out their scarlet tongues and trotting toward the village. Go and report the news quickly. Zhang Tuohai pushed the little girl. The little girl saw the snowmen and snow wolves outside, and ran quickly towards her home with her short legs. At this time, the one-eyed man had already emerged from the house, still holding his thick spear in his hand. He glanced at the scene outside the village. His face turned cold, and he pushed the little girl. Hide in the cellar and don't say anything if you hear anything. After the one-eyed man finished speaking, he walked toward the entrance of the village with his spear. At this time, many people had gathered at the entrance of the village. They were all men in the village. Everyone was holding a shotgun, hiding behind the parapet and shooting outside. There was a burst of gunfire, and little blue blood sprays appeared on the bodies of Snow Wolf and Snowman. From time to time a snowman falls down. However, the snowmen and Snow Wolf still approached the village at a trot and did not speed up. It looks like we can hold on. Zhang Tuohai took a look at the situation and felt that the village's defensive strength seemed to have an advantage. However, it would be hard to say when those snowmen approached. Do you want to go up and help? To what extent? Just fire 2 cannons to support? Or just use rockets to wipe them all out? What consequences will it cause? Just when Zhang Tuohai was hesitating, a message from the system suddenly popped up in front of him. Be careful where you step. After 20 seconds, a snow silkworm will emerge from under your feet. Please move 5 meters away from your original position immediately. Otherwise your life will be threatened. Is there any more underfoot? Zhang Tuohai immediately jumped on the car and said to classmate Xiao Ai, Quick! Step back 20 meters. The infantry fighting vehicle immediately retreated rapidly and appeared 20 meters away in the blink of an eye. Boom! There was a sound on the ground, and then the frozen soil on the surface shattered, and a large white fleshy worm emerged from the ground. This big fleshy insect is more than 2 meters tall and 1 meter thick when exposed to the outside, with white mucus hanging on its body. The large fleshy bug has no eyes, only a huge mouth at the top, which when opened is filled with rows of sharp teeth stained with mucus. This should be the snow silkworm that the prompt system refers to. After the snow silkworm took a bite, it hit the ground heavily, and then opened its mouth sharply in the direction of Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai thought this guy was going to bite him, and immediately reversed the car. However, Shwekin spit out a transparent thread from his mouth. The thread was as thick as an arm, and a section of it stuck to Zhang Tuohai's car, trying to pull Zhang Tuohai back. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tuohai's eyes flashed with a cold light. You actually want to treat me as your prey. Today I'm going to let you taste the consequences of being greedy. Zhang Tuohai was about to accelerate hard and hit this guy to death. However, before he could take action, the prompt system popped up again. Don't try to get close. Snow silkworms will secrete mucus in their mouths, which can corrode steel. Your armor is not enough to resist it. It's best to deal with it from a distance. So scary. Zhang Tuohai was startled. His armor has been modified several times, and can withstand even 105mm artillery shells. But it is actually a bit unbelievable that it can't stop this guy's slime. However, he will not question the prompt system. Without the prompt system, all his bones would be gone. You actually dared to trick me and use high explosive bombs to teach it a lesson, Zhang Tuohai said coldly. Clear. Classmate Xiao Ai loaded a high explosive bomb and fired a shot at the snow silkworm. Boom! This kind of high explosive bomb hits an ordinary off-road vehicle one by one. Although the snow silkworm is a bit special, it is just a mortal body. After being hit by the high explosive bomb at close range, it was directly blown into pieces. All kinds of mincemeat flew everywhere. Before Zhang Tuohai could be happy, bursts of white smoke floated up. Zhang Tuohai turned around and looked over. It turned out that the mincemeat was also highly corrosive. Wherever it fell, there would be a big hole. Even the stones were ablated and emitted white smoke. Even his front armor was spattered a lot and had several large pits corroded. What kind of acid is this? Is it so powerful? Zhang Tuohai was shocked. Boom, boom. There were waves of vibrations, and huge snow silkworms emerged from the frozen soil and ran around the village. Some villagers could not escape in time and were swallowed by the snow silkworms. When several villagers saw this, they immediately picked up their shotguns and fought back. However, the shotgun bullets hit Snow Silkworm's body like a mud cow entering the sea. Snow Silkworm didn't even react at all and continued to roam the village unscrupulously. Upon seeing this, several villagers wanted to go back to deal with the Snow Silkworms. But at this time, the snowmen who had been trotting forward suddenly accelerated. They raised their throwing spears and stone ropes and threw them towards the village. The snow wolves mixed and the team moved even faster. They ran 2 steps and jumped onto the parapet. With one bite, a villager's head was bitten to pieces and red blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 445 Dungeon Ticket. Boom! There was a gunshot, and the snow wolf that jumped onto the parapet was shot in the head. It was the one-eyed middle-aged man who fired the shot. The large-caliber shotgun in his hand was smoking. No chaos! Fire back! Fight off those guys outside first! Otherwise we will be attacked from both sides and everyone will die! The one-eyed man said, pulling the trigger again to the side. Boom! A snow wolf jumped up and was hit in the neck. Most of Snow Wolf's thick neck was broken, and only less than a quarter of the flesh and blood was left to barely connect. It looked like he would not survive. However, although the one-eyed man is very powerful, there are too many snow wolves outside. More than 30 of them. The other militiamen in the village were also disturbed by the snow silkworms behind them, and many bullets were fired until they were empty. After a while, the defense line was broken through by a large number of snow wolves. Some snow wolves stayed in place to fight with the armed militiamen, while others rushed into the village to deal with the unarmed villagers. Damn it! The one-eyed man wanted to rescue the other militiamen, but was entangled by the snowman that rushed up. 4 or 5 snowmen, armed with throwing spears and stones, started fighting with the men. For a while, no one could do anything to anyone. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the villagers have fallen into a disadvantage. If there is no accident, the entire border village will be destroyed in 10 minutes. Seeing the scene in front of him, Zhang Tuohai's anger rose in his heart. Although he usually attaches great importance to interests, and often uses information gaps to cut leaks, when faced with alien races such as snowmen and snow wolves, he is still willing to stand on the side of humans. He couldn't watch those damn beasts killing his own kind one by one. Shall I? Kill those guys! Zhang Tuohai said coldly. Clear. Xiao Ai popped out 20 robotic arms, each holding a 4-unit 23mm cannon. Da-da-da. The 23mm cannon opened fire on the snow wolves that broke into the village. A snow wolf was chasing a little boy. It pushed the little man to the ground with one paw. Just when it was about to open its mouth, a machine gun shell flew into the air and smashed his head into pieces. A snow silkworm squirmed to the door of a house and smashed the door with one end. Just when it was about to attack the widow hiding in the room, a high explosive bomb penetrated into its body from behind. With a muffled bang, it was directly killed. Exploded to pieces. A snowman was hitting a family's wooden door with a stone. A bullet from a machine gun passed by and shattered half of its body into pieces. Zhang Tuohai drove an infantry fighting vehicle in the village to clear away the creatures that broke into the village. His behavior quickly attracted the attention of the villagers, who struggled to resist. Originally, they all thought they were doomed this time, but unexpectedly they turned around and encountered reinforcements. Moreover, the reinforcements were extremely powerful, single-handedly containing the offensive of these snow wolves and snow silkworms. Seeing this situation, the villagers calmed down their panic and began to gradually organize to resist the intruders. An ant with a waist thicker than a water tank showed the most outstanding performance. She picked a nearly dried ham from under the eaves, swung it up, and sent a snow wolf flying away. The village is not big. Zhang Tuohai wandered around twice and killed most of the beasts that rushed in. The few remaining ones were surrounded and beaten by the villagers. Zhang Tuohai wanted to attack several times, but found that I couldn't squeeze in at all. So I had no choice but to give up. The villagers couldn't squeeze in. So Zhang Tuohai turned to reinforce the parapet, because he no longer had any worries. The one-eyed middle-aged man led the village militia to support the defense line. In addition, seeing that the snow wolves and snow silkworms that rushed into the village were slaughtered, the snowmen attacking outside knew that the situation was over and turned around one after another. Escape. The one-eyed middle-aged man led the militiamen to shoot behind them, knocking down only a few of them, while the rest got into the cracks in the rocks and disappeared. By the time Zhang Tuohai arrived, he had no hair left, so he had to give up. After driving away the snowman, the villagers were not very happy, because many people died in the village, and everyone was busy sorting out the bodies. The village is not big, so it can be said that everyone knows each other. No one will feel better when seeing someone they know well die. The one-eyed middle-aged man was directing everyone to dispose of the corpse and sort out the relics. I think it's best for you to live somewhere else. Zhang Tuohai walked up to the one-eyed middle-aged man and said, Since Snowman can find this place to sneak attack once, he can do it a second time. Defending this time may not mean that he can defend it next time. You are indeed very strong. But, if others can't, you'd better think about it. Zhang Tuohai said. I know everything you said. The one-eyed middle-aged man sighed. It's just that we could still maintain it before. The materials around here are quite abundant. But it's probably difficult to find a place that can feed so many of us elsewhere. But I'm afraid there's nothing we can do now. Let's sort out the supplies and leave here tomorrow. Do you want to come with us? The one-eyed middle-aged man looked at Zhang Tuohai. He hoped that Zhang Tuohai could leave with him. He had seen Zhang Tuohai's strength before. He was extremely strong. With Zhang Tuohai by his side, they would definitely be able to find a safe place to start their lives again. I'm sorry. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and shook his head. I still have some things to do, and I have to continue going up the mountain. Maybe you can go down the mountain road. This road is relatively safe. At least I haven't encountered any enemies. Zhang Tuohai rejected the one-eyed middle-aged man's proposal. He didn't have much time now, so he had to hurry up and walk towards the top of the mountain. He didn't have much time to waste here. All right. The one-eyed middle-aged man glanced at Zhang Tuohai with a look of regret, but did not say anything to persuade him to stay. He thought for a while, and took out a piece of parchment from his arms, and handed it to Zhang Tuohai. This is the map of the backup camp we want to move to. If you change your mind, you can come to us. Zhang Tuohai took the drawing over and unfolded it. It was a map with a winding path marked on it, and some strange patterns surrounding it. You have obtained an admission ticket to the Border Village Dungeon. A single-player dungeon, which can be used 1/1 times. It's actually a copy. Zhang Tuohai remembered that the last time he got a dungeon ticket was in the ice and snow world. This time he got a dungeon ticket near the snow line. Could it be said that the snow is his blessed land? Shaking his head and throwing this idea out of his mind, Zhang Tuohai put the parchment into his arms. Okay, I understand. If I change my mind, I will come to you. After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he jumped into the car, left the village, and headed above the snow line. Chapter 446, Riding the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Zhang Tuohai drove his infantry fighting vehicle all the way above the snow line. The path above the snow line was even more difficult than before. This is not to say that the road is full of ice and snow, making it difficult for vehicles to drive, but that the road has been covered with heavy snow, making it difficult to tell whether the road is a highway or a mountain road. It is very possible that people will not know it after walking off the road. In order to avoid this situation, players even need to drive for a while, get out of the car and dig down with a shovel, and only dare to continue driving forward after confirming that they are still on the road. This will undoubtedly greatly slow down the player's progress. However, Zhang Tuohai has the dual protection of Xiao AI and the prompt system. When there is no such problem, he can just hand over the driving right to Xiao AI. Zhang Tuohai himself sat in front of the spherical screen and stared at the snowy scene outside in a daze. At this time, the sky outside had gradually dimmed, and snowflakes began to fall in the sky. It's snowing again! I wonder if there are any cute little ones who haven't prepared winter equipment. Let me harvest them properly. Zhang Tuohai rubbed his hands and prepared to open the regional channel and sell a wave of down jackets and the like. However, at this moment, the prompt system popped up a prompt message. Be careful. There are ice spiders ambushing you on the cliff ahead. Number 8. Ice spider! Zhang Tuohai suddenly became energetic. In the border village, although he killed many snow wolves and snow silkworms, he didn't hit any ice spiders. When Zhang Tuohai showed his weapon and prepared to fight back, the guy disappeared. I originally thought I would never see these guys again, but I didn't expect to meet them less than an hour after leaving the village. I don't know if it's the one I met outside the village, Zhang Tuohai was thinking as he looked towards the cliff in the distance. The cliffs are covered with black rocks and some snow, and there is no trace of ice spiders at all. It's really well hidden. Zhang Tuohai had already understood the power of the nearly transparent bodies of ice spiders in the afternoon, so he was not surprised that he could not find those ice spiders. However, just because you can't find them doesn't mean you can't kill them. Zhang Tuohai turned on the rockets and fired a round of rockets at the general area where the ice spider was hiding. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of rockets roared out and hit the area where the ice spider was. Upon seeing this, the ice spiders immediately jumped down from the cliff and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai's direction. Several ice spiders also spit out thick silk threads, which touched the infantry fighting vehicle and tried to pull the infantry fighting vehicle over. Zhang Tuohai almost laughed when he saw the ice spiders' appearance. These spiders don't look very smart, and they actually tried to pull the infantry fighting vehicle over with their spider silk. Not to mention whether the spider silk is strong enough. The strength alone is a big problem. Zhang Tuohai was about to drive to show the spiders the power of the infantry fighting vehicle. Suddenly, something moved in his heart. Instead, he drove to cooperate with the ice spiders, approaching them bit by bit. When those ice spiders saw that it was working, they pulled even harder. Upon seeing this, the remaining ice spiders also shot their webs onto the infantry chariot and participated. Zhang Tuohai just pretended to cooperate with Ice Spider. After approaching these guys for about 10 meters, the mechanical arms on both sides of the car suddenly popped out, each holding a flamethrower. Call! Raging flames roared out and engulfed several ice spiders. The outer flame temperature of the flamethrower is as high as 1000 degrees Celsius. This temperature can already melt some metals, not to mention the mortal ice spiders. Although the ice spider's body is almost transparent, its defense power is just that. It is a little stronger than ordinary animals. Otherwise, there is no need for a sneak attack at all. Just swagger into the village. After these ice spiders were swept by the flames, they were burned to ashes by the blazing flames in the blink of an eye. After the ice spider was burned to ashes, several small balls fell out of the ice spider's body and scattered on the ground. What? Zhang Tuohai was curious and got out of the car, ready to see what had fallen. Zhang Tuohai had just walked in front of those small balls when he suddenly heard a strong sound of wind next to him. Boom! Kinkin held up a huge tower shield to his side. 2 sets of stone ropes and 2 throwing spears hit the tower shield. However, these weapons were so crude that they did not even leave a trace on the tower shield. Is there a sneak attack? Zhang Tuohai turned around and looked over, and found several strange-looking snowdrifts not far from the road. After looking carefully, he realized that they were snowmen. Moreover, it was the same wave of snowmen that attacked the village. Apart from that, several snowmen still had blood stains on their bodies. They were obviously injured by the villagers' shotguns and had not yet been treated. It's you again. It's a good idea. If we deal with you here, we won't harm those people in the border village. Kill them, Zhang Tuohai ordered. Call. There was no nonsense in the can. He leaned forward and rushed over, bringing with him a gust of cold wind. At a distance of more than 10 meters, Kinkin crossed over in 2 steps, before the snowman standing at the front could even react. He was hit head-on by the huge tower shield. He flew straight out and flew for more than 10 meters. He fell to the ground, then fell to the ground in a strange posture, with countless bones broken. A snowman next to it reacted, raising a short spear and stabbing the can. The can blocked the tower shield and blocked the short spear, and the mace in the other hand had already hit the opponent's head. Boom! The snowman's head was smashed into pieces, and blue blood was scattered everywhere. After taking care of the 2 enemies, Kinkin continued to rush forward without stopping, attacking the snowman behind him. Seeing this, the snowman knew that one person was probably no match for Kinkan, so they surrounded Kinkan, hoping to win with more people. However, they are like chickens and dogs in front of the cans. They are all smashed into meat paste by the can's hammer one by one. Zhang Tuohai stood on the spot and nodded. He was very satisfied with the strength of the can. He would be satisfied if the doll made by Lilith could have such strength. However, at this moment, a cold wind sounded from behind Zhang Tuohai. A thrown spear stabbed Zhang Tuohai in the back of the heart at lightning speed. Click! Zhang Tuohai didn't even turn around. One of the mechanical tentacles shook, and then he steadily controlled the throwing spear. Zhang Tuohai slowly looked back and saw that there were 5 or 6 snowmen hiding in the snow behind him. These snowmen sit back and watch their companions being killed in order to move the cans away and create an opportunity to kill Zhang Tuohai. It's a pity that God is not as good as man. They don't know that Zhang Tuohai, wearing a clockwork mechanical exoskeleton, is more powerful than a can. Chapter 447 Bone Meal. If the idea hits my head, then just keep it all. Zhang Tuohai did not use the Gatling in his hand, but controlled the mechanical tentacles behind his back to spray blazing flames at the snowmen. 4 of the 8 mechanical arms were equipped with flamethrowers, and the blazing flames directly burned the snowmen who tried to sneak attack Zhang Tuohai to ashes. Seeing those snowmen being burned to ashes without the ability to resist, Zhang Tuohai even suspected that there was fraud, because it went so smoothly. He couldn't believe how successful it was. Zhang Tuohai, who did not believe in evil, even walked around a few times to confirm that there were really only these snowmen. That's it? Zhang Tuohai didn't know whether to be grateful or helpless. He thought it was a big formation, but he didn't expect it to be just a few snowmen. Even the villagers could kill him back and forth, let alone him. They could also return to him, always one step away from him. Zhang Tuohai cleaned the battlefield. Those snowmen were very poor. They only had some simple weapons such as spears, stone slings, and no armor. Even the corpses were abandoned because they didn't know whether they had toxins. The loot was obtained as 0. A bunch of garbage. Don't come here again. Zhang Tuohai spat. He suspected that these things were just to disgust him and waste his ammunition and gasoline. It's not as good as an ice spider. At least people know how many relics they have left behind. Zhang Tuohai picked up a relic left by the ice spider and looked at it carefully. Concentrated bone meal, a special nutrient that is placed in the field to increase crop yield. The increase effect depends on the crop variety and is valid for 7 days. Finally something gained. Zhang Tuohai collected the bone meal and planned to throw it into the field later. After confirming that nothing was gained, Zhang Tuohai returned to the car and continued to drive forward. It was getting dark, and Zhang Tuohai found a place to park and cook. After eating and drinking, Zhang Tuohai opened the regional channel as usual, intending to see the current situation of the players. The first thing that comes into view is the number of remaining players in this area, 3052/5000. Zhang Tuohai remembered that there were more than 4,000 people left yesterday. As a result, more than 1,000 people died today, and the mortality rate suddenly increased. After browsing through the obituary records, most of them were killed by the pursuers. Although those pursuers are easier for Zhang Tuohai to deal with, they are considered formidable enemies for those players. With a faint sigh, Zhang Tuohai continued to read the comments. Hey, where is the snow line? I've been running all day, but I still haven't found it. It's easy. I ran there for a few hours. As long as I see snow, I'm not far from the snow line. Damn it. I seem to have gone the wrong way. There are banana trees on both sides. I ran into the wrong place. There are hot springs all around, and a red-faced monkey invited me to join him in the hot springs. Forget it. It's not a time-limited mission anyway, and there's no punishment. You can do whatever you want. Brothers, I won't tell you now. Now! Let's go take a bath in the hot springs. I'm jealous. Although I've reached the snow line, it's too cold here and my air conditioner is broken. Does anyone have any ideas? Upstairs, I have a stove. Do you want it? I'll sell it to you cheaper. But you need to prepare the fuel yourself. I'm freezing to death. Who has cotton-padded clothes? I'll give him 2 Chicago typewriters in exchange. What? Haven't you ever experienced the world of ice and snow before? Why don't you have cotton-padded clothes? Nonsense. The 3 worlds I have experienced before were all tropical rainforests. Why do I need cotton clothes? I'm the same. I've experienced heavy rains and floods all over the world. I once got a cotton-padded coat and changed it when I thought it was useless. I regretted it. Looking at the words of the players in the regional channel, Zhang Tuohai silently hung up the newly made down jacket on the trading channel. But as for the price, you must pay for it with level 3 materials. Although Zhang Tuohai is not lacking for the time being, the more the better. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai found Song Xiaokong and told her that he had a batch of wool in his hand, which could be used to keep warm when stuffed into clothes. The effect was slightly worse than that of down jackets. The only disadvantage was that it would be more itchy. Song Xiaokong immediately patted her chest to ensure that she could sell it. In her words, many people are as cold as their grandchildren now, so they don't care whether they are itchy or not. Let's first ensure that they can survive until dawn tomorrow. and promised to make them hand over their underwear. Forget it. Let's leave them a pair of underwear. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and felt that it would be better to be kind. No underwear is left. Which is a bit ugly, and not conducive to long-term development. Okay. Song Xiaopeng nodded, and left with some regret. Zhao Wanwan sent a private message to Zhang Tuohai, complaining again about not finding Zhang Tuohai, and expressed her depression about not being able to soak in the hot springs. After the last time, she has been completely conquered by the hot springs. The biggest injustice now is that she wants to soak in the hot springs more times. Zhang Tuohai had nothing to do about this. Vladimir secretly sent a private message to Zhang Tuohai. Are there any other flavors of bones? If possible, it's best to have sweet and spicy ones. Zhang Tuohai looked confused. Is he addicted to eating bones? Li Feiyu sent him a box of new earthworms, which were more nutritious than the previous ones and produced faster than the previous earthworms. They were a new breed. This thing was thrown to Wankai by Zhang Tuohai and sent to the high-end ecological park. While Zhang Tuohai was processing various news, in a cave dozens of miles away, a group of snowmen were kneeling on the ground. In front of them was an even taller snowman. The snowman was 3 meters tall and held a snowman in his hand. A huge metal scepter with the skull of an unknown animal on top. The 2 empty eye sockets on the skull stared at everyone, making people involuntarily feel fear rising from the bottom of their hearts. It's time! Bring the food up! Said the snowman holding the scepter. Groups of snowmen carried many things from below, including snow wolves, reindeer, white bears, and even people. Most of them are corpses, and a few are still alive and struggling. The snowmen carried these things to the snowman holding the scepter, and threw them down the cliff at his feet. There was a chorus of screams and strange clicking sounds. The snowman holding the scepter took a look and frowned. Why are there only these? Where is Sanka? Didn't it lead people to attack human villages? Didn't it bring back enough offerings? Sankarta, he hasn't come back yet. A snowman replied tremblingly. Trash. The tall snowman kicked the snowman who replied off the cliff. Ah! A scream rang out. Inform the whole team. I'm going to see what this idiot Sanka is doing. Chapter 448 Spider Sea. Following the words of the snowman high priest, many snowmen took action one after another. The adult snowmen were called out and lined up, and some even opened the boulders under the cliff. Groups of ice spiders emerged from inside and ran towards the outside. Snowmen followed the ice spiders one after another, driving them away towards the border village. At this time, Zhang Tuohai was helping to make milk tea. Due to the arrival of the snow line, the temperature dropped sharply, and many players lacked cold-proof equipment. Zhang Tuohai took the opportunity to clear out the stockpiles of wool, feathers, and other items. Even so, he could not meet the needs of all players. Some genius players came up with an idea, which was to boil water and sell the hot water to other players to help them keep away the cold. They also received a lot of orders for a while. Naturally, Zhang Tuohai would not miss this great opportunity to make money. He immediately asked Wankai to make milk tea directly, and took the opportunity to grab a large share and make a lot of money. Why didn't I think of this good idea before? While making milk tea, Zhang Tuohai lamented that the player selling hot water was indeed a genius. It seemed that he still had a long way to go before he could hang a street lamp. At this moment, classmate Xiao Ai's voice suddenly came from the speaker. Commander, there is a strange sound coming from the distance. Strange noise? Zhang Tuohai quickly put down the black pearl in his hand, wiped the handle on his apron, and quickly came to the podium. There was a crunching sound from the stereo, like something treading on the snow. Can you see clearly what it is? Zhang Tuohai asked with a frown. We have expanded the detection distance to the farthest, but there is nothing. The avatar of classmate Xiao Ai jumped out and pointed at the screen. At this time, the screen was completely black and white, revealing the terrain in the distance. But there was nothing on the screen except white snow and dark rocks. The surroundings were empty except for the rustling of footsteps, which made people feel a little creepy. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Zhang Tuohai frowned. Suddenly, he seemed to see some small snow pits on the snow. These snow pits were very small. In addition, snowflakes were falling at this time, so you really couldn't find them if you weren't paying attention. This snow pit. Suddenly, Zhang Tuohai had an idea, and a flash of lightning seemed to cut through the fog in his mind. Classmate Xiai, turn on your headlights and use high beam. For bright lamp posts illuminated the road ahead, making it as bright as day. Under the bright light of the lamppost, Zhang Tuohai saw a scene that frightened him. Pieces of sharp limbs appeared in front. densely packed like a mountain of knives. Ice spider! Seeing this situation, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but be shocked. Ice spiders were not scary. And it was not like he had never dealt with them before. If there were one, two, a few, or a dozen, he would probably kill the opponent directly. Even if it's dozens or hundreds. It's just a matter of a few rounds of rockets. But there are thousands of them in front of me. And there are a steady stream of ice spiders coming towards me from behind. Who knows how many more there are? Fighting with so many ice spiders? Zhang Tuohai thinks that he does not have this strength. Who knows how many there are in these ice spiders? If there are too many and one or two attack them, what will happen? No matter how many storms and waves came over, Zhang Tuohai didn't want to capsize in the gutter. Classmate Xiai, take off immediately, Zhang Tuohai said, and pressed the launch button. Boom! The air balloon was ejected and quickly inflated. After more than 10 seconds, the infantry fighting vehicle began to take off. When the ice spiders saw that the infantry fighting vehicle was about to leave, they immediately became agitated and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle, trying to prevent Zhang Tuohai from taking off. A dozen ice spiders running at the front even jumped up and rushed toward Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle. The mechanical arm held up the flamethrower and pulled the trigger on the jumping ice spiders. Fire dragons swept around, burning each ice spider to ashes in the air. However, there were too many ice spiders, and new ice spiders kept coming from behind and rushing toward the infantry fighting vehicles. So much so that the flamethrowers were exhausted. At this moment, an ice spider spotted the opening, jumped up, and jumped directly under the infantry fighting vehicle's territory. Its 8 sharp limbs stabbed firmly into the infantry fighting vehicle's territory. After gaining a firm foothold, the ice spider swiped its 2 forelimbs and opened a washbasin-sized hole in its territory. Hiss! The 2 jointed limbs of the ice spider stretched into the opening and hung on the floor. It also thrust its head in, preparing to get into the interior of the infantry fighting vehicle. However, as soon as its head reached the opening, before it could reach in, it saw a person wearing a mask. Boom! An iron fist hit its face, and the huge force cracked the ice spider's face. Many tissues collapsed and turned into fine ice crystals and scattered. Are you the one who wants to come up? Zhang Tuohai hit him with another iron fist. You actually dare to destroy my infantry fighting vehicle? You dare to bar your teeth at me? Beat him to death. Zhang Tuohai raised his old fist and punched the ice spider hard. In the blink of an eye, the ice spider's face was hit like a car accident scene. The 8 jointed limbs lost their strength, and the body went limp and fell. At the same time, he also smashed 2 ice spiders that were trying to jump up. At this time, the ice spiders from behind also arrived. But the infantry fighting vehicle had already risen to a high enough height that they could not reach it at all, and could only look at it and sigh. Seeing that those ice spiders were indeed unable to jump up, Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he decisively let the infantry fighting vehicle take off just now. If he had hesitated for a while, he would have been in a hard battle now, and wouldn't even have a chance to take off. The ice spiders below circled around for a few times. Seeing that Zhang Tuohai had no intention of coming down, they all gave up and continued walking forward. As for the body of the ice spider that fell down, it was eaten directly without any trace of it remain. Why are there so many ice spiders? What are they doing? Looking at the tide-like ice spiders below, Zhang Tuohai frowned. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. An attack of this scale was definitely not something that current players could resist. There was no reason why the game system would cause such a big battle. What was this going to do? Just when Zhang Tuohai was guessing, classmate Xiao Ai discovered the clue. Commander, look! There's a snowman ahead! What? Zhang Tuohai hurriedly ran to the command podium. He suddenly discovered that behind the ice spiders like a tide, there were looking snowmen. Each of these snowmen held weapons, and drove the ice spiders forward. Chapter 449 Oken. Why are there so many snowmen? What are they doing? Zhang Tuohai's expression turned extremely ugly when he looked at the densely packed snowmen. In this case, any fool can see that these ice spiders are driven by these snowmen. But what on earth do they drive these ice spiders to do late at night? Zhang Tuohai stared at the snowman in front of him for a while, and suddenly a cold look appeared on his face. Now, he and the snowman are sworn enemies. Not to mention the conflict in the border village, the ambush in the evening, and the raid just now caused a deadly feud between him and the snowman. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have become the ice spider's midnight snack by now. Although he didn't know what those snowmen were going to do, he just had to do it in reverse. No matter what the snowman wants to do, As long as he doesn't let it be completed, Zhang Tuohai's goal will be achieved. He didn't have a good way to deal with the mighty ice spiders with passive invisibility, but it was much easier to deal with the snowman. Don't worry about the ice spiders. Aim at the snowman behind. Hit me with rockets, and break them all into pieces. Zhang Tuohai punched the podium. Commander, please be gentle, Xiao Ai said in disgust. Then opened the cover of the weapons storage compartment, and the bullet chute of 2 honeycomb rockets popped out. Swish, swish. Rockets hit the snowman's army overwhelmingly. Boom, boom. Clusters of orange fireworks rose. Pieces of snowmen were smashed into sieves by rocket fragments, and those near the center were directly evaporated into gas, with no bones left. The sudden blow caused chaos in the snowman team. Many snowmen did not realize where the attack came from, and only saw a large number of their companions falling to the ground. This unknown fear made them panic, running around like headless flies, hoping to avoid death that came from nowhere. As soon as they were in chaos, they attacked the team of snowmen behind them, leaving the other snowmen unaware of what was happening. Some people wanted to inquire about the situation. Some ran backwards, and some ran forwards. For a moment, the entire snowman team was in chaos. The snowman team was in chaos, and the ice spiders who followed the command also became chaotic. Some moving forward, some backward, and they were in a mess. Good chance. When Zhang Tuohai saw it, he was overjoyed. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As the saying goes, I will kill you while you are sick. Zhang Tuohai quickly continued to fire rockets, trying to hit the entire Yeti team in one fell swoop. As long as these snowmen are eliminated, those ice spiders will be defeated. The ice spiders without unified command are just assassins in the dark. Although dangerous, they are more than 1 order of magnitude worse than a group charge. Quiet! The snowman high priest knocked the scepter in his hand on the ground, making a dull sound. What happened? Seeing the commotion ahead, the snowman high priest holding the line behind asked with a frown. High priest, the team in front has been attacked. The attack was too fierce. The tribesmen suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, we still cannot find where the enemy is. Please retreat, a snowman said breathlessly. Trash, where is your courage as a snowman? How dare you disturb the morale of the army? The scepter in the hand of the snowman high priest hit the snowman hard on the head. There was a muffled bang, and the snowman's head was smashed into pieces. Oh coin, take me up and have a look. The snowman high priest turned to the side and said, a huge ice spider, 10 meters high, slowly emerged from the darkness. It slowly lowered its body, and the snowman high priest climbed on top of it. Oaken stood up and walked forward slowly. Countless snowmen were trampled to death along the way, but it and the high priest didn't mind at all. The surrounding snowmen were hiding far away, not daring to get close. What is this? A giant firefly? The snowman high priest looked at the infantry fighting vehicle that had transformed into an airship in the distance with doubts in his eyes. He has lived on the snowy plains all his life, accompanying all kinds of wild creatures all day long. The highest technology he has faced is just a shotgun in the hands of a hunter. He has rarely seen a car, let alone an airship. However, no matter what it is the same in its eyes. Ocoin, kill him! The Yeti high priest hit Ocoin on the head with his scepter. Ocoin's compound eyes flashed with a fierce light. He aimed in the direction of the airship, and shot out a line of spider silk. The spider silk was as thick as the mouth of a bowl, and shot straight towards Zhang Tuohai's infantry fighting vehicle. Zhang Tuohai saw a white thing flying over, and immediately controlled the infantry fighting vehicle to avoid it. However, infantry fighting vehicles are not known for their speed in the air, and airships are also known for their slow movements. Even though they have reached their maximum speed, the spider silk is still stuck to the side armor. After the attack was successful, Oaken continued to recycle the spider silk, dragging the airship over bit by bit. On what? Zhang Tuohai was shocked when he felt that the infantry fighting vehicle was being dragged by a huge force. He quickly controlled the steering of the infantry fighting vehicle, trying to escape from Ocoin's web. However, Okian's power was extremely huge. Even if Zhang Tuohai had raised the power of the airship to the limit, he could not break free, and was being dragged back bit by Okian. Cut this thing off for me, Zhang Tuohai said to the Kin beside him. Kin turned around, and was about to leave, when Zhang Tuohai grabbed him, and thrust a gasoline-powered saw into his hand. Use this! This is powerful! Buzz buzz. The Kin pulled the switch twice. His eyes flashed with excitement, and he immediately dropped the mace in his hand, and rushed outside. Kin jumped out of the car, came to the spider silk, raised the gasoline-powered saw and cut down. However, the spider silk is extremely tough, and there is super sticky mucus attached to the surface. Even a gasoline-powered saw will be stuck after a few turns and cannot move. So powerful! Zhang Tuohai looked shocked when he saw this. What kind of thing is this? It can't even do anything with a gasoline-powered saw. How should I get this thing? Zhang Tuohai's mind was racing. If he couldn't solve it, he would be pulled down. When faced with the numerous ice spiders, he would have no choice but to die. What should I do? Zhang Tuohai's mind was racing. Suddenly, Zhang Tuohai thought of a sentence, hairy and weak fire. This is just a game setting. But he doesn't have much choice now. Try it. What if it works? Zhang Tuohai rushed out carrying 2 flamethrowers. Call. Rolling flames emerged from the injector and wrapped the spider silk. Although spider silk is extremely tough and full of mucus, it is very afraid of flames. As soon as it came into contact with the flame, it burned violently. Moreover, those flames were burning towards Okoin along the spider threads. Like a fire dragon. Chapter 450. Who is the hunter? Hiss. Okoin saw the fire dragon coming and immediately bit off the spider's thread. The spider silk fell down, and the infantry fighting vehicle suddenly lost its containment force and rose sharply, almost overturning. In the car, Zhang Tuohai was unsteady and almost fell over. What on earth is it? Zhang Tuohai's face was gloomy, and he shined his headlight in the direction of the spider silk. Huge jointed limbs flashed among the lamp posts. Hack! Zhang Tuohai's expression changed when he saw the huge arthropod flashing past among the lamp posts. He finally knew what had attacked him. No wonder he couldn't see each other before. It turned out to be an ice spider. However, since the limbs are so huge, how big is this ice spider? 10 meters or 20 meters? How wide is the attack range? If this was targeted, what would happen? Zhang Tuohai didn't even dare to go around. Who knows if this guy will sneak attack him from somewhere else? With such a thing watching eagerly from the side, Zhang Tuohai would not be able to sleep peacefully. Zhang Tuohai made up his mind to kill the opponent no matter what. Where is the dog? Zhang Tuohai scanned the direction of the spider silk with his high beam. Okoin kept moving, avoiding the lampposts. After chasing back and forth several times, Zhang Tuohai became a little impatient. Rockets were fired directly at that area. Let's see who runs faster. Or my rockets hit faster. Whoosh whoosh. A series of rockets hit. Boom. Boom. Large rockets exploded, causing craters on the ground. And a large number of snowmen were blown to pieces. The ice spider kept moving, avoiding the rockets. Although it evaded very quickly, the rockets directly covered the entire area, causing considerable damage to the ice spider. The most important thing is that the ice spider's body is stained with a lot of snowmen's flesh and blood. The flesh and blood of these snowmen directly mark the outline of the ice spider, causing the ice spider to directly break the invisibility. After all, ice spiders are only transparent, not truly invisible. Seeing the ice spider emerging from the dark night, Zhang Tuohai was stunned. This ice spider is so huge, more than 10 meters high, 3 or 4 stories high. It is absolutely huge. Those jointed limbs can still be seen as sharp even if they are covered in the flesh and blood of a snowman. Zhang Tuohai felt that if he dared to charge forward, his armor, which had been upgraded 3 times, might not be able to withstand the opponent's impact. But it doesn't matter. His biggest advantage is long-range attack. Zhang Tuohai was throwing rockets and armor-piercing projectiles at the same time, constantly attacking the ice spiders. In the blink of an eye, large wounds appeared on the ice spider's body. Although these wounds were not fatal, Oak was furious and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. Okoin, what are you doing? Come back quickly. The Yeti High Priest struck Okoin on the head with his scepter. However, Oak has been provoked to anger by Zhang Tuohai, and its little reason has been completely overwhelmed. It has only one purpose now, and that is to kill Zhang Tuohai and eat this annoying insect. Okoin spread out his 8 long legs and chased Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai immediately changed direction and flew towards the distance. However, Zhang Tuohai deliberately controlled his speed to prevent Okoin from being unable to catch up. Oink chased Zhang Tuohai and slowly broke away from the ice spider group. The snowman high priest slowly realized something was wrong, and he hurriedly knocked on Okoin's head, trying to get Okoin to leave. However, Okoin had already gone up and chased Zhang Tuohai. Seeing Okoin break away from the large team of ice spiders, Zhang Tuohai secretly rejoiced. The beast is indeed a beast, and you don't want to drink my foot-washing water. Seeing that Okoin was completely out of touch with the ice spider team, Zhang Tuohai activated all his firepower and bombarded Okian indiscriminately, striving to kill Okian in the shortest possible time. Having such a big guy next to him really made him unable to feel at ease. When Oink saw this, a cunning look suddenly appeared in his pair of compound eyes, and a thick spider silk popped out again. This time, the spider silk just happened to be stuck on the air bag above. And then he kept pulling back. Spider silk. Seeing Okian's action, Zhang Tuohai was shocked. He didn't expect Okian to have such a skill, and actually concealed his true silk spinning distance. Moreover, the spider silk it spits out is stuck in a particularly clever position, and it turns out to be Zhang Tuohai's air bladder. If Zhang Tuohai dared to ignite the spider silk, the fire would even ignite the air bag along the spider silk. Okoin can bite off the spider silk at any time, but Zhang Tuohai may face the fate of crashing. However, if the spider thread is not ignited, Okin will pull it step by step, and there will be no escape. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had unknowingly fallen into Okian's trap and fallen into a death situation. Moreover, Okin kept pulling on the spider threads, causing the infantry fighting vehicle to sway constantly, making it impossible for his numerous firepower to aim. Xiao Ai's energy was all focused on controlling the infantry fighting vehicle, and he had no time to take care of the firepower. You're actually playing tricks on me. Let's see who is more powerful. Zhang Tuohai rushed back into the cabin and opened the door of the laboratory. Lilina, come here quickly. I need your help with something. Really? That's great. Lilina excitedly dropped the screwdriver in her hand and rushed out. Are you at sea? Why are you shaking like this? Lilina just left the room and felt a violent shaking, almost losing her balance. No. In the air. It was all done by the enemy. Zhang Tuohai said casually. Where is the enemy? Where are they? Lilina asked as she rushed out. It's outside. Don't worry. Bring this with you, Zhang Tuohai said, dragging a heavy aerial bomb and stuffing it into Lilina's arms. Use this. This is very powerful. Who the hell is this guy that actually uses this? Lilina was shocked when she saw the aerial bomb in her arms. This was the first time she saw Zhang Tuohai actually using this thing. The two of them quickly arrived outside the infantry chariot. Lilina looked out and was immediately startled. Why is this thing so big? Lilina gasped. Seeing Okian, she finally understood why Zhang Tuohai used heavy aerial bombs. Ordinary bombs couldn't deal with this guy at all. Hey, big man, I have a gift for you, Lilina shouted, flicked one hand fiercely, and the heavy aerial bomb smashed straight towards Okin.